in the underground laboratory of the 6th Department, Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Aoli Dyke, wrapped only in a bath towel, was sitting on a chair. She shyly and uncertainly asked, "Is this all right?" Standing not far away, Lamb was measuring her internal magic circle while announcing, "All indicators are very normal. That's all for today's mana detection session. Your voice sounds a bit strange. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Could it be that my experiments are too strict?" Aoli Dyke blushed, stammering in reply, "I'm just a little bored. It was so hard to finally come to the royal capital, yet I can only stay here. Lamon, I want to go out with you." Lamon tilted his head slightly and replied, "Please be patient for a while longer. The restriction on going out is an order from the kingdom. You have just become the successor hero, inheriting immense power, and if the timing isn't right, you could harm others before you fully awaken and become a true hero. The restriction order is also to protect you from the demon clan's attacks. Ensuring your safety is the most important mission of this 6th underground laboratory." Hearing this, Aoli Dyke smiled brightly. "I understand. I'll be good and listen. When the day comes that my ban on going out is lifted, you must take me out." Lamb walked up to her, smiled handsomely, and added, "We'll go eat delicacies from the mountains and seas, and also Hewlin's #1 spicy beefsteak, the spiciest mala ever. I'm also looking forward to that day. It's a deal then." A moment later, in the building's stairwell, a girl appeared and spoke up. "I'm also looking forward to that day." Not AI crossed her arms, sneering at Lamb and deceiving Aoli Dyke like that. It's truly disgusting. Living with an S-class demonic being, she'll be killed by us in the future anyway. Yet you can still make all sorts of promises. It's laughably ridiculous. Her parents, her friends, they're all dead. Her hometown was destroyed, and we had something to do with it. But Lamon paid no attention to Na AI, walking straight past her, and said coldly, "I'm actually very curious how she will react later when faced with such a deep-seated grudge. I'm just doing what I should be doing. It's the end of the workday now. I'm about to go home, and you're in my way." This action from Lamb infuriated Na AI. Na AI sneered sarcastically. "I get it. A country bumpkin like you from some remote place. Surely no girl in the royal capital would want to be with you. So you target a little kid. Pursuing a kid like that, isn't it just perfect for you?" Even so, Lamb didn't turn back. Just gave a perfunctory reply. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Then he continued walking, leaving Na AI momentarily speechless. She maintained that contemptuous and malicious expression, muttering, "This guy daring to ignore me and walk right past. Nothing to be angry about. See you tomorrow. Your house must be decorated by now. I'll have you killed immediately." Night fell by the fountain of the Ministry of Magic. Department head Tai La crossed her arms. Na AI stood before Tylana, reporting with a worried and bewildered expression. "Yes, department head. Lamon has forged his and the demonic being's host's identification documents, and even bought bus tickets to leave the royal capital. Not only that, he has also colluded with the demon clan, promising to release the demon clan from this place. If we go search his house now, we will definitely find evidence of his crimes." A moment later, something strange happened. Na AI was drenched in sweat. Her face flushed. She frowned and thought to herself, "So, why did it turn out like this?" At this moment, Tai La Na was standing with Lamb, and she tattled to Lamb and, "Master, this foolish woman intended to frame you. So I brought her here. How do you wish to deal with her?" As for Na AI, she was being tightly bound all over by octopus-like tentacles. She grimaced and thought, "You've got to be kidding. An elite department head who's always so high and mighty, cold and authoritative, is calling a master? And with that kind of appearance? Besides, isn't Lamb a useless person with no magic power? Why does he have such powerful magic?" While she was thinking, Lamb was enveloped by a terrifying aura of power, threatening coldly. "Didn't I warn you a long time ago? Don't meddle in other people's business." Feeling the killing intent radiating from Lamb, and Na AI cried and struggled, shouting loudly, "Lamb, who on earth are you?" Lamb placed a finger on his lips, smiling sinisterly. "Oh, that's a secret. But, perhaps I'm the true host of the Chaos Red Dragon, and also the great hero of this world. Back in Donghai City, Country C. Let's go back in time to Lam's past. Despite my father being a loan shark, the Lee family's grocery store was still on the brink of bankruptcy. I had no choice but to drop out of school, help pay off the debt, and work as a temporary driver at the Dongyan transport station. The misfortune also began from there. To avoid a high school student who suddenly crossed the road, I crashed the truck into a guardrail, which could be considered the end of my unfortunate life. I thought my life had ended just like that, but unexpectedly, I was reincarnated, moreover, into a completely unfamiliar world, and I had also turned into a newborn baby. Taxalim was my hometown, a border city of the Thaklan Kingdom. My parents ran an herb shop here because it was located in a remote and backward place. It temporarily avoided the war between the Demon Clan and humans. This world indeed had the Demon Clan, adventurers, heroes, and magic. Not long after I was born, the hero and the Dragon Wing team temporarily sealed the Demon King at the foot of the Boundary Mountains. Because of that, the war between the Demon Clan and humans was considered temporarily over, but many hidden dangers still remained. 12 years later, Lam had grown up. At this time, Lam resolutely told his father, "Dad, my goal is to become an adventurer or a hero." But his father shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Go become a civil servant for me." Lam aggressively yelled, "I don't want that boring civil servant job. Whoever likes it can go do it. I've already inquired at the Adventurers Guild. Kids like me just need to pass the qualification review to be able to attend specialized adventurer schools in big cities to study. Moreover, the Adventurer Academy provides room and board, and there are no tuition fees to pay. Isn't that great?" At that, his father angrily snatched the paper from his hand and said, "Great? That's the problem. Letting a 12-year-old child go to a strange city to study and live independently, and to learn to be a dangerous adventurer at that. How can we be at ease? I'm confiscating this qualification review invitation, and you should get rid of that idea soon. I will help you buy books and pens to take the civil service exam." But facing her husband's action, his mother thought to herself, "How could you hide our son's invitation like that?" Lamon's mother chuckled, teasing, "Your father's acting isn't bad, huh, and so childish too. But no matter what, doing that to a child is really too much." At this moment, Lamon stood before his mother, saying helplessly, "Mom, you're clearly enjoying this too." Lamon's mother bent down slightly, gently advising, "When you're a little older, you'll surely understand that your father is doing this for your own good. Although being an adventurer looks very majestic, you have to sleep under the open sky, constantly face danger, and it's not a stable life once you join. Compared to that, I also think being a civil servant suits you better." However, late at night, in his room, before his cellar door on the floor, Lam knelt on the door, thinking to himself, "Even though Mom and Dad are trying so hard to stop me, I've never given up on my dream. The herb shop cellar is where my parents prepare medicine, and normally no one is allowed in. Therefore, it's very likely Dad hid my invitation there. I'm truly sorry, Mom and Dad." Thinking this, he took out a small key, then Lam opened the door, revealing a staircase leading down to the cellar. He made up his mind, "But I must go apply and become an adventurer." Walking down the stairs, Lam was a bit surprised and wondered, "What is this?" He was stunned by a room glittering with golden light, its walls covered with all kinds of weapons. Lam marveled to think there are so many weapons hanging on the walls of this secret room. It's so unexpected. This looks a lot like the dragon wing pattern. His gaze fell upon a golden shield engraved with a dragon pattern. He realized dragon wing. Isn't that the symbol of the hero's team? Just as he was lost in doubtful thought, his father appeared out of nowhere, his face ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, and spoke. "To become an adventurer, you're really going through a lot of trouble, aren't you?" Sneaking into the secret room, "Let me see what good habits my dear son has learned." Feeling the heat of his father's anger from behind, Lam screamed in fear, "I'm so dead." Suddenly, his mother also appeared. She slapped her husband hard across the face, scolding, "You idiot! Who are you making that terrifying face for? You scared our son." Lamon's father clutched one red cheek from the slap, whimpering, "Did you have to use that much force?" Since Lam wants to be an adventurer, I just wanted to let him experience a bit of the pressure of danger. Afterwards, the father and son stood before the shield with the dragon symbol. He explained the symbol on the wall. "Dad, could it be that you were also a member of the hero's team?" "I was once a member of the hero's team. Because my strength was insufficient, I withdrew from the team during the battle to seal the Demon King. Afterwards, I came to this remote border city and opened an herb shop." Hearing this, Lam hesitantly and bewilderedly turned to ask his mother, "Mom, what about you? Could it be you too?" Before he could finish, she smiled and replied, "Not me. But before you were born, I was considered a somewhat famous adventurer." Lam lowered his head, his expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. "But both my parents were once renowned adventurers, yet now they are content to be ordinary merchants selling medicinal herbs. Could it be that they don't miss their past adventurous life at all? Don't they feel any regret?" His mother replied gently, "Not at all. Ever since you came into this world, you have been our greatest happiness. Therefore, we both hope you can live a peaceful life." From then on, my parents also changed their attitude, completely respecting my opinion and allowing me to take the aptitude test. But unfortunately, I had absolutely no magical aptitude, not even a hint of warrior talent. Mom stroked my head, chuckled, and said she had thought I would inherit all of their talents, but who knew I'd have none at all. On my mother's action, I asked in surprise, "Are you a demon, Mom? I failed so miserably. How can you still be laughing so happily?" Time flew by, 16 years later in the royal capital. Because the border city lacked resources, after graduating from high school, I passed the entrance exam for a university in the royal capital. After 4 years of effort, I was accepted into the 6th department of the Ministry of Magic, becoming a civil servant. Early in the morning, the landlady where Lamb and was lodging saw him while she was sweeping. She poked her head out and asked, "Lamb, isn't it Saturday today? Usually, you'd still be in bed at this hour." Lamb greeted the landlady. "Good morning. There's unexpected work today, so I can't help it." The landlady asked again, "You're clearly going to work, so why do you look so happy, Lamb? Since when did you become so diligent?" Lamb turned his head, smiled, and replied, "The work assignment happens to be in my hometown. I've been away from home for so long, I haven't been back once in 4 years. This is also a good opportunity. It takes 3 hours to get home from the workplace." The sky was clear and blue, the sun warm and bright. In the Ministry of Magic building, the vast library was packed with people busy working and reading research books. At this moment, AI was sitting dejectedly at a table, sighing. "Why haven't we departed yet?" The person sitting opposite replied, "This time the destination is a border city very far from the royal capital, so the teleportation array probably needs some adjustments." Hearing this, AI said while admiring her beautiful nails, "How troublesome. My well-arranged schedule is all messed up now. If only we could get to Backtalon a bit faster, grab some random commoner to use as material for a demonic being, and be done with it. That way I could still make it to the Countess's tea party." Suddenly, Lamb appeared beside her, speaking, "Hey, AI. Watch your words. That's not something a civil servant should say." Despite what he said, she replied coldly, "Oh, Lamb, a new intern, dares to teach me how to do my job?" She covered her mouth and sneered. "You're just a nobody from the remote countryside. Don't tell me you sympathize with that rabble. Lowlifes will always be lowlifes. Even if you pass the exam to get into the Ministry of Magic, you'll never be on the same level as us. Do you believe that with just one word from me, your hope of being officially approved will vanish in a thin air?" Before she could finish, Tylana pushed the door open and walked in. She frowned and asked AI, "What are you two talking about?" Seeing her, AI quickly stood up and stammered, "Department head, why are you here?" Lamini, before she could finish her sentence, Tylana pointed at Lamb and said, "Collecting magical beast materials in North Thailand is an extremely important task for our 6th department this year. Don't disappoint me. Also, Lammin, your performance recently has been very good. I've already submitted your application for official approval to headquarters." Hearing this news, Lamb said joyfully, "That's great. I will definitely work hard and absolutely not let you down." Afterwards, Tylana began to assign tasks. "All right, the teleportation formation is ready. All members, prepare to depart. Pay attention. To you all, the people of North Thailand are all civilians. You must act with caution and absolutely do not cause any trouble there." Hearing these instructions, Lamb just smiled silently and meaningfully. But in his heart, he thought, "That's right. None of my colleagues know that North Thailand is actually my hometown. Because the residents there are not qualified to take the civil service exam. My parents had an acquaintance change my place of birth long ago. And this information must absolutely not be known by others. My parents have always been worried that I'm not living well in the royal capital. So this time, I must bring the good news of my official approval back to them. Moreover, my landlady often gives me pastries. And at the Ministry of Magic, there's a fair and impartial department head. There are no obstacles at all. The scene shifts to a small town. At this moment, someone is asking for directions at a fruit stall. "This is my first time in North Thailand. May I ask how to get to the herb shop?" Aoli Dyke, the owner of the small roadside fruit stall, answered enthusiastically. "There's only one herb shop in North Thailand. It's on the 6th Street to the west. Very easy to find. Wait, if this is your first time in North Thailand, then please take this. This is a sugar pear, a specialty only found here. Consider it a small token of welcome to this land." Under the sunlight, Hong Long, with her dazzling fiery red hair, took the red fruit from A.O. Lee Dyke's hand and smiled in thanks. then I won't be polite. If it's delicious, I'll definitely visit again next time. Remember to prepare a lot. I'll be buying in large quantities. Suddenly, a bare foot landed on the ground with the soft sound of dripping water. Dan New York too stepped out of the formation and asked, Hong Long, your gluttonous habit hasn't changed, has it? You just took one lap around the streets and already found some fruit to eat. Seeing her, Hong Long grinned and replied, Dan New York too, you caught up so quickly? You have a sharp nose. How about we fight after I finish this sugar pear? I heard it tastes pretty good. But the other woman raised her hand to summon magic and refused. No can do. I have a lot of work to do, and besides, if I let you run away again, wouldn't it take a lot of time to find you? Wait a moment. Let me use magic to make an announcement. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge wave of power enveloped the entire town. A voice echoed in the air. Attention all residents of North Thailand, listen carefully. An extremely dangerous magical beast has just appeared in the city and is preparing to wreak havoc everywhere. Therefore, all residents are advised to immediately hide in sturdy buildings, or you will easily be injured. The magical beast is in the city. Everyone run and hide. Don't run around aimlessly. Find a safe place to hide. It will be very dangerous if you're discovered. As the alarm blared continuously, all the residents in the town panicked, scattering in all directions. Dan New York too also didn't forget to remind Aoli Dyke, little girl, you should hide too. The closer you are to me and Hong Long, the more danger you'll be in. This startled the young girl, who stammered in reply, yes, I'll leave right away. Soon, the entire town was deserted, leaving only Dan New York too and Hong Long facing each other. Hong Long's entire body erupted with dark power as she laughed confidently. What's the point of telling them all to hide? This city will be destroyed by our battle sooner or later anyway. Since you care so much about the lives of those mortals, that's fine. We can have a more satisfying fight. But Dan New York too just smirked and asked in return, what are you talking about? How could I give you a chance to escape? Hearing this, her opponent roared in anger. Come on, use your full strength. Dan New York too. A battle between gods, to the death. Hong Long taunted smugly. So if you know what's good for you, you should surrender now, Dan New York too. Immediately after, she transformed into the shape of a red dragon, while the other side also transformed into a blue dragon. The two giant dragons, possessing terrifying power, prepared to clash. A massive explosion was born from the collision of their attacks. Its horrifying destructive power turning the entire town into a pile of rubble. A moment later, a formation appeared over the ruins. Teleportation ready, location confirmed, North Thailand. The four-person team from the Ministry of Magic was teleported in. They continuously observed the surrounding rubble. Lam looked around in a panic, crying out, "This is North Thailand?" The whole town is turned to rubble, the air thick with smoke and dust. Tai Lana immediately gave an order. All members, attention, begin the operation. Quickly search for survivors in North Thailand. Respond. All her subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, department head." The entire street had been reduced to ashes, desolate without a single soul. At this moment, Lam was desperately rushing forward, muttering to himself, "This is West 4th Street." Images of his family, of his parents, flashed through Lam's mind. He anxiously picked up his pace, just 2 more streets to his home. After a frantic run, Lam's shattered house gradually came into view. He ran into the house. Seeing his home in ruins, collapsed, Lam's face turned deathly pale. Next, he rushed towards the pile of bricks and stones on the ground, digging frantically with his hands. Lam picked up a necklace with a blue gemstone pendant. He clutched the necklace tightly in his hand. His face darkened, his muscles tensed. Lam recalled the image of his parents, his mind racing. It can't be, it can't be. This must be a joke. They were once members of the hero's party, such powerful adventurers. He knelt before the ruins of his home, a thought flashing through his mind. That's right, the entrance to the secret room. It must be there. A moment later, the others from the Ministry of Magic arrived. Talana spoke up. "Lamin, there you are. We've been looking for you. Let's go." We found a survivor, not AI. However, still wore a contemptuous smile, mocking Lamin. "You're pretty weak-hearted, aren't you? It's just a few dead commoners from the border, isn't it? Is there a need to be so miserable?" As she finished speaking, a look of surprise flashed across Lamin's face. He blurted out, "A survivor? Wait, maybe there are still living people trapped here." Tai Lana replied, "This was a disaster caused by an S-class magical beast. It's unlikely anyone was lucky enough to survive. During the fight, they would have certainly affected all humans in the surrounding area. Therefore, the higher-ups have ordered that within a 100-mile radius, finding just one survivor is enough." That would be the girl we just found. As Tai Na spoke, she looked towards Aoli Dyke, who was unconscious on the ground. Her entire body was enveloped in some kind of magic. Recognizing the familiar energy on her, Lamon walked up to her and said softly, "In that case, our plan can be considered a success." Tylana replied, "North Taylan, one survivor is enough." That's right, this can also be considered a necessary sacrifice. We can also be 100% certain that only this one magical beast remains. Otherwise, they would pose an extremely great threat to this world. I understand, Department Head. I'm sorry. Hearing the reply, Lam An's expression darkened. His eyes filled with killing intent. He placed a hand on his chest and continued, "I was too muddled this time. From now on, I will definitely complete my duties properly." Royal Capital, under a reddish-orange sunset sky, Not AI crossed her arms, looking displeased with the announcement she had just received. What? That commoner is going to stay in the 6th department? She reminded them worriedly. Isn't her body being controlled by a super terrifying magical beast? If something happens, we'll all be in danger. The commoner Not AI was referring to as Aoli Dyke. Department head Tylana didn't explain much. She said directly, "This is an order from the minister. If you have any objections, you can go speak to the minister directly." Tylana somewhat disagreed with Not AI's thinking and said, "The 3rd department has already begun researching the parasitic magical beast on her. She poses no danger at all." Tylana smiled smugly and added, "Even if that commoner is affected by the magical beast, she'll only lose a few memories. This, in turn, makes it easier for us to study. At the same time, that commoner will also be temporarily detained in the Ministry of Magic's secret chamber. What we need to do is observe and record her transformation process every day. Until her magical power reaches a permissible level, she will be immediately dealt with by other departments, eliminated along with the magical beast." After speaking, she asked Not AI and the others, "Is anyone willing to volunteer for this job? There will be an extra allowance." Not AI and the others were silent, hesitating slightly. Just then, Lamon stepped out from behind and said hurriedly, "Department head, could this job be assigned to me?" The reason he wanted to take the job was because he needed money. If he took this job with the extra allowance, he could solve some of his problems. The department head immediately agreed. "All right, Lamon, I feel at ease when you're on the job." She handed over a file and said, "These are the detailed contents of the job. After you've reviewed them, you can go to the underground laboratory to begin your research on her." Lamon listened and replied, "Yes, department head, I'll go prepare right away." The scene shifts to the underground laboratory. Piles of documents and books are stacked on shelves and on the floor. The room is deathly silent, with only the voice of Aoli Dyke, who is tied tightly to an experimental chair. She explains ceaselessly, "There must be some mistake. I'm really just an ordinary fruit seller." Aoli Dyke cowered in fear on the chair, trying to persuade him to release her. "You won't gain anything even if you kidnap me," she pleaded desperately. "Please. The people before didn't listen to me. Please let me go home. My parents must be worried sick looking for me." Lamon showed a troubled expression, but was helpless. He replied sadly, "I'm truly sorry to have disappointed you, Lady Hero." He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am an employee of the 6th Department, Ministry of Magic. My name is Lam," and hearing Lamon's introduction, Aoli Dyke was both astonished and confused. The Ministry of Magic? Hero? She became even more convinced that they had made a mistake and repeated, "That's why I'm saying you're completely mistaken." A few drops of sweat rolled down Aoli Dyke's anxious and frightened face. She resisted wearily in desperation. "If I were the Lady Hero, I would have escaped from here long ago. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, can you let me go now?" Lamon calmly turned to look at her, reassuring her. "Aoli Dyke, rest assured. The Ministry of Magic has never made a mistake, especially at important times and places concerning the hero." Lamon assured her that if there really was a misunderstanding, the high-ranking figures of the Ministry of Magic would personally come to apologize to her. If not, then that proves the Ministry of Magic is truly very interested in you, Aoli Dyke. Aoli Dyke calmed down and thought. She no longer struggled to be released, but instead brought a hand to her chin and said shyly, I'm terribly sorry. I misremembered just now. I might also be a hero." Lam was satisfied and immediately explained the reason he was here. "Because you've temporarily lost your recent memories, I've come to let you know what happened before." Lam told her that she had been unexpectedly attacked by a magical beast in North Taylan, which is why she lost her memory. To become a hero, you must awaken the chaotic energy within your body. Lam also sincerely promised, before you become a true hero, I will protect you from the harm of magical beasts and bring you back to the royal capital. Aoli Dyke was extremely shocked by Lam An's words. She frowned, her eyes wide, and stammered, magical beast attack? How is that possible? She worriedly asked Lamon, then what about my parents? Are they okay? Lamon looked at Aoli Dyke affectionately and said, don't worry, they're fine. Lamon assured her that at the Ministry of Magic, something as terrible as what happened in North Thailand would absolutely not occur. Lamon asked again, do you understand now? Only by staying in the royal capital and waiting can you keep your parents safe. For the safety of her loved ones, Aoli Dyke had no choice but to accept. She said sadly, I understand. I will stay here and cooperate with your work. Lamon also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much for your understanding. Lamon looked at Aoli Dyke with a profound gaze and continued. In that case, please take off these clothes. Hearing this, Aoli Dyke was flustered. She blushed, asking with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, wait, hold on. What did you just say? Lamon, expressionless, coldly repeated, please take off these clothes. Lamon explained that to accurately observe the development of her magical power, he had to conduct a checkup every day. Aoli Dyke hesitated a little, but then agreed. She looked at Lamon and replied softly, all right, if it's for work, then I suppose it can't be helped. With that, she began to take off her clothes. Lamon, afraid she wouldn't trust him, turned his back towards the control panel. Lamon began to voice the thoughts he understood she must be having. You must be very scared, suddenly having to leave your hometown, coming to a completely unfamiliar place. The familiar days suddenly disappearing must make it impossible to put your heart into anything. Lamon reassured Aoli Dyke, saying that he was just an intern who specializes in taking on troublesome tasks that no one else wants, like physical examinations. Lamon promised that he would absolutely not look while she was undressing and would wait until she stood on the marked spot and signaled him. Hearing that, Aoli Dyke felt a little more at ease. She walked to the marked spot and signaled, I'm ready. Lamon also announced, in that case, let the examination begin. In Lamon's thoughts, he was constantly strategizing. Lamon was originally a resident of North Thailand. He wanted to get close to this place to investigate the cause of the fire in North Thailand. Therefore, only by taking on a job like this could he quickly get results. Lamon knew he would face many risks, and he absolutely could not let his identity be exposed. Once exposed, he would be killed by the Ministry of Magic. On the outside, Lamon remained focused on operating the magic circle. The sparkling light from the magic circle also transformed into streams of light radiating around him. In Lamon's plan, Aoli Dyke was also considered pawn. He secretly wanted to erase all of her memories of the fire to avoid a worse situation from occurring. Lamon wanted to find a way to stimulate Aoli Dyke so that her memories would begin from today. At this moment, the results appeared on the examination circle's control panel. Analysis quantity 99%. Lamon informed Aoli Dyke, the examination process is over. You can get dressed now. Aoli Dyke sat up gently, pulled on her clothes, and then asked, all right, is there anything else I need to do next? Lamon looked at the computer console that had suddenly malfunctioned, so tense that he broke out in a sweat, but he still had to maintain his composure to answer, Aoli Dyke, no need. Now we just need to wait for the system to provide the analysis data. Looking at the flickering computer, he thought with some fear, is the computer broken? What's wrong with the system? What is this? An invisible purple light appeared behind Lam, and it was Hong Long. She spoke up. I don't want to be killed by you either, so I interfered with the system. Lam was a bit confused upon hearing this. She gradually materialized, teasing cheerfully, oh, this must be my beloved master. If not for me, this room wouldn't have a magic guidance screen. Hong Long's smug expression and satisfied smile blended into the enchanting purple smoke. Hong Long explained that, besides Lamon, no one could hear her voice or see her form. Lamon was startled, guessing that this was the voice of a little girl. Ignoring Anne's confusion, Hong Long, with her green eyes, long red hair, and sharp horns on her head, explained to Lam and with a seductive expression, you must be very confused, right? Listen closely, mortal. I am one of the gods of this world, representing what your Ministry of Magic calls an evil magical beast. That despicable white dragon, wanting to seize my power, spared that girl's life in the North Thailand fire and turned her into my host. Hong Long looked at Lam and continued. However, the intense emotions currently showing on your face make me want to parasitize your body. At the same time, this will also help me awaken sooner. That despicable white dragon surely thinks that everything is going according to its plan. But making me awaken sooner isn't that simple. I'm still too weak right now. Hong Long then reached out her hand, channeling her enchanting purple light into A.O. Lee Dyke's body, while saying, "So, let's just have this girl be the substitute. I will hide my aura and power within her body. Others will absolutely not be able to detect it." After a moment of transferring power into A.O. Lee Dyke's body, she was finished. Done. Enchantment successful. The rest is up to you. Aoli Dyke couldn't see Hong Long, so she didn't understand what was happening and kept pressing. Lamon, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Why are you looking at me like that? Lamon stared at Aoli Dyke, as if tacitly agreeing to cooperate with Hong Long. He stammered, "I'm sorry. Could you please take them off again? The system had a slight malfunction just now, so we have to do the checkup again." Aoli Dyke was startled and shyly stepped back. In the royal capital, seen through vibrant stained glass windows and whitewashed walls, it looked like a magnificent palace. At this time, in Minister Kiet Lap Duke's office, he had summoned Tai La Na for a meeting. Tai La Na stood opposite the desk, saying in astonishment, "What? The ninth princess is coming to take up a post at the Ministry of Magic?" Kiet Lap Duke sat there, speculating thoughtfully. "That's right. We've never gotten along with her and the old aristocracy. This time, coming to the Ministry of Magic. It's very likely because of the magicite we recently discovered." Tai La Na seemed to have understood something. She looked seriously at the minister and asked, "Minister, just tell me straight, what do you want me to do?" The minister clasped his hands together on the desk, thought for a moment, and said, "Basically, to cover up all the unsavory things our Ministry of Magic has been involved in before, except for the legally traded Demon Clan slaves." He didn't stop there, but continued to plot against Lam. And among your subordinates, there's an intern named Lamon, right? Have him make some kind of mistake, become our scapegoat. You know what to do, don't you? Tai La Na immediately bowed her head and accepted the order. "I understand, Minister. I will go and make the arrangements right away." Night fell, and the royal capital became brilliant with lights. Hong Long excitedly admired the scenery, spreading her arms, looking up at the sky, and laughing loudly. Wow, after 100 years, has the royal capital become this big? She turned to tease Lamon. "Is this your house? Why is it still so small?" Lamon raised his hand, looked at it with confusion, and said, "I'm really sorry about that. But what is this thing on my hand?" The tiny Hong Long standing beside him answered, "That's magical power." On his hand was a dark purple power coiling into a ball. He was alarmed. "Magical power? I don't have any magical talent whatsoever. Are you turning me into a magical beast?" Hong Long smiled slyly and asserted, "A magical beast? What are you joking about? You're my red dragon, and also the only human in this world to be favored by God like me." She explained, "To deal with the white dragon, I have created a hero puppet. You must obey my commands." The magical power in Lam N's hand transformed, suddenly becoming a red dragon with sharp teeth, fierce eyes, and giant horns. Seeing this, Hong Long said with satisfaction, "I bestow upon you the title hero of the Red Dragon." Lam was a bit speechless. He felt the magical power in his body, then said calmly, "Is that so? So I've really become a hero. How wonderful. This was also my childhood dream." Hong Long looked at Lam An's impassive face and roared angrily, "Hey, can't you have a bit more of a reaction? You don't look excited at all." She emphasized to Lamon, "Since I've made you a hero, we can run away now. Once you get stronger, we can start our revenge. My power still remains in that woman's body, so we can spare them for now." Lamon savored the power in his body. He disagreed with Hong Long's opinion, saying, "A hero absolutely never runs away. Running away now would only expose my identity." He had made his own decision. Let's save this world together. Starting with the Ministry of Magic. In a shop filled with precious items, sparkling like a treasure chest, 3 gemstones were placed side by side. 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 green. The shopkeeper cheerfully introduced them to Lamon. "These are 3 A-rank magical beast magicites, all top grade, so the price will be a bit higher. Do you see if they suit your requirements?" Lamon glanced over the 3 magicites and nodded, "They're enough." At the same time, in Lam An's consciousness, Hong Long appeared, pointed at the yellow magicite, and insistently demanded of Lamon, "Buy me that yellow stone. That magicite will definitely be delicious to eat." Lamon, expressionless, immediately said, "Shopkeeper, give me the one with the lowest price." Back in Lam An's quiet room, Hong Long's small hands took the green magicite. Suddenly, she clenched the stone in her hand, her whole body trembling with anger, and yelled at Lamon, "What is this? It's clearly a green magicite, and it even gives off a weird smell. Just smelling it makes me nauseous. I'm a mighty god. How can I eat this low-grade stuff?" Hong Long couldn't contain her rage. Besides, I already said it very clearly. It has to be the yellow magicite. Yellow, understand? Lam immediately stood up, pressed down on Hong Long's head with one hand, and said, "Do you have any idea how much an A-rank magical beast magicite is worth? Just one of the lowest quality stones has already eaten up several years of my savings. I'm completely broke now." Hong Long dejectedly expressed her confusion. "That's strange. You don't even have the money to buy one A-rank magicite. So where do you get the money to pay rent? Could it be because of that landlady nicknamed Fluffy?" Lamon's expression didn't change as he explained. "In this royal capital, only by owning your own house are you qualified to become a citizen with equal rights. The money I saved was all for the down payment to buy a house. I risked my life to become a civil servant of the Ministry of Magic, also in exchange for the status of a royal capital resident. Only residents of the royal capital are qualified to buy a house here." He quickly changed the subject. "And the most important thing now is for you to swallow this magicite." With that, he used his hand to pry open Hong Long's chin to make her open her mouth, holding the magicite in his other hand. Despite Hong Long's protests, with quick hands and sharp eyes, Lam shoved the magicite into Hong Long's mouth, then clamped her mouth shut, not letting her spit it out. Hong Long frowned in discomfort. After being forced to swallow the magicite, Hong Long flew into a rage again. She jumped up, as if wanting to kill Lam, and, "You bastard! You dare force me to swallow this low-grade magicite. How cruel!" Lam calmly sat there, using both hands to press down on Hong Long's shoulders and pull her back, saying, "To avenge the white dragon, what's a little suffering like this? I won't allow you to waste anything." He ignored Hong Long's anger and immediately demanded the previous promise. "You once said that as long as you were fed the magicite of an A-rank magical beast, you could help me awaken a hero's skill. Hong Long, hurry up and give me that skill." Hong Long was resentful and a little unwilling, but she still had to agree. She began to raise her hand to summon magical power, saying, I know, don't rush me. Did you think I'd eat your stuff and be of no use? Now, I will activate the potential within your body. What skill you awaken, then will depend on your luck." A surge of power flashed in Lam's perpetually melancholic eyes. Something suddenly made him shine brightly. The magical power in his body was activated. Merging into one, Lam began to display his power. He let out a powerful shout. Lam tried to control his actions and return to normal. His entire body radiated the light of magical power. He reached out to touch his body, saying, "Spirit Brand? The skill I awakened is called this?" Hong Long, standing beside him, explained with contempt and disappointment, "Spirit Brand is indeed the most useless skill. Only when the ancients were cornered did they use it to turn their enemies into their slaves. Honestly, if you're already cornered, wouldn't it be more convenient to just eat them alive? But in our current situation, the most important thing is a skill that can enhance your combat abilities." Lamon looked at Hong Long with a smug smile and said, "Hong Long, what are you talking about? For a hero, Spirit Brand, isn't it the most suitable skill?" At the Ministry of Magic, a crash echoed as a bottle of red wine fell heavily to the ground, shattering into many pieces, wine spilling all over the floor. Not AI burst in, roaring angrily. "Are you looking for trouble? This was a gift I prepared for the Countess, and you broke it." Aoli Dyke stammered in fear. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you would suddenly burst in from outside. This bottle of wine, I'll compensate you for it." "Okay." Not AI rushed forward and slapped Aoli Dyke hard across the face, stunning her. Not AI said contemptuously, "Compensate? Do you have any idea how much this bottle costs? This is a 92-year-aged Cabernet Sauvignon, the only one of its kind in the world. Compensate? Even selling you wouldn't be enough to buy it." Aoli Dyke fell to the ground, but not AI's anger had not subsided. She continued to kick Aoli Dyke repeatedly, cursing as she kicked. "It's all your fault. You made me unable to fulfill my promise to the Countess. Do you want me to become the laughingstock of the entire royal capital? To get this bottle of wine, I spent so much effort and money, and it's all gone down the drain?" Suddenly, a fist appeared, striking Not AI straight in the face before she could react. It was Lam, and who had arrived just in time, landing a punch on her. He said, "This is for you." Not AI clutched her face in pain and staggered back. She screamed in pain. "Lamon, a magicless piece of trash like you dares to hit me?" Lamon paid her no mind, stepping forward to help Aoli Dyke up. He asked with concern, "Can you stand? I'll take you to the infirmary. Use healing magic. The wounds will heal quickly." Aoli Dyke replied softly, "Yes." Seeing this from behind, Not AI immediately raised her hand to summon magical power, saying angrily, "Am I invisible to you?" This time, I absolutely will not let you go. Lam nonchalantly turned to leave, provoking her. Do as you please. I'm just doing what I should. Department head Tai Lana appeared just in time, shouting to stop Na AI. Stop. What happened here? Na AI put her hands on her hips, pointed one hand at Lam and the other person, and quickly tattled. Department head, it's all this Lamon's fault. He hit me for no reason. The other colleagues all saw it. This time you must punish him. Lamon cut her off, explaining, Department head, I just wanted to stop Na AI from harming A.O. Lee Dyke further. He emphasized the importance of the matter to the department head. Although she hasn't awakened, A.O. Lee Dyke is still considered a very important asset of our Ministry of Magic. Preventing any incidents is my job. After hearing this, the department head put her hands on her hips and reminded Lam, and what you did wasn't wrong, but your method was a bit excessive. Tai Lana also came to give him some news. Last week, I submitted your application for a permanent position to headquarters, and now we have the results. Although your work performance is very good, your relationship with other colleagues is not harmonious, and many opinions about your attitude were sent to headquarters. I'm very sorry. Your application for a permanent position was not approved. Na AI stood by with her arms crossed, covering her mouth and gloating. Lam and it was so hard to get a chance to rise. But in the end, you were knocked back to where you started. Life is truly unpredictable. Department head Tai Lana didn't let Na AI celebrate for too long. She continued to assign work. Na AI, you seem very happy, don't you? Since Lam is about to leave, the job of supervising A.O. Lee Dyke will be taken over by you. The reason? Because among those who opposed Lam Ann's opinions, you were the one who opposed the most. So taking over Lam Ann's work, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Na AI was horrified, looking at the department head in disbelief and asking again, You want me to be in charge of testing the magic power of that commoner girl? I absolutely refuse. I won't do it. Lam also added fuel to the fire, giving Na AI a thumbs up and smiling in congratulations. Na AI, congratulations. You must be very happy now, right? After all, this job comes with an extra allowance. The department head crossed her arms, instructed Lamon, and prepared to leave. Lamon, after you hand over your work to Na AI today, you can leave. And don't blame me. This was all headquarters' decision. Lamon said calmly, Department head, you were just following orders. How could I blame you? I will always remember the care you've shown me, and I will definitely repay you in the future. In the quiet laboratory, Hong Long stood behind Lam and busy with something at the experiment control panel. Hong Long said with a laugh, This is just ridiculous. And you were talking about taking control of the Ministry of Magic. Aren't you about to be fired? I really couldn't help you with what just happened, because from the very beginning, I didn't approve of your plan to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic. Lamon, it seems you'll have to fend for yourself. Lam remained focused on his work. Not responding to Hong Long, Na AI suddenly appeared from behind, crossing her arms and urging, Hey, Lamon, are you an idiot? Hurry up and hand over all the research materials to me. Then you can get the hell out of the Ministry of Magic immediately. Lamon replied coldly, All right, I'll hand over everything to you right now. But before I leave, I have one last thing to say. Na AI, you should know that this position isn't as simple as it seems. A.O. Lee Dyke's magical potential is far greater than anyone realizes. If you mistreat her, you'll regret it eventually. Na AI scoffed dismissively. Regret? Don't make me laugh. A commoner like her will never amount to anything. Lamon picked up the research materials and handed them over to Na AI. He then walked towards the door without looking back. As Lamon reached the exit, Hong Long called out to him softly. Hong Long said, Where will you go from here? Lamon paused for a moment and replied, I'll find another way. The real test is just beginning now. He stepped out of the laboratory into the shadows of the ministry. Na AI watched him leave with a cold expression on her face. She had no idea that her decision to take over A.O. Lee Dyke would change everything. In the darkness, Lam Ann's eyes gleamed with determination and resolve. His awakening of the spirit brand skill was no accident. It was exactly what he needed for his true plan. And his dismissal from the ministry was only the beginning. The mana readings have completely returned to normal. After hearing this, the minister also raised a question. So, according to you, the intern named Lam was completely unaffected by the loss of mana control. The department head recalled Lam Ann's behavior and analyzed. Lam has no magical power. His sensory abilities are also very weak, and coupled with his mediocre aptitude, he was almost completely unaffected. It's truly rare, and in our Ministry of Magic, someone like him is considered the first of his kind. The department head continued to suggest, Minister, If you still have doubts about Lam, then I will have someone investigate. The minister crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then said, there's no need. In any case, in 3 days, he will disappear completely from this world. Hearing this, the department head frowned in confusion. 3 days? According to the previous plan, weren't we supposed to deal with him right after Lam and quit his job today? The minister looked down in thought, his eyes firm. Give him a 3-day buffer period before he quits. The main purpose is to allow the magical beast's host to stabilize their emotions. It won't be too late to deal with him after this job is smoothly handed over to another staff member. Tai Lana accepted the order. Yes, minister. As she turned to leave, she said, I'll go arrange for his replacement right away. The minister looked at Tai Lana, who was about to leave, placed his hands on the desk, and calmly added, wait, don't go yet, Tai Lana. Yesterday, I said that the matter of demon slave trading must be thoroughly investigated. Therefore, regarding the demon slave in your house, I'm sure you know how to handle it, right? Tai Lana turned back in shock, retorting, Minister, what are you talking about? There are absolutely no demon slaves in my house. A calculating glint flashed in the minister's eyes, and he said with a smile, Tai Lana, don't forget you are the future daughter-in-law of the Duke's family. If you want this marriage to proceed smoothly, you must pay more attention to the people in your household. Consider this a piece of advice from an elder. Seeing Tai Lana's confused expression, he revealed, according to the list I have, about half a month ago, your brother secretly bought a demon slave. When Tai Lana learned of this, she immediately gritted her teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. What? That bastard. She took her leave from the minister. Thank you for the reminder. I know what to do now. Elsewhere, Lam was taking Hong Long for a walk outside. Hong Long ran and jumped excitedly, praising Lam. That was amazing. Lam, I can't believe you managed to keep your position at the Ministry of Magic. Despite the potential risks, you dared to unleash all your magical power right inside the Ministry of Magic. You're really crazy. She turned her head back, looking at Lam, who had his hands in his pockets, walking forward in silence, and asked, Hey, Lam, I didn't help you back then. Are you mad at me? That was just a test for you, and as expected, you passed. From now on, I will definitely help you carry out your plan. Lam looked down, lost in thought, not paying attention to what Hong Long had just said. I was just thinking about something else. I didn't notice what you said. He speculated. I'm afraid Department Head Tai Lana is secretly targeting me, so I have to seize the opportunity to strike first. Hong Long looked at him worriedly and asked, Is there another conspiracy? She reminded Lam, with your status as an intern, plus the fact that you appear completely like a normal person, what could she possibly plot against you? Lam was still a bit suspicious. He rested his chin on his hand and deduced, it's still unclear for now. Yesterday, the department head told me to be in charge of supervising Aoli Dyke, and today, she suddenly made me quit and even demanded I leave the Ministry of Magic immediately. It's really suspicious. Lam raised his hand, starting to look for a countermeasure. So, I specially prepared something that can record images. Then, I'll follow the department head. Maybe I'll discover something new. Hong Long immediately understood. She laughed loudly. Hee, if you really manage to secretly film her private life, you'll definitely have something on her. With that stuff, she'll definitely have to act according to your will. I didn't expect this. Lam, and you even know this kind of method. She's also the fiancée of the Great Duke, you know? Lam suddenly took notice of Hong Long's words and asked, The Great Duke's fiancée? Did you hear other colleagues talking? He quickly analyzed. If I can control the department head, I can definitely use her to enter the world of nobility. By then, they will also become my forces. Isn't this a decent breakthrough? Hey, Hong Long's face turned red with anger. She grabbed Lam shirt and roared. Is your head really filled with only that kind of dirty stuff? Wait a minute, didn't you say before that you spent all your money on magicite? So where did you get the money to buy a camera? Lam's secret was exposed. He started to sweat, speechless. Hong Long began to question him. She clenched her fists and shouted, Speak. Can't you see I'm asking you? You bastard. You clearly had enough money to buy me the yellow magicite, right? I'm definitely going to settle this score with you. Lam couldn't refute, so he could only stand still and take it. At department head Tai Lana's house, a female demon slave, with her hands and neck bound, was crying in pain. The voice of the department head's brother echoed in the house. My dear sister, is everything you just said true? And Go, wearing an unbuttoned red shirt and a half mask, rushed forward and roared angrily. You want to dispose of my treasure, this demon slave? Tai Lana crossed her arms and replied decisively, Yes, you heard me right. And Go gritted his teeth in anger. He clutched his face and frowned, asking, Do you have any idea how much money I spent to buy her? As a noble, can't I even have a small personal hobby? But Tylana didn't care at all. She said firmly, I have no interest in finding out. Anyway, that was the living allowance mother gave you. I have no interest in managing your toy. In 4 days, the entire royal capital will begin to crack down on the trading of demon slaves. Any family still possessing demon slaves will be investigated. At that time, our entire family will be in trouble. After hearing this, Ngo foolishly tried to bargain. For days? So that means I can still keep her to play with for another 3 days. Right? Tylana said bluntly, fine, then I'll report this matter to father and let him give you 3 days to play to your heart's content. He immediately apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Absolutely do not let father know about this. He will definitely kill me. Ngo hurriedly knelt down, anxiously begging. I'm begging you. Please take her away quickly. Ngo cried like a child. My dear sister, I only have one last request. Please, when you dispose of her, don't let her suffer too much pain. Tylana walked into the middle of the courtyard, where the female slave was sitting exhaustedly on the ground. She stood in front of the female slave and said, I don't want to do this either. Although humans and demons are old enemies, I absolutely hate the slave trade, turning women into tools to satisfy their perverted pleasures. The female slave kept her head down, silent, without any reaction. Tylana relayed the message to the female slave with a sorrowful look. My brother also asked me to let you go peacefully. That's exactly what he would say. Such a stupid and hypocritical request. It's the same every time. He only knows how to indulge himself, then dumps all the consequences on me. Such a useless older brother. Yet he's completely spoiled by our parents. Look at the wounds on your body. Most of them are still very new. They were all caused by my brother, weren't they? But Tylana still had no intention of acting. She crossed her arms and said to herself, it seems that for you, every passing day is like being in hell on earth. What I can do is help you escape this hell on earth quickly. Laman appeared out of nowhere, startling Tylana. He strode forward and said loudly, arbitrarily bringing a demon into the royal capital to keep as a slave, and even planning to kill her to silence her and eliminate future trouble. Department head, truly unbelievable. Tylana panicked and tried to make an excuse. Laman, why are you here? You've misunderstood. This is a demon I happened to run into. I was just about to deal with her. Tylana's expression suddenly changed, twisting the truth. No, this must be a demon that you, Laman, kept without permission. I just happened to discover you two meeting in secret. She wanted to frame Laman. After I'm done dealing with this demon, I will personally take you back to the Ministry of Magic to let the Ministry decide your fate. Laman smirked smugly. As expected of my noble and beautiful department head. You can solve a problem with just a few sentences. This talent of yours for turning black into white, I truly have to admire it. Tylana feigned pity for Laman, looking at him sympathetically. What a pity. Laman, you're just an intern, while I am a department head at the Ministry of Magic, a noble of the royal capital. Who do you think others will believe? Laman was not afraid in the slightest. He said coldly, this problem isn't actually that difficult. He immediately put his hand in his pocket, and while taking something out, he said, to let everyone in the royal capital see a different side of the department head, I have specially prepared something. Lam and pulled out a handheld camera. It was the latest model camera, capable of recording extremely clear images and sound. Laman flashed a victor smile, his eyes full of calculation and threat. Everything you just did is in here. He raised the camera, pointed it at the department head, and stated his condition. Department head, surely you don't want your fiancé to know about these wicked deeds, do you? To protect your family in your engagement, how about becoming a slave to this whole affair? Department head Tai La Na crossed her arms, frowned, and said, you hit it quite well. I originally thought you were very simple. I didn't expect you to have specially prepared camera. Turns out you're just a shameless, low-class villain. Laman revealed a contemptuous gaze, the corner of his mouth curling up. In this world, kindness only gets devoured. I've only recently come to understand this principle. Department head, regarding my proposal, what's your attitude? She placed one hand on her hip, her eyes full of provocation. This time, I'll consider it that you have me cornered. I admit defeat. What do you want? I can give you anything. Laman glanced over, a haughty smile on his face. That's indeed an attractive offer. But with you as my slave, wouldn't I have everything? But faced with these words, Tai La Na calmly replied, one hand on her hip, the other on her chest. Become your slave? For me, Even if you have evidence, it might not be that serious. In the royal capital, keeping demon slaves is a common hobby among the nobility. She held out a hand, feigning that it had nothing to do with her. Because the one keeping the demon is my brother. Even if you expose it, it won't affect me. Lamon looked at the crude wooden camera in his hand and said, "So, secretly keeping a demon slave is a minor offense? In that case, I'll take this camera to the church and see how they'll judge you, Tylana." She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "Lamon, are you crazy? You won't get a good ending out of this either. Once you're expelled from the Ministry of Magic, you'll need a lot of money to stay in the royal capital. I'm willing to trade an apartment with you. You'll be getting a great deal." Lamon wasn't angry, but smiled instead, his gaze sharp. "My expulsion from the Ministry of Magic, isn't it because of you? An anonymous house? I just want to get my revenge on you." She gradually lost her patience. "The decision to expel you wasn't made by me. It was the minister's." Lamb and crossed his arms, one hand still tightly gripping the camera. He narrowed his eyes. "Oh, it was the minister's order? For a lowly intern like me to receive so much attention. There must be some inside story to this." Tylana lowered her head, completely out of patience, her whole body emitting a dark, murderous aura. Lamon took the opportunity to mock her further. "It's fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't. In that case, I'll just have to hand this camera over." Tylana's face darkened, becoming extremely cold. "Suit yourself. At worst, I'll only receive a minor punishment." He provoked her even more. "Stop putting on a brave face, my dear department head. If it's really as you say, why did you have to come here in the middle of the night to deal with this demonkin slave?" Tylana was furious, her killing intent surging, her eyes emitting a sharp light. "So you saw through it. But if that's the case, I'm much more relieved. According to the minister's plan, I was originally going to deal with you peacefully. But now, I have no other choice." Lamon clapped, a provocative look on his face. "This is more like it. Now that the mask is off, won't it be easier for us to talk?" Power surged through her body as she mocked Lamon. "I really don't know whether to praise you for being smart or call you stupid. When you threaten someone, don't you gauge the difference in our strengths? You're a powerless person with no magic, while I'm a rather well-known elite in the world of noble magic." As she finished speaking, she cast a spell, condensing a blue magic bullet in her palm. "In a secluded place like this, I don't have to worry about being discovered if I kill you." She suddenly pushed the magic bullet towards Lamon, with a serious expression, dodged it, and the magic bullet grazed his shoulder as it flew past. He stood up straight with his hands in his pockets, feigning indifference. The magic bullet exploded behind him, but she didn't stop, instead conjuring a blue magic circle and mocking him. "You're quick to dodge, just as expected of a sewer rat." She slowly floated up within her magic circle, creating countless blue magic bullets arranged in a net-like pattern, and said to the coldly standing Lamon, "Well, faced with this many magic bullets, let's see where you can run." All the magic bullets, following her offensive stance, rushed towards him in unison. "This is all because you don't know your place." The menacing magic bullets closed in on Lamon, but he remained standing still, a contemptuous smile on his face. All the magic bullets before him shattered. "Madam Head, is this the power of an elite educated in noble magic? Truly admirable, but I don't need to dodge at all. Hurry up and show me your full strength." Tylana was stunned by the scene unfolding before her, a few drops of cold sweat trickling down her cheek. She thought worriedly to herself, How is this possible? My magic bullets can't hit him? Why did all the magic bullets completely dissolve in front of him? Could it be a magic field? Only powerhouses who have reached the pinnacle of magic can do that. But one must accurately assess the situation to defeat the opponent. In the Ministry of Magic, those who possess such supreme magic can be counted on one hand, including the minister and a few others. But Lamon is just a useless person with no magic. Seeing her knees go weak and her face filled with terror, Lamon spoke. "Madam Head, you've used up all your magic, haven't you? Now it's my turn to return the favor." The intense killing intent drew closer, making her even more terrified. "Lamon, who on earth are you? You're so young. How can you possess such powerful magic? If that's the case, for what purpose did you hide your identity to enter the Ministry of Magic?" Lamon looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent, emitting a purple aura. "Everyone has secrets they can't tell, or it would be very dangerous. If you're desperate to know, perhaps I'll tell you. but that's a matter for after this battle is over. She found herself in a difficult position and hurriedly whispered, "Wait, I surrender. I am absolutely no match for you, nor do I wish to pry into your secrets. Please spare me." Lam ambiguously lifted her chin with his hand. "Madam Head, since you've admitted your mistake, you should show some sincerity, shouldn't you? Remember my previous proposal?" Under his fingers, she revealed a pitifully submissive expression. "Master Lamon, please give your command. From now on, I will certainly fulfill your every request." She decisively submitted, kneeling on the ground, her cheeks flushed. "No matter how unreasonable the request, I am willing, no matter the price." Lamon walked over to the collared female beastkin mage and said, "That sounds like a good request. In that case, hurry up and remove the collar from this demonkin slave's neck. This type of slave collar requires a special magic seal to be removed." The female department head asked worriedly, "Master Lamb, and do you intend to deal with this slave?" He arrogantly stated his intention. "I remember you despise the slave trade. So do I. So of course I must help her heal." Tai Lana hesitated, stepping back. "No, I can't. If she escapes, my family, what about my engagement?" Lamon smirked meaningfully, looking at her probingly. "Is that so? It seems you're not sincere about being my slave." As expected, Tai Lana was controlled by this statement and walked towards the demonkin beastkin. "No, I'll remove her slave collar right now." After that, she used magic to remove the collar from the female beastkin mage's neck. The three of them looked at each other. The demonkin beastkin spoke first. "Thank you for returning my freedom." Lamon replied, "Go wherever you want to go. The generous Madam Head will provide you with some money, right?" Tai Lana bowed her head, obediently listening. "Yes, I will do my best to help. As for how to escape, I will think of a way." The female slave's face was ashen, wanting to give up everything. "There's no need. I only want to do one thing, and that is to leave this filthy world." As she finished speaking, the female beastkin slave's body fell to the ground, motionless, with smoke rising from her. Lamon flew into a rage, and tentacles full of killing intent sprouted out. "Is this the kind of good deed you so-called noble aristocrats usually do?" The female department head was terrified and said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would end like this." Lamon glared at her furiously, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. "In that case, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a slave. To be honest, I didn't want to use this branding skill either." She fell to the ground in fear, looking at the wriggling tentacles, and screamed in panic. "Lamon, what are you going to do to me?" His expression was as cold as ice, without a trace of pity. "It's simple. I'm going to transfer my magic into your body and turn you into a slave who serves me wholeheartedly." Lamon looked at Tai Lana, his expression a little bored but mixed with a hint of calculation. So resilient. Several minutes have passed, and the transformation process still isn't over. "Madam Head, I'm starting to admire you a little, but you should hurry up and accept it. I still have to go home and rest early." Tai Lana flinched from the troublesome tentacles, thinking to herself, "Lies, it's all lies. He's transferred so much magic into my body, and he's still not depleted? It hurts so much, I feel like I can't take it anymore. My soul is about to be swallowed by the black mist." The plan was a success, and he chuckled happily. "Oh, has the flow of magic finally connected? You can finally give up all resistance, can't you?" Tai Lana screamed internally. In despair, Tai Lana had no choice but to put on her most seductive expression. "I can't." It's about to snap. As if he had achieved his true goal, Lamb and let out a demonic laugh. The contract ritual is about to end. The contract was completed, and a magic circle appeared. He completely possessed Tai Lana's body, causing her to scream in pain. He walked over happily and bent down to say, "The soul brand ritual is finally complete. Madam Head, see you tomorrow. You should go home early too. It's not very safe here at night. Besides, staying up late is bad for your skin." Tai Lana lay helplessly on the ground, cursing with tears in her eyes. Lamon, on a quiet night, on a deserted street. Hong Long turned back and happily congratulated him. "Your talent for magic is truly impressive. To be able to hide all your dragon's might within your magic so quickly. I was worried you'd be accidentally discovered." Lamon said without expression, "It wasn't that difficult." Hong Long put her hands behind her back, held her head high, and said, "You're being too modest. None of my previous hosts had a talent like yours." Lamon caught her words. "Didn't you say I was your first host?" Hong Long explained, "I mean, you're my first human host. I forgot to tell you, my previous hosts were all demonkin." He looked at Hong Long with dissatisfaction. "I mean, my exclusive skill is tentacles, which is completely different from any normal hero, right? Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner?" Being able to cast the skill immediately really put me in a difficult position. By the way, we're all your previous hosts. He didn't finish his sentence. Hong Long cut in. You guessed it, my previous hosts were all demon kings. The conversation ended there. The next day, on a beautiful morning in the temple, the bishop stood solemnly before the altar, asking the lost sheep, "Are you here to request a purification ritual?" Tai La Na crossed her arms, avoiding the truth. "I recently fought a demonic creature, and unfortunately, something filthy entered my body. Can you help me purify it? The gods are merciful. Surely they can handle a small matter like this?" The bishop found these words grating and replied, "To dare use such an arrogant tone in the Holy Dragon Church. As a noble, don't you know what reverence is?" Suddenly, Tai La Na took out a large bag of money, wanting to negotiate. Tai La Na reminded him, "This is a small offering for the church's superiors. Consider it a token of my reverence." The cunning bishop took the bag of money, and his expression immediately changed. This faith is truly heavy. I will proceed to use the holy light to purge all impurities for you." The bishop opened his book, and a huge golden magical light appeared, enveloping Tai La Na's body. The bishop stated decisively, "I have used the holy light to absolve you. Rest assured, there will be no evil energy left in your body." Suddenly, Tai La Na felt that something was wrong, and asked again, "What? How can that be? There must be some mistake. Please check again for me." The bishop agreed and began to cast the spell. "Very well, I will do it again." The magical light swirled, a dazzling platinum glow. Unexpectedly, someone pushed open the door and entered from behind. Tai La Na was panicking because the evil presence couldn't be dispelled, cold sweat breaking out on her face. Lamon suddenly appeared and asked, "Head, you look terrible. Did something happen?" Tai La Na turned her head in shock and asked, "Lamon, why are you here?" "I came to." It was as if he already understood the situation, and said bluntly, "You came to remove the soul brand, didn't you? My exclusive skill cannot be detected. If you don't believe me, you can keep trying. If you really want to remove it, only Lady White Dragon can do it." Oh, Tai La Na was too scared to speak and resorted to flattery. "Lord Lamon, your power is so great. Why can't you spare me?" Hearing this, he said, "Oh, that's not right. It was clearly you who came looking for trouble with me first. If it weren't for you, why would I have been forced to resign for no reason? And you even plotted against me behind my back. Tell me, what does the Minister of Magic really want from me?" Suddenly, Tai La Na clutched her stomach and said in pain, "The minister has a distant relative who wants to take your position." Tai La Na thought to herself, "What on earth is happening?" A heart-shaped mark appeared on her stomach. Tai La Na thought, "The magic in my body is completely out of control. I have to endure it. I must endure it." Her face was pale with pain and discomfort. However, Tai La Na still stammered in a panic. "I'm sorry, Master. I misremembered just now. It's because the Ministry of Magic's secret organization of the Demonkin slave trade was exposed. So after you resign, the minister will immediately move to eliminate you and make you the scapegoat." Lamon smiled smugly. "I never expected to see Madam Head's honest side. What an honor. My first order to you is to sabotage all of the minister's plots against me." But Tai La Na stammered and refused. "I can't do it. I absolutely cannot change the minister's decision." Lamon calmly explained, "Is that so? Then let me share some news with you. My spirit brand skill, besides making a slave obedient, also has a very interesting function. After the contract was formed, your life has also been bound to mine. If I die, you will also have the honor of being buried alive with me." Hearing this, Tai La Na panicked. "What? Buried alive? I don't want to." As if grasping her weakness, Lam and raised his voice. "Therefore, for the sake of our bright future, from today onwards, you must treat me with all your heart and soul, Madam Head. As for the minister's plot, I'll leave it to you to figure out a solution, Madam Head." That same morning, in another part of the temple, in a quiet room, Kiet Lap Duk scolded Tai La Na. "Tai La Na, repeat what you just said one more time." Tai La Na anxiously repeated, "Today, I arranged for someone else to replace Lam and in examining the magical beast's host. But the magical beast's host was extremely resistant to him, and the scene of Aoli Dyke rampaging in the building flashed through Tai La Na's mind." Tai La Na continued. "She even hid in the secret room below and kept saying that only Lam and was allowed to examine her." Tai La Na said decisively, "I think helping the magical beast's host become stable again is the most important goal right now. Therefore, Your Excellency, the Minister, I implore you to temporarily refrain from assigning this task to someone else. Not even Lai Lap is suitable. Kiet Lap Duk bowed his head and scolded. Shut up, Tailana. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. You've disappointed me greatly. Once my plan is set, no one can change it. If you can't find a suitable person to replace him, then go take care of that magical beast host yourself, understand? After speaking, Kiet Lap Duk turned and left, leaving Tai La Na in a distressed mood. Yes, I understand. Tai La Na went to another place. Lamon was leaning against a wall and said contemptuously, Huh, is that what that old man said? Tai La Na confirmed, yes. Then, Tai La Na suggested to Lamon, how about you run away immediately? No matter what identity you disguise yourself with, no matter what your purpose was for joining the Ministry of Magic, it's all worthless now. Lamon didn't seem to hear a word, but still turned his head to thank her. Thank you for your concern, but I will absolutely not run away. Tai La Na angrily yelled at Lamon. Is there something wrong with your head? If you stay here, you will definitely have to confront the minister and the entire Ministry of Magic. You don't have any chance of winning. Lamon gave a cunning smile. If that old man wants to kill me so badly, then if I just take care of him first, wouldn't everything be much simpler? Besides, don't I still have you, the head of department here? Could you bear to let me die so easily? Therefore, I must win. In an empty office, Kiet Lap Duk had his back turned, saying something to a shop owner. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me at the Ministry of Magic? The shop owner said in a panic, I'm truly sorry, Your Excellency the Minister. I only came because it was truly urgent. The shop owner wrung his hands and explained, for the auction scheduled for next Tuesday, several VIP guests have suddenly changed their plans and can no longer attend. I just feel that this is definitely not simple. Kiet Lap Duk gave him a cold glance. Your feeling is not wrong. The Demonkin slave trade has already caught the attention of the royal family, and there will definitely be an investigation in the future. The great nobles who got the information naturally want to quietly withdraw. The shop owner's jaw dropped in horror as he asked, What? How can you be so calm when something so big has happened? If our Demonkin slave trading is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Besides, we've been partners for so many years. Why didn't you give me a heads up? Kiet Lap Duk gave a sinister smile. There's no need to worry at all. Everything is within my control. The auction will proceed as usual. As for the VIP guests attending, I've already made arrangements. The shop owner said, dissatisfied. You can't be serious? Holding an auction now is no different from seeking your own death. Kiet Lap Duk walked past the shop owner, saying, the ones participating in the auction are just a few ordinary customers and some minor nobles. After the Demonkin slave transaction is complete, those people will also become criminals to be arrested and convicted. Kiet Lap Duk continued sinisterly. The royal family's investigation will also end there. After that, I and the other great nobles will secretly organize the Demonkin slave trade in the shadows and start sharing the profits. Our business will not be affected either. After waiting a little longer, the Demonkin slave auctions can be held as usual. The shop owner breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then I can rest assured. I'm truly sorry, Your Excellency the Minister. It was I who misunderstood you. Kiet Lap Duk said arrogantly, I was originally going to tell you this news tonight. I didn't expect you to come straight to the Ministry of Magic to find me. You should know what our relationship of so many years is like. It seems I have to reconsider my business partner. Perhaps you're no longer suitable. The shop owner bowed his head and apologized. Your Excellency the Minister, please give me one more chance. I will definitely arrange the auction well. Without turning his head, Kiet Lap Duk said, All right, I have to go. Remember, this is your last chance. In fact, Kiet Lap Duk already had a different plan in mind. After this auction, you will perish along with them. So I can completely forgive you. Early that morning, in a private office, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kiet Lap Duk said, Come in. A girl entered. Minister, you were looking for me? Kiet Lap Duk said, Nah, AI. I heard that you and Lam and have a very bad relationship. Nah, AI stammered. Your Excellency, the Minister. What you mean is, Lam and I did have some conflict before. No, it was a little misunderstanding. Noticing Na AI's strange expression, Kiet Lap Duk said, No need to be nervous. I don't mean anything else. I just want to give you the task of punishing Lam, and Na AI's expression suddenly changed, her voice full of calculation. Yes, Your Excellency, the Minister. That commoner Lam and really should be made to taste a bit of suffering. But isn't Lam about to be fired? Why do I still have to go punish him? Kiet Lap Duk stroked his chin and said, I just received news that Lam and has used his status as a Ministry of Magic employee to conduct Demonkin slave trading. He even had an illicit affair with a host of the S-Class magical beast and must be severely punished. In 2 days, Tai Na, and I will go to his house to gather more evidence, then hand him over to the church. Nah, AI sneered. A useless person like Lam and has the guts to do that? If he's handed over to the church, what kind of punishment will Lam receive? Kiet Lap Duk raised a burning finger, burning at the stake. Bringing Demonkin into the royal capital, the most serious crime is threatening the safety of the royal capital. Only severe punishment can serve as a deterrent to others. Lam used the reputation of the Ministry of Magic to do this. It truly disappoints me. Even if he is burned alive, it's what he deserves for his crime. The flame on Kiet Lap, Duke's finger flared violently. He threatened Nah AI. You won't disappoint me, will you? Nah AI was a little frightened, but still said stubbornly, I won't, Minister. I absolutely will not disappoint you. I will definitely do the task you've given me well. Just like that, 2 days passed. Nah AI also encountered the same situation as Tai Na, being tightly bound by Lam and tentacles. His magical power continuously poured into her body, making Nah AI feel extremely uncomfortable. Lam observed calmly, saying, as expected, you couldn't even last 3 seconds. The spirit brand is complete. That was too easy. Before, you at least resisted for a minute, truly unworthy of the title of elite of the Ministry of Magic. Tai Na said, both ashamed and afraid. How can that woman Nah AI be worthy of comparison to me? You're insulting me. You'll be very busy tonight. Let's get to the main business first. Lamon replied, what's the rush? The night is still young. Even if we're getting to the main business, we should at least wait until she can speak normally again. Nah AI, bound tightly by the tentacles, trembled all over, helplessly giving up her resistance. Lamon said, being forcibly infused with magical power to carve the spirit brand must be very painful, right? Don't worry, I gave you a whole day to rest back then. So, should I thank you for your concern, Master? Lamon said cheerfully, don't be so polite. You are my important partner after all. Having a head of department like you humbling yourself to help, it wasn't a waste of my effort. Lamon kicked Nah AI in the stomach, ordering, hey, you stop pretending. Nah AI, I know you're still completely conscious. Get up. Nah AI lay sprawled in pain. She slowly pushed herself up, cursing loudly. Lamon, you lowly commoner. How dare you do this? Do you think you can get away with it? Sob, Tai Na, what on earth is going on? Didn't you report this to the Ministry of Magic? To the minister? Tai Na said with false pride. Of course not. I am Lamon's one and only slave. Moreover, after being carved with the spirit brand, you will become, just like me, a slave. Nah AI stood up angrily and scolded. Is there something wrong with your head too? Spirit slave brand? What nonsense are you talking about? I was just following the minister's plan. My mission is complete once Lam and is dealt with. Hearing this, he turned and asked, oh, so what is the minister's plan? Nah AI scolded. Are you stupid? Why would I tell you everything? The brand on Nah AI's stomach began to stir. Nah AI had no choice but to submit. The minister told me to plant criminal evidence in your house. Then he and Tai Na would come to arrest you, hand you over to the church, and then burn you at the stake. He said coldly, want to burn me alive? That old minister is truly vicious. What deep-seated grudge do they have against me to be so ruthless? Nah AI said angrily. This is evil magic. I clearly didn't want to say it, but I couldn't stop myself from saying everything. Tai Na explained. A slave carved with the spirit brand cannot escape the master's control. Not only that, your life will also be bound to Lamon. If the master dies, you must also die with him. Nah AI clutched her head, saying resentfully, becoming the slave of a commoner. This is something I can never accept. Lamon said coldly. There's not much time left. Why don't you hurry up and find the church to come arrest me? If you can. A current ran through Nah AI's body. Nah AI screamed in pain. I was wrong. I will absolutely not report you to the church. He sneered. Really? It seems your body is very honest. Just now, you were subdued by me in less than 3 seconds. So, no matter how stubborn your mouth is, you can't hide your body's reaction. Nah AI said with a red face. Master Lamon, I'll do whatever you want. I beg you, please stop torturing me with the spirit brand. He turned away, thinking to himself, let me think about this. So, are you still going to the church? My magic is being forcibly controlled like this. You clearly know that if I have any intention of doing something wrong to you, the spirit brand will definitely backlash against me. Are you trying to torture me to death? Lamon added, you're going to the church, but the person you need to report is our esteemed minister. Once you're my enemy, even the minister of magic won't have a way out. Not AI, he fainted from the pain. He gave a triumphant smirk. Now that you've had enough suffering, I'll have to trouble Madam Head to take this person to the church. Tai Na added, "As you wish, my cruel master. You're torturing Na AI to warn me that if I dare to have any ill intentions towards you, Na AI's fate today will be mine tomorrow, right?" He concluded with a sentence. "With smart people, there's no need to say much. I have other things to do. I'm leaving Na AI to you. I, Tai Na, am very willing to obey your wishes. That is also my direction." Although she said this, Tai Na had other plans in her heart. "I will definitely find a way to deal with him, Lamb, but until that day comes, I should just be an obedient little lamb. In a beautiful villa, hung long-assed lamb, and why does this demonkin slave auction place you want to go to look even more run-down than your house? Could it be that you found the wrong place?" He replied, "Don't be fooled by this small house. There are definitely things hidden inside that you wouldn't expect," Lamb said with a grim expression, using a remote place with an ordinary appearance to misdirect, covering up the dirty business inside. "It's a fitting place to be a grave for the Minister of Magic, isn't it?" Beneath a magnificent golden hall, a few unknown nobles stood scattered under the brilliant lights. Lamb appeared out of nowhere, wearing an elegant white suit, and expressed with satisfaction, "The auction is much grander than I imagined. It seems you all have earned quite a bit." A girl named New York Ha elegantly crossed her arms and said, "This gentleman is in quite a hurry. The auction doesn't start for another hour. If you want to enter early, I can provide you with a special service." But please present your invitation first." Lamb replied indifferently, as if it were obvious. "An invitation? I don't have such a thing." "What a pity. I want to try the special service too." A hunchbacked old man with an eye patch emerged from nowhere, standing next to the bunny-eared girl and pointing. "You brat, are you kidding me? If you don't have an invitation, get out. This isn't a place you should be." Lamb straightened his back and said arrogantly, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Can't you see I'm wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Magic?" He continued in a contemptuous tone, his brow furrowed. "Or is your status too low, that you don't know the relationship between your boss and the Ministry of Magic? A small fry like you had best call your boss out to talk to me." The old man shouted loudly, "Who are you calling a small fry? Say that again if you dare." A young man with blue hair pushed forward, shoving the hunchbacked old man back, and said with a smile, "Everyone, calm down. This gentleman is from the Ministry of Magic. The boss is currently busy. Please wait a moment." Lamb smirked with satisfaction and requested with a smile, "Don't make me wait long. I hate working overtime the most. Take me down to the dungeon first. I want to see today's goods." The blue-haired young man bowed and replied with a smile, "I'll inform the boss right away. New York Ka, please lead this esteemed guest from the Ministry of Magic down to the dungeon." Upon receiving the order, New York Ka immediately moved closer to Lamb and, gently placing a hand on his chest, and said in a sweet voice, "Understood. This way, please, sir." In a dimly lit place, two burning torches illuminated a tightly shut door and a staircase leading down. The sound of footsteps echoed. New York Ka's long, slender legs led the way, closely followed by Lamb Ann's. The curves of the bunny-eared girl's body were clearly seductive, combined with a sensual face and a full chest. She said softly, "I'm truly sorry about earlier. The two men upstairs are members of the slave hunting team. Even the boss is very polite when speaking to them." The two stopped walking, Lamb standing behind New York Ka, a head taller than her. He asked casually, "Oh, are they that strong?" She tilted her head slightly and said, "Of course. There's nothing the slave hunting team doesn't dare to do. All the products brought here were stolen by them from the Ministry of Magic. Although you are from the Ministry of Magic, it's best not to provoke them." On the stone floor, the two stood one behind the other. Lamb understood. "Thank you for the reminder. I will definitely keep it in mind." He asked again, "Is that room making strange noises a cell?" New York Ka's expression darkened, and she said in a seductive tone, "Yes. Would you like to go in and see?" The scene shifts to a room. A woman's body was tightly bound in chains. A fierce-looking man swung his fist. The female demonkin roared in resentment. "Get lost. I'll definitely kill all of you." But facing her resistance, the thug swung his hand and punched her straight in the face. "Shut up. A mere demonkin daring to attack her master. You really don't want to live anymore." The female demonkin couldn't fight back, her eyes lowered. She gritted her teeth and growled word by word, "You demons, I will definitely avenge my sister." The thug landed another heavy punch on her stomach, causing her face to turn pale with pain. He sneered smugly, "Demons? Are you kidding? It's obvious you're the evil demonkin, and we're the kind-hearted humans." The sound of a critical hit rang out. His probing voice continued, "Tu Kui, where did all your strength from before go? Keep resisting, why don't you?" There was no reply. Chu Kui's body lay motionless in a pool of blood, her hands still tied behind her back. Lam and New York Ka slowly entered the cell. Lam asked nonchalantly, "What's going on here?" New York Ka gave a cold, emotionless smile and explained the situation. The boss took her older sister, Lay, out, but she died on the spot from a drug overdose. This demonkin heard the news and came looking for the boss, and now she's ended up like this. The thug remained unfazed and enthusiastically invited Lam in. "Oh, our guest has arrived. Want to try this punching bag? This demonkin slave is meant for beating. No need to worry about damaging the goods." Lam ignored the invitation, flicked his finger, and cast a spell on Chu Kui. "No need. I hate violence the most." With just a little effort, Lam shattered the collar on Chu Kui's neck in an instant. She coughed violently in the pool of blood. New York Ka was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in confusion. She said, "The collar is broken? How is that possible? Isn't it that only a key can open it?" But faced with New York Ka's ghost-like expression, Lam found it to be a matter of course. "Is that so? I saw someone open a collar before, so I just learned it on the fly. It's quite simple." The violent man's facial muscles tensed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Put the collar back on her." This Chu Kui is an extremely dangerous demonkin. If she recovers her magic power, we'll all die. Lam just smiled expectantly, with no intention of heeding his words. "Oh, I saw you were having a lot of fun hitting her just now, so I wanted to help you out. The little sister, with her collar broken, will fight you with all her might. It'll be a lot of fun for you." The little demonkin staggered. Her consciousness hazy, she advanced towards the man, her mouth repeating incessantly, "Kill you, kill you." He backed away in fear repeatedly. I'm sorry." His face was pale. Cold sweat broke out, panicked. He hurriedly explained, "It's just because I lost too much money today that I took it out on you. I know I was wrong." Ignoring his words, the demonkin immediately attacked. Unleashing a stream of magic power, she shouted resolutely, "Kill you." He was suddenly choked by the ring of magic power. Struggling in pain, he turned his head to curse at Lam, who was standing with a calm, satisfied expression. "Cough, cough. Don't just stand there watching. Hurry up and call someone to save me." In response, Lam casually conjured a key made of magic power on his fingertip and sneered, "Can't you see? I'm busy too. I have to release all of them." The female demonkin's magic technique tightened around him, as if to swallow him whole, leaving only his head bobbing uneasily. "Are you crazy? The boss will absolutely not let you get away with this." As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into that magical mire, his arm flailing helplessly, leaving only a reverberating eye. New York Ka, with her innocent face, was now terrified and screamed weakly. "He killed someone. Help!" Panicked, she staggered out of the cell. A moment later, a group of guards from the dungeon rushed out, shouting to each other, "Damn it, there's an intruder. Kill him." Lam entered a combat stance, creating a murderous purple magic, a smile of anticipation for the fight on his face. In just a moment, as fast as a whirlwind, Lam struck the guards, leaving a cold purple slash mark. I'm burning to death." Their bodies lay scattered on the cell floor. Lam approached, opened the iron cell door, one hand in his pocket, and said casually, "All right, the trash has finally been cleaned up. You all can come out now." The imprisoned demonkin gradually stepped out. Before him were a demonkin with orange hair and one with dark purple hair. The dark purple-haired demonkin said timidly, "Is it over? Are we saved? We can finally leave this hell." The orange-haired demonkin said with confusion, "Wait, you're a human too? You're supposed to be one of them. Who knows if you're just trying to use us?" Lam was unaffected by these wary words, his expression unusually calm. "Believe it or not, it's your choice. If you want to stay in this dungeon as slaves, be my guest." The orange-haired female demonkin hesitated slightly and said in a small voice, "Whatever your purpose is, you still saved our lives. Thank you." Lam glanced at them sharply, accepting their choice, and smiled naturally. "You're welcome. You should all leave quickly. This place is about to become a battlefield." However, these two female demonkin resolutely refused to leave. They seriously stated their purpose. "I won't run. That demon killed my sister. I must have revenge." "Me too. They killed my whole family. I will not spare them." Sure enough, the sound of black leather shoes echoed from outside, growing closer. The hunchbacked, white-haired old man from the hall appeared with a furious expression. Freedom? Revenge? What nonsense are you spouting? You're nothing but cheap merchandise. At the same time, the masked old man, the blue-haired young man, and New York Ka appeared. One cracked his knuckles, another twisted his neck, while New York Ka provocatively held a rope. Be careful. Minister Kiet Lapduk said his strength is not ordinary. New York Ka said provocatively, little brother from the Ministry of Magic, was my acting good? Thanks to your cooperation, I was able to reunite with my comrades. She bent over, the contempt gone from her face, one hand on her hip, the other letting the rope hang loose. Your strength isn't bad, but compared to us, it's better for you to be a little more obedient. If you cooperate, I'll give you a gentle death. Faced with her invitation, Lamb and turn around. His hands in his pockets, standing straight. Magic swirled behind him, gathering into a huge stream of magical power. I'll let you go on purpose, you fool. By waiting for all of you to gather, I no longer have to worry about ruining today's auction. Besides, I hate cleaning up the aftermath the most. Two masked men stood behind New York Ka. They looked extremely tense at this moment. One of them said through gritted teeth, he's a monster. How can his magic power be so strong? The other one heard this and reminded him, keep your voice down, pay attention to the captain's signal. Immediately after, New York Ka suddenly put her hand behind her back and made a sign. The sign language meant, stay calm, attack the slaves who were trying to escape. Next, her expression turned cold, her whole body radiating killing intent. New York Ka, holding a long whip, said coldly, trying to act mysterious, putting on a false show of strength. You're exactly the type of man I hate the most. I met a guy like that before. He continuously fired magic bullets for an hour and ended up blowing himself to pieces. After hearing this, Lamb smirked and retorted, you think I'm putting on a false show of strength? Then why don't you come and test it yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, the three people opposite him confidently launched an attack. Blazing red flames and huge crystal rocks erupted simultaneously. New York Ka didn't hesitate either. With a crack of her whip, a stream of green light shot straight towards the magic circle Lamb and had created to protect the girls behind him. In the end, only white smoke and intertwined purple magic remained. The two men now also felt scared. They said, now's the time, let's run. The other one heard this and replied, do you even need to tell me? On her side, New York Ka was still preoccupied. She thought to herself, this guy is so strong. It's lucky he had to protect that group of demonkin slaves first, giving us a chance to escape. Among the fleeing crowd, one who saw he was about to escape said joyfully, great, we're almost at the main gate. A few seconds later, he suddenly exclaimed in panic, what is this? The gate before him was now tightly sealed by magic. Then, unwilling to give up, he stepped forward intending to break it with his own strength, but to no avail. Both panicked and scared, he said, damn it, the exit has been blocked by his magic. With our strength, it's impossible to break through. Is there any other way out of this dungeon? Then, the sound of slow footsteps approached. It turned out to be Lamb, and he smirked, holding a magic orb radiating magical power in his hand, and said cheerfully, that's it, this is the only gate. I placed a special kind of magic here long ago. Then, Lamb used the glowing orb to block their path, saying, isn't confinement your favorite game? Why can't you take it now that you've become a prey? Hearing this, they were terrified and conceded defeat. We are no match for you, sir. We admit defeat this time. New York Ka, feeling the magic enveloping her entire body, trembled and said, everything we did was for revenge against the demonkin. Because our relatives were all killed by the demonkin in the past, this is a righteous revenge. Therefore, please spare us, sir. We will go to the church to confess our sins later. But Lamb Ann's gaze grew colder, and he retorted, righteous revenge? That sounds reasonable. Fine, I won't kill you. But the condition is that I must cripple the magical power of each of you. Hearing this, New York Ka put on a pitiful look and hurriedly agreed. Yes, sir. The two subordinates beside her heard this, a little unwilling. One of them asked, the captain's acting again, since when were our comrades killed by the demonkin? The other replied, the number of people who have died at the captain's hands is probably more than the demonkin. The first one said again, as long as we survive, it's fine. We'll accept his condition too. Immediately after, Lamb used the magic in that orb to lift New York Ka and her accomplices into the air. New York Ka let out a scream. Seeing this, Lamb reminded her, can you be a little quieter? You're too loud. But for some reason, her face flushed and she moaned, ugh, it hurts so much. It can finally be over. Can we leave now? But things didn't end there. Lamb then called over the women he had just saved, waved cheerfully, and said, the debt between us is settled. Now it's their turn. I have other business, so I'll be leaving. Hearing this, Ka was so angry she was on the verge of tears, shouting, "What? Why did you deceive us? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us?" Hearing this, Lamon replied nonchalantly, "I did spare you. As for these demonkin slaves wanting to settle scores with you, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me." At this moment, the demonkin slaves looked at Ka, their faces filled with coldness and killing intent. She pleaded in fear, "Please, we are now just cripples without magical power. So you..." Before she could finish, one of the slaves furiously punched Ka straight in the face, not forgetting to say, "Don't worry, we won't use magic against you. That would be letting you off too easily." After that, only desperate cries for help remained. No, in another luxurious and quiet place. Hong Long crossed her arms and said cheerfully, "How strange. I thought you would punish them with your own hands. If they happen to escape, aren't you afraid your identity would be exposed?" Hearing this, Lam replied, "Why do I get the feeling that you really want to see me kill someone?" Hong Long smiled like a blooming flower and replied, "Of course not. I'm just concerned about you." Lamon continued nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter even if they escape. When I use high-level magic, it causes strong interference with the perception of those around. Those demonkin slaves and the 2 staff members from today's auction, none of them remember who I am. Because at that time, Lamon's face was very blurry. It was obscured," Lamon affirmed. "So even if someone escapes, the only thing they'll remember is this magic robe I'm wearing." After hearing this, Hong Long smiled and replied, "No wonder you didn't change clothes when you went out. Are you trying to pin everything on that elder? Such a discreet mind. As an immortal god, I advise you to be a bit more generous as a person. That's how you live a long life." Hearing this, Lamon's expression didn't change as he calmly replied, "Fine. I remember someone was tailing me this morning, saying I hadn't bought her high-grade magicite. Who's the stingy one here?" After hearing that, she felt a little guilty and said, let's go, you and your sharp tongue. Don't you have an important mission to carry out?" In another place, in a luxurious room filled with all kinds of drinks, the boss sat leisurely on the sofa, looked at the maids serving him, and said, "I didn't expect the demon hunting team to pique my interest, catching such a big prize. If I could turn back time and bring a top-quality item like you over there, those people would surely be very satisfied." Then, he smirked sinisterly and continued, "It's a pity from now on, this entire batch will have to be disposed of. The scum who participated in today's auction couldn't offer a price that satisfied me. So, I'll have to enjoy it myself first." Hearing this, Lai said in a bit of a panic, Why has it come to this?" 2 hours later, a blurry shadow suddenly spoke. "Young miss, do you want to go to the royal capital to find that person? But it's not safe there at all, and madam will be very worried." Lai stood there, stubbornly saying, "Boy Luni, I've already decided. Today, while my mother is not here, I'm leaving everything to you." After the Demon King was sealed, the Demonkin fell into civil strife. My mother went to great lengths to quell this and protect everyone. But now everything has become chaotic again. To help the Demonkin, the only way is to resurrect the Demon King. The image now is a white flag bearing the symbol of a tribe. In the distance, an object resembling a long sword is plunged deep into the ground in a hilly region. She continued, "Therefore, I must go to the royal capital, seize the hero's sword from the humans, and break the Demon King's seal." Then, the faceless shadow named Boy Luani replied worriedly, "Miss Lai, that's too dangerous. If you're determined to go, please let me accompany you." Lai, however, was still full of excitement, carrying a small bundle on her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Boy Luni. I prepared everything today. This transformation spell can turn me into a human, so I won't be discovered. I'll be safer in the royal capital." Immediately after, Lai set off. Her heart was filled with joy as she eagerly walked the path to fulfill her mission. Unexpectedly, Lai accidentally ran into the demon hunting team and was quickly captured. Then, things did not go as Lai had expected. Captured to be sold as a slave, she cried out desperately, screaming, "Don't come over here." Now, returning to the present, she was tightly bound by ropes, panicked as she was pushed onto the bed. Meanwhile, the boss revealed a look of enjoyment, saying, "Truly irresistible. I've never tried this type before." Suddenly, the door was blasted open by magic and a kick. The boss, who had just been excited, immediately lost his mood, frowning and asking, "Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me right now?" The one who came was Lamon. He had a tall, slender figure, and the magic surrounding him made one feel uneasy. He said coldly, "Sorry, time is tight. The auction is about to start. I have to hurry up and send you on your way." That terrifying stream of magical power suddenly flew in one direction. At this moment, although Lai Lai was scared, she seemed to sense something, thinking to herself, "Is this the magical power from that human? It's just like the Demon Kings." At this moment, she was enveloped by that magic, her face flushing. She couldn't help but think, no, there's something else strange in his magical power. This is not good. At this moment, Lai Lai sat on the bed, thinking uneasily to herself. This feeling is so strange. I can't hold it in. Who on earth is that guy? Using magic to interfere with perception, making others unable to see his face clearly. Is he trying to hide his identity? The image now was of Lam, Anne's face, obscured by countless small blue fragments. She guessed, could it really be Lord Demon King? The boss on the other side saw Lam and turned in another direction and said, "Looking at your clothes, you're from the Ministry of Magic. Don't you know the relationship between me and your minister?" After hearing this, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent, and his voice became emotionless. "Of course I know. You're the minister's best money-making tool. A slave trader, and you've turned yourself into this?" The boss continued to speak in a contemptuous, loud voice. "To think the magic barrier was broken by an arrogant brat like you. Speak. What are his instructions?" Then, Lamon replied nonchalantly, "There's a surprise inspection today. The minister told me to come and arrange things with you." The boss heard these words. He immediately showed a look of fear, a hint of panic in his eyes, and couldn't help but say, "A surprise inspection? Why wasn't I notified beforehand about something so important? With so many slaves, what am I supposed to do?" Seeing his panicked expression, Lamon gave a triumphant and wicked smile, replying, "What time is it for you to still be thinking about escaping with those slaves? Shut up, take your important things, and leave with me. I don't want you to be captured by the church." The boss believed him completely upon hearing this, and immediately did as Lamon said. He said, "You're not a businessman. You don't understand our difficulties. If we lose those slaves, we're finished. Luckily, I already moved the money elsewhere. Only this slave trade ledger is left." Immediately after, Lamon stepped forward, suddenly snatched the ledger from his hand, and said, "Thanks a lot. I'll be taking this ledger." The man was so angry he gritted his teeth, asking, "What do you want?" "Give the ledger back to me. It's full of secret transaction records of the royal capital. You can't take it." Lamon paid him no mind, saying smugly, "Because everything recorded in here is evidence of the debauched nobles buying and selling demonkin slaves, right? This is exactly what I need." The man couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth and saying, "Your target from the beginning was this ledger. The so-called surprise inspection was also fake, just to trick me into handing it over. I won't let you go. Come with me to see the minister. I am determined to render meritorious service for the Ministry of Magic, to shed blood for the minister." Lamon sneered outright, "You fool. Don't you know that the minister wants to get rid of you after you've outlived your usefulness and sent me to take your life?" The man was both angry and anxious, breaking out in a cold sweat, and said, "A person like you, your target is the minister, right? So that's how it is. You represent the new noble faction of the Ninth Princess. To make a deal?" Lamon's lips curled slightly as he spoke. Let's hear it." Immediately after, the man gave a cunning smile and said, "The Minister of Magic. I also know quite a few of his dark secrets. Spare my life, and I'll cooperate with you. We can get rid of him later. Your minister may look glamorous on the outside, but in reality, he's just an ordinary commoner who climbed to his position today by helping a great noble do his dirty work. We only trade in demonkin slaves. His schemes have nothing to do with me." After hearing this, Lam asked doubtfully, "As a merchant, how can you take this so lightly? To be able to cooperate with that kind of person?" The man replied, "As long as there's profit, I'll do anything. This is very normal." Then, the boss gave another strangely evil smile and said, "I'm afraid the minister doesn't like me and will make a move against me soon. I just know it in advance. Based on your abilities and background, plus my business acumen, you'll have the chance to become the new Minister of Magic." Hearing him speak so confidently, a murderous glint flashed in Lamon's eyes. After bursting into laughter, he said mockingly, "That's a truly tempting offer. I take back what I said before. You really are a brilliant merchant." Seeing this, the man also laughed along and said, "In that case, as long as we cooperate, we can overthrow that smug old man and then happily make a huge profit." Lamon's gaze suddenly changed, and he said softly, "There's no need." Hearing these words, cold sweat covered the other guy's face, and he asked nervously, "Why? We have a common goal. Isn't this deal very profitable?" Lamon slowly put both hands into his pants pockets and said, "The minister will soon be eliminated here. We don't need to cooperate." The other guy couldn't bear the shock upon hearing this, collapsed to his knees on the ground, and said in a panic, "So you want to kill me? I'm just an old man who wants to do business. What offense have I committed against you?" Lamon held the notebook up in front of him and calmly continued, "I'm also a person who is clear about debts and grudges. We have no enmity. Why would I kill you? I just need this notebook." The other guy forced a smile, pretending to be calm as he said loudly, "Such an important matter. Shouldn't you have said so earlier? I won't bother you anymore. As for the matter between you and the Minister of Magic, I hope you resolve it soon. I'll be leaving first. I hope we'll have a chance to cooperate in the future." Lamon turned and walked in another direction, but didn't forget to turn his head back to look at him with an ice-cold gaze, saying, "I have no objection. However, they seem to have been waiting for you outside for a long time." As soon as the owner heard his reminder, his whole face turned pale and he trembled and stammered. At this moment, slender pairs of legs stepped into his room. They were the Demonkin's slaves, each of their faces cold and empty. Lamon's lips curled up slightly, affirming, "That's right, it's them." With that said, he walked past the slaves, his face radiating a murderous aura, and continued, "It's the Demonkin's slaves you love the most. They've come for you." A girl among the slaves spoke in a steely voice, "Demon, give me back my sister's life." Finally, he felt the terrifying aura surrounding him, his face filled with horror, pleading, save me." At this time, Lamon walked towards Lilai, who was tied up on the ground. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Then, she thought to herself, "This guy, in terms of cunning, I'm afraid he's even more unfathomably deep than them." On the other side, the owner let out a piercing scream of A, which echoed throughout the room, his face drenched in sweat. Lilai thought to herself again. Moreover, he possesses an unparalleled madness and evil, along with the ability to stir people's hearts. It didn't stop there. The owner was enveloped by countless arms filled with magic, as if to devour him. Then, a terrifying shadow invaded his soulless body. The scene before her was filled with horror. Lilai was still speculating. This is truly the incarnation of the Demon King himself. Over here, Lamon's face instantly became gentle and concerned as he said, "You've waited a long time. I'm here to untie you." Seeing him so concerned about her, Lilai, her cheeks flushed red as she stared intently at him. The blood and magic behind them seemed not to affect the two of them at all. Then, the rope on her neck was removed. The handcuffs also disappeared. At this moment, she looked at him with eyes full of joy, calling out, Lord Demon King, I've finally met you." Hearing this, Lamon said, "Demon King? You got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person." Lilai said shyly, "You're a human? I don't believe it. If you were human, why would you save me?" Lamon smiled and explained to her, "We both had our own reasons for disrupting the slave auction. Saving you is just a matter of convenience." She didn't believe him, retorting, "Even so, your body is full of the Demonkin's magic power. We can sense magic power. I'm confident I can recognize the magic power of my own race. Your body also conceals the aura of the Demon King." Hearing this, Lam looked at her in surprise and asked, "The aura of the Demon King? This innate ability of yours to sense the Demon King is quite impressive." Lilai stepped forward, hugged one of his arms, and pleaded, "Lord Demon King, please save our Demonkin race. The civil war within the Demonkin is becoming increasingly fierce. You are the existence that can bring stability and peace to the Demonkin. To help you undo the seal of absolute Boundary Mountain, I came to the human capital to find the hero's sword." At this moment, Lamon seemed to lean a little closer to Lilai, causing her to look at him with some shyness. He then asked, "The seal of absolute Boundary Mountain? The hero's sword? You just mentioned some very interesting things. Could you explain a little?" Suddenly, a fluctuation of magic appeared, somewhat puzzling, its origin unknown. Over here, Lilai was still blushing. The fluctuation of magic surrounded her, and she couldn't help but think to herself, "Too close. The already strange magic power is now even stronger." Then, as the magic drew nearer, her expression became uncomfortable. She thought in fear, "This is bad. If I'm discovered, I'll die of embarrassment, and the fate of the Demonkin will also be over." Inside the box appeared a cute cloth doll. made in the shape of a demonkin. Faced with this scene, the brown-haired man immediately looked dejected. He was speechless. A toy? What is this? Tens of thousands of gold coins for a toy doll? The auction host looked at him appraisingly. In the black box, besides the demonkin slave, there were other toys prepared by the organizers. You didn't really think you could buy a demonkin slave for 100,000 gold coins, did you? He replied, how can you say that? 100,000 gold coin black box with only a doll? This is too much. Before he could be angry for long, a blue-haired man appeared from nowhere and suddenly pushed forward, shoving him aside. Move, don't block the way. The brown-haired man was startled. What are you doing? Don't push me. The other guy replied, if you don't have money, get out of the way. Don't stop us from buying black boxes. After him, a crowd also began to rush forward, each one fanatically competing for the boxes. Open the box. Open the box. Open the box. From inside emerged a brown-haired demonkin girl in a short skirt. She struck a very seductive pose. Seeing this, the brown-haired man was immediately overjoyed. Oh, he clenched his fist, a winner's smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I hit the jackpot. I'm making a fortune tonight. Everyone here couldn't help but look at him with envy. How did that guy open another demonkin slave? And such a high-grade one. Is there any justice? That guy only spent $1 million. Another guy spoke up. You idiot. It's not like you get a slave every time you buy a box. This is just luck. I bought 2 boxes earlier. Both were toys. The brown-haired man heard the chatter and said smugly, jealous? It must be because I usually do good deeds and accumulate virtue. But you're wrong. This time I didn't spend $1 million. One of them said through gritted teeth. An organ trafficker has the nerve to talk about doing good deeds and accumulating virtue? If that's the case, then everyone here is a great philanthropist. The bald guy next to him also chimed in. Ha ha ha. And what's this about not being $1 million? The price of greed. Basically no one would buy it. The demonkin girl stepped out of the box with a graceful demeanor, her whole body glowing. The brown-haired man pointed at her, saying proudly, that's because you all haven't seen my prize. Look at that skin and those long ears. Absolutely a high-grade demonkin. Normally, it would cost at least over $3 million to own her. The other guy, upon hearing this, was stunned into silence. What did you say? This is a high-grade demonkin? Hearing the brown-haired man's arrogant words, everyone immediately surrounded him, buzzing with discussion. Ha ha, is it real or fake? How can $1 million coin box have a high-grade demonkin slave? You're not mistaken, are you? Another person said, I'm sure this is definitely a high-grade demonkin. That guy's luck is too good, isn't it? Lai also held a bottle of wine that appeared from nowhere, adding fuel to the heated atmosphere. Congratulations to this guest for drawing one of the 3 highest-grade demonkin slaves tonight. This is a prize from the organizers, prepared for our esteemed guests. This beautiful item is worth no less than $200,000. Please, our golden tycoon, take your time. The brown-haired man grinned wickedly. Did I hear that right? More high-grade black boxes? And 2 of them? A man with glasses in the crowd, so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat, pointed forward. Does that mean there are 2 more high-grade slaves? It really wasn't a waste asking the old man for money to attend today's auction. The crowd began to get excited, each person clutching a large bag of money. Open the box. Open the box. I want to buy another one. The next high-grade demonkin slave is definitely mine, the lucky brown-haired man proudly declared. He held his wine glass and said arrogantly, with your timid way of buying, you think you can win the grand prize? I'll buy 10 more. The man in the hat witnessed the scene and said in horror, you're crazy. All of you are crazy. The black boxes were originally just a scam. This is clearly a gamble on luck. A man in a black suit saw this and shot him a mocking glance. You think we don't know? 10 times, even 30 times the initial investment. Aren't you tempted? After hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat and said, what kind of joke is this? I'm a legitimate businessman. This gambling game, I absolutely will not. Before the words were out, the next second he was seen rushing forward. Black box. Please give me another black box. The auction host replied calmly, of course. He gave a sinister smile. Please go over there. You can choose any box you like. Thank you for your support. Lai stood to the side, watching the frenzied crowd. Open the box. Open a box. Open a box. Her face was radiant with joy, as expected of Lord Demon King. To actually think of such a clever method, it's too brilliant. Using human greed, making them rush in like moths to a flame, willingly offering their wealth to Lord Demon King. Surely in less than 10 minutes, those boxes will be completely snatched up. If force were used, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve such a great result. At this moment, the auction host's figure had receded into the shadows. He bared his teeth, his eyes glinting, his whole body emitting a terrifying purple power. Lai Li's voice was heard nearby. Lord Demon King, you're so terrifying. On another side, he was respectfully placing his hand on his chest. Thank you for your enthusiasm for these black boxes. The result of this auction has indeed far exceeded my target. There are now only the last 20 black boxes left. Please hurry and seize this final opportunity. The man in the hat now seemed to have gone mad. He knelt down and hugged the brown-haired man's leg, begging. The brown-haired man looked at him with disgust. Let go, what are you doing? The man continued to plead, lend me some money. He knelt humbly and looked up to beg. I just bought 5 boxes, all were toys. But this time I have a very strong feeling. I'll definitely pick the box with the Demonkin slave. But the money I brought is all gone. Please lend me 100,000. I'll pay you back 200,000 after this is over. The brown-haired man saw this as a good deal, stroked his chin and said, all right, since you've asked, I don't mind lending you a little. The man in the hat was ecstatic. Thank you, thank you. He took the bag of money he had just borrowed and rushed like the wind onto the platform. I'll definitely pick the right one. Black box. The host stood by the boxes, his hands clasped behind his back. Sir, your luck is very good. This is the very last black box. He said joyfully, Excel, excellent. He caressed the box, looking at it as if it were a treasure. Open the box. The moment the box opened, he also collapsed to the ground. Boo-hoo, he clenched his fists, his eyes welling with tears. I won. At this moment, a beautiful, short-haired blonde demonkin female slave appeared before the man. He stared, stunned. The host stood on high, contentedly spreading his arms. The last black box has been successfully traded. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. I declare, today's auction is officially over. Even so, the crowd's enthusiasm had not diminished at all. They gathered and chattered excitedly. The auction is over just like that? I haven't had enough fun yet. Remember to prepare more black boxes next time. Another person said, that's right. Although the auction is over, according to the rules, we can now touch the goods we bought, right? With that, the brown-haired man adjusted his coat and approached the female demonkin slave. If that's the case, I should also enjoy my prize. The eyes of the people around them lit up, responding enthusiastically. As expected of a benevolent and virtuous merchant, going all out like this? This looks exciting. Maybe we should give it a try too? I think that's a good idea. It's unknown what happened next. Only that blood was splattered all over the floor. An ice-cold voice rang out. Don't touch me. The hands of that female demonkin slave were covered in fresh blood. She cursed, scum. In front of her was the man who had just tried to touch her, sitting motionless, his clothes stained red with fresh blood. A coward screamed, someone's dead. The crowd's excitement turned to panic. Are they crazy? How can a slave attack a human? She doesn't have a slave collar on her neck. What on earth is happening? One of them retorted, no, none of the demonkin here are wearing collars. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood had stained the entire hall red. The crowd scrambled to flee outside. What are you people doing? Quickly call for someone to stop these slaves. The host now revealed a profound and inscrutable expression. Didn't I already say so? Buying a black box means you must be prepared to bear the risks. Elsewhere, a man in a white coat was standing in front of a building. He was none other than Gerard. Standing behind him was a giant with bulging muscles, his eyes wrapped in cloth bandages. The giant asked, kill everyone here, is that really okay? Gerard crossed his arms, speaking in an overly confident tone. Humans or demonkin, everyone present today is an animal. It's fine to kill them all, including the useless scum who have outlived their usefulness. Upon hearing this, the giant bared his teeth, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. So exciting. I've been holding back for a whole month. The smell of blood, here I come. After entering the villa, both Gerard and the giant discovered there was no one inside. He was puzzled. Where did everyone here go? The giant, however, went into a frenzy, constantly muttering about food. Why is there no food to be seen? Gerard asked him, besides us, do you sense anyone else's presence? He spoke up, there's one more, but he's not tasty, very disgusting. He's hiding on the second floor. At this moment, Lamon stepped out, smiling as he said, what a pity the sneak attack plan has failed. Gerard also sneered, a sneak attack? Just by yourself? Have the street urchins in the royal capital gotten so bold these days? Lamon said, what's there to be afraid of when dealing with an old man about to retire, right? Your Excellency, the minister? The old minister, now furious, ordered the giant, tear Lamb into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant immediately rushed towards Lamb and stood still, not flinching, creating a ball of energy and then launching a powerful blow at the giant. The surrounding earth and rock shattered from the attack. The ground trembled. The giant was now heavily injured. Laman sneered. This is just an appetizer, you big oaf. The minister said, this giant is the latest mutant type with very high magic and physical resistance. If you have this level of ability. Before he could finish, Laman rushed forward and lightly struck the giant again. He screamed in pain. At this moment, Laman stood imposingly before the giant. The old minister now realized. Number 3 can't move anymore. What on earth happened? Laman sneered while rattling off the mutant specifications, then said, once you grasp its weakness, a mutant is no better than a mosquito. Laman asked with a cold smile, to create this mutant, how many soldiers did you use? The old minister, his nerve struck, only asked, who on earth are you, to know even this? At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared on Laman's face. Don't you see these clothes? I'm just a hard-working employee. As for the documents, it's because the lazy management couldn't be bothered to look after them, so I was able to get them. The old minister laughed coldly. Don't spout nonsense in front of me. To be able to investigate my top-secret documents so easily. You must be one of the 9th princess's people. Laman was a little doubtful. Who is the 9th princess? I don't know her. The minister erupted with magical power, saying, is that so? Regardless, I will tear you to shreds. And then your true face will naturally be revealed. Laman, not to be outdone, also released his magical power. Then let's play for a bit. The scene cuts to the outside, showing only Na AI and Tailana. Na AI had a pained expression. Why? Why is this happening? The soul imprint is starting again. Hearing this, Tailana turned back and asked, is it the appointed time? This is Lam and Signal. But at this moment, Na AI felt very wronged. Wait a minute. Why am I the only one going to work? Clearly the department head, also Tailana, said, Master Lam, and has already given me control over the soul imprint on your body. Do you want to continue suffering here? Well, what? Na AI could only admit her mistake now. I was wrong. Don't torture me anymore. I will obediently complete the mission Laman assigned. Back with Laman, their techniques were seen clashing. He said, magic of this level is useless against me. Is this your full power, Mr. Minister? The minister refused to concede. Truly an enviable talent, possessing the magical power of an archmage. Given time, I fear you would become a monster. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Minister. Care to surrender? No. But your magical talent and your combat experience are worlds apart. With that, the old man launched a stream of magic. Don't underestimate my magic kid. Laman now had a serious expression. A frontal attack is too obvious. But something's not right. Then Laman used magic to dispel the old minister's stream of power. I didn't expect the old man to pull this trick again. And so, the old minister's stream of magic continued to attack Laman's defensive shield. Is this the target? Hidden behind a weak spell was a surprise attack meant to break my defense. Not long after, Laman's defensive layer was blown away. At the same time, the old minister prepared several more flames, continuing his assault on Lam, and afterward, a large explosion accompanied by fierce flames erupted in front of the minister. Laman stood before him and said, I've heard that only a legendary mage can cast 4 types of high-level magic simultaneously. How unexpected. Your power is already close to the legendary realm. The old minister replied, I'm the one who should be surprised. In turn, Laman, your disguise skills are quite impressive. To be able to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic with everyone thinking you were someone with no magical power at all. At this moment, Laman summoned a giant black dragon. We've played enough. It's about time to end this, isn't it? The old minister saw that dragon. Utterly terrified, the power of the red dragon. How is this possible? The master of the red dragon is you. A pillar of purple light descended from the sky, shooting straight into the house below. That stream of power created a strong wind that spread in all directions, as if wanting to incinerate the entire building from the outside. The orange-haired Demon King girl impatiently asked Lai Lai, why are you still standing there dazed? Are you leaving? We have to leave the royal capital before dawn. Lai Lai replied worriedly, I can feel very strong magical fluctuations from the direction of the auction house. A fierce battle is taking place. The orange-haired girl appeared indifferent, twirling her hair as she said, are you worried about that human? Although he saved us, I have no reason to get involved in human affairs. Besides, didn't he himself tell us not to cause any more trouble? And just take the money and leave? Lai Lai blushed shyly and said, it's not like that. Actually, that person is a demonkin, a great figure of the demonkin. He came to the royal capital to carry out an important mission, and even risked his life to save us. After hearing this, The other girl looked at Lai Lai with a teasing gaze. Oh, I get it. So you were pretending to be dazed here, planning to secretly stay in the royal capital to help him, right? Lai Lai was startled, blushing as she tried to explain. I'm not. Who said I wanted to stay in the royal capital? The orange-haired girl rested her chin on her hand, looking at her with a peculiar gaze. Your lying skills are getting better and better. What you're thinking is written all over your face. If our benefactor is also a demonkin, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I'll stay with you for a while longer. Lai Lai lowered her head, looking at the ground, her expression pensive. Staying in the royal capital is my decision alone. I really don't want to drag anyone else into trouble. Besides, I also want to achieve some merits for the demonkin. After hearing this, the orange-haired girl maintained her mocking expression. You say that, but while I don't have a young, passionate heart like you, repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity is a basic principle. Moreover, this benefactor's appearance is also my type. I could even repay him in other ways. At this moment, the three other demonkin girls with them also spoke up one by one. Us too, we also want to stay in the royal capital, although we don't have combat experience. There will surely be a time when we can be of help. Another one said, I also don't feel at ease just leaving like this. Lai Li's eyes widened in surprise. What? Wait, if all of us stay in the royal capital, won't we be discovered immediately? The orange-haired girl crossed her arms and looked at her. Young miss, isn't transformation your specialty? Turning all of us into human form shouldn't be too hard for you, right? We'll be in your care then. Lai Lai forced a stiff smile. Ha ha ha. She thought to herself, how strange she even knows about this. In another development, the auction house was now in ruins under the destruction of the two frenzied streams of power, with earth and rock flying everywhere in the air. At this moment, Gerard was inside a ring of fire, clutching his face in pain. Outside, a stream of purple power was relentlessly attacking inward. Amidst the smoke and fire, Gerard frowned, his expression tense. I'm being suppressed. After this brat started using his magical power, his casting speed is completely different from before. Lamon stood arrogantly amidst the smoke, power flowing from his palm. Old man, how long are you going to drag this out? Do you still want to preserve your dignity as the minister of the Ministry of Magic? He leaned over, his hands gathering a ball of fire. Don't be so arrogant. In the end, that's just the power of the Red Dragon. If we were to truly duel with magic, you're only worthy of being an intern. With that, Gerard threw the fireball straight ahead, creating a giant wall of fire. Retracting the flames, he laughed smugly. All talk, but what's your skill level really like? You're killing me. At this moment, Lamon was still safe and sound, surrounded by a chain of sigils. What a pity. Have you still not realized what I've been hiding? Double impact. As he finished speaking, a series of attacks rained down on him. Lamon stood opposite Gerard, raised his hand to the sky, and instantly condensed a towering greatsword. One slash came down, and instantly dust and smoke filled the air. At the same time, a spray of blood shot out. Gerard's legs also staggered as he fell to the ground. His entire body was covered in injuries, his arms hanging limply, smoke continuously rising from his body. Cough, cough, cough. The Red Dragon impatiently said to him, Lamon, hurry up and give him the finishing blow. My presence hiding barrier is about to collapse. He immediately replied, sorry, I'll finish this right now. Lamon raised his head, his expression much more relaxed. Old man, how are the bones in your body feeling? Do you need me to give you another chance? You once said the Red Dragon was inside my body, right? If you agree to help me investigate what happened in North Sealand and report back, I can spare your life. Gerard's whole body trembled as he struggled to stand up. Ha 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 ha. You want a minister of the Ministry of Magic like me to be your errand boy? The scene flashes back to 30 years ago. At this moment, several people were standing behind a protective circle. In front of them was a ferocious monster. Damn it, this magic beast level is definitely not B-Ring. Who on earth released this information? How hateful. One of them is struggling to maintain the barrier against the magic beast. This is bad. The defensive barrier is about to collapse. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Gerard's entire body erupted in flames, and a fierce fire flickered in his eyes. Blazing funeral. He held his head high, striding through the sea of fire, casting spells with just one hand. Who on earth summoned me here? Just for a mediocre beast like this? Beside him, a proud introduction appeared. Gerard, a rising star possessing terrifying magical talent. He looked like a young man, but in reality, he might have already entered the legendary realm before the age of 30. Without a doubt, Gerard was the protagonist of someone else's story. Those who witnessed this scene were all stunned. This guy is too strong. Another person continued. That's the magical genius from a commoner background, who was exceptionally recruited into the Ministry of Magic, Gerard. precisely because he was a genius. Many people looked at him with disdain, saying his talent was actually very ordinary. But to Gerard, magic was the solid foundation for him to change his destiny. Also, because he came from a merchant family, he always strived relentlessly. Gerard's face hardened as he observed with a sharp gaze. Originally, he had no right to be involved in the affairs of nobles, but it was his talent that allowed him to learn and access those expensive materials. So why spend a huge amount of money and countless resources just to get a useless person in return? Gerard had dedicated his life to magic, all to escape the hopeless neighborhood. The scene showed a man with a knife held to his throat by a masked person. It was a place filled with gangs, thugs, and terrifying extortion rackets. The entire neighborhood was controlled by violence. To escape the family situation he utterly despised, Gerard's home was a dilapidated house, located in a remote alley. An alcoholic father, a sickly mother, plus an unemployed older brother and a money-grubbing younger sister. Only magic did not betray him, and it could bring him freedom. The Gerard of 30 years ago wore a cold expression. Only ambition and magic could help him climb to a higher social status. Gerard had always lived with such a belief, until one day he met someone, Countess Finisa. She was a woman with neatly styled brown hair, wearing a splendid blue dress. At the party celebrating Gerard becoming an archmage, he met the woman who would influence the latter half of his life. Elegant, noble, mysterious, these things, besides magic, were the first to spark in Gerard a desire to explore, to conquer. But after the party ended, Gerard had no more opportunities to see her again. The scene of a study appeared, sunlight streaming through the window. Finisa came from an ancient noble family and was also another man's wife. Gerard had just become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, with no reason to see her again. A month later, Finisa secretly sought out Gerard. In the quiet of the night, a man and a woman stood under a dim streetlight. She wanted to ask for Gerard's help because some evil mages had recently appeared in her domain, conducting forbidden experiments on human bodies. All of her subordinates were no match for those mages. With her hair hiding her face, Finisa bowed slightly, pleading with Gerard. For the sake of noble pride, the Count dared not publicly ask for help from other nobles or the Ministry of Magic. So in the end, he could only turn to a commoner with powerful magic like Gerard for help. Gerard agreed. This came with a huge reward upon completion of the mission. He acted cold, taking everything in. But what he looked forward to the most was the chance to see the Countess again. Therefore, he didn't realize this was actually a trap. After a frenzied slaughter, Gerard discovered that the person lying in a pool of blood was the minister of the Ministry of Magic. He stood in a sea of fire, arrogantly looking at the person collapsed on the ground. From a promising new star, he became a criminal overnight. After achieving her goal, Finisa also revealed her true face. She looked at the dazed Gerard, whose eyes had lost their focus, and mocked him mercilessly. In that case, why don't you become my exclusive tool? She sat leisurely on a chair, using a venomous and profound gaze to look at Gerard, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching her hand. The Countess erased all traces of Gerard's crime and used her influence to promote him to Minister of the Ministry of Magic. As for Gerard, he gradually became the noble's white glove, handling all sorts of dirty business for them, pushed straight into a mire from which he could not escape. Gradually, Gerard also became a soulless puppet in Finisa's hands. Back then, he had thought that if his magic power was strong enough, if he became a legendary archmage, he could definitely change his destiny, definitely help him regain his freedom. But that hope was soon cruelly extinguished. Magic went completely against his expectations. No matter how much time he spent, no matter how many methods he used, Gerard could never escape them. Since he could no longer rely on magic, he could only rely on himself. So he once again sought a way out, and that was the second time hope was kindled within him. Gerard turned his back, not looking at the other person, and replied coldly, "Emissary of the White Dragon, what business do you have with me?" The mysterious black-robed figure appeared before Gerard's desk. "Do you still wish to become a legend?" He replied, "How ridiculous. I'm already over 50, like a lamp running out of oil. It's fundamentally impossible to break through to the next realm anymore." The White Dragon's emissary's smile grew brighter. Gerard had reached an agreement with the White Dragon's emissary. Since the Ministry of Magic had temporarily contained the Red Dragon's host, he had to be handed over to the White Dragon's emissary before the Red Dragon fully awakened. After completing the mission, the White Dragon's emissary would use a secret art to help Gerard break through to the legendary realm. Back to Lamon. At this moment, he was still standing in a torrent of power, that voice still in his ear. It was just that this hope had also been shattered. The red dragon had already awakened and even gave her power to that in turn, Lamb, to use as he pleased. Whether to submit to Lamb or to continue surviving, this was another choice. But Lamb Ann's offer was not salvation, but complete destruction. If he admitted defeat now, everything would end, including the last hope of becoming a legend. After being defeated by Lamb, Gerard stood stunned in the dust. Gerard had also come to understand that at the depths of despair, there was always one last path. He suddenly spoke up. "Red Dragon, can you hear me?" A voice replied to him from the void. "Yes, I can hear you." Gerard looked up, his features contorted, eyes wide, mouth agape, veins bulging on his forehead. "From now on, I will prove my worth. I will kill Lamb, and then I myself will become the Red Dragon's new host." The red dragon stood leisurely in the middle of the great hall, a giant dragon formed from her power above her head, its eyes glowing brightly. "How interesting. You just said you would kill Lamb and then become my host. So after obtaining my power, what do you want to do?" Gerard on the opposite side replied, "Ha ha 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 ha. So you finally decided to show yourself before me, Red Dragon?" He opened his mouth wide, drenched in sweat. "I will use your power to take revenge. Revenge on the incompetent royal family and those arrogant nobles. I will make them die the most painful death, so painful they'll regret ever being born into this world. After that, I will become your sword, become your tool, slaughter the followers of the hypocritical church, and shatter humanity's faith. I will also find traces of the white dragon in this world for you and deal with it completely." The red dragon gave a terrifying smile, her eyes wild. "Not a bad answer. Human, I accept your offer." Lamb stood beside them, hands in his pockets, and asked in a serious tone, "Red Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to betray us?" She crossed her small arms and replied, "I just want to enjoy his stimulatingly dark inner self. I will not interfere in your battle, nor will I withdraw your magic power. If you lose to him in a direct fight, you can't blame me, can you?" Lamb lowered his head and looked up with a gloomy gaze. "You think I'll lose to a dying old man? Red Dragon, are you challenging my patience? Why are you still giving him hope?" The old man spread his arms, and a huge surge of blue power instantly formed. "No, hope always carries great significance. I discovered that before the moment the Red Dragon awakens, once I lose my will to fight, I am very easily defeated." He stepped forward, his cloak fluttering in the wind. "The mission's failure also meant I lost my chance to ascend a legend. But now I have once again found a reason to keep fighting." Lamb smiled confidently. "I didn't expect you to be hiding such great power. Even your face has become younger." As expected, a handsome man emerged from the smoke, a complete contrast to his previous aged appearance. This is magic combustion. When an archmage prepares to enter the legendary realm, they use their magic power to self-immolate, bringing their body and soul to a peak state. Only then can they break through to the next realm. But once the ascension fails, that surge of magic power will backlash against the mage, completely incinerating their life force. Lamb still stood there, unafraid. "What's this? You plan to ascend to legend, right, in the middle of a battle? That's against the rules." Gerard replied, "My talent is mediocre, my body is aging, and my stamina is insufficient. I'm well aware of this. It's absolutely impossible for me to ascend to legend at this moment. If I can't kill you before my magic power incinerates me to become the Red Dragon's host, I will die." After hearing this, Lamb couldn't help but frown. Such rich experience. He knows his weaknesses like the back of his hand. "It seems you're really not well." Gerard looked at Lamb and through his disheveled hair. "Weaknesses? If I want to defeat you in a limited time, I just need to endure a little more pressure to get myself excited again." An astonishing surge of power emanated from Lamb, and he suddenly shot a purple beam of light toward Gerard, his voice full of provocation. "Then come and try to defeat me." The other side was not to be outdone. He spread his arms wide, instantly creating a defensive shield that blocked Lamb's attack. Magic absorption. A blue sphere of light condensed in Gerard's hand, absorbing all the power Lamb had just unleashed. Gerard said with a cold face, "And I'll return it to you threefold." A giant energy sphere quickly descended upon Lamb's head. He took a defensive stance, shouting, "Soul-devouring fawn." Lamb's power instantly transformed into the fangs of a ferocious beast. The two immense powers collided, and the sky and earth momentarily darkened. Lamb gave a triumphant smile. "How disappointing. You bet your life. And this is all the power you have?" Lamb crossed his arms, instantly creating 3 energy spheres that shot forward. Go die, you useless thing. However, Gerard simply leaned back and dodged it. In his heart, he screamed incessantly, "Still not enough, still not enough. I must kill Lamb and before my life ends. I must do it." Gerard's expression was anxious, but a fire of determination burned in his eyes. After using magic combustion, my current magic power is just barely enough to keep up with Lamb, but I still have one advantage over him, and that is my combat experience. As he spoke, he immediately counterattacked with a fierce blow. After obtaining the Red Dragon's power, Lamb Ann's reaction speed and senses were significantly enhanced. Although he still couldn't completely keep up with my spellcasting speed, he could still defend in time. Lamb Ann casually waved his hand, forming a wall that completely protected him. Gerard thought to himself, "It's just that I don't have much time left. If I had enough time, sooner or later he would reveal a fatal flaw and be destroyed by me." Gerard lowered his head, his mind filled with calculations. "It's just that my life is getting shorter and shorter. How much longer can I hold on? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Perhaps. Are there any other tactics I can use?" Gerard stepped back. Two blue flames erupted from his hands as he thought. To use my remaining time to defeat Lamb, and I have no choice but to take a gamble. Seeing his movement, Lamb cracked his knuckles and looked at Gerard with a profound gaze. "You're backing away? What's wrong? Lord Minister, are you planning to retreat? How do you plan to kill me if you don't get close?" Gerard lowered his head. A flash of determination mixed with a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. He said haltingly, "To create distance." As he spoke, Gerard lowered his center of gravity and suddenly pushed off, lunging forward. "Thank you, Lamb. I figured it out now. The tactic that can defeat you, close quarters magic, is my final answer. Abandoning the fighting style of a traditional mage, engaging in combat like a close quarters soldier. Only in this way can I achieve the strongest attack power in the shortest amount of time." Gerard rushed forward. Countless rays of strangely colored light surrounded his body. Only close quarters magic can break through Lamb Ann's perception. "Lamb, next, I will snatch away all your hope of survival." Those rays of light quickly trapped Lamb Ann in the center. He was preparing to counterattack, but the opponent was one step ahead. He shouted, "Crimson light barrage." Countless rays of light chaotically collided with each other, sending rubble flying everywhere, and their target, of course, was Lamb Ann. They all converged on the same spot. At this moment, Lamb Ann began to panic. "Damn it, my defense is about to break." In a flash, Gerard descended from the sky, attacking Lamb Ann. Crimson light, second strike. A terrifying explosion immediately occurred where the two stood. Gerard's eyes widened in astonishment. I did it." He stood amidst purple flames, looking at Lamb and kneeling on the ground. Clearly, he had gained the upper hand. At this time, the Red Dragon also walked in from outside, excitedly declaring, "How about it? According to the contract, you were my host from the very beginning. My power is also yours to use as you please. Have you achieved the first thing you wanted to do?" Gerard replied with a smug smile, "Of course." In a certain prison cell, sunlight began to shine through the window, creating a scene that was both cold and warm. At this moment, the person lying on the floor was Countess Finisa. She struck a seductive pose. "Gerard, have you come for me?" The knights suddenly want a rebel. "Quickly take me to the dungeon." At this moment, Gerard stood behind her, replying with a sinister smile. "Rebel? No, they just want to find a better option for themselves. I have ascended to the legendary rank, and your dirty little tricks are now completely under my control. Next, it will be your domain's turn." Finisa scrambled up in terror. "Legendary? How is that possible? What on earth did you do?" Gerard pressed closer to her. "I just want to take you out of here, so that everyone in this domain can witness the noble countess crawling on all fours, just like a dog." She crawled away in pain while begging, Please spare me, Gerard. I know you've always liked me." All of the above was purely his imagination. At this moment, Gerard's eyes shone brightly. An astonishing power erupted from his entire body, and his face returned to its aged appearance. Like the schemes you used to take advantage of me? Like being a tool for you to command at will? He stood to the side, furiously swinging his fists in his own imagination. "Stop joking, you bitch. What I'm interested in is watching you use magic potions to maintain your limbs." The Red Dragon stood in front of Lamb Ann. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked worriedly, "Lamb Ann, what's wrong with the Minister of Magic? Why has he suddenly become so confident? The change feels so drastic." Lamb Ann glanced over and replied listlessly, "The Minister is also a man with a resolute soul. Even if I used the soul imprint, it would be difficult to succeed. But I had to obtain his will because I needed to modify the soul imprint to create an illusion that belongs only to the Lord Minister. It turned out that the surge of power radiating from him was actually coming from Laman. He controlled it with one hand while turning his head to speak with the red dragon. And in this illusion, the minister will rely on false memories to fulfill his long-held dream. As for me, I can only borrow these memories of his. The red dragon looked at him and replied with a smile. The soul imprint can be used like that? You truly are a demon. Laman put both hands in his pockets. It's all for the sake of justice, Red Dragon. Clean up the traces of my magic power. It's time to go. She stood beside him, hesitating slightly as she crossed her arms. Wait, what about the Minister of Magic? Are you just going to leave him? A streak of red fire flashed in midair. Amidst the rubble, Gerard threw his head back and let out a wild, ecstatic laugh. Ha 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 ha! The noble Lady Finisa, you'd even do this just to survive? Laman lowered his head, a sinister smile on his face. He's being burned by the backlash of his own magic power. He won't live much longer and will eventually turn into a pile of ash. Just let him spend his final moments fulfilled in the illusion. Consider it my way of seeing him off. Your story has ended, Lord Minister. Gerard, sleep well and have a sweet dream. As he finished speaking, the flames flared up to the sky, and a bizarre smiling face appeared within the fire. Scene change. Late at night, in a silent forest, the chill of the night air spread. There was a rather spacious house, with light from inside shining through the glass windows. The scene was unusually quiet. However, unlike the house's exterior, the inside was brightly lit and lavishly decorated, like a magnificent palace. In the middle of the house were 3 people cloaked from head to toe. It was the Inquisitor and her subordinates, and they were searching everywhere inside. Your Honor the Inquisitor, my deepest apologies. We have searched the entire auction site, but found no valuable documents. In the dungeon, we only found a few skeletons of Demonkin slaves. The female Inquisitor named Sayla replied with a dignified air, "Do not worry. Under the halo of the Holy Dragon, all evil will soon be purged. Even if they have erased the evidence of their crimes, over time, some clues will surely remain. For now, let's patiently wait for the results of the magic power analysis." Among the female Inquisitor's subordinates, one was using magic to analyze the results of that auction. Your Honor the Inquisitor, we have the results. The magic power present at the auction site has shown a reaction, a perfect match for the Minister of Magic, Gerard. Sayla turned her head, her tone quite surprised after hearing the results. Oh, it really is Gerard. Is his magic power the only one found in the analysis? Sayla's subordinate respectfully replied. Compiling the information shows there were 3 other accomplices, along with some Demonkin reactions. A battle likely occurred between them. Suddenly, a man was thrown in front of Sayla. He seemed to be a suspect discovered in this house, so he was captured for interrogation. Your Honor the Inquisitor, we happened to discover a suspect here. Through interrogation, we learned that he was also one of the staff members serving at that auction. Those 2 cloaked figures probably tortured him brutally to find out he served at the auction. Facing the mysterious appearance of those 2, the staff member on the ground showed a look of fear. After being discovered, he pleaded miserably with those present. "Please, just burn me to death. They forced me to do all those things." Another person mercilessly stepped on him, threatening him barbarically with a smug tone. "Sinner, quickly report everything you know to the Inquisitor." Scared out of his wits, he immediately began to confess. It was a man in the uniform of the Ministry of Magic, who bathed the entire hall in blood. I couldn't see his face clearly at all. Inquisitor Sayla looked at the trembling man at her feet and replied calmly. It seemed she had already guessed something. Couldn't see his face? I'm afraid it was veiled letter magic. In that case, let me probe your soul a little, shall I? Hearing this, a person beside Sayla was immediately horrified and hurriedly tried to stop her to prevent any misfortune. "Please wait, Your Honor the Inquisitor. Using soul-reading magic on an ordinary person like him could be life-threatening. Although he is a sinner, doing so is too severe. How about I continue interrogating him? Perhaps there will be a new discovery." Hearing this, a more senior-looking subordinate pushed the other one's head to the ground, stopping him. "Shut up, you insolent brat. What can a punk like you do?" After the intimidation, he returned to a composed demeanor and spoke placating words to the Inquisitor. "Your Honor the Inquisitor, please pay no mind to the words of this newcomer. He absolutely does not lack firm faith, nor does he disrespect you. His heart is just still too weak. Please forgive him this time." Turning back to the female Inquisitor Sayla, it was unclear when she had become angry. Perhaps Sayla hadn't heard a single word from them. She had already used magic to forcibly control the suspect. Narsen, don't listen to that nonsense. I am not a heartless person, nor will I harm the people of the church. But these criminals, for the sake of filthy money, brought demonkin into the royal capital. They have betrayed the church, betrayed the royal capital, betrayed humanity. To prevent this great disaster, the price we must pay is but a small one. Sayla's magic was practically strangling the man. His eyes bulged as he stammered out, "Help, save me." Seeing Sayla cast her spell, she looked terrifying, a world apart from the Inquisitor he had met just moments before. The wicked naturally must suffer. Only by converting to the Holy Dragon can one live in love and tolerance. That guy, for the sake of filthy money, is truly done for. Sayla returned to her original appearance. Indeed, this look of the Inquisitor was still the most beautiful. The slaughterer in the memory was indeed wearing the clothes of the Ministry of Magic, but could use veiled letter magic. For now, let's apprehend the Minister of Magic, Gerard, for investigation. Not far from Sayla, AI asked fearfully, "Your Honor, the Inquisitor. So, if my information is proven to be true, then can I go home?" Sayla turned her head and stared at her, but said nothing, only smiling faintly. AI broke out in a cold sweat from her gaze, but still didn't forget to ask the female Inquisitor again. Can I? Scene change, the palace of the Ninth Princess. In a luxurious room of the palace, the lights were bright, and the room was highlighted by sparkling objects. On a gleaming white chair sat a girl who looked immensely powerful, with a man in front of her. "Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. It seems there's something very urgent. Is it bad news?" This was the Ninth Princess, Chris. Perhaps because she was disturbed in the middle of the night, she questioned the person opposite her with an uncomfortable expression. "Your Highness, the information was flawed. The Minister of Magic has destroyed all evidence related to the Demonkin slave trade. All the Demonkin slaves and staff at the auction have been silenced." Although all the Demonkin slaves and staff were silenced, the subordinate was not very worried and calmly reported to Her Highness Chris. "According to information from within the Ministry of Magic, the Holy Dragon Church arrived one step ahead of us and surrounded the auction site. Because the Minister of Magic's magic power remained at the auction site, the Holy Dragon Church has made a judgment, pinning all the crimes on him." Chris sat on the expensive chair, her expression indifferent. Chris still replied calmly, "What a pity. I was originally planning to use this opportunity to pull the Minister of Magic to my side." "Gerard has fled?" Chris's subordinate looked at her with a serious expression. "Yes, the church side also seems to have acknowledged the fact that he has fled. His escape did not seem to worry the Ninth Princess. On the contrary, it makes me find it more interesting." "Running away? How interesting. Don't you find this too coincidental? Even our information was flawed, yet someone was able to pass information to the church in such a short time. Furthermore, if the Minister of Magic was the mastermind and wanted to erase all evidence, why would he leave traces of his magic at the auction site?" But the subordinate still replied nervously, "Your Highness Chris, could it be that someone is pulling strings from behind the scenes? How is that possible? If another faction were truly involved, it's impossible that our intelligence network wouldn't have found a single clue." The Ninth Princess was not as tense or worried as her subordinate, maintaining a calm demeanor. What if it wasn't another faction, but just one person? The Ninth Princess's judgment left her subordinate utterly astonished, who immediately asked, "Your Highness, could it be that you already know the identity of that troublemaker?" Chris left her luxurious chair and stood by the window. Chris just chuckled softly, raising the expensive teacup in her hand. "I'm just making a wild guess. Wait until I go to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. This riddle will surely be solved. I will definitely make the one who ruined our plans pay a heavy price." Worthy of the name Ninth Princess Chris, every word and action exuded a power that matched her appearance. The scene shifts to a small corner of the city. This place looks peaceful, with a few dim streetlights illuminating the area. In the quiet of the night, a series of rapid gasps suddenly rang out. Gasp, gasp, gasp. It was Lamb, and looking out of breath and utterly exhausted, as if he had just run a very long distance. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Lamb leaned against the wall, panting heavily. A young boy appeared in front of Lamb, and seeing his exhausted state, the boy asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "There's still an open overnight nearby." Before the boy could finish, Lamb cut him off with an angry growl. "If you say one more stupid word, I'll kill you right now. Get lost." Those blue eyes widened in terror at Lamb and angry words, his face showing a pitiful fear. The boy didn't dare hesitate, begging Lamb, and as he ran, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. The space before Lam, Anne's eyes suddenly turned blood red. It seemed a voice was urging him to kill that person. Kill him, kill him. He seems to know something. You must kill him. You must strike first to gain the upper hand. A purple magical aura rose around Lam and looked to be in extreme pain, forcing out each word to the person before him. Damn you, Red Dragon. What have you done to me? Red Dragon leisurely crossed her arms in front of Lam and replied softly, Don't blame me. I didn't do anything. Are you trying to fool someone? If you didn't do anything, why has my magic power gone berserk? She laughed as she explained to Lam, and isn't that perfectly normal? The nature of my magic is chaos and destruction. Even powerful demons gradually lose their sanity after receiving my magic, let alone a mere human like you. It's already not easy for you to have held on this long. Lam, N's expression darkened. He asked, after being corroded by the magic, what will I become? Hearing this, Red Dragon had no choice but to explain to Lam, and though it seems she wasn't entirely clear on these matters herself. Actually, I don't know either. After all, you're my first human host. But from my experience, demons who can't withstand my power all turn into mindless killing machines. Lam, what a pity. It seems your existence is nothing special after all. Lam wearily turned his head away, but his sharp gaze remained fixed on Red Dragon. Liar, all you do is lie. It's obvious you were looking forward to seeing me break down. Red Dragon, at the auction, you kept reminding me to kill with my own hands. Was it for this purpose? Red Dragon paid no mind to Lam's accusation. She just smiled and said calmly, Who said that? It was just a test. If you were a host unsuitable for my magic, even if you killed someone, you would sooner or later be driven mad by my power. The time I've left is probably not much, but for the battle with the White Dragon, I will definitely do my best to cultivate you. If you can't accept my power, I can also use the time to find new host. Lam seemed to be on the verge of madness from the torment of the magic, but he still retained a sliver of reason to talk to Red Dragon. Sweat trickled down his handsome face as he struggled to speak each word. Even if I fail, it won't be now. To be able to take revenge on the White Dragon with my own hands. What is this little bit of pain? That magic had probably weakened Lam's constitution greatly. But for the sake of revenge, Lam refused to collapse. Red Dragon could only offer him a few words of advice. Stop being so stubborn. Even if you forcibly balance the magic, how long can you resist? The recent time spent with Lam was probably an interesting period for Red Dragon, but Lam's strength seemed unable to withstand her power. It was feared he would soon not even have the strength to breathe. Lam, the days with you have truly given me many surprises. Although you always use tricks to play with people's hearts, it makes me feel a little scared. That's why I want to find a new host. Although I wasn't the one who did it, I could be considered the culprit who caused your parents' deaths. Who knows when you might decide to kill me? A simpler-minded host would probably be better. It seems these thoughts of Red Dragon were for her own sake as well as for Lam's. Her power almost made it impossible for Lam to breathe. His heart felt like it was being squeezed, his face turned dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Nyung Nyung. The landlady suddenly appeared. Seeing Lam's dying state, she shouted his name and ran over. Lam. She walked step by step towards Lam unable to bear seeing him in such pain. In Hung knelt down and hugged Lam. What's wrong? That warm and sincere embrace made Lam feel as if he were reborn, and the magic gradually disappeared. Red Dragon stood aside, utterly astonished. Her power was so great, yet the landlady could make it disappear from Lam's body. Wait, the wildly fluctuating magic power could be completely neutralized? Was it because of the landlady? Ah, Lam, you're truly blessed. In the room, Lam lay miserably on the bed, drenched in sweat, his clothes in disarray, and a wound on his neck. The landlady whispered to herself, sweating this much, and his body is so hot. Does he have a fever? In Hung continued to think. It's the middle of the night, and I'm here with a young man, even taking off his clothes. This is so strange. Besides, at this hour, only the noble's hospital is still open. The landlady brought a basin of clean water and a towel. Lam has such a high fever. Right now, I'm the only one who can take care of him. In Hung put on gloves, dipped the towel in the water, and wrung it out, gently wiping the young man Lam's body. Suddenly, Lam An's face contorted. He started sweating even more, and a malevolent aura swirled around his body. What's wrong? Wasn't Lam An's body getting better? Why does he have such a pained expression? In Hung spoke again. At this moment, Red Dragon appeared in Lam An's subconscious. Are you trying to scare me to death? Is this a magical backlash? She remained as calm as ever, while Lam An coughed incessantly, his whole body uncomfortable. She continued, although contact with animal fur can help you temporarily stabilize your inner state, it's only temporary. As long as you continue to be corroded by the magic, you will turn into a killing machine and lose yourself. While Red Dragon was muttering, In Hung found herself in a difficult situation. What should I do now? Lam needs a doctor. But the landlady stopped wiping Lam and feeling that something was wrong. Although the black market doctor skills aren't bad, it's not a good idea to go there now. I can only take a gamble. In Hung was about to act when suddenly Lam and grabbed the landlady's tail, hugging it tightly, and mumbled, Dad, Mom, please don't leave. In Hung sighed. A few days ago, after Lam came home, he became sad and unhappy. Something bad must have happened. Lam continued to hug that tail tightly. To Red Dragon's astonishment, the corrosive magic could be stopped. Could it be that Lam An's body has adapted to the magic? Was it the landlady who helped Lam and calm down? Next, Red Dragon began to review the series of events. From Lam An's adaptation to the magic, to her own position, and everything Lam An had been through. Finally, she made a decision. Lam An, you're a creature that should not be allowed to exist. The next morning, Lam An woke up before the landlady. Why are you here? In Hung ignored Lam An's question and replied drowsily. Lam An, you're awake. After some small talk, Lam An said decisively, I have to leave immediately. No need to rush. Your body temperature has dropped a lot. The landlady was relieved to see that Lam An no longer had a high fever like yesterday. A moment later, Lam An came out, neatly dressed. Just as he was lost in thought, he encountered Red Dragon. Lam An, that's great. You're a true warrior now. Lam An didn't answer. She kept explaining what happened yesterday. Finally, when Red Dragon got truly angry, Lam An finally spoke. Red Dragon, what are you talking about? I was just focused on thinking about the consequences of killing the minister. She said contemptuously. Such petty humans. Not long after, Lam An was standing before a magnificent castle. Every room in the castle was decorated with expensive and luxurious items. Everyone stood in a line. A guard bowed and asked, Ninth Princess, why have you come here? According to standard procedure, if you intend to visit the Ministry of Magic, you should have given at least 2 weeks' notice. After listening, she announced to everyone that there had been a change of plans. Last night, because the minister suddenly went missing, she had to temporarily take charge of all affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Hearing her words, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Missing? The Minister of Magic? How could he disappear from the royal capital? What on earth happened? The Ninth Princess heard this and said, Why is everyone so surprised? In fact, the Minister of Magic probably fled because the demon slave trade was exposed. Although you all look clueless, I'm sure that among those of you sitting here, quite a few already knew about it. Am I right? As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Talana. Talana stood there stunned, still not understanding what was happening. Someone spoke up. Is your highness the Ninth Princess making slanderous accusations? What does the demon slave trade you mentioned have to do with the minister's disappearance? The Ninth Princess replied that she was just stating the facts and told everyone not to worry. As long as they didn't obstruct her work, she didn't care what they did or thought. One of the guards said, We all know the reason you've come to the Ministry of Magic. To curry favor with those greedy merchants. How much benefit do you want to gain from us? Don't you know? You even want to turn those greedy merchants into new nobles, which is an insult to all of them. Then, using your temporary status as minister, you want all of us to let down our guard, right? Hearing this, the Ninth Princess said to them, How interesting. Do you think you can use the old nobility as a shield? The Minister of Magic Gerard has disappeared, and the demon slave trade was exposed, precisely because there is a traitor among the old nobility. If you're afraid of being implicated, then join my side. Before I ascend the throne, I will take in all those who have no one to rely on. Another insolent person dared to say to the Ninth Princess, The kingdom has never had a precedent of a woman becoming king, and you've chosen those new nobles. So, becoming your hunting dogs is something I'm afraid none of us can do. Hearing this, the Ninth Princess simply replied, Those who are meritorious will be handsomely rewarded. That is my principle. Let's start with the first one. Then she asked the intern Lam An, From today onwards, are you willing to be the minister's secretary? In a corner of the lavish villa, in a certain room, not AI asked head of department Talana, with a confused expression. What are you talking about? The minister's secretary? Lam and is the minister's secretary? Wait, my mind is a bit of a mess. Isn't the minister already dead? Before she could finish, Talana said sarcastically, quite a surprise, isn't it? How is your information so slow? And you're late, too. Hearing this, not AI, quickly replied. To complete the mission Lam and gave me, I was almost killed by the church's people last night. I lived in fear all night and barely made it back alive. So what's the big deal about being a little late? After hearing this, Talana could only say helplessly, all right, I'll grant you that you have a point. Talana told Na AI that after the minister disappeared, the ninth princess became the acting minister, and her first order was to promote Lam and to be the minister's secretary. Na AI exclaimed in astonishment. Her Highness the ninth princess? She asked Talana in confusion. This is ridiculous. How could the ninth princess possibly know a country bumpkin like Lamon? Hearing this, Talana explained. Haven't you figured out yet? From the very beginning, Lam and was the ninth princess's man. His hiding his identity and strength, and joining the Ministry of Magic were likely all orders from the ninth princess. The war between the ninth princess and the old noble faction has probably already begun. After hearing this, it dawned on Na AI, but she said worriedly, I was always trying to deal with him before. He will definitely seek revenge on me. The head of department scolded Na AI, calling her a fool and telling her not to worry about that. The ninth princess and our old noble faction have always been like fire and water. Now that we've become lamb and slaves, we'll surely be used to death, becoming sacrifices in this war. The sudden disappearance of the Minister of Magic is just the beginning. At the same time, Lam and had just finished today's magic power check for Aoli Dyke. All her readings were normal. After hearing this, Aoli Dyke hummed in acknowledgement and then congratulated Lam and congratulations on passing your internship period. From now on, you'll be an official employee of the Ministry of Magic. Lam was also very surprised that she knew about this, and even praised head of department Talana as a good person, telling Aoli Dyke that she was the one who helped him stay at the Ministry of Magic. Aoli Dyke asked worriedly, is there really no problem? I heard that the newly appointed minister is opposed by everyone, and you're the minister's secretary. It seemed her worries were unnecessary as Lam appeared calm, or rather, carried a hint of contempt. Being a dog at the ninth princess's feet, it's easy, isn't it? He continued, but there's nothing to worry about. I was just promoted, so people are jealous. That's all. Besides, my relationship with my other colleagues was never good to begin with. Hearing these words, Aoli Dyke suggested, how about this? I've caused you a lot of trouble in the past, so this time, let me personally organize a party to celebrate your promotion. I've also made a few friends at the Ministry of Magic recently, so it's a good opportunity to invite them. Although I'm not allowed to leave here, I can cook myself. My cooking skills aren't bad, you know. Lam placed a hand on his chest in gratitude. I accept your kind sentiment. Lam also expressed his thoughts, but there's no need for a party. I'm really not used to such extravagance. Aoli Dyke asked, flustered, is it not okay? She continued, I just want everyone to get to know you a little better. You're clearly such a good person. Seeing this, Lam said, all right, let me think about whether to attend or not. But there's one thing I have to tell you first. From now on, the person checking your magic power won't be me anymore. Hearing this, Aoli Dyke immediately became dejected and said, I knew it. You really do hate me. Lam explained with some difficulty, no, that's not what I meant. After my promotion, I'll be assigned other tasks as well. Seeing his expression, Aoli Dyke beamed and said, don't worry, I'm not angry. Not at all. I was just teasing you. I caused trouble at the Ministry of Magic before because I wanted you to be in charge of my magic power checks, and I also hoped it would help you stay at the ministry. Now that everything has worked out, I guess my wish has been granted. Lam glanced at her and said, I've made you worry. Then he took his leave. It's getting late. I have to go see the minister. Although I can't continue to protect you, I will visit you often in the future. The scene changes to a hallway elsewhere. A knock is heard on a room door. Inside the room were Chris and her two subordinates. Menvin heard the knock on the door, glanced over, and announced, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, Lam, has arrived. Lam walked in with a deadpan expression, raised his hand in a salute, and asked, Your Highness the Ninth Princess? No, Your Excellency the Minister. Did you summon me for something? Chris looked lazily at Lam and said, Lamon, we finally meet. You're quite different from what I imagined. Look at that bored face of yours. I made an exception to promote you to Minister's Secretary. Aren't you the least bit excited? Lamon replied to her, Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency. But I really can't recall any merit I've achieved, so I'm a little terrified. Chris smirked. Merit? No, this is a punishment. I originally intended to use the matter of the demon slaves to clamp down on those old nobles. But as it turns out, you ruined my entire plan. It's one thing for everything to go down the drain, but even the Minister of Magic, Gerard, has vanished without a trace. Lama maintained his deadpan expression and said, "There must be some misunderstanding. I'm merely a humble intern. As for the minister's disappearance or the matter of the demon slaves, I know nothing at all." Chris chuckled and presented a compelling reason. "But according to my information, Gerard wanted to use you as his scapegoat. Luckily, I have a friend who just opened a magic item shop. She told me that a few days before the former minister disappeared, you went to her place and bought an extremely expensive A-grade magic crystal. How could an ordinary intern from the countryside afford that?" Lamon calmly replied, "It was just a small reward. If you want to find evidence proving my involvement in the minister's disappearance, you'll need more than that." Chris didn't argue, repeating the word evidence he had just said, and then stated, "Gerard's noble friends have never needed evidence to kill you. Besides, you have no way out anymore." Lamon said without a trace of fear, "Is that so? So, this is why you announced at the Ministry of Magic that I've become your secretary? Doing so only makes me look more suspicious. Everyone is already insinuating that I'm your lackey, hiding my identity to sabotage the Ministry of Magic." Chris closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and casually gave Lamon a choice. "Are you complaining to me? How uncharming. You now have only two choices. 1. Face the pursuit of the old nobles and be crushed like an ant. 2. Accept becoming my subordinate and follow my every command." Hearing this, Lamon questioned her, "What's the use of using me? You see me as a dangerous person of unknown origin." Chris looked smug, tilting her head as she said, "I just want to find a talented person to be my subordinate. If I can't even control someone like you, how can I become the #1 queen in the future? As long as you perform well, I will absolutely give you a worthy reward. Tell me, what do you want?" Lamon answered without hesitation, "I want to buy a house in this capital, marry the person I like, and have 3 children. Oh, and don't give me any more jobs where I can easily get fired." She immediately said, "Unsuitable. You have one last chance. If your ambition cannot satisfy me, I will immediately hand you over to those old nobles and let them deal with you as they please." These words were like a provocation to Lamon, but he wasn't so easily cornered. Lamon sighed. What a difficult superior. Then he pointed at Chris and said, "In that case, I'll be honest too. What I want is you, your Highness the Ninth Princess." Chris asked back very calmly, "You want me?" He asked her, "Does this answer satisfy you?" Min Vin, of course, would not sit idly by. He moved and said, "Lamon, you insolent cur, how dare you be disrespectful to Her Highness? Forfeit your life." After saying that, he drew his sword and charged at Lamon. In contrast, he stood perfectly still, calmly saying, "My luck is really good. My head almost flew off." Lamon was unharmed because an old man with platinum hair had stepped forward, grabbing Min Vin's hand with his own, and sighed. Young people are truly reckless. Min Vin glared at Lam, and resentfully, "A shameless scoundrel who dares to be rude to Her Highness. Why did you stop me?" The platinum-haired old man advised, "Regardless, he is still Her Highness's guest for now. Even if you want to kill this man, it must be Her Highness's decision." Lamon teased without any fear. "The old master still makes the most sense. What? Not sheathing your sword yet? Oh, I get it. You're doing this because you're also secretly in love with Her Highness the Ninth Princess, right?" Min Vin said to Lam, and with a look of disgust, "You brat, watch your mouth. I don't have to go easy on you. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll deal with you, and we'll see what you have to say then." Chris was not angry at all. On the contrary, she very casually ordered her subordinate, "Stand down. You are not to harm our distinguished guest." Then she turned to Lamon and said, "I am also a fair person. As long as you complete the missions I give you, I will grant your wish." Lamon extended his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips as he said, "I will definitely not disappoint Your Highness. I too look forward to that day." Chris said mysteriously, "Don't celebrate too soon. Go investigate the connection between the old nobles and the demon slaves. This is the first mission I'm giving you. If you cannot complete this test, I will hand you back to the old nobles. You of all people should know what the consequences will be then." In the Ninth Princess's room, New York bowed gently and respectfully. "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, as you instructed, the carriage is waiting at the door." The Ninth Princess happily introduced to New York, "This is my new secretary, Lamon." As she introduced him, the Ninth Princess gestured towards Lamon. With her sharp eye, "He must be a worthy investment, right?" New York smiled humbly. "Your Highness is too kind. I am just a humble merchant who knows a little about business. When it comes to judging character, how could I dare to show off in front of Your Highness?" since he is the one your highness has chosen. Lamma must certainly have some extraordinary qualities. The ninth princess praised. You're being too modest on New York. A young genius indeed. She then continued. In the coming days, Lamb will be in charge of investigating the old nobles and finding evidence of their crimes. He made a request to me, hoping to obtain a legitimate noble status to make his actions more convenient. On New York, you know how important this is. So, are you willing to help Lamon? On New York readily agreed. Of course, as long as your highness asks. Nothing is impossible. Then I'll leave it to you. The ninth princess continued speaking to Lamon. Lamon, I have granted your request. A carriage, guards, and even a noble companion. What comes next depends on your performance. Lamon bowed. My deepest thanks. Moreover, to be able to act alongside the president of the Urobi Merchant Guild is a rare stroke of luck. The ninth princess asked curiously, how do you know on New York? Lamon explained, 4 years ago, when she was still unknown to the world, a then 14-year-old on New York took over the Urobi Merchant Guild. At that time, most people thought the Urobi Merchant Guild had reached a dead end. But under on New York's brilliant leadership, the Urobi Merchant Guild began to get back on its feet. The trade war 4 years ago was an even more spectacular comeback. On New York used her power at the seaport as bait, single-handedly acquiring the Fula Merchant Guild and surpassing her 9 siblings to become the #1 noble merchant. Lamon continued in a voice full of admiration. I have always admired Miss on New York, especially her work, the book 100 Strategies for Business Warfare, which I always keep at my bedside. It's just a pity that Miss on New York's grandfather passed away last year, causing her to suffer a great shock, and she eventually had to go to the coast to recuperate, neglecting her business since then. Lamon smiled and said, to see such a vibrant Miss on New York now, I am truly moved. The ninth princess replied, you've done your research. It seems you prepared very thoroughly before coming to see me. Lamon, on New York is a friend I hold in high regard. You absolutely must not waste your time. He assured the ninth princess, please rest assured, your highness. With Miss on New York's help, before sunrise tomorrow, all the old nobles who participated in the slave auction will be awaiting your highness's judgment. The ninth princess was astonished. Just one day? On New York, do you think one day is enough to complete this task? On New York approved. I completely agree with Secretary Lamb Ann's view. One day is more than enough. Outside the imperial palace, a noble carriage was already prepared, with 2 servants escorting it. And so, on New York happily invited Lamb and into the carriage. The carriage began to move. Sitting in the carriage, Lamb and marveled. This is the first time I've ridden in such a luxurious carriage. It turns out the inside is even more magnificent than I imagined. Even the suspension system is so impressive, I can barely feel the carriage moving. Lamon continued, Miss on New York, thank you for trusting me. So next, how should we investigate those old nobles? On New York's expression changed. She broke out in a cold sweat from fear. This is bad. I'm doomed. Lamon asked in confusion. Miss on New York, are you all right? You don't look so well. On New York flared up. How could I be well? You arrogant fool, saying one day is enough. With so little time, how can we possibly complete the mission? You're going to be the death of me. Hearing this, Lamb and asked blankly, huh? But didn't you agree with me back there? If you thought it was a bad idea, you could have refused my proposal. On New York admitted, how could I refuse? Just now, in front of Her Highness the Ninth Princess, I vouched for you, said you were a valuable person, and even agreed to help you investigate those old nobles. She continued, who would have thought you'd say just one day was enough? In that situation, do you think I could have possibly opened my mouth to refuse? Doing so would only make Her Highness look down on me. Lamon gave a placating smile and comforted her. Calm down, Miss on New York. I've always admired you, especially the battle to take over the Fuklap Merchant Guild, which I've studied many times. You must be the legendary business genius. Why are you panicking over such a small difficulty? On New York frantically denied it. Taking over the Fuklap Merchant Guild? That wasn't me. I'm no business genius at all. Lamon was stunned into silence. On New York then tearfully confessed the truth. To enhance the reputation of the Urobi Merchant Guild, my grandfather spent money to build me an image as a genius young investor. In reality, all the guild's business was handled by my grandfather. After my grandfather passed away, to avoid exposing my true abilities, I had to run away, and I've only managed to get by until today. If Her Highness the Ninth Princess finds out the truth, everything will be ruined. Are you even listening to me? Lamon said disappointedly. I'm still listening. It's just that after learning everything, I'm a little disappointed. On New York argued. Just try to imagine, what could a 14-year-old kid possibly accomplish? It's so absurd. Why would anyone even believe it? She continued. Now is not the time for you to be disappointed. If we don't complete the mission today, the outcome for both of us will be tragic. We only have one day, and we don't even have a direction for the investigation. Lamon took out a notebook. I got this notebook from that slave trader. It details all the transactions of the old nobles. As if seeing a glimmer of hope, On New York said excitedly, "This is great. With something this good, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lamon held out a hand to stop On New York. "Don't come any closer. I don't want to be near a fool. You know all the addresses of those old nobles, right?" On New York replied confidently, "Of course. Leave the route planning to me." The carriage stopped. On New York announced, "Baron Hoke Hoa's house is right here. Are we going in now?" Lamon scanned the area. There's no trace of demonic presence here. With that said, he signaled to move on. Next place. They arrived in front of a luxurious castle. On New York said, "This is Viscount Dang Quang's residence." Lamon shook his head. "There's no demonic presence here either. Let's go to another one." And so, their carriage stopped at various locations one after another. Viscount Nam Kok, Baron Coklab, Count Noyet too. On New York was gradually losing her patience. "Are you doing this on purpose? This is the last address, Marquis Balwan's house. You're not going to say there's no demonic presence and move on again, are you? Why don't you go inside and take a look?" Lamon opened the notebook and said with a smile, "No need. Is this the last house? Then our daytime work is done. Gerard has disappeared. The slave auction was discovered by the church. With so many major incidents happening, those old nobles must be on edge. Knock, knock, knock." A knock came from outside. On New York opened the door. "What is it?" A servant reported, "Miss, Marquis Balwan's butler has brought people to block the carriage, saying he has a message for you." The old butler greeted respectfully. "Greetings, Miss On New York. My master sent me to deliver a message, hoping you would stop these threatening behaviors." On New York retorted, "Threatening behaviors?" The old butler said, "The fact that you and the newly arrived Secretary Lamb and rode a carriage around the royal capital today, stopping successively in front of the gates of various great nobles, is no longer a secret. The master said he has always respected you very much, but you will never find what you're looking for in this royal capital. If you continue with such actions, I'm afraid it will bring about dire consequences. For example, the life of this Secretary Lamon. I hope you will consider this carefully." On New York replied, "Please convey to Marquis Balwan that I was just taking a stroll with a friend. I never expected you all to be so cowardly. The real battle hasn't even begun. Please ask the Marquis to take care of his health and not fall ill at this time." The carriage departed. Lamon praised, "Miss On New York, your presence just now was quite impressive." That old butler was scared speechless. On New York rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Sigh. "Are you still in the mood to joke? The mission isn't complete yet, and you, well, you went and provoked Marquis Balwan." Lamon smiled mysteriously. "Don't be hasty. I still have things to do. At 10 o'clock tonight, Marquis Balwan will surely deploy countless guards. Trust me, by then, Marquis Balwan will definitely cast everything aside and kneel to beg you." Dusk gradually fell over the royal capital. Lamon, how much further do we have to go?" The Red Dragon's voice rang out. "You've run to a desolate mountain area. Are you planning to escape? What about tonight's appointment? Are you planning to abandon Miss On New York? But it's strange. Has all the evidence been destroyed?" The Red Dragon continued. "At this rate, the ninth princess will surely hold you accountable, and even those nobles won't let you off. There will be no place left for you in this royal capital." Lamon asked the Red Dragon, "Don't you find this place a bit familiar? Last night, after defeating that minister, the remains of most of the demon slaves from the dungeon were buried here." The Red Dragon trembled slightly. "You bastard, don't tell me you're planning to." Lamon said with a smile, "Those depraved nobles think they can wash away all their crimes just because there's no evidence? How foolish. If there's no evidence, then we'll just create our own." A dark corridor appeared, lit only by a few candles, creating a mysterious atmosphere that made the place look incredibly strange. A large door was shrouded in darkness, only becoming visible upon approach. Is a marquis really here?" a girl asked worriedly. Without turning his head, Chankok replied, "Yes, the marquis is waiting for you. Please don't waste time." The girl said again, a bit uneasy, "I'm sorry, but I want to go back." This time, Chankok turned his head and said slowly, "Go back? The marquis is a kind-hearted man. He has never intimidated anyone. It's just a pity that you were sold by your family. Now that you want to go back, what reason would the marquis have to help them pay off their debts?" The girl lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I'm willing to stay." At this moment, in a mysterious and gloomy place, a statue was placed solemnly, which on closer inspection was a skeleton. A pair of hands was holding a glass jar, and inside the jar was a pair of eyes with brilliant pink pupils. Balwan raised the glass jar, the corners of his mouth curling into a strange smile. Wow, so beautiful. This color is truly magnificent. The light it emits deeply captivates me, leaving me entranced. He said cheerfully. As expected, only high-ranking demons possess such heart-stirring beauty. Just then, Chan Kok entered, interrupting the Marquis. Master, the person you needed has arrived. The butler quickly reported to the Marquis about the presence of the person behind him. Then, the Marquis, while holding the glass jar, said slowly, Chan Kok, thank you for your hard work. I'm very pleased. I never thought there would be a second person in this world who looks so much like Lo DT. The girl worriedly mumbled the name Lo DT, her heart heavy with anxiety. She was the one I love the most. It's just a pity that I have lost her forever. As Marquis Balwan said this, an air of melancholy enveloped him. The Marquis continued, but it's all right. One day, I will turn you in a Lo DT. Then, she will be by my side forever. The girl glanced uneasily at the Marquis, then hesitantly spoke. Your lordship, you are truly a person of deep affection and loyalty. But please look closely. No matter how hard I try, I can't become someone else. The Marquis pouted and said, someone else? No, Lo DT is a high-ranking demon. So don't worry, as long as you and I work together, both your body and soul can be reformed. I'll leave it to you, Chan Kok. Chan Kok then reached out his hand, casting magic on the girl, while replying, yes, master. Let me go. The girl was bound tightly by blue chains, and screamed in panic. What are you trying to do? The Marquis then revealed his true colors, saying, Lo DT. Do you know how much pain I had to endure after you died? To hide from the Empire, I had to dismember you, bring you to this secret chamber in the borderlands, and use the most precious magic to preserve you. His expression grew darker, and his eyes gradually glowed red. It's just that, Lo DT, I've always been so afraid that someone else would take you from me. He clutched the glass jar tightly, muttering incessantly, without you, my life has no meaning. I have imagined your appearance, but no matter how I call, you don't answer. The girl was still trying to beg, her face showing clear anxiety. Please let me go. I don't want to be reformed into someone else. But he roared, Lo DT, look, everything of yours is on her. Every time I want to see you, I have to do it secretly, and I have to say you're just a war trophy from the demons to deceive the world. In just 3 months, no, 2 months at most, I'll be able to let Lo DT let you live again in a human form. At that time, we could take walks together, no longer afraid of anyone disturbing us. You're insane. The girl screamed in terror, looking fearfully at the perverted man. Let me go. The Marquis just turned his head and uttered, how rude. In that case, I won't transplant the eyes first. Let's transfer Lo DTI's vocal cords first. Huh? Who's there? Come out. The Marquis was startled, then shouted angrily. At this moment, Lam and Anon New York, along with 2 attendants behind them, entered in unison. Lam was in the lead. The back mountain of the Marquis's residence indeed holds a secret. It took me all day to find it. The Marquis was not afraid at all, saying, Miss on New York, didn't I already have someone send you a message? Barging in here in the middle of the night with people, the price to pay will likely not be small. On New York, not to be outdone, frowned and said, at this point, you're still trying to talk your way out of it. Your crime scene has been recorded. Release that girl now and hand over everything you have. Lam said nothing, just smiled simply. The Marquis said without a trace of fear, this girl has signed a contract of servitude, so she belongs to my Marquis's residence. Even if I were to kill her, it wouldn't be excessive. The girl immediately retorted, lies. It was clearly you. Before she could finish her sentence, the Marquis threatened her. Shut up. Think about your family. He also smiled without fear. All right, Miss on New York, it seems the misunderstanding between us has been resolved. I will not pursue the matter of you trespassing into the Marquis's residence, and you should not meddle in my affairs. On New York did not give up and continued. Marquis Balwan, do you think you can deny all your crimes just like that? Don't you think that girl will expose you? Miss, please tell me the truth. I will help you protect your family. I'm sorry. The girl continued, I don't know anything. At this moment, Lamon also spoke up. That young lady has her own difficulties. In any case, we have already sent people to search the Marquis's residence. But on New York couldn't help but say, Lamon, isn't she the only lead? Other evidence is really hard to find. The Marquis, still appearing unafraid, spoke up. Do you think I am like you? You people will not find anything here. But just then, a person walked in, holding an object wrapped in a white cloth. The person spoke as he walked, found it. He quickly said, Miss on New York, I found the body of a demon slave beneath the secret chamber. The time of death was just 2 days ago. On New York also said hurriedly, Since you found it, hurry up and open it for me to see. The guard hesitated slightly, but Miss on New York, this body has been here for 2 days. On New York didn't beat around the bush and continued. No more words. Show it to me quickly. The attendant quickly did as she wished and flipped open the white cloth. The moment she saw the corpse, a foul stench assaulted her nostrils, making her unable to stop herself from gagging. Lamon also spoke directly, saying quickly, Marquis, the body of a demon slave was found in your house. Do you have anything else to say? On New York mumbled with some displeasure. Wait, Lamon, don't tell me you recorded me vomiting too? Lamon also quickly replied to her, Rest assured, everything that happens here, I will not miss a single detail. At this moment, the Marquis was truly frightened and said, The body of a demon slave? How is that possible? Don't you lie to me. I don't believe it. As he stepped forward and lifted the white cloth, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Let me see. Is this really the body of a demon slave? At this point, Lamon slowly said, Marquis, with both witness and physical evidence, I wonder what else you have to deny? The Marquis still stubbornly retorted, Ridiculous. Even if she is a demon slave, I don't know her at all. This body has nothing to do with me. Lamon knew this full well, so he walked to the Marquis's side and whispered in his ear, Marquis, no matter what you say, this body was found in your residence. The Marquis was truly terrified. I understand, but he remained stubborn, looking up and glaring at Lamon, saying, It was you. You hid in my house. This is definitely a frame-up. Lamon didn't want to say much, simply replying, That's right, I did frame you. But as long as I hand this over to the church, they will continue the investigation. Do you think you can escape involvement? When the church uncovers the truth, will you still be as calm and composed as you are now? The corner of Anne's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly said, Marquis Balwan, think it over carefully yourself. Go to the church and seek death, or come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Anne's subordinates quickly snatched the eyes of Lo DT from Balwan's hands. Having it snatched away, Balwan went berserk, chasing after the subordinate and screaming, Get it back to me. Jive Lo DT back to me. Lamon took the jar containing Lo DTI's eyes and smiled. The eyes of a high-ranking demon are extremely important evidence. They must be kept by me. After hearing this, the subordinate replied, Yes, Sir Lamon. Seeing this, Balwan roared in fury. This devil. Chankak, quickly get Lo DT back for me. As soon as he finished, a man immediately appeared behind Lamon, gathering his strength and attacking him. Lamon gave a faint smile and remarked, Truly a loyal and dedicated butler. But then, a hint of regret tinged Lamon's voice. It's just a pity that he's too weak. Lamon waited for Chankak to get close, then released a burst of power that sent Chankak flying. Chankak immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Lamon put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Chankak, mocking him. To dare to act tough and scream about killing me with such meager strength. Your courage is truly commendable. Chankak coughed up blood in anger and shouted, Cough, cough. You brat, don't get cocky too soon. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Chankak's words were bone-chillingly vicious. In the end, you're just a dog of the 9th princess. Acting so arrogant and conceited now, you'll surely die a miserable death later. I will definitely kill you. Lamon showed no weakness, retorting, Call me a dog? Then what the hell are you? How long can a dog that bullies others by relying on its master's power remain majestic? Do you still think you're a nobleman? A mere butler dares to attack an enforcer from the Ministry of Magic? Even if I kill you, it would be in self-defense. Balwan couldn't watch any longer and shouted, Lamon, stop for me. Hearing him, Lamon asked curiously, Your Excellency, the Marquis, you wish to stop me? After a pause, Laman continued. Come with me quietly, and your butler will keep his life. Balwan did not give up and stood there analyzing for Laman. Laman, you are a talent with a boundless future. Isn't following the ninth princess a waste? Besides, the ninth princess has always been cold and ruthless. She fundamentally won't care about your life. Her telling you to hunt down the old nobility, to put it bluntly, is just using you to clear her obstacles. After hearing him, Laman laughed and replied, Do you think your few nonsensical words can shake my loyalty to Her Highness? Dream on. Balwan lowered his head slightly and continued. If you are so loyal, haven't you considered that arbitrarily arresting a marquis like me will only intensify the struggle between the new nobility and the old nobility? Faced with the wrath of the old nobility, even the ninth princess will find it difficult to control the situation. Laman glanced coldly at Balwan and said with contempt, Foolish. Is the will of the ninth princess something you can casually speculate on? For the sake of Her Highness's wish, I will absolutely not soften by even an inch. Your Excellency, the Marquis, it seems that compared to coming with me, you prefer to go to the church to be investigated. Is that right? Fine. Then you lot, come and give His Excellency, the Marquis, a hand. You must escort him safely to the church. Two subordinates quickly came before Balwan and replied, Yes. Your Excellency, the Marquis, please come with us. Seeing the two subordinates about to seize him, Balwan hurriedly spoke up, Wait. Laman, you're a madman. You win. I'll go with you. Don't take me to the church. Finally, Marquis Balwan was dealt with. Outside, the sky was pitch black. In the room, without the candlelight, it would likely be as dark as the night sky outside. New York was comforting the girl. Everything is fine now. Marquis Balwan will no longer have the chance to bother you. Let me take you home. The girl knelt on the ground, sobbing and thanking everyone through her tears. Laman coldly adjusted his tie and said, New York, let's go. New York rushed up behind Laman and replied, I know, no need to rush. Catching such a big fish this time, it wasn't in vain that Her Highness entrusted this to us. As expected, you only needed 1 day to complete the mission. Laman, I really didn't misjudge you. Laman strode quickly, replying as he walked, Don't waste time. The carriage is waiting outside. New York clapped happily and asked with a smile, Are we taking Marquis Balwan to see Her Highness right now? But it's already the middle of the night. Laman turned his head slightly to look at New York, teasingly. Is catching Marquis Balwan enough to satisfy you? I thought you wanted to surprise Her Highness, to make her see you in a new light. As soon as New York heard this, her eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at Lam and asked, You mean besides Marquis Balwan, we have other prey? Laman said to New York nonchalantly, Of course we do, but if you don't want to, we can stop here. I'm tired too. It would be best to go home and rest. Hearing this, New York quickly grabbed Laman's arm, pleading, I want to go. Lord Laman, I beg you. This mission is extremely important to me. Laman spoke resignedly. All right, Miss New York, as you wish. The two quickly left Marquis Balwan's villa. Laman led the way, saying, First is Baron Huahua's house. New York skipped excitedly. Off to catch people, la la la, at Baron Huahua's residence. Suddenly, a swishing sound was heard, followed by Huahua's voice. What are you people doing? I am a baron. He was met with a strange silence. Immediately after, Baron Huahua was dragged out by two of Lam and subordinates. Huahua struggled constantly. Let go. I can walk by myself. Laman smirked coldly and said, Go to the next house. Viscount Dengjiang, Viscount Nanko, Garon Geskiviko Lawantai. The carriage passed by each mansion Lam and had named. Yet New York was still extremely excited, saying with a laugh, That's 5 people already. It's so easy. Laman curled his lips. It's not over yet. Continue to the next house. Earl Yuku, Baron Kuwei, Viscount Mu Ku, Earl de Lin. New York began to feel uneasy and stammered. 10. That's 10 people already. Laman, are we moving too fast? Catching so many preys. I'm afraid if we continue like this, it will cause chaos. Laman looked at New York with some disappointment and said, It's only been 10 people and you're already scared? Don't you want to please Her Highness the Ninth Princess? Or perhaps, New York, your loyalty to Her Highness the Ninth Princess was never firm to begin with? Hearing this, New York naturally had to refute. How could that be? New York's eyes welled with tears, and she forced herself to say, Let's continue. At the ninth princess's residence, a blue-haired subordinate of the ninth princess was holding a sword, looking at the person in front of him and asking, "Do you really not need to use a weapon?" The other person slowly spoke, "Please make your move. Don't worry about me." The blue-haired subordinate pointed his sword at him and said arrogantly, "You said it yourself. If I accidentally cut off your leg, don't blame me." Just as the blue-haired subordinate got close and was about to strike, the man remained calmly in place. The moment the blue-haired subordinate swung his sword, it suddenly vanished from his hand. The blue-haired subordinate was astonished, thinking to himself, "What happened? I clearly hit him just now. I even felt the blade touch his flesh. How could it suddenly disappear?" That sword was now in the man's hand. The man couldn't help but praise, not bad swordsmanship. "At your age, my swordsmanship was probably a level below. To use a sword, you must use your heart to feel the true meaning of swordsmanship." The blue-haired subordinate looked at his own hands and said, a little vexed, "Damn it, when did you take the sword from my hand?" "Indeed, what a coincidence. Someone also came to stop me this morning. Lamb and was just a little bit away from dying." "Sir, may I know your real name? Seeing that your swordsmanship is so profound, I can't possibly have no impression of you." But a trace of sorrow flashed in the man's eyes. The man quickly answered the blue-haired subordinate's question. "Because of the oath I took when I became a knight, I gave up my real name long ago. Moreover, you're also wrong about one point. This morning, I took advantage of the opening when you attacked Lamb and to control your sword, preventing it from touching Lamb, and fortunately, the distance was just right and a magical explosion did not reach you. Otherwise, if your sword had advanced just one more inch, no matter what, the one who died would certainly have been you." Hearing the man mention this, the blue-haired subordinate was stunned. He was extremely shocked, mixed with suspicion. Magical explosion? Lamon is a great mage? How is that possible? He's only 20 years old. If that's true, isn't he a monstrous genius? Isn't it too dangerous to have him by Her Highness the Ninth Princess's side? A female voice rang out. "I am naturally aware of this matter. Merwin is a distinguished guest I specially invited. He is not just a swordsman, but is even more skilled in magic." The person who had just arrived was the ninth princess, Chris. She continued, "Even if Lamb and is hiding his true strength, he is nothing before Merwin. Did you really think I would come to the Ministry of Magic without any preparations?" The blue-haired subordinate placed a hand on his left chest and said with utmost reverence, "Your Highness, I never expected you to be so thorough in your considerations. With Sir Merwin by your side, and yet I was still worried about others coming to bother you. It was truly needless worry. Moreover, with a powerful expert like Lamb and working for you, I should be rejoicing." Chris also spoke with some unease. Lamb is indeed a magical genius, but he is too arrogant and conceited. Even with New York's help, what can they possibly accomplish in a single day? I hope they don't disappoint me. Before Chris could finish speaking, another subordinate came running and shouting a report. "Your Highness, something major has happened." Chris glanced at the subordinate and asked, "What is it? Why are you in such a panic?" The subordinate quickly knelt on one knee, placed a hand on his left chest, and reported, "Your Highness, this is bad. Lamb has arrested 20 former nobles, including Marquis Balin, and the arrests are still ongoing." Upon hearing this, Chris immediately shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry and relay my order. Tell Lamb and to stop immediately." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I will immediately go and relay the message to Lord Lamon." Chris was seething with anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "For goodness sake, Lamon, you've created such a messy situation. How am I supposed to explain this to Father King?" Night fell, enveloping the luxurious villa. The brilliant lights could not dispel the gloomy atmosphere here. Inside the villa, Ango leaned back on an expensive sofa, looking extremely relaxed, facing the two people before him. Ango pouted, "Arrest me? Are you even worthy? Do you know who I am?" New York scanned Ango from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze and spoke sharply. "Ango, eldest son of Viscount Manhwa. No noble title, nor any official position. After graduating from university, you've spent your days indulging in pleasure, never having held any job. Considered the scum of the nobility, a useless young master of the Viscount's house." Ango rubbed the back of his neck, his pride slightly wounded, but he still put on an arrogant front and retorted stubbornly, "What do you know? I'm just waiting for a job that suits me. Besides, my sister is Talana, the head of the 6th Department of the Ministry of Magic, and also the fiancée of His Grace the Duke. So, you'd best get out of here for me." Lamon sneered inwardly and joined the conversation. "Oh, Talana is the Duke's fiancée. So what does that have to do with you?" Are you planning to marry His Grace the Duke as well? In the end, you're just relying on your parents' noble title. Ango turned his face away, not easily provoked. Haha, what do you know? My family is only a Viscounty, yet we have a marriage contract with His Grace the Duke. Can you guess why? It's because a portion of a recently discovered magic crystal mine belongs to our family's territory. In this era, whoever controls the magic crystals controls the future. I'll soon become a proper great noble myself. On New York broke out in a cold sweat, turned to Lamon and whispered with some worry. Lamon, maybe we should just drop it? After all, we've already arrested more than 25 nobles. It's not necessary to arrest this useless young master. Ultimately, we shouldn't get involved with the Duke and the magic crystals, and especially not cause more trouble for Her Highness. Ango, who had been listening all this time, finally couldn't stand being ignored and shouted loudly. What are you whispering about? If you have something to say it directly to this young master. Or are you afraid this useless person can't even hear you clearly? The door suddenly opened, and the person who appeared was the very sister who had just been mentioned, Talana. Talana frowned and said, Ango, didn't I tell you? Be a little quieter tonight. Don't be noisy and disturb me. As soon as Ango saw his sister, his expression immediately changed, and he stammered, Sister. That is, Lamon didn't miss any opportunity to greet the beauty. Good evening, head Talana. Talana also replied to Lamon, Why are you here? Lamon pointed behind him, under orders from Her Highness. I am in charge of arresting criminals involved in the illegal trade of demon slaves. Coincidentally, I have discovered evidence proving Ango's involvement with demon slaves right here in your home. Ango immediately felt wronged and jumped up, shouting, You've got to be kidding. Sister, this guy is slandering me. I absolutely do not have any demon slave corpses hidden in my house. Talana's gaze darkened, her mind racing. She questioned Lam, and in return, What do you mean by this? Have I offended you in some way? Facing the two siblings, Lamon remained perfectly calm and replied, Please don't misunderstand, head. We will resolve this matter amicably. However, arresting criminals is an order from the 9th Princess, Her Highness, and I cannot disobey it. Talana, please do not obstruct my work any longer. Don't you know the consequences yet? Ango's face darkened, his hands clenched into fists, and he roared angrily. You dare threaten my sister? How audacious! Talana, go and report to His Grace the Duke. He needs to be taught a serious lesson. However, his sister made no move, causing Ango's resolve to waver somewhat. Talana? Talana only replied curtly, Ango, you go with Lamon for now. Ango was immediately put on the back foot. Sister, what are you saying? Are you planning to abandon me? Have you forgotten what you did that day? If I get arrested, don't think you'll get away unscathed. Talana was not provoked at all. She retorted, Shut up, you fool. What's your hurry? I'll figure something out. The evidence is in his hands now. Since you've done something against your conscience, you should just go with him obediently. Innocent, don't you know the truth yourself? Lamon suddenly cut off the brewing argument between the siblings. Thank you for your cooperation, head Talana. In that case, young Master Ango, please come downstairs with us. Ango looked at the large white bundle on the floor. Evidence. A bold idea sparked in his mind. If I just burn this corpse, won't the evidence be gone? Ha 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 ha. The flames instantly engulfed the entire room, mingling with Ango's vile laughter. Ha ha ha. Let's see what reason you have to arrest me this time. Just as Ango was laughing maniacally in triumph, he didn't notice anything unusual. Arrest me? Guards, see them out. Where are your people? Talana? Lamon? At this moment, the magnificent living room was empty, leaving only Ango's panicked cries. Suddenly, a pair of bare feet and a strange purple aura approached. Ango once again cried out in panic. Who's there? Come out. The figure before him took shape, a young woman with a voluptuous figure. 2 horns grew from her forehead, along with a pair of pointed elven ears. Perhaps she wasn't human at all. In her hand, she held a vial of potion, emitting a suspicious pink mist. Ango seemed to recognize the other person, or rather, it was the corpse of the female demon slave he had killed with his own hands. He was utterly terrified as if he had seen a ghost. It's you? How is this possible? Aren't you already dead? The young female demon shook the vial in her hand, her gloomy eyes fixed on Ango, and spoke in a voice as light as a feather. Drink it. Ango was stunned as if struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. He could only weakly utter one word. The female demon repeated once more, Come on, drink it. As she spoke, she poured the entire vial straight into Ango's mouth. He didn't even have time to vomit it out. Coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. What did you make me drink? Ango continued to cough. Cough, cough, cough. The female demon didn't give him time to breathe. What? You still don't understand? This is the magic potion you made me drink every day, which can make you feel both pain and pleasure. The purple aura gradually enveloped Ango, seeping into every corner of his body. Ango's face turned pale. He said breathlessly, "Are you going to do to me?" The female demon directly pulled out a spiked mace to threaten him, as if afraid he didn't know what karmic retribution was. "You've tried all kinds of demonic torture tools on me. Now it's your turn to have a taste. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Let's start with the gentlest one." Ango's mouth was full of saliva mixed with the magic potion, and he screamed his lungs out as if he had seen hell right before his eyes. "No, it can't be that big. How is that possible?" The female demon just let out a cold laugh. "You'll know once you try." A second before the tragedy struck. The next scene was shrouded in the stench of blood, mixed with Ango's tragic screams. "It's so hot. The one who killed you was my sister Talana. If you want revenge, go find her." It turned out that everything that had just happened was not real. Or rather, it only took place inside Ango's head, making him unable to distinguish reality from illusion. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in pain. At this moment, New York looked at Ango as if he were a monster and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with him?" He just touched the demon's corpse and went crazy like this. Lamon rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. That's called a special torture method of the demon race. After death, their vengeful resentment will remain on the corpse. So when he touched the corpse, he happened to activate that vengeful will. New York's hair stood on end as she listened, and she quickly said, "I don't believe it. There's no such strange demon race." Lamon looked at her words, betraying her feelings, and could only sigh. "If you don't believe it, why are you hiding behind me?" Talana spoke coldly, as if reminding them, "Are you two done talking? If you're done, then hurry up and take this useless brother of mine away. I don't want to see him anymore. You two should leave now as well." Lamon didn't forget to reply, "Sorry to have disturbed your rest. We'll be leaving right away." Time flew by, and 3 days later, a group of people began to gossip animatedly about the past events. "Just based on that madman? How is that possible?" Another person replied, "Isn't this obvious? Have you not been in the royal capital these past few days?" The blue-haired young man said, "Traces of the rebel army were found in the west of the city. I've been there investigating for the past few days and just got back today." The red-haired young man with glasses frowned. "The rebel army? So that good friend of mine isn't dead yet? His vitality is truly tenacious." The other person quickly replied, "Of course. By the way, you still haven't told me who that madman you just mentioned is." The red-haired, four-eyed young man continued, "It's the intern from the 6th floor, Lamon. He used to look like just a bookworm. Who would have thought that guy was such a maniac?" On the very first day, he was promoted to secretary by the 9th princess, Her Highness. He arrested 26 former nobles, including the boyfriend of the head of the 6th department, Talana. After hearing this, the blue-haired young man also found it very strange. "That aggressive? I remember head Talana treated him quite well." The red-haired, four-eyed young man explained, "Well, that guy disowned even his own kin just to curry favor with the 9th princess, Her Highness. Everyone knows now that Lamb and is the 9th princess's loyal dog, which is why he got the nickname the 9th princess's Mad Dog." At this time, in another solemn place, seemingly somewhere in the royal palace, a beautiful young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes rested her chin on her hand, tooting as she said, "The 9th princess's loyal dog. The 9th princess's Mad Dog, disowning one's own kin. It seems this 9th princess, Her Highness, has heard the rumors spreading everywhere." She slammed the table in dissatisfaction. "How dare they keep spouting nonsense? How did that loyal man become a mad dog? As a result, it even implicated me, nearly igniting a war between the old nobility and the new nobility." A blue-haired young man, a subordinate of the 9th princess, with a cautious and somewhat displeased expression, spoke up with a suggestion. "Your Highness, that lamb and is a menace. How about we eliminate him?" The 9th princess gritted her teeth, unable to contain her anger, and made a final decision directly. "Death is too good for him. Drag him here for me. I must personally thank him properly." Not long after, Lamon was summoned by Her Highness the 9th princess. Lamon was not the least bit courteous, his opening words as natural as if the two were on the same side. "Your Highness, I thought you would have summoned me sooner. Could it be that you're troubled over what to reward me with?" The response was an ice-cold reply from the other party. "Reward? I haven't had a good night's sleep in 3 days cleaning up the mess you made, and you still have the nerve to ask for a reward? You two on New York, what have you two been up to this time? I told you to observe him, not to join him in his mischief." At that, On New York pressed her lips together, a flicker of worry on her face, not knowing how to explain to Her Highness. This matter, Lamb, and immediately stepped forward to defend the poor young lady. Your Highness, please don't blame Miss On New York. I was the one who dragged her into this. On New York was surprised by this sudden help. Her cheeks flushed for a moment, her eyes filled with admiration as she softly called Lamb N's name. Witnessing this scene, the ninth Princess Chris found it a bit interesting, yet also somewhat probing. She raised an eyebrow slightly. On New York, is that so? On New York hurriedly explained, Your Highness, it's not entirely like that. Capturing those nobles this time was just too easy, so I got carried away and forgot myself, forgot to stop Lamb, and that things developed to this point is also my fault. Please don't punish Lamb and too severely. He is considered a 1 in a million talent. Hearing these words, Chris exclaimed, Oh, how rare. This is the first time I've heard such high praise for someone from your lips. Could it be that you've taken a liking to Lamb? As she spoke, she didn't forget to tease her a little. On New York quickly tried to explain, her face flushed with embarrassment. Not at all. How could that be? I just don't want to waste talent. To make those old nobles so obedient in just one day, someone else might not have been able to do it. Humph. Chris narrowed her eyes shrewdly, presenting her argument, intending to make things difficult. It's not that I doubt Lammon's talent, but what I worry about is his loyalty. If you want to get a grip on those old nobles, arresting a few leaders would have been enough to serve as a deterrent. You're a smart person, don't you understand? In the end, you arrested 26 people, even including Marquis Balin, nearly causing a war. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lamon had been silent, but he could no longer hold back and spoke up, questioning her directly. Your Highness, then allow me to ask you something. Did you not once say that you want to build a just society, that you want to become the first queen in history? Is that not so? I want to know, was that all just a lie? Were all those ideals just empty words? Chris, faced with Lamb and sharp words, suddenly lost her dominant position. She stammered, Of course not. I have never given up on my ideals. Lamb, still holding the upper hand, pressed on. Then please tell me, what was the point of you telling me to arrest those old nobles? Chris was momentarily at a loss for words. A dead silence fell. Lamb gave Her Highness no chance to breathe, slamming both hands on her desk, closing the distance to add weight to his words. 26 old nobles. Only 3 barons were executed. 5 viscounts were demoted to barons, but kept their lands. And the remaining 18, weren't they all just fined and let go? Did they all leave smugly? Your Highness, is this the justice you desire? Lamb continued to question in a furious tone. The old nobility are the scum of this world. They are trash. For a minor disturbance, they can easily kill the parents, relatives, and friends of others. You ask if I did it on purpose? Yes. The tortures they inflicted on the demon slaves are the same things they did to humans. Not just this time, but whenever I get the chance, I will send them all to hell. After hearing Lammon's outburst, Chris's expression softened considerably. It seemed Lammon's heartfelt words had touched her heart. Her Highness the Ninth Princess said gently, If you're willing, can you tell me what you've been through? Perhaps I can help you. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Lamon replied bluntly without a hint of hesitation. No need. My revenge I will take with my own hands. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, our collaboration has truly disappointed me. Hearing these words, the Ninth Princess Chris could no longer sit still. Do you think I wanted to let them go? Absolutely not. It's just that you should also understand, to achieve a great cause, sometimes one must know when to compromise. Although they escaped punishment, I also obtained something extremely important. Lamon showed no interest, replying perfunctorily. The thing you're talking about is the magic crystal mine, isn't it? Chris shrugged, her expression not very pleased, but she still took a deep breath and explained patiently. Don't you know it all too well? Because the merchant guilds and the new nobility have invented the technology to mine magic crystals, allowing every commoner to feel the benefits brought by the demon race. In other words, this is the technology that will change the future. That's why there's a saying, he who holds more magic crystal mines holds the destiny of the nation. Unfortunately, not long ago, the largest magic crystal mine in the country was discovered on the territory of the old nobles. We originally planned to secretly seize the business rights to the mine, but the news leaked and the deal fell through. Trading the freedom of the old nobles for the chance to seize the magic crystal mine. Making a deal with the devil for your own benefit. Your Highness, is this what you call fairness and justice? Lamon echoed Her Highness's words, not hiding the cold look on his face, repeating them. Chris gritted her teeth, unable to suppress her anger mixed with helplessness. Yes, I made a deal with the devil, so what? For the throne, to realize my dream, this was a necessary compromise. At this point, Lamon no longer held back at all. A necessary compromise? How ridiculous. If it were me, I would definitely have a better way. Chris's expression gradually relaxed, an optimal solution forming in her mind. Why not make full use of him? In that case, I'll entrust this matter to you. Use that method you spoke of, the one that doesn't require compromise. Lamon didn't expect his words would lead to this situation. What? Chris smiled inwardly, having already thought of a way to turn Lamon's own words against him. I'm saying I'll entrust the matter of seizing the magic crystal mine to you to carry out on my behalf. Prove to me that you are indeed a rare genius. Prove that with your help, I won't need to compromise with anyone. At this moment, Chris's expression gradually turned stern, her long eyelashes arching upwards, revealing the inherent confidence of royalty. What's wrong? Are you scared, Lamon? Where has all your earlier courage gone? Come now, let me see just how strong you really are. As if to reconfirm Her Highness's words, Lamon still asked cautiously, Are you sure? I can do whatever I want? Her Highness affirmed resolutely, As long as it's not illegal, whatever you do, I completely agree. At this, a smug smile returned to Lamon's handsome face, wiping away his earlier dejection. Since you've said so, it would be impolite of me not to agree. Chris charmingly tossed her hair back, a radiant smile on her lips, not forgetting to tease. Very good. What kind of great chaos are you planning to cause this time? After Lamon's group took their leave, the door to Her Highness the Ninth Princess's private study closed softly. A subordinate of Her Highness Chris spoke up indignantly. Your Highness, didn't you intend to deal with that Lamon? Why have you now given him such an important task? Her Highness explained calmly. My father's time is running out. To succeed the throne, I must have that in my hands to help me achieve my great cause. Chris added very casually, I originally intended to punish him, but it seems Lamon hates those old nobles to the bone, so it's much easier to use him to get things done. Using his madness to destroy the old nobles. Isn't that just perfect? Of course, you must still closely monitor his every move. The subordinate was quickly convinced by Her Highness's sharp words and simply replied in silence. It's just a pity for Miss on New York. I never expected her attitude towards Lamon to be so resolute. In an instant, Chris's expression turned serious again, as if calculating something important. With On New York's intellect and financial resources, coupled with Lamon's madness, seizing the magic crystal mine shouldn't be difficult. It's just that too many people are already coveting the news of the magic crystal mine. I'm afraid relying on Lamon alone might not be enough to quell the wrath of the old nobles. On New York is a genius from a noble background, and also my friend. But to me right now, the magic crystal mine is far more important than she is. For the sake of fulfilling my and my father's wishes. Scene change. Below a high-class building, a classic-style horse-drawn carriage that had just left the Ninth Princess's place was parked. The people in the carriage were none other than Lamon and On New York, sitting side by side. On New York spoke cheerfully. Lamon, we're at your house. Get a good rest today. I'll come pick you up for the mine tomorrow morning. Lamon decided to discuss this matter a little. This was beyond my expectations. Her Highness the Ninth Princess originally wanted you to hold me back, yet you vehemently objected and continued to work with me. It seemed you're a bit crazy yourself. Regarding this matter, On New York replied seriously, about seizing the magic crystal mine, regardless of success or failure, it will cost us our lives. Do you understand? Lamon was quite surprised. Oh, knowing it's a suicide mission and still diving in. Are you a hopeless fool? Hearing that, On New York smiled and replied gently, My grandfather often said I was a super fool, so he only taught me two things. First, great risks are also great opportunities. Second, investing in industries is not as good as investing in people. He successfully received the Ninth Princess's investment, making the Lapilla Merchant Guild one of the 7 great merchant guilds of the kingdom. Lamon, I want to invest in you. You can definitely turn defeat into victory and open up a new path for us. A moment later, at Lamon's house, the Red Dragon, Leia and I was already sitting on the bed. After hearing Lam and recount the entire event, she burst into hearty laughter. Turn defeat into victory. Open up a new path? Lamin, aren't you completely cornered? The old nobles see you as a thorn in their side, and the ninth princess tells you to go seize the magic crystal mine. She clearly wants to use you to your death. Lamin sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed, glanced at her, and said, Leia and I, you once said that low-grade magic crystals are almost useless to you, that only magic crystals from high-level magical beasts have enough power to help you recover. But if I, as a normal person, were to buy high-grade magic crystals, it would arouse the church's suspicion. So what about low-grade magic crystals? What about a whole mine full of low-grade magic crystals? Lane, I thought for a moment and felt it made some sense. Actually, as long as the quantity is large enough, I can still recover my power. But to be effective, it would take a very long time. Besides, in my current state, if I don't want to attract attention, I can only absorb a large amount of low-grade magic crystals. Lama nodded. I see. It seems I must gain complete control over the business of the magic crystal mine. Lei and I suddenly felt that something was not right. Wait, Lamin, are you planning to start the plan right now? So when will you make your move? Lamin didn't hide it, starting from Her Highness the Ninth Princess's magic item shop, where I once bought magic crystal stones and a camera. The matter of assassinating the Minister of Magic, I intentionally let the Ninth Princess find out. With her personality, she would definitely make me work for her. If the truth about the minister were exposed, whether it's the old nobles or the church, they would all wonder why a mortal with no magic power like me could kill the Minister of Magic. Fortunately, after obtaining the identity of the minister's secretary, I understood that this was a bloody political assassination. Lei and I tilted her head, curiously raising an eyebrow. That's strange. If you've successfully obtained an identity, wouldn't it be enough to just obediently follow orders? Why look for trouble yourself? Lamb explained very naturally, to save my own life. Gerard's old noble friends would very likely seek revenge on me. At that time, even as the minister's secretary, I would just be in existence as insignificant as an ant. That's why I intentionally arrested so many old nobles, to build up my reputation and make it so the Ninth Princess couldn't bring herself to punish me. Gradually, Gerard's sudden disappearance will become a trivial matter not worth mentioning. At the same time, I also proved my ability and my madness to the Ninth Princess, so she would entrust me with the mission of seizing the magic crystal mine. Hearing this, Lei and I couldn't help but feel a chill emanating from the young man before her. Oh, so this was all part of your plan? Humans are truly terrifying. But how do you plan to seize the magic crystal mine? An unreadable smile hung on the corner of Anne's mouth as he suddenly asked in return, Lei and I, have you forgotten? The core figure of the old nobles is that Duke, and he happens to be the fiancé of Dean Alana. A mine of pristine beauty appeared before them, with lush trees and scattered rubble. Ahead was an ancient-style wooden structure, the management center for this area. The scenery was like a tranquil painting, blending the beauty of wild nature with the rusticity of the architecture, creating a harmonious and pleasant space. Sir Lamb, and this is the new mine of the old nobles, located on the territory of Her Highness the Ninth Princess, acquired in an auction a month ago. On New York said, her gaze drifting into the distance, her turquoise eyes seeming to hold an entire world. There was likely a hint of regret in her heart. Unfortunately, news about the mine was quickly leaked. All the old nobles refused to sell their domains. Lamon walked towards the building. Is this the mine's management center? It looks too simple, Lamon said as he approached the rustic wooden building, only then realizing how truly simple and approachable it was. Outside, mining tools like stone trays were neatly stacked. The piles of wood were somewhat messy, creating a very ordinary, unpretentious space. On New York and Lamb, and one in front of the other, walked while looking around at the scenery, feeling a bit doubtful. Perhaps the management center has moved to a new area. Strange, why aren't there any workers? Haha, not just the management center, I've laid off all the workers in the nearby mines too. A tall, bearded man emerged from nowhere, speaking with one hand on his hip and the other waving. His gaze and gestures were full of confidence, as if he had taken control of this entire area, not just the work, but everything around it. On New York said in astonishment, Dali, what do you mean? Are you intentionally slowing down progress to delay us? Miss on New York, Her Highness the Ninth Princess has informed me that you and Sir Lamb and here will be taking over my work. All matters related to the mine are your responsibility. The bearded man said triumphantly, the corners of his mouth constantly curling up. It turned out he was the president of the Manhwa Merchant Guild, named Dali. To make it convenient for you two to take over the work and adapt to the environment, I've laid off all the workers. More importantly, if this mission fails, it will have nothing to do with me. The butcher-like man was arrogant and smug, as if he had already secured victory. He had pushed Lamb in and on New York into a difficult position. On New York frowned, not expecting to be undermined like this, and felt very annoyed. Dali, I know my merchant guild and yours have had some conflicts in the past, but competing for the mine is Her Highness the Ninth Princess's most important goal. She faced him directly, showing no fear or hesitation before the butcher-like man. Her eyes shone with determination. To complete Her Highness's mission, we must cooperate. Stop trying to cause trouble like an ignorant child. Being compared to a child, Dali frowned angrily. Who exactly is causing trouble? The magic crystal mine with enormous reserves discovered on the old noble's territory. I've known about this news for a long time. And this mining area is the very territory I poured my heart and soul into building up. I was also the one who helped Her Highness contact the 6 major merchant guilds. Dali grew angrier as he spoke, because he was the one who had always been loyal to the Ninth Princess. I have always been loyal to the Ninth Princess, hoping you all could quickly acquire as many magic crystal mines as possible to aid Her Highness the Ninth Princess's great cause. And what was the result after I revealed the news to you? Those old nobles discovered the truth and rejected all acquisition offers. His loyalty betrayed. He placed a hand on his chest, his sharp and decisive brown eyes narrowing as he roared with resentment and dissatisfaction. I'm sure of it. There's a mole in your merchant guild. What? Are you trying to say that I'm the mole? On New York vehemently retorted. Her turquoise eyes flashed with a sharp glint, her slender eyebrows furrowed, and she even raised a finger to emphasize her words. On New York's attitude was both decisive and firm, clearly showing her anger at being baselessly suspected. I was still vacationing at sea at that time. On New York explained, "Oh, even if you're not the mole, what's the difference?" Seeing that he had angered on New York, Dali laughed gleefully. He flashed a cunning smile, raising both hands in a provocative gesture as if mocking her. He took advantage of the upper hand, putting on New York in a difficult position and forcing her to face his sarcastic, veiled accusations. "Dali, are you looking for a fight?" Her slender shoulders flushed red with anger. While gloating, Dali suddenly flew into a rage, roaring, "Because of your grandfather's death, you were completely uninvolved in the merchant guild's business for a whole year. You're not cut out to be a merchant. Others say you're a genius girl, but in my eyes, you're just a weak little kid. That's why Her Highness took pity on you." His face was truly terrifying at this moment. His face was filled with indignation, his mouth wide open as if he were screaming at On New York. Just because of one word from Her Highness, all my efforts went up in smoke. All my work fell into your and Lamb Ann's hands. If you were me, would you accept it? On New York frowned slightly, her gaze darkening. I would probably be very angry too. Dali began to explain the whole situation, raising his hand to explain. To compete for the old noble's mine, I invested so much manpower and resources. As long as it was for Her Highness, I felt it was all worth it. But in the end, I lost to a little girl who relies on Her Highness's pity. Have you said enough? Lamb stepped forward, his expression stern, coldly crossing his arms. If loyalty and effort were truly useful, then what would be the point of geniuses? If you have to blame someone, blame your own incompetence for not being able to complete the mission. Lamb said to Dali contemptuously. Dali clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "Lamon, I've heard about you. For Her Highness's sake, I'll deal with a mad dog like you. What right does someone who doesn't understand the power of money have to comment on my abilities? Then what if I use the authority of Her Highness the Ninth Princess to comment?" Lamon sneered, revealing a look of contempt. His golden eyes were empty and cold, as if they could see through everything. "Her Highness let us take over your work. Doesn't that prove that the one she chose was us, not you?" Lamon gloatingly taunted Dali, asserting that the Ninth Princess's choice was the very reason they were given this important task. Lamon's words were both sharp and cold, displaying absolute confidence and a sense of superiority over his opponent. Dali arrogantly waved his hand and tilted his head up, saying, Look at how confident you are. Haven't you heard about the final compromise plan with the old nobles? I can only say, I hope you can create a miracle. So that's it. On New York was a bit confused, not understanding what Ali was saying. She mumbled, what is the final compromise plan? Miss on New York, the magic mirror has a signal. It's a message from Her Highness the Ninth Princess. A black-haired beauty, dressed in a black high-collared outfit that covered her neck, holding a mirror with a gold-patterned frame, reported to On New York. Quick, let me see. On New York hurriedly took it, her face stunned with surprise, her eyes wide, anxiously awaiting the command as cold sweat broke out. Within 30 days, the old nobles will allow free trade of the magic crystal mines. But the condition is that all mines under the control of Her Highness the Ninth Princess's merchant guilds must merge into a single company. The entire announcement came from that magic mirror. On New York's face turned pale and horrified, not expecting to receive an announcement to merge all the mines. This made her panic, and cold sweat broke out. 30 days later, the newly formed company will proceed to merge with the old nobles company. Due to the difference in the scale of the mines, shares will be divided between the two companies. The company that holds more shares will be able to control the development of the mines in the kingdom, including the pricing of magic crystal or mining plans and other core rights. Dali continued to laugh loudly and triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Her Highness has indeed agreed to their conditions. If you fail, all the new nobles or mines will become the spoils of war for the old nobles. His words were full of pride, as if victory was already in the hands of the old nobles, creating immense pressure on his opponents. Her Highness the Ninth Princess has poured all her heart and soul into the magic crystal mine this time, yet she handed it over to you two kids. Back off. If you fail, it will make matters extremely serious, Dali said emphatically. In fact, this was not just a challenge, but also a confirmation of the seriousness of this mission. This time it was on New York's turn to be stunned. She couldn't believe it. She was speechless, her face showing clear astonishment and disbelief at this unforeseen situation. Everything had spiraled out of control, making her unable to believe what she had just heard. Meanwhile, Lamon clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, as if he had just heard an interesting story. Ha 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 ha. To Dali, seeing on New York's and Anne's expressions, he found it even more amusing. Has he been scared out of his mind? Even if the Ninth Princess goes crazy, it wouldn't be to this extent. Facing Dali's contempt, Lamon smiled brightly, seemingly unafraid of anything. To be honest, Her Highness the Ninth Princess is truly an excellent gambler, Lamon said while looking contemptuously at the butcher like Dali. Dali, look at that petty expression of yours. How could Her Highness ever place you in an important position? Lamon became more smug as he spoke. With this agreement, it actually gives us more motivation to succeed, to catch all those old nobles in one fell swoop. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A classical-style castle appeared before them, with a predominantly white color scheme. The castle had multiple floors, its walls built from light-colored stone blocks, creating a sense of both elegance and stability. The domes had gentle curves, and the sturdy pillars were carved with intricate patterns, reflecting the owner's wealth and power. Miss Thalana, please come in. The Duke is waiting for you inside. A tea set had been prepared to welcome the guest. Your Grace, the Duke, did you summon me for any instructions? The purple-haired young woman spoke elegantly and politely, her hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes showed respect, but also couldn't hide a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Thalana, why so formal? The Duke asked wonderingly. Didn't you used to call me Lenka? Besides, you're my fiancé. The speaker had his hands in his pockets, his entire being exuding a radiant aura. He was the 13th Duke of Agale of the Tholan Kingdom. Lenka, how has Ango been for the past 3 days in the hands of the 9th Princess's subordinates? Lenka asked with concern. Thalana bowed her head slightly, showing her respect for him. Thank you for your concern, my lord. My brother's health is fine, but his spirit has been shaken. He needs more time to recuperate at home, so he couldn't come to thank you personally, Thalana said softly. But every word she spoke was filled with sincerity and deep worry. If only we could have rescued him sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, too many old nobles were arrested this time, and negotiating with the 9th Princess requires a certain amount of time. Lenka replied, his calm face exuding a regal aura, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, as if he had seen through something. I heard the mastermind behind all this is the 9th Princess's new secretary, Lamin. This man was previously an intern in the 6th Division of the Ministry of Magic, which makes him your subordinate, in a way. Delana was somewhat surprised by Lenka's words and stammered in reply. Yes, my lord. Lam was once my subordinate. She admitted her fault as she spoke. It was all because of my negligence that I couldn't uncover him sooner. Please forgive me, my lord. Delana, I don't mean to blame you. Lenka comforted her and then explained, I'm a little interested in this man named Lamin. To be able to hide his identity, to enter the Ministry of Magic and investigate documents related to the demon slave trade. He truly has a meticulous and unfathomably deep mind. It seemed Lenka had investigated this lamb and person as thoroughly as the back of his hand. It's just a bit strange that in the matter of arresting the old nobles, he acted so recklessly. Where on earth did the 9th princess find such a talent with such a peculiar temperament? Delana asked in confusion. Your Grace, are you perhaps preparing to deal with Lamin? The Duke didn't answer her question, merely gazing out the window. Her Highness the 9th Princess has assigned the task of taking over all the old nobles' minds to Lam and on New York. Considering the current situation, I think the matter of dealing with Lam will be better left to you. Delana was utterly astonished by Lenka's decision. You want me to deal with him? She broke into a cold sweat. Forgive my bluntness, my lord, but if you need an assassin, I will certainly help you choose the best one. Lenka looked at Delana and bluntly refuted her assumption. Delana, you've misunderstood. I'm referring to your family's business affairs. If I were to act directly, I'm afraid the old nobles would suspect me of having ambitions for the mines. The more Lenka spoke, the clearer Thalana's responsibility became. You are the Dean of the Ministry of Magic, and you're my fiancé. A portion of the newly discovered mines is located right on your family's territory. Therefore, your position is the most suitable. Lenka continued to affirm. I hope you will personally step forward and manage the business of the old noble's mines. Thalana's face turned pale. My lord, how can you entrust such a significant matter to me? When it comes to business, I have no experience whatsoever. Lenka looked at Delana and said, You are my fiancé. Of course, I trust you. His scrutinizing gaze compelled Delana to agree. He called an assistant in. Dali, come in. Yes, your grace. A man walked in, his hand on his chest, showing absolute respect for the Duke. Seeing him here, Delana was even more astounded. President Dali, aren't you a subordinate of the 9th Princess, the president of the Manhwa Guild, one of the 7 great merchant guilds? Facing her astonishment, Dali replied gravely, That is correct, but I am also a supporter of the Duke. He adopted a friendly demeanor. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Delana. I hope we can cooperate to crush the 9th Princess's ambitions. Hearing this, Delana warily asked for the reason. Say that again. President Dali, aren't you one of Her Highness the 9th Princess's most capable right-hand men? What? Lee gritted his teeth and said, Most capable right-hand man? No, the one the 9th Princess has always valued has only ever been on New York. He revealed a look of contempt and hatred. No matter how much I've tried, I can't change that fact. Then, he began to flatter the Duke. Fortunately, His Grace enlightened me, so I have chosen you. We'll use the new mine to give Her Highness the 9th Princess a little surprise. Unbelievable. Could it be that today's final agreement between the 9th Princess and the old nobles was also part of your plan? Thalana's eyes became vacant. She had no idea how all of this had come to pass. It seems everything was arranged from the start. You already have all the minds of the 9th Princess and the new nobles in your grasp. Dali smugly waved his hand and explained the whole story. A month ago, when the new nobles were preparing to bid for the magic crystal mine, I leaked the news to the old nobles early, causing the deal to fail. As a result, Her Highness began to suspect there was a spy in the Merchant Guild. And since I was the one who discovered and reported the first mine to the 9th Princess, she entrusted the full authority of this mine to my management. Dali's voice grew higher as he detailed the course of events. The Duke also deliberately gave the 9th Princess the opportunity to negotiate with the old nobles, precisely by exploiting the existence of the demon slaves. The original plan was that after the negotiations concluded, the Duke would propose a plan to merge the mining companies, and I would coordinate from the inside, thereby gaining complete control over all the mines in the hands of the new nobles. As Dali was speaking triumphantly, His voice suddenly lowered, and he frowned. Everything was proceeding according to the Duke's plan, until that man, named Lamb, appeared. Dilly cursed loudly, blaming everything on Lamb and that mad dog. Not only did he make a huge fuss about the demon slaves, but he also arrested a whole bunch of old nobles. Now, the ones in charge of the mine development task are Lamb and Lady on New York. After hearing this, Duke Gale curled his lips into a scornful, contemptuous smile. So what? Even if we give them 30 days, the new Nobles Joint Stock Company will absolutely not be able to surpass the old Nobles Company. He believed victory was already in his grasp. All the shares that Dali holds will surely help us achieve an earth-shattering victory. Lenka approached Thalana. However, Lamb can be considered a man of some ability. I still can't predict what he will do. Thalana, Lamb was once your subordinate. Could I trouble you to investigate his background a little? Lenka made his request, harboring a dark thought. If he really has an ambiguous relationship with the Ninth Princess, wouldn't that give us another trump card to win? Yes. At this moment, Thalana's face grew even paler. She bowed her head to accept the order, a cold sweat trickling down her cheek. I will do my best. In a commercial square in the city, a crowd of people was chattering noisily. An older man's voice rang out. Track, so you finally decided to come here to look for work? Have you seen the light? The older man continued. Working in the mines is too dangerous. It's not a long-term plan. I heard young Tang had an accident last week and almost lost his life. The young man with shoulder-length hair nonchalantly delivered the bad news. Tang is dead. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, utterly shocked by the news. Tang is dead. The young man named Track recounted last night's events. The magic or mine suddenly caught fire, and the entire mine was burned to the ground. Tang was still trapped inside at the time. More than 20 people died. Luckily, I was fortunate enough to have just finished my shift. It's just that now the mine is gone, and I don't know where to find another job. The older man said sadly, that kid Tang, I never thought he'd die like that. I've been telling you guys for a long time, but you just wouldn't listen. Absolutely do not go to the old nobles' mines. There are no safety guarantees at all. Track lowered his head, his voice filled with self-pity. So, what other choice is there? Tang left behind a 2-year-old child, and my wife and I have already adopted them. So I have to find a stable job. Don't you know? There are countless unemployed people now. It's so hard to find a suitable job. Ever since the magic stone detection technique was developed, the skills I learned before have become useless. Finding a job now is not easy at all. A hint of melancholy appeared in the older man's eyes. We're barely making ends meet, so just calm down for now and find a safer job. I heard they recently discovered another very large mine. When it starts operating, there will surely be no shortage of job opportunities. The new nobles also want to increase the number of mines, and their mines are relatively safer. You can work there with peace of mind then. Track thought seriously. Yes, I've heard about it too, but I'm already prepared to go mining. The older man hastily tried to dissuade him. Track, think it over. How many people die in there every year? Are you saying you don't even care about your own life anymore? Besides, if you get too close to the ore, your body can easily mutate. Track spoke with the poignant voice of an experienced man. The pay for mining is very high. I have to save up some more money for the children, so they'll have a chance to go to school, work in the royal capital, and live a better life. The older man rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful, then advised the young man. Are you serious? The cheapest apartment in the royal capital costs 1,000,000 gold coins. Is that something people like us can even dream of? Forget it. I won't try to persuade you anymore. Seeing you live such a tiring life, I don't plan on having any more kids myself. Track didn't want to rush into it either. But life's pressures forced him to give a perfunctory reply. Don't say that. Everyone has their own fate. It looks like they're hiring over there. Let's go take a look. The scene changes. Lamb was sitting on a magnificent carriage, surrounded by a crowd of villagers listening to him speak. Lamb calmly announced, work during the day, room and board included, 15 gold coins a day. We're currently short 3 people. Track was at the forefront of the applicants. Me. The others were not to be outdone. Pick me. Is food really included? Then I'll go too. Lamb scanned the crowd below and pointed behind him. Very good. You two, wait in the back. A carriage will come and pick you up when we have enough people. As for, old sir, you should probably go home. An old man with snow-white hair said weakly, I'm only 45. I can still endure hardship. Besides, I used to be a miner and have a lot of experience. Please have mercy and let me go. However, Lamb still spoke sharply yet calmly. Old sir, From the looks of you, I'm afraid you're over 60. It's not that I don't want to help you, but mining is a very dangerous job. You need to be nimble. I'm doing this for your own safety. Go to the back and register your name. If a lighter job comes up later, I'll contact you." The old man was seen turning and leaving dejectedly, not forgetting to say thank you before he left. "Never mind then, thank you. How much could a light job like that possibly pay? I'd be better off looking for another job." For a moment, Lamb didn't know what to say. But no matter what he said, he couldn't help the man. On New York, standing nearby, urged him incessantly. "Lammin, haven't you found enough people yet? Lammin, are you even listening to me?" Only then did Lammin snap out of it and turn to ask On New York, "What did you just say?" On New York immediately replied, "Hurry up and take the workers to the management center. We still have a lot of work to do." As if remembering something, On New York continued, "Now that I think about it, isn't that mine managed by President Dali? Aren't we the ones putting in the money and effort? Besides, the ban on buying and selling mines has been lifted. Shouldn't we be negotiating with those old nobles now? If we let Dali get there first again, I'm afraid we won't get anything out of it." Lamb chuckled softly. "Today is not suitable for negotiations. Besides, negotiating with a failure is more of a waste of time than anything. Previously, only Dali was allowed into the old noble's mines, which is why he could manage the center. It was merely to save face for Her Highness the Ninth Princess and the new noble faction." On New York rested her chin on one hand, countless speculations flashing through her mind. All right, let's just say you're right. We've hired almost enough workers. Can we go now? I can't stand this dust anymore." Lamb kept the smile on his lips. "According to the plan, we're still short one person. Let's wait a little longer." Suddenly, a figure appeared unexpectedly, with two soft, pure white cat ears on their head. It seemed to be a beastkin child named Xiao Maozi. The child said politely, "Excuse me for bothering you, but are you still hiring?" Lamb looked the little girl up and down, then said slowly, "Little girl, go somewhere else. We're hiring miners here. It's not suitable for children." Xiao Maozi clasped her hands together and said timidly, "I don't have a single coin, and I haven't eaten in 2 days. I don't need wages. I just need to be able to eat my fill." On New York thought this wasn't a bad idea and urged him on. "Just pick her, that makes 50 people. Can we go now?" Lamb didn't have any objections. All right, fine. Little girl, go stand with everyone else over there. We're about to leave." Xiao Maozi was visibly overjoyed and immediately promised, "Yes, I'll definitely work hard." In another magnificent building, perhaps the mansion of some renowned duke, inside, a red-bearded man said, "Your Grace, as you instructed, I have secretly planted someone in Lamb team." The Duke remarked, "That was fast." Dali continued, "I was also very surprised. Today, Lamb didn't go to acquire mines, but went to the management center to recruit people instead. So I took this opportunity to plant someone among those workers." Lenka asked, "Rebuilding the management center? He's truly an unpredictable fellow." Ali looked smug. "My spy overheard the conversation between Lamb and On New York. Today, Lamb has almost no intention of acquiring any mines. He has no courage at all. He's given up from the very beginning. Your Grace, a brat like him is completely unworthy of your attention." Lenka, however, disagreed and retorted, "No, Lamb is right. They won't be going to any mines today. The newly discovered major mines are all located on the territories of the 17 old nobles. Although the sales ban has been lifted, in reality, only 11 mines are permitted to be sold. And these 11 mines were priced so absurdly high that it wasn't until a few days ago that the official selling prices were finalized and transactions were made with the new noble faction." Dali was even more unconvinced. "Your Grace, I still don't understand why we have to sell such important mines to the new noble faction." A glint flashed in Lenka's azure eyes, as if he already had a plan in mind. "This is the last bit of sincerity from our old noble faction, in response to Her Highness the Ninth Princess letting us off the hook after the last incident. The ban on mine sales has been lifted. If the new noble faction can't buy a single mine after 30 days, wouldn't that make our old noble faction lose face? Of course, even if the new noble faction buys all 11 of those mines, it only accounts for 8% of the total mines owned by the old nobles, so it won't significantly affect us. 17 new nobles buying a total of 11 mines. This way, no matter what happens in the future, the Ninth Princess can't blame us." Dali was deeply impressed, so that's how it is. "Your Grace, in that case, can I go and acquire those mines? Even if it's just a small portion, I don't want to give the Ninth Princess any more opportunities." Lenka saw no issue. "Of course, you can certainly buy them, but you must wait another 20 days. Otherwise, I'm afraid, Lamb, and we'll figure out my plan." Dudley suddenly decided to voice the concern that had been weighing on his mind. Your Grace, in my opinion, why do you hold him in such high regard? No matter how clever he is, with no mines in his hands, Lamb and only has 30 days to manage the mining area. Meanwhile, I control all the miners. No matter how hard he tries, after 30 days, everything will return to my hands. Beside Lamb, Anne's group's carriage. Lamb held a money pouch and said to the people before him, I will advance your wages. Everyone, line up and come get them one by one. After receiving your pay, wait by the carriage. The carriage will take everyone back to the city. If you still want to continue working here, wait for me at the market gate at 9 tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out, Lamb. The person who appeared was none other than On New York, her face beaming with indescribable joy. Lamb, how did you know? Lamb had just asked, know what? When an item resembling a magic mirror was immediately held up before his eyes. On New York said excitedly, it's exactly as you said. None of the old nobles' mines had a single successful transaction today. So the old noble faction has readjusted the prices, offering much more reasonable rates now. Lamb thought to himself, could they be taking a planned step back? On New York, I have more good news for you. Hearing this, On New York grew even more excited. That's great, Lamb. So, do you have an acquisition strategy yet? Can we sell tomorrow? I'm about to die of boredom at this management center. However, Lamb's resolute reply was, no, tomorrow we're going back to the management center. The joy on New York's face vanished without a trace. She frowned and asked, why? We still can't make any acquisitions. Lamb, do you have some other good news to tell me? Lamb said mysteriously, the good news is tomorrow you can sleep in at home until the afternoon. I'll prepare a very interesting surprise for you. In a mine tunnel with tracks, in the dead of night, the footsteps of a woman in sexy high heels gradually became clear. The workers had all gone home, and On New York had also returned to the royal capital. The person who arrived was none other than the Red Dragon lay an eye. The Red Dragon said casually, so, to prepare a surprise for that little girl, you call me to a work site in the middle of the night like this. Lamb, I think you're becoming more and more like a nanny. Lamb showed no particular expression as he said, this is Delee's mine, and also the one with the most magic crystal stones. As for what's next, do I need to teach you? The feast can begin. The Red Dragon was practically drooling by now. I was waiting for you to say that. In that case, I won't be polite. In a cold workshop cave, the Red Dragon held a magic crystal stone in her hand and turned happily to Lamb. Are we about to head back already? Although it's not as good as high-grade magic stones, the food in this mine isn't bad. It's been a long time since I've felt such abundant magic power. Seeing this, Lamb reminded her, if we don't go back soon, the disturbance from you absorbing magic power will be detected. You've already eaten so much. Isn't that enough? The Red Dragon said haughtily, I'm not the kind of woman who gets full after just a little bite. It's all your fault for dragging me to this place so late at night, and now you're telling me to stop. Only letting me eat a thin layer at each place like this is so annoying. Lamb suddenly smiled and said, Red Dragon, are you sure you've eaten all the magic crystal stones on the surface of the vein? The Red Dragon replied enthusiastically, don't worry, it's not easy to get a full meal, so of course I wouldn't miss a single one. So, are we doing more dirty work tonight? Lamb said helplessly, yesterday was a special case. Starting today, you'll have to leave your stomach a little empty every day. Don't be impatient. In a month, after I've taken all the mines, we won't have to worry about being discovered by the church anymore. At that time, you can eat as much as you want. In a village, Track's coughing echoed incessantly, causing his colleague to worry. Track, why are you coughing so much? Go home and rest first. Don't let it get worse. Track replied, it's nothing, just an old ailment, cough, cough. It'll be fine in a bit. The uncle said in surprise, an old ailment? You never had this before. Track said nonchalantly, among miners, 4 out of 10 cough like this. It's not fatal. You go on ahead, uncle. I'll rest for a bit and follow. It was so hard to find a high-paying job like this. I absolutely can't lose it over a minor illness. The uncle continued, all right then, you rest. Maybe the boss will go home early this afternoon, then no one will be watching. Track also said curiously, it's strange, Boss Lamb hired another group of workers early this morning and took them away immediately. I wonder what they're doing. I heard about that. The newly recruited group are all old miners with many years of experience. Boss Lamb probably wants to take them to excavate some mine. In the distance, Xiao Mao Zi hid behind a wooden plank. listening to their conversation with a suspicious gaze. Dali was aghast upon hearing the bad news. What? Lam is stealing my ore? A miner reported. According to the latest news, Lam and let a group of workers into your mine early this morning. Dali asked, then where's On New York? What is On New York doing? The subordinate replied, our people have been watching her mansion. It seems Miss On New York hasn't stepped out of her house today. Dudley scratched his head, completely unable to guess what they were up to. One is sleeping at home, not caring at all about acquiring magic crystal mines. The other is stealing my magic crystal mine. An employee produced a magic mirror from somewhere and reported. Guild president, according to the latest news, Lamb and has ordered all the miners to stop working. The reason is said to be that the mine is full of waste ore. Dudley was stunned. What? All waste ore? How is that possible? The employee, drenched in sweat, said, Guild president, after we acquired this mine, we haven't had time to go there to survey and inspect the magic crystal, or could be true. Dudley said angrily, don't talk nonsense. This could just be a trick by Lamb. Before acquiring this mine, I had already invited an expert to survey the ore vein there. There's absolutely no way there's a problem with the quality. Dudley dragged the employee to the territory and shouted loudly, Lammin, get the hell out here. Lammin sat up high, looking down at him, and asked, Guild President Dudley, you were looking for me? Dudley said furiously, Lammin, what are you doing climbing so high? Get the hell down here. You're sneaking around to steal my magic crystal mine was discovered long ago. Lammin said arrogantly, Guild President Dali, in that case, I won't hide it anymore. You haven't forgotten, have you? For 30 days, this entire mining area is under my management. And within this mining area, whatever I do is my own freedom. Dali's face darkened as he pointed at him. Instead of properly acquiring the old noble's mines, you're here secretly stealing my magic crystal mine. Is this what Her Highness the Ninth Princess assigned you to do? Lammin said in a loud voice, I have my own sense of proportion for this plan. I don't need you pointing fingers. Besides, I have to think about my own interests too. I'm not like you or Guild President on New York. I come from a humble background, and I'm still lodging in the royal capital, unable to even afford an apartment. So now that there's a chance to make money, how could I possibly pass it up? It's just a pity that your mind is full of waste, which wasted quite a bit of my time. Dali shouted, don't try to fool me. How could that be possible? Lammin noticed that Dali had brought quite a few people with him, so he told them they could go in and see for themselves. In the ore storage, a miner said after inspecting, Guild President, the miners transported here includes all types from the mine. And based on experience, the magic power in the ore is extremely weak. I'm afraid it's waste, or just as Dali was still wondering whether it was true or false. Lammin interjected, Guild President Dali, looking at you now, I'm afraid you still don't believe it, do you? The scheming Lamb offered to help Dali salvage his losses. Dali asked suspiciously, help me salvage my losses? You make it sound nice. Before I brought my men here, you had already spread the news about the waste mine, hadn't you? Soon enough, everyone will know that my Dali's mine is nothing but waste ore. The cunning Lamb want to transfer this worthless mine to On New York, which couldn't help but surprise Dali, as he thought the two of them were colleagues. Lamb couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, On New York is my colleague? Guild President Dali? What kind of joke are you telling? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I do so much dirty, exhausting work for the Ninth Princess, while she herself is fundamentally worthless. To put it bluntly, I'm just a hired hand, while all the credit goes to On New York. I'm merely a sacrificial pawn. It's a miracle I've even survived this long. All I need is money to grab a large sum and then find a safe place to live out my old age. Dudley felt as if he had found a kindred spirit and laughed. Haha, in that regard, we are a bit alike. But Dudley refused. Although this mine is full of worthless waste, or no matter how useless it is, we'll have to wait a month before talking about it, forcing me to sell the mine immediately so that On New York's shares increase. That's your real goal, isn't it? But a sentence from Lamb left Dudley speechless. Who said you have to sell the mine? We can do this. Dudley didn't expect Lamb to be like a business genius, so he asked him how much of a cut he wanted. After agreeing to a 4-part split deal, Lamb gave Dudley a contract, stating that after the transaction with On New York was successful, he just needed to give him the money. Dudley was quite helpless with Lamb you really talk big. I guess you've hit the jackpot this time. Lamb cheerfully said to Dudley, let's all get rich. A pleasure doing business with you. I'll hold on to the contract. You could go back to the management center first. On New York probably won't arrive until the afternoon. I still have some things to handle here. After the surroundings quieted down, Lam and spoke toward his back. Everyone here is gone. Stop hiding. I discovered you a long time ago. At this moment, Xiao Mao Zi revealed herself, criticizing. Miss on New York is a good person, yet you tricked her. You're a bad guy. With that, Xiao Mao Zi rushed forward to attack, but was unsuccessful. Lam and provoked. Little girl, are you trying to be a hero? I advise you to know your own limits. Lam made a move on Xiao Mao Zi, tying her hands, causing her to shout, Let me go. You bad guy. In a lush green forest, a house made of many wooden frames was under construction. The surrounding scenery, quite rustic and simple. On New York asked in alarm, You want to sell this mine back to me? Guild President Dali, are you serious? Hearing this, Dali hurriedly replied, Following Lamon's advice, I've realized my mistake. As fellow subordinates of Her Majesty the Queen, we should help each other. Lamon said, This mine is extremely important to your plans, and you two have invested so much manpower and resources into renovating this management center. Therefore, I also want to lend you a hand. Based on the mine scale, the price would range from 3 to 4 times the market price. But considering our good relationship, I'm willing to give you a 20% discount and also grant 100 years of management rights to the mine. However, on New York was no fool and immediately said sharply, I remember very clearly you only spent 5 million gold coins to buy this mine, and now you want me to buy it back at market price. Do you take me for a fool? Dali gave a cunning smile. How can you calculate it like that? Times are different now. We naturally have to calculate based on the current price. Besides, I've already given you a 20% discount. In reality, Dali only spent 3 million gold coins on this mine. But to avoid revealing that the 9th princess and the new nobles were investigating him, he lied and said it was 5 million. Lamon suddenly appeared behind on New York, looked at him and said, Guild President Dali, do you have no sincerity at all? You're not selling the mine, but the right to use the mine. How about you reduce it by another 5% so everyone can be happy? On New York also agreed with Lam An's opinion, excitedly exclaiming, That's right, that's right. Another 5% isn't too much to ask. Dali scratched his head awkwardly and stammered in reply, Miss on New York, please don't joke around. 100 years of management rights is practically no different from selling the mine to you. Besides, who knows if my guild will even exist in 100 years? 27%, I can't go any higher. Lamon bowed his head and said to On New York, Miss On New York, this price is Guild President Dali's absolute limit. I also think that's reasonable. On New York happily replied, All right, if Lamon says so. After that, Dali quickly signed the contract. As he signed, he said, 21 million, we have a deal. On New York also signed a contract on her end. Suddenly, a young man ran up to report. Guild President, the bank just sent word. They said they've received Miss on New York's money. After hearing this, Dali gave a wicked smile. The contract is signed, the money is paid in full, so I'll take my leave first, Miss on New York. Lamon and On New York were looking at the unfinished wooden house, when On New York suddenly sighed in relief. Phew, I thought someone as difficult as Dali would be hard to deal with. Lamon, was that recent business deal the gift you intended to give me? Lamon looked at On New York with a gentle gaze and replied, That's right. Are you satisfied with a gift like this? On New York placed a hand on her chin, thought for a moment, then said, It seems it's not bad. It's a pity we only bought the usage rights. When it's time to merge the mines, we'll still have to account for the lease shares. Shouldn't we be focusing on merging the mines now? From On New York's words, Lamon sensed her anxiety and immediately comforted her. Please don't worry. With this transaction's success, the old noble's plan to merge the mines is already 1/3 successful. At that, On New York looked towards Lamon, her expression becoming cheerful again. Really? Choosing to cooperate with you was indeed the right decision. Suddenly, a voice called out towards the two of them. Miss On New York, please don't believe him. The one who spoke was Xiao Mao Zi. Seeing what Xiao Mao Zi said, Lamon approached and remarked, Xiao Mao Zi, you escaped my magic so quickly. It seems your strength isn't bad. Xiao Mao Zi completely ignored what Lamon said, pointed at him, and said decisively, Miss On New York, this bad guy is on the same side as that merchant from earlier. They work together to trick you. All the ore in this mine is waste ore. On New York stood behind Lam and peeking her head out to say confidently, Waste ore? Don't be ridiculous. Lam and would never trick me. But Xiao Mao Zi was very certain of her words. This bad guy wants to take advantage of the trust you have in him. That merchant from before also said he would give him a lot of money. Lamon spoke with some contempt. It was a 4-part contract. That little bit of money, I never needed it. But I can assure you, this is not a waste mine. Miss On New York, I was just about to take you to see the truth of this mine. In a mine tunnel, several mine carts filled with, or just left there. Xiao Maozi immediately looked at On New York and said, Miss On New York, that merchant mind is here. Lam and is a huge liar. Xiao Maozi shouted at Lamon. Let's see what you have to say now. Lamon didn't want to waste words on the little girl, and as he channeled his power, he said, I don't intend to explain much. If you want to know the truth, go see for yourself. Lamon quickly channeled his power, sending it throughout the tunnel. Xiao Maozi looked at Lamon in confusion and asked, You bad guy, what trick are you trying to pull now? A black-purple thread stretched deep into the tunnel. As Lamon was about to step into the tunnel, he couldn't help but remark, Xiao Maozi, it seems your willpower is quite strong. My previous magic had almost no effect on you. Can you take your hands off Miss On New York? Xiao Maozi hugged On New York. Looking at Lamon, she said, Who knows what a bad guy like you would do to Miss On New York? On New York, a bit awkwardly, also said a word to Xiao Maozi. It's okay. Lamon won't hurt me. Before entering the tunnel, Lamon said to Miss On New York, Please follow me. Lamon led the way. Xiao Maozi also tagged along behind. She glanced suspiciously at Lam and asked, You bad guy, is this tunnel any different from before? Lam turned his head slightly and asked curiously, Xiao Maozi, why did you come in too? Responding to Lam and with Xiao Maozi's firm voice, I had to protect Miss On New York. I absolutely won't let you play any tricks on her. While the two were talking, On New York suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, This is... She pointed at several glowing magicite stones in the corner of the wall. Only magicite stones containing powerful magic can glow like that. It seems the quality of this ore is quite good. With such a large quantity, you might not be able to buy it even for 10 million gold coins. I've really struck it rich this time. I only spent 2,010,000 to buy this mine. Could it be that the lead guy has a problem with his head? Hearing On New York's question, Lamon explained, I tampered with the surface of the ore, that's why it looked like an abandoned mine. I learned such a sophisticated trick back in my business days. For such a special gift, let's see how you'll repay me. On New York was both overjoyed and grateful. Lamon had won the mine and also earned a large sum of money. Either event made her happy. To put it simply, it was a double blessing. That Dilly guy is considered a capable person, yet you spun him around like a top, and he even thought he got a great deal. Lamon, how did you make him sign the contract so obediently? Lamon quickly replied, This story probably starts from the first day we recruited miners. On New York immediately asked, You mean among those workers, there were spies planted by Dilly? Lamon calmly replied, I deliberately recruited workers precisely so he could plant spies. Not just Dilly, but even the old nobles, the new nobles, His Grace the Duke, or Her Highness the Ninth Princess, could all plant spies among us. At that, the quick-witted On New York figured out the rest herself. That way, they can keep track of our movements through the spies, and at the same time, you also want the spies to relay the information you want to reveal to them. Lamon also added a sentence. That's right. They only trust news that comes from their own people. Dilly is no exception. Knowing the truth, Xiao Maozi immediately knelt down, stammering, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted to harm Miss On New York. I sincerely apologize. As soon as Xiao Maozi finished speaking, Lamon used his power to lift the little girl up. Lamon gave the kid a cold glance and said, This Xiao Maozi is very suspicious. Her whole body is clean. Unlike the other workers, who knows, she might be a spy. She now knows our secret. Miss On New York, what do you think? Should we silence her? Xiao Maozi was furious, shouting, You're a bad guy. I'm not a spy. Your head is so full of schemes and tricks that you think everyone is like you. You're a truly terrible person. On New York, who had been watching from the side, spoke up somewhat awkwardly, Lamon, how about we let her go? I don't think she's a bad person. Lamon glanced lightly at On New York and opened his mouth to say, Aren't you nobles all very cautious? No matter how big or small the threat, it must be eliminated at the root. Miss On New York, you truly are a rare good person among the nobility. With your current status, you will surely be unable to avoid the struggles between nobles in the future. I hope you can still maintain the kindness you have today. On New York looked at Lam and a little shyly and said, with you by my side to protect me, what is there to worry about? Lam suddenly turned around, walked towards the depths of the tunnel, and said at the same time, that Xiao Maozi wasn't wrong. I am an extremely dangerous person. Someone like me will bring a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, I can't stay and protect you. Let's go. The mine exploration ends here. Under the orange sky, The closely packed tiled roofs looked beautiful. The subordinate walking behind asked doubtfully, Guild President, the 40% as per the contract has been transferred directly to Lamon's account. Guild President, why give him so much money? Moreover, with him possessing such a large sum, won't anyone have their eyes on it? Dali, still holding the contract, calmly replied, in any case, he helped me this time. It's not considered a major loss. In business, one's vision must be a bit more long-term. The subordinate quickly grasped something and immediately asked, you mean Lamon still has value to be exploited? A malicious smile appeared onto Lee's face as he couldn't help but calculate to himself. This cooperation has also helped me see through Lam Ann's jealousy towards on New York and his hatred for the Ninth Princess. If His Grace the Duke learns of this, he will definitely be very interested. Prepare the carriage. I must personally report this good news to His Grace the Duke. In the poetic forest, the fantastical scenery sparkled with light. At this time, Lamon, in a mine shaft, also frowned. Just now, I really did have killing intent toward Xiao Maozi. He furrowed his brow. At that moment, killing intent truly arose that shouldn't have happened at all. He then continued to speak. Red Dragon, are you controlling my emotions? What? Me? A dignified god, would I do something like that? The Red Dragon pouted and said with a laugh, it's the magic corrosion. The magic corrosion. Have you forgotten? Lamon frowned again. I remember very clearly on the night I killed the Minister of Magic. If the innkeeper hadn't helped me, I would have long since turned into a killing machine. He rested his chin on his hand, speculating endlessly. After that day, my body had already adapted to the new magic, so why am I still being affected by magic corrosion? Hearing this, the Red Dragon also began to lament. What about that night you made me eat magicite? Or, your magic power increased quite a bit then, and it seems you've now surpassed the limits of a grand mage. Once the time is right, you will smoothly become a legendary mage. The price you paid was just a small problem arising. Can't you solve it? Even the Demon King would be jealous of your adaptability. The Red Dragon didn't stop, pointing at him and continuing, but don't get too happy. When that time comes, everyone will be so terrified of your power that they'll fear you'll kill them. I've seen this many times. The Red Dragon continued relentlessly. Your future will be forever lonely. Will you regret it? Lamon replied without a trace of emotion. It's no trouble at all. To become stronger without any effort and even receive the Red Dragon's power, what is there to regret? As long as I don't turn into a scumbag, a killing machine, what's this little trouble? The Red Dragon glanced at Lamon and said with a laugh, well said. Wait a minute, who are you calling a scumbag? Inside a majestic tower, a cry of surprise rang out. Knight Valentine. It was a handsome man with long black hair reaching his waist and a sharply defined face. The surrounding crowd was still buzzing with discussion. Is it really Knight Valentine? I can't believe he would appear here. The chatter rose and fell. The young ladies spoke of their wishes upon meeting him, but some more rational people were curious. Why did he come to the Ministry of Magic? Could it be that the Duke has also come? The first Knight Valentine, who once followed the Duke onto the battlefield, is also the knight recorded to have killed the most demons. There are many rumors that this Valentine was born on the battlefield, his parents cruelly murdered by demons, which is why he followed the Duke and became his guardian. The number of demons who have died by his hand is countless. In a battle that lasted a full day and night, not a single demon could get within 3 feet of His Grace the Duke. It was also in this battle that he stepped into the legendary realm. Under Valentine's protection, His Grace the Duke has never faced any threat because no one can get past the point of his sword. Therefore, Knight Valentine has never left the Duke's side. A young lady spoke up. Didn't I say so? The Ministry of Magic is very safe. Why did you have to follow me all the way here? Knight Valentine also replied sternly, this is an order from His Grace the Duke. The Duke does not wish for the young lady to suffer any harm. Seeing this scene, the young ladies were all envious. Heavens, how admirable. His Grace the Duke truly loves the Lara, even sending his personal knight to protect her. Fowler's expression was grim as she thought to herself, how troublesome. Even though I made it clear to the Duke, he still isn't at ease letting me handle the mine purchase alone. Sending someone to follow me is just to supervise me. The Lara really didn't want to hear anyone say another word. This is inside the Ministry of Magic. Every move is easily noticed. If the Duke finds out about the relationship between me and Lam, and a blonde girl walked past, glanced at her, and spoke. Department head the Lara, do you see the Ministry of Magic as the estate of your fiancé, the Duke? For no reason at all. Why would His Grace the Duke's Knight deign to grace the Ministry of Magic with his presence? The Lara also said unhappily, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, please don't misunderstand. His Grace the Duke ordered me to be in charge of the old nobility's company's mine issue. Knight Valentine is here to assist me, which is why he is always by my side. Her Highness the Ninth Princess still pouted and said, Is His Grace the Duke trying to insult me? Turning you into my rival, how truly... To be honest, you were the one who promoted Lamb and to be your secretary, weren't you? The Lara closed her eyes and said calmly, To let someone of common birth be in charge of the mine purchase, causing a dispute between the new nobility and the old nobility, you have underestimated the old nobility too much. Her Highness the Ninth Princess retorted, Lamb and earned this position with his own strength. She shrugged and said again, Department head the Lara, relying on engagement contract to effortlessly obtain a firm position. Compared to you, Lamb is far nobler. The Lara was not to be outdone, still smiling as she said, Only ability can overcome social prejudice, break down class barriers to get everything one wants. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, someone as proud as you is only so because you rely on your noble status as the Ninth Princess. If you cannot ascend the throne, you will soon become nothing more than a tool for political alliance marriages. The Ninth Princess, unwilling to show weakness, smirked and replied, I have bet everything on this battle, while you don't even have a shred of courage. The Lara no longer held back, saying directly, I am just recognizing reality. As for your Highness the Ninth Princess, up until now, how many minds have you acquired? How many people in this Ministry of Magic are truly loyal to you? You use those tasty baits to win people over. Your influence may be strong, but lacks real substance. The moment you lose once, those merchants will immediately turn their backs on you. The Ninth Princess showed no weakness either, narrowing her eyes and saying, Tasty baits? You make it sound so nice. But don't forget from the very beginning, I had already won. As for you, you don't even have a firm conviction. So what right do you have to stand before me and say all this? At this moment, in a certain library, have you all heard? Her Highness the Ninth Princess and Department head the Lara had a big argument as soon as they arrived. Under the aura of Her Highness the Ninth Princess, the department head was clearly no match. But that department head is too arrogant, relying on His Grace the Duke's backing. Her arrogant personality is ingrained in her. Shoot, speak softer. Everyone was still buzzing about what had just happened. At this moment, the main character of the story and Knight Valentine walked in. He spoke up, asking the Lara, Department head the Lara, I used to think you were just an incompetent woman who relied on the Duke, but now I must apologize to you for that thought. The Lara smiled faintly. Knight Valentine, to say these words directly to my face, it seems you are quite frank. So, have you changed your opinion of me now? Valentine also replied concisely, You are also a woman who doesn't like to talk much. His expression remained emotionless. Hearing this answer, the Lara said unhappily, You be quiet. I finally understand why you're always so quiet and reserved. Talking too much is indeed a pain. Let's go. I have very important business at the Ministry of Magic today. At this moment, Lamb was inspecting an important item. Inspection complete, data normal. Aldrich stood beside him, smiling happily and said, I've handed over all the evidence of the old nobility's crimes to Her Highness the Ninth Princess. Lamon, we haven't seen each other for only 2 weeks, and you've already become a big shot. Lamon also replied cheerfully, News travels fast. I'm just in charge of some trivial matters. Aldrich praised him endlessly. I've heard from people at the Ministry of Magic. With your abilities, you can definitely help the Ninth Princess ascend the throne. Sometimes I feel like you're from another world. You're in charge of so many important things, yet you still have time to check my magic power for me. It makes me feel a little guilty. Lamon also said politely, Don't say that. Taking care of you is also a very important matter to me. Aldrich, there's something I have to apologize to you for. The letter you asked me to send to your parents, it was lost due to some trouble on the way. Aldrich didn't blame him at all, but said gently, It's okay. I met my parents last night. Lamon was very surprised by this answer and asked, What? How is that possible? Aldrich didn't hide it, taking out a mirror. Last night, a staff member from the Ministry of Magic gave me this magic mirror. It can help me contact my parents. Because of my accident, the state has provided a lot of subsidies, and my parents' fruit stall has become a shop. Haha, my parents have been smiling all day. Having their own shop was just a dream. Now it's a reality. As long as I try to stay here and cooperate with the Ministry of Magic, They will receive more subsidies and their lives will be better. She said a lot, her face always radiant with joy, that happiness becoming more and more apparent with every word she spoke. That's right, Lamon, if you have the chance, you should come with me to visit my parents. Although it's a border city, the scenery is very beautiful, and they have specialties from North Ceylon that you can't find just anywhere. He was silent, his face clearly showing fatigue. Aldrich was very surprised. Lamon, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lamon came back to his senses and replied, It's nothing. I probably ate something bad. I have to go back first. As soon as he stepped out the door, Lamon heard a voice. Is your soul fluctuating again? Is it because the Ministry of Magic is using an illusion to deceive that little girl? Or is it because you don't want to become an accomplice? Or perhaps it's because you remembered North Ceylon, the place that was destroyed along with your parents? Whatever the reason, you should get your emotions in check. Leia and I said cheerfully from behind. Lamon asked, confused, What do you mean? A current of electricity came from an unknown source, and as it got closer, he saw it came from a corner. A footstep sounded. It was the Lara. Lamon looked at the newcomer and asked softly. The newcomers were the Lara and the Duke's Knight. She spoke up. Lamon, I've already secured the entire surrounding area. Time is limited, so I'll be brief. His Grace the Duke greatly admires your talent, so he asked me to pass on a message, inviting you to meet with him. But Valentine did not do as she thought, instead taking a step forward and saying, Miss the Lara, please step back. The plan has changed. I must kill him now. The Lara was horrified. Knight Valentine, are you insane? His Grace the Duke did not mean this. At this moment, the Duke's Knight was indeed very worried, saying, Miss, on the battlefield, I have met many extremely dangerous people like Lamon. They disguise themselves as kittens. But in the Knight's eyes at this moment, Lamon was enveloped by a huge black power. Even so, he still said, Lamon, he is a demon. Beneath the stable flow of magic power, a bottomless world is hidden. Rationality is merely a cage. Tyranny, slaughter, and incineration are his true instincts. Such a dangerous figure if he gets close to his Grace the Duke. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lamon laughed coldly. Come on, don't you want to kill me? The Lara at this moment thought worriedly. This is bad. It's already a life or death situation from the start. I still have Lamon's mark on me. If he dies, won't I be implicated too? But if Lamon kills the Duke's Knight, his Grace the Duke will absolutely not spare me either. No matter what, I only have one path, death. Valentine stomped his foot on the ground, and green energy exploded around him. A sharp blade appeared, encased in a shell of green energy, flashing and blazing in front of Lamon, truly worthy of a legendary level knight. Lamon chuckled softly, and a purple-black light also rose accordingly, slowly appearing on his body, creating a weapon from thin air, truly worthy of a mage. Valentine spoke up and asked, Lamon, answer me. Countless blades flashing with sharp green light appeared one after another around Valentine, completely surrounding the space before him. The previous Minister of Magic, did he dye your hands? Lamon's face was unchanged, as if he was completely unaware. Lamon's face slowly emerged from behind a hazy purple mist. The red and black magic displayed its powerful might. Lamon provoked. If you kneel and beg me, perhaps I'll consider telling you. Valentine's eyes were as cold as ice, without a hint of fear. Facing a legendary knight without even knowing to dodge, and having the guts to stay and provoke. It seems you really are a madman. Valentine said coldly. This is what Gerard taught me before he died. A mage must fight this way. Lamon was still smiling, and immediately replied. A purple-black magic circle surrounded his body, and the space grew dim. Can a noble knight die? Demon, I have nothing more to say to you. Valentine ended the conversation, his killing intent surging, and took the initiative to attack. Rushing straight towards Lamon, and thousands of swords also flew towards him at the same time. The surrounding space lit up, his magic power nearly sweeping through everything. Spiritual sword chi. A sharp sword chi slashed out with extreme speed and terrifying power. Stop! The Lara suddenly appeared in front of Lamon and blocking Valentine's attack. His expression darkened. Lady Lara, what are you doing? I order you to stop immediately. The Lara commanded in a stern voice, blocking the attack. Unable to attack, Valentine chided. Your courage is commendable, but don't be so foolish. To the Duke, Lamon is a colossal threat. Can't you see that? He said seriously. The Lara immediately retorted. You be quiet. Is the Duke so weak that he needs your protection at all times? If Lamon were truly a threat, he would have gone straight to the 9th princess long ago. The Lara, sweating, try to persuade Valentine to stop. But danger is also an opportunity. Lam and is an indispensable link for His Grace the Duke to achieve victory. Lam found it hard to understand why he himself didn't know about this. Delara turned her head, not believing that Lam and would willingly let the ninth princess arrange his fate, be drawn into the old nobility's vortex of vying for influence, and ultimately become a sacrificial pawn, discarded after losing his usefulness. The ninth princess's intentions are very simple. Lam calmly replied to Thalara's long speech. Delara turned to criticize Valentine again. You should think through your actions. If you came to the Ministry of Magic and the person in charge of the mine under the ninth princess's orders was killed, it would bring trouble even without evidence. Thalara's expression was a little tense. As for Valentine, he was still determined to kill Lam, and even if it meant paying a heavy price. He didn't think Lam and's life or death could bring any benefit to the Duke. His hand still gripped his sword tightly, unwilling to let go. Delara immediately extinguished his thought, because this is a matter only the Duke has the right to decide. Then, in a gold-rimmed mirror, a figure gradually appeared, hazy against a starry background. I deeply apologize for having to meet a genius like you in this manner, without being able to speak directly. It was Lenka. He smiled in the mirror, calmly greeting him and apologizing on Valentine's behalf. Lam smiled smugly. Now, this is the proper attitude when asking for a favor. He pointed at the mirror, looking at Valentine, who was seething with uncontrollable anger. Lam, if you truly wish to join my side, I will help you keep this secret, help you escape the ninth princess, and grant you a title, wealth, connections, and even more precious things, for example, a marriage. Lam appeared satisfied, but he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. He turned to ask Lenka, what price must I ultimately pay the Duke? Is it to use me to death like the ninth princess? Lenka denied it. It should be called special treatment for truly outstanding talent. I will not force you to do anything. Betraying the ninth princess is synonymous with accepting to stand on my side. Lenka replied softly, therefore, you need to prove yourself. Only then can our cooperation be long-lasting. How interesting. Lam pouted at Lenka in the mirror. You want me to do something to wrong the ninth princess? Lenka said, betrayal doesn't distinguish between big or small matters. A single act is enough to prove your sincerity. Big or small. Lam repeated the phrase, then suddenly burst out laughing. A brilliant golden flame erupted around Lam, and if I just want to play around with the ninth princess, how could I possibly do the vicious things you want me to do? Lam turned his head, his voice lowering slightly as he questioned him. Lenka just calmly replied that he would not interfere. Everything was for Lam and to decide on his own. Lam's face was murderous. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, but his eyes darkened as he said, on the other side of this wall is a girl named Aldrich. She seems to have an S-class magical beast hidden within her. The Ministry of Magic has always valued status, so I believe her identity is certainly not simple. As he spoke, Lam held out his hand, and a purple magic orb gradually formed, along with black magical runes that floated in the air, emitting light. He continued coldly, if she dies in the Ministry of Magic, Her Highness the Ninth Princess will be severely punished. Stop! Lenka in the mirror turned pale, his pupils contracted, and he shouted with his mouth agape, ordering Valentine to act. You must stop Lam. Hearing this, Valentine immediately assumed a combat stance, blocking Lam's path. Lam raised an eyebrow, a clear smile playing on his lips. Isn't it just killing a girl? I haven't done anything. Lenka in the mirror was pale with anger. Killing that girl will have extremely serious consequences. I can only tell you that if she dies, not only me or the ninth princess, but even this entire royal capital will be affected. So she has that much influence. Lam scratched his head, feigning surprise. I find this too troublesome. How about I go find another way to show my sincerity? Valentine glanced at Lam and said, I heard you've always been in charge of checking her work and are the closest to her. If she knew you were a murderous demon, I'm afraid she would be devastated. Lam suddenly burst out laughing. That's right. Thank you for the pointer, Knight. Lam changed the subject to Lenka. Those 11 new nobles previously set their own prices, intending to put the mines on the market, but the price was exorbitant. Duke, your plan is to allow those 11 small mines to be sold, but to use a high price to stall for time, correct? Lenka's facial muscles finally relaxed a little. He smiled again and asked decisively, is there a problem? Lam immediately praised, but the intention is too obvious. The new nobles are not inexperienced in the world of business. Faced with such a simple scheme, they will only become more excited. Lamon pointed out with a smile. Lenka seized the opportunity to ask, so, do you have a plan? If we want to win them over as allies, we might as well exploit the internal conflicts among the new nobles. Lamon put his hands in his pockets, walked closer, and revealed the plan he had devised. Lenka's expression changed. Then he suddenly gave a sinister laugh. Perfect. Then I'll let you give it a try. Outside the villa, night had fallen and the moon and stars were out. The surroundings were unusually quiet. In Lenka's still-lit room, he seemed to be saying something to the Lara. Lenka was seen with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth turned up, while Thalara's expression was very grim. She thought, have I been exposed? At that time, to stop that fight, she had spoken those words without thinking. Although she had apologized afterward, the Lara was still on the verge of tears. In the distance, Valentine was approaching. She worried, wondering if Valentine could help her keep the secret. Suddenly, Lenka mentioned Valentine. Seeing you and him getting along, I feel somewhat relieved. From now on, just let him continue to protect you. Yes, thank you for your concern, your grace. The Lara forced a smile, but couldn't help but complain inwardly. Which of your eyes sees me getting along with him? Valentine spoke up. Lenka, do you really trust Lamon? He is too dangerous, not easy to control. Lam, and probably still has some feelings for Aldrich. We can use this point when necessary, Lenka said thoughtfully. Even he himself did not expect that Lam and fundamentally did not care about her life or death. Valentine asked for the reason. The most important thing is to prevent the ninth princess from ascending the throne. If Lam and continues to serve the ninth princess, she might get her wish. In that case, it's better to pull Lam into our side. Lenka placed his hands on the table, calmly stating his thoughts. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. According to the Lee's intelligence, the relationship between Lam and the ninth princess is absolutely not good. Lenka stroked his chin, his eyes filled with a sinister look. Using Lamon's plan, it's entirely possible to win over the new nobles as allies. Lenka seemed satisfied, eagerly anticipating the results Lam and would bring. In front of a luxurious room, the light from a chandelier shone down. On an expensive table sat a red vase. Barbara tilted her head, her hands placed primly in front of her. She parted her lips, whispering with a faint smile, "Please reconsider, Baron Craw. 350 million gold coins is the final figure we can offer." Craw slumped into a chair in the room. He held out a hand, his eyes greedy and competitive, and roared loudly. 600 million gold coins. Absolutely no change. If you don't have it, get out. Barbara looked at his attitude and questioned, is this the proper attitude for doing business? He suddenly flew into a rage, his brow furrowed, creasing with wrinkles. He snapped, huh? You dare talk to me about attitude? Agreeing to deal with you new nobles is already giving you face. She remained unfazed, her face still maintaining a negotiating expression. She gave a cunning smile, sarcastically stating the truth. To maintain your noble facade, you must spend at least 300,000 gold coins a month. But after the mine explosion, your income source is nearly gone. How much longer can you hold out? Baron Craw, you should worry about yourself first, not the old nobility. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and refuted all threats. You don't need to worry. I won't go bankrupt without an income source. I just need to wait until the mine's operations run smoothly. Barbara leaned down, her face full of allure, her eyes fixed on him. She laughed contemptuously. Run smoothly? Do you think the longer you drag this out, the more advantageous it will be? Why not consider selling the mine, since our offered price already includes shares? Once Her Highness the Ninth Princess ascends the throne and the new nobles unite, I'm afraid the mining company will only be worth 2 million gold coins. She gave a bitter laugh, her gaze distant, a hint of regret in her eyes. If we wait a few more months, we can survey your mine. If by some misfortune, the mine is full of waste, then no one would want it even for free. The Baron became much more wary. He sneered, the corners of his eyes turning sharp. Ridiculous. Do I have no other choice but to sell the mine to you people? Barbara's demeanor became playful. She laughed excitedly, her breath warm and alluring. She placed one hand on her chest, the other around her waist, making an implicit invitation. Even if your old nobility has a large amount of cash, they won't use it to buy a mine. What do you plan to do? Even if someone lends you tens of thousands, that debt will only prolong things. If you agree to sell, I will pay 350 million gold coins in cash. You will also receive other benefits, and furthermore, I guarantee I will make you comfortable. As soon as she finished speaking, He could no longer maintain his composure and roared. Enough! He sat up straight in anger, his face pale with rage, his hands clenched on his thighs. When the country fell into the hands of the blood race, it was our nobility who paid out of our own pockets to rally support, even having to borrow from everywhere. Not many survived, and how many committed suicide because of debt, including my own brother. How ridiculous to prevent the old nobility from losing this war. You people are stopping at nothing, willing to offer so many benefits for a deal, he said loudly, his eyes resolute and defiant. The surrounding atmosphere grew heavy. Ha ha ha. Only the interests of merchants, without the pride and dignity of nobles. I have nothing more to say to you. Get out. Barbara stroked her chin and accepted her departure. Her voice was still clear and sweet. So stubborn. Well, if you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. She left, the ornate door slamming shut with a loud bang. Then everything fell silent again. A series of staggering footsteps approached, and the Baron's son, wearing black leather shoes, walked over, frowning as he questioned him. Father, that price was already higher than expected. Why did you still refuse? The family situation right now, we're really short on money. He closed his eyes tightly, calmly trying to brush it off. Kaiwan, you don't understand. This is a request from His Grace, the Duke, to stall for time. Even if it ends up being only 200 million gold coins, that's still a lot. Kaiwan refused to give up. He put his hands on his hips and spoke impatiently to his father. His Grace the Duke, always His Grace the Duke. When our family was in decline, he didn't even check on us, and now he's making demands. The Baron immediately corrected Kaiwan's attitude, ignoring his frustrated and angry expression. Kaiwan, do not use that disrespectful tone. He stubbornly shouted back at his father. Father, that's 350 million gold coins in cash. The Baron could only turn his head away helplessly, shaking it slightly. If I let the plan fail, I will be blamed by the old nobility later. Moreover, if I don't follow orders, the mine will also suffer losses, and the Duke will make me compensate. I hope that by your generation, our family can restore the title of Count. The door was slammed shut again with a loud bang. Although Kaiwan was unwilling, he still left. A servant in a tailcoat entered Baron Kraw's room and said carefully, My lord, another new noble has come to request an audience. He shook his head in annoyance, feeling a suffocating sense of irritation. He turned his head to one side and said doubtfully, Another merchant? What a nuisance. Haven't I already said it? 600 million gold coins, not a penny less. Lamon appeared, looking dashing and suave, the corner of his mouth curling up as he smiled immediately. Deal. The Baron was momentarily stunned, dumbfounded by the words he had just heard. He looked up with wide eyes, his mouth agape, wondering to himself, 600 million? Did you say 600 million? Lam and an Ani entered the Baron's room together. Lamon looked at her intently, then said casually, Yes, the price you just quoted, we agree to it. Ani smiled brightly, so certain without even negotiating. 600 million gold coins in cash. The Baron, in his astonishment, shot to his feet. He stared at the two of them with wide eyes, asking blankly, Wait, are you two serious? 600 million gold coins to buy my mine? No, that's not right. The price I just quoted now. Now it's 900 million gold coins. Lamon glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, 600 million is already very reasonable. There's no need for further discussion. If you miss this opportunity, we won't be buying your mine anymore. But while the father was still hesitating, Kaiwan rushed out from behind, excitedly urging his father, Father, what are you waiting for? Who cares about the Duke's plan? That's 600 million gold coins. Even if we restore our title, it can hardly compare. He was still hesitant, not deciding immediately, but Kaiwan panicked and rushed over. He grabbed the other's arm, gave a hard pull, and said loudly in an almost forceful tone, Father, don't wait any longer. This is already a very good price. The other man frowned in alarm and suspicion, then clamped his mouth shut. His anger made him almost lose control, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Be quiet. Even if I accept, I must report to His Grace the Duke first. Lamon smiled faintly, acceding to his wish, and replied casually, 10 minutes. We are very busy today. We can only wait for you for another 10 minutes. A cup of freshly brewed hot tea, held in an exquisitely patterned, splendid cup with steam curling up from it. Lamon sat casually, propping his leg up on the sofa. He lifted the teacup from its saucer with one hand and said in a nonchalant tone, "This is good tea. It's just a pity that 10 minutes have already passed. Ani, let's go." Ani sat demurely, readily obeying Lam N's words. She obediently replied with a yes. Kaiwan anxiously spoke up, trying to keep them, cold sweat breaking out on his face. He stammered, "Wait, please wait a little longer. Maybe my father is about to get through." Behind a room's door, the Baron's silhouette could be seen. He was bustling about restlessly, his timid voice occasionally drifting out. "Your Grace?" "Excellent. That's excellent. I've finally reached you. Here's the situation." Yes, that's great. Truly great, I understand." As soon as he hung up, the old Baron rushed in hastily, his eyes half closed, and before he could see clearly, he stumbled forward and fell flat on the ground. He agreed. His Grace the Duke agreed. He scrambled to his knees on the ground, a dazed look on his face. "You too are," Ani said gently and calmly. 10 minutes have passed. We were about to leave. He immediately kowtowed, humbling himself to beg word by word. "Please forgive me this once, accept the deal." Ani sighed calmly. "Get up. Let's discuss whatever it is calmly. We really don't have much time. If you have no other issues, let's make the deal." He was overjoyed, so astonished that his eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. Really? Thank you so much." Late at night, the streets were deserted without a soul in sight, with only a few windows still lit. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage turning into a small alley broke the silence. Lam and an Ani sat in the carriage compartment. Ani sat quietly and calmly. Lam turned to look at her, seeing her hands clasped together. He spoke. Miss Ani, are you all right?" Ani was so angry her cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with helplessness. She clenched her fists and poured out her heart. "How could I be all right? Acquiring 11 mines in one day, spending 8 billion gold coins. I'm broke. Wasting so much money. Are those small mines really worth it?" Lam chuckled lightly, wanting to comfort Ani, who was trembling with anger. His Grace the Duke had instructed that the old nobles would stall us. So to win, we could only buy them out. Just consider it the price to pay. Completing these deals means we're 2/3 of the way there. Ani turned around, her whole body trembling with anger. She shouted desperately in helplessness. "That's easy for you to say, but I'm a merchant. Money is my weapon. Not only did I spend all 500 million from the Gold Guild, but I also borrowed another 300 million. Do you understand me? I feel like I'm standing in the street, wearing only a thin coat." Lam gave a forced smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. He gently closed his eyes and said intimately, "I really don't understand. But you've also made a great contribution to the new noble faction, so don't worry. The 6 guild presidents will bring you money soon." At a construction site in the mountains, a carriage full of straw was parked, with materials piled up around it. President Scott, with his hand behind his back and a worried expression, quietly asked Barbara, "Barbara, I don't think this is a good idea. Perhaps we should find out Ani's exact plan first." Barbara frowned, puffed out her full, bronze-colored chest, placed one hand lightly on it, and said in a conceited tone, "You're too timid. How can you do business like that? That brat Ani, she's really climbed all over us. I'm sure you all know that. Yesterday, she monopolized 11 mines without any discussion. Upon hearing this, Dali gritted his teeth, extremely resentful of Ani's methods. Miss Ani has gone too far this time. All the mines were taken by her alone, so what are we needed for? The other 3 also felt very dissatisfied, clamoring about the current situation. What kind of new noble alliance is this? Does she even have any regard for us or Her Highness the Princess? Barbara laughed smugly, her eyes flashing with anger. You all heard that. Today, I must invite Her Highness the Princess here. Remember, we are a merchant guild. Ani must be punished. Otherwise, how can the new noble faction swallow this insult? Early in the morning, in the palace, Department Head Dalara said with her chin in her hand, "So far, everything is still within Lam N's plan. But the nobles are very dissatisfied with Ani's monopolization of the mines. According to Dali, I'm afraid the new noble alliance will completely fall apart today." Lenka, standing beside her, also thought that a genius girl like Ani is not rare, and she was tricked by Lam and into doing something unwise. He also asked if the new noble faction would take any action. Dalara replied, "Ani is trusted too much by the queen, so it's inevitable that others are jealous. Even without Dali leading the charge, those nobles would have gathered on their own, preparing to force the 9th princess to execute Ani." Hearing this, Lenka gave a sinister smile and said contemptuously, if the ninth princess doesn't execute Ani, she will not only lose an important confidant, but also damage her own prestige. But if she doesn't punish Ani, the new noble alliance will collapse due to the uneven distribution of benefits. Lam and has truly given the ninth princess a difficult problem. With the conflict erupting, that genius girl must be full of regret. At this moment, in another building on the street, little Kitty and Ani were happily shouting in unison. Another cup of coffee, and an omelet, and a serving of grilled sausage. Seeing the two of them, Lamon smiled helplessly and said to Ani, "You're the dignified president of a major merchant guild. Why are you bringing a little kitten to my house to freeload like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, she laughed embarrassedly and said, "What can I do? I bought too many mines last night, and now I'm drowning in debt. To be precise, I don't even have money for breakfast." Hearing this explanation, Lamon scratched his head with a deadpan expression and replied, "All right, I get it. Sausage, coffee, omelet, right? I'll go make it now." Ani, the names of those mines. Ani cut in, I've memorized them all. When it comes to making money, my memory is absolutely flawless. We've hit the jackpot today. A moment later, in the vast forest, at a construction site where several wooden carts were parked, a crowd had gathered. Lamon and Ani also stepped down from their carriage. Seeing them, Barbara sneered and spoke. "Ani, I really admire your courage to offend all of us and still dare to show up so brazenly." Ani scratched her head slightly and replied with a scornful smile, "Barbara, all 6 guild presidents came to welcome me. How grand. You all have so much free time. Don't you have work to do?" However, as soon as the words were out, a crowd suddenly surrounded them. They cursed incessantly, "Stop playing dumb, swallowing 11 of the old nobles' minds without a word. You're truly vicious. You're smashing our rice bowl, and you ask us how we're supposed to work?" At this moment, the ninth princess appeared. She coldly shouted at the crowd, "Enough. All this clamoring. What has become of you? The war with the old nobles isn't even won, and you're already starting an internal conflict. Do you want the enemy to laugh in our faces? Everyone is here. Ani has also arrived. If you have any opinions, just say them directly to me." A man from the noisy crowd stepped forward, his face still showing extreme indignation, and reported, "Your Highness the Ninth Princess, please uphold justice for us." President Ani completely disregarded her allies, only caring for her own interests, using an exorbitant price to deal with the old nobles. She clearly wants to monopolize the mining business. Hearing this, the ninth princess crossed her arms, frowned, and pressed. "So what's the problem? As far as I know, Ani only started contacting the old nobles 2 days after the mines were open for trading. She gave you all enough time and opportunity. Your failure to buy the mines from the old nobles is not Ani's fault." This time, Dilly stepped forward to rebut. "Your Highness, we couldn't reach an agreement because the old nobles' price was too high. Those 11 old nobles lacked financial strength and were considered the easiest targets. If we accept that unreasonable price, future acquisitions will only become more difficult." President Ani used the exorbitant price of 8 billion to buy these 11 mines, which has completely disrupted the market. Not only that, Barbara added, "Your Highness, please reconsider. These small, scattered mines combined only make up 1/7 of the total area of the old nobles' mines. The old nobles we are about to face are all tough, nuts to crack, already difficult to deal with, and their prices will only be higher. No matter how much capital we have, we can't fill their stomachs." Faced with the accusations from the 3 of them, the ninth princess was completely speechless. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Barbara gave a sinister, triumphant smile and said, "I know you have always favored President Ani, but Ani has affected the interests of our entire alliance, becoming the biggest obstacle on your Highness's path to the throne. Please be decisive and impartial, and sentence Ani to death." As soon as she finished, the other nobles also crowded around, shouting, "Your Highness, please be decisive and impartial, and sentence Ani to death." Seeing this, Ani angrily tried to defend herself. "You people are a terrifying bunch. The death penalty? The death penalty? You want to kill me that badly? Everything I did was for Her Highness the Ninth Princess." Barbara sneered smugly, hitting a nerve. "From beginning to end, you've only thought of your own interests. Don't have the gall to say it was for Her Highness anymore. Do you think anyone still believes you?" In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Lamon suddenly spoke up. He smiled with an innocent expression, pointed at himself, and said, I can prove that Miss Ani is wholeheartedly loyal to Her Highness the Ninth Princess. Despite this, Barbara was still extremely confident. Lamb and the Ninth Princess's new secretary. I heard you were a smart man. It seems the rumors aren't reliable. Not drawing a line with Ani at a time like this. Do you want to die with her? Lamb explained without hesitation. If Ani were truly only concerned with her own interests, she wouldn't have used a high price to acquire unexplored mines. This is considered a high-risk, suicidal investment. If just 3 of the mines turn out to be barren, it would mean a heavy loss. But Dilly previously mentioned that there might be a mole within the new nobles faction, which is why it was necessary to acquire the mines at a high price. If Ani alone owns the mines, the traitorous actions of a mole can be completely avoided. As soon as he finished speaking, Barbara looked straight at Lamb and laughed mockingly. She thought this reason was completely meaningless, far outweighed by the damage caused by driving up the prices, even higher than the threat of a mole. In the end, Ani alone took 11 mines, which has created considerable difficulty for them in acquiring other mines later on. Lamon's expression didn't waver. He smiled lightly and replied, "The 3 largest mines in the hands of the old nobles belong to Duke Lenka, Countess Red Widow Finisa, and the Monroe family of Alara, the Duke's fiancée, respectively. The few remaining mines are in the hands of extremist old nobles who oppose the Ninth Princess. No matter how much you offer, you can't buy the mines from them." Barbara still held her chin up, sneering. How ridiculous. You were appointed by Her Highness herself to be in charge of acquiring the mines, yet you say there's no way to acquire them. Have you already decided to admit defeat? Or is it that Ani's monopoly on the mines is a result of you two colluding, planning to use this trump card to bargain? Lamb let out a soft laugh and replied, "If the remaining mines can't be acquired with cash, I naturally have other ways." At this moment, Dilly spoke up, sweating profusely, his expression a bit anxious. "Lamb, and even if you say so, it's hard for us to be at ease. Mutual help and mutual benefit. That is the foundation of the new Nobles Alliance. Regardless, it's a fact that Ani intends to monopolize the mining rights, which has broken the tacit understanding and balance between us." As soon as he finished, Ani explained, "Who said I want to monopolize the mining rights? Of the 11 mines I bought last night, I'm only keeping 4. As for the remaining 7, if you are willing to pay now, I can sell them to you at half the market price." Her words stunned one of the people present, who blurted out, "What? President Ani, are you serious?" But Barbara immediately retorted angrily, "Don't be bewitched by her. President Ani, I don't believe you'd be so kind as to do business at a loss." Ani continued, "Selling at half price naturally comes with other conditions. I will retain ownership of the mines and only sell the usage rights for 100 years. This way, I can retain the corresponding shares of the mines without having to worry about the threat of a mole's betrayal. And at the same time, you can all acquire the mining rights at a preferential price." President Scott chuckled lightly. President Ani is truly generous, shouldering the risk alone for Her Highness and still yielding the profits to us. I think we no longer need to doubt President Ani's loyalty. President Ani, you bought the 100-year usage rights for the mines at a high price. I believe the market price should be 3/4 of your purchase price. Otherwise, you'll suffer a heavy loss. Hearing what Scott said, the people around immediately gathered and said, "President Scott, what you're saying goes against President Ani's kindness." "That's right, half the market price." "President Ani, we are all merchants who keep our word. A price that has been named cannot be changed." Ani then gave a meaningful smile and said, "Half the market price. If you want to buy, you'd better be quick. There are only 7 mines." Her action was unexpected by Barbara. Her face darkened, her eyes widened, and she said softly, "A conspiracy blinded by money. Let me remind you all, 2 days ago, Dilly sold his mine's usage rights to Ani. I received news that the mine Ani got is practically a barren mine, completely worthless. The quality of the mines in the hands of the old nobles is very worrying. You all must be careful." Dilly scratched his head, laughed awkwardly, and added, "I also feel a bit bad for Ani. Who would have thought that old noble's mine would turn out to be a barren one?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd that had just been all smiles immediately surrounded Ani, frantically questioning her. "A barren mine? President Ani, you're not planning to sell those worthless mines to us, are you?" She replied, "Of course not. You should all know that it takes at least 3 months to survey a mine. I just bought these 11 mines last night. Do you think I have the ability to distinguish the good from the bad among them? She continued with a meaningful smile. Besides, there's one point you've all mistaken. What he sold me was a high-quality mine. I got a huge bargain. The moment these words were spoken, DeLee's face changed color instantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted in panic. How could it be a high-quality mine? Another high-quality mine. However, Barbara still stood with her hands on her hips, speaking to President Ani with a disdainful look. You really have the nerve to say that. The standard for a high-quality mine is mana stones crystallizing directly in the mine shaft. So far, we have only discovered one high-quality mine. Ani didn't say much more and suggested, why don't we go and confirm it on site? The mine is nearby anyway. They arrived at the underground mine, where only a few small lamps flickered. Entering the deep tunnel, as soon as the torchlight shone, it immediately reflected countless sparkling crystals. One person held a giant crystal in his hand, while the others were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "Mana stones. They're really mana stones." Unbelievably, the crystallization density of the ore here is even higher than the previously discovered high-quality mine. Quick, look at Ali's face. It's hilarious. A mine worth over 10 billion Naka, and he only sold it for 2 billion Naka. At this moment, DeLee's face turned purple. His face darkened, cold sweat broke out, and he was speechless. Then he roared. This mine clearly wasn't like this last time. Lamon, it must have been you. You did something to the mine. Give me back the mine. Lamon smiled lightly, raising his hands to calm him. President DeLee, calm down a little. You just made a small business mistake. Don't lose your composure over it. Even so, he was extremely agitated, pointing at Lamon's face and accusing. You tricked me. I lost over 8 billion Naka, and you call that a small mistake? You and Ani must have colluded to create the illusion of a barren mine. Hearing this, Lamon said to President Lee with a mocking expression, I'm innocent too, you know. At that time, I sent miners down to explore, and it was indeed just a barren mine. I also didn't expect the mine to change so much after Ani took over. But Dilly still waved his hand, impatiently turning away and saying, it's useless to talk about these things now. This was an unfair transaction. I absolutely will not acknowledge it. The argument continued. Lamon rested his chin on his hand and asked, President DeLee, there's no point in you and I arguing here about losses that have already occurred. So then, fellow guild presidents, do you all want to compete for these 7 mines? This sentence completely shut DeLee up. He spun around abruptly, his eyes wide, and shouted in astonishment, what? And the crowd that had previously been demanding Ani's execution now immediately changed their tune, enthusiastically praising her in unison. President Ani, you are a true genius, so far-sighted, to think you could acquire such a high-quality mine at such a low price. We can only feel ashamed of ourselves. Ani turned around gracefully and said with a smile, no more doubts about me now? The green-haired man said to her with a fawning expression, President Ani, we have always trusted you. Before, we were just deceived by Barbara and DeLee. The mine usage rights, please sell them to us. The actions of this crowd made Barbara feel betrayed. She could only stand helplessly behind them, thinking to herself, damn it, these guys swayed by a little profit? How outrageous. You're forcing my hand. After that, she suddenly burst into tears and shouted, President Ani, please be the bigger person and forgive my petty behavior. Please forgive me. Ani still replied gently, all right, it was just a small misunderstanding. No need to apologize anymore. We are all friends. These are special times, and I know everyone is under financial pressure. The mine usage rights, there's no need to rush to buy them right now. Wait until after the mines have been consolidated. I will still sell them at half the market price as usual. Hearing her decision, the crowd's eyes lit up with excitement, and they gathered around to state their terms. President Ani, you are too generous. In that case, can I reserve a mine in advance? No need to wait for the consolidation. DeLee also chimed in. No need to wait, I'll buy right now. I'll buy as many as there are. As for Barbara, after her tearful plea, she also crossed her arms and said, me too, I'll buy as many as there are. I can pay in cash right now. As soon as she finished, the others shouted in dissatisfaction, hey, are you trying to monopolize the mines? President Ani, I've decided I'm buying right now too. Faced with a noisy argument, Ani said with a smile, no need to argue anymore. I am very fair. I'll at least guarantee 1 mine for each person. DeLee also took the opportunity to point at himself and say, 1 mine for each person, 6 guild presidents, 7 mines for sale in total. There's still 1 left over. It should be given to me, right, President Ani? You only used 2 billion Naka to get a high-quality mine from me before. You've already gotten a huge bargain, but But this was once again met with angry opposition from the others. They roared, "On what grounds? We don't agree, Dali. Have you forgotten that you and Barbara spread rumors about Ani together? And you still have the nerve to demand another mine. That extra mine should be mine." Witnessing this scene, the ninth princess crossed her arms, smiled lightly, and spoke up. "Lamin, you've really shown me a good play. Is this your and Ani's plan? And you didn't even give me a heads up, making me worry about you for nothing." Lamin replied, "These small matters can be easily resolved. We wouldn't dare trouble your highness. Your highness chose us. Wasn't it precisely because you trust in our abilities?" The ninth princess stood before him and asked gently, "Acquiring 11 mines in one day, your and Ani's coordinated efficiency is even better than I imagined. But you also had to pay a very high price, didn't you? Moreover, you had to take a loss, selling the usage rights to the 6 guild presidents for only half the price. Does Ani still have enough money?" He immediately frowned and answered honestly, "To acquire the mines, Ani is now heavily in debt. But overall, this deal won't be a loss. As for the price paid, there was some, more or less. The biggest price was that yesterday, the Red Dragon continuously surveyed 11 mineral veins and, due to overexertion, has fallen into a withdrawn state. Thanks to the Red Dragon's hard work, the 4 best mines were kept for Ani. The ones of slightly better quality were given to President Scott, who has a good relationship with Ani, and the poor quality and barren mines were given to Dali and Barbara." After hearing this, the ninth princess continued, "When it comes to business, I'm no match for Ani, so I won't worry much anymore. If today's matter has been resolved, then I'll head back to the Ministry of Magic first." As soon as she finished speaking, Lamin reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to stop the ninth princess, because he and Ani had prepared a gift for her together. On the other side, Ani signed a contract, then handed the document to Dali, telling him, "The last remaining mine is sold to you." He laughed and replied, "How embarrassing." Seeing his smug expression, the other guild presidents all glanced sideways in annoyance. Dali's triumphant and arrogant demeanor was truly infuriating. But the green-haired man holding the contract in his hand also said cheerfully, "Oh, let it go. In any case, we've bought the mine's usage rights at a bargain price, so we can consider a profit. Now that the mine is in hand, it's time we headed back." Just then, a series of footsteps rang out. Lamin appeared and said, "Fellow presidents, it's fortunate that everyone is present today, and Her Highness is here as well. Why don't we take this opportunity to officially establish the new Nobles Mining Company and divide the shares while we're at it?" This made Dali a little uneasy, and he hurriedly asked, "Are we establishing the mining company today? Isn't it still over a month until the merger with the old Nobles Company? Isn't this a bit too rushed?" Barbara also added fuel to the fire. "Lam and President Ani, your intentions are too obvious. After acquiring the 11 mining areas from the old nobles, President Ani's mining area is now equivalent to the total area of the 6 of us presidents. If we establish the company now, President Ani will hold 50% of the shares, gaining control over the new nobles mining company. Your Highness, that's not reasonable at all." The ninth princess also spoke up. "I have no objections. This is the fruit of Ani's hard work. Moreover, Ani has considered the interests of everyone present here, and her character and abilities are clear to all." Even though she said that, Dali still looked unconvinced. He bowed, his eyes resolute as he said, "Your Highness, minerals are the foundation for you to ascend the throne, and also the core driving force for the kingdom's future development. No matter how much you trust Ani, you cannot grant her such great power. In a few years, or a few decades, people's hearts will change and loyalty will waver." As soon as he finished speaking, Ani, standing beside them, smiled and said, "President Dali, I agree with your point of view. Therefore, we should all give 30% of our mining shares to Her Highness the Ninth Princess." Hearing this, the Ninth Princess was a bit surprised and blurted out, 30% of the shares? This gift is too precious. But Dali was also alarmed, thinking, 30% of the shares. Isn't that too much no matter how you look at it? After all, we bought the mines with our own hard-earned money. It was also made clear before that the share ratio would be decided based on the mining area held. At this moment, Lam and smiled meaningfully. Dividing the shares based on the mining area, this principle remains unchanged. Her Highness the Ninth Princess will hold 30% of the shares, and the remaining 70% will be divided among the 7 presidents. Her Highness the Ninth Princess will only hold the shares and will not interfere in your mining operations. As for Barbara, she pouted and said, "But giving away 30% of the shares for no reason means we will lose 30% of our profits each year. This will greatly affect our business. In response to her opinion, Lamon smiled and replied, just be a little flexible with the accounting. Isn't making a profit your specialty? In the end, how much of a dividend Her Highness receives will depend solely on your sincerity. For Her Highness, the 30% of shares in her hands are only to ensure she has the right to set or prices and the right to decide a portion of the annual mining output. He added meaningfully, don't forget, it was thanks to Her Highness's generous rewards and support that you were able to establish top merchant guilds and become nobles. Yet Her Highness herself has not demanded a single penny in return from you. Now is the time for you to repay Her Highness and prove your loyalty. Ani also chimed in. There is one more condition. After the new nobles mining company is established, if any of you wish to withdraw from the company, then 30% of the mining area you hold will be permanently transferred to Her Highness. However, this punitive measure is only effective if someone intends to betray Her Highness. I think no one would do that, right? President Scott then said calmly, President Ani, you bought the mining areas at a high price and even gave us a 50% discount. Even if you hold the most shares, we have no objection. I agree to this condition. Scott voluntarily offered 30% of his shares to Her Highness. Seeing his action, the others in the Merchant Guild also aggressively declared, Ani, do you think you're the only one loyal to Her Highness? Her Highness has done so much for us. Isn't it just 30% of the shares? We have no objection either. As for Barbara, she frowned in annoyance. Has this turned into a loyalty commendation ceremony? How boring. Fine, I have no objection either. Finally, Lamon grinned and asked, excellent, everyone agrees. President Dali, what is your stance? Turning to Dali, his face darkened and he stammered, my stance is... Lamon replied maliciously. That's right, President Dali, are you willing to offer 30% of your shares to Her Highness the Ninth Princess? Don't worry, it's just a formality. This won't significantly affect your mining business profits, as long as you don't betray Her Highness the Ninth Princess. The more Lamon spoke, the more he cornered Dali. Dali's face turned pale. He lowered his head, thinking in a panic, damn it, I'm done for. This Lamon is using that trick again. If I accept the condition and then betray the Ninth Princess to join the old nobles company after the mine merger in a month, I'll lose 30% of my mining area. But if I don't accept now, I'll be exposed immediately. What on earth should I do? Seeing his state, the Ninth Princess also crossed her arms, smugly pressing Dali. What is your answer? Receiving no answer, Lamon smiled maliciously and concluded, the mole among the new nobles. Could it be you? Dali hurriedly tried to negotiate. Giving away 30% of the shares, I cannot agree. If you keep forcing me to hand over the shares, I can only withdraw from the New Nobles Alliance. Hearing his answer, Lamon broke into a smile, decisively stating, what a pity, Dali. You have chosen to betray Her Highness. But Dali's face remained dark. He clenched his fists and said firmly, business is business. I just want to protect my own interests. Her Highness the Ninth Princess has indeed helped and supported us a great deal, and I also want to repay Her Highness, but not through this form of four-share acquisition. That is not reasonable. Lamon grinned widely and continued, an unreasonable demand? President Dali, please don't make trouble for no reason. The development of mana stone mining technology will have a huge impact on the shift of power in the kingdom. Therefore, Her Highness the Ninth Princess must hold a sufficient amount of mining shares. Considering the interests of multiple parties, the biggest loss has already been borne by President Ani. So what are you aggrieved about? Mr. Mole, being accused like this, Dali's face turned ashen and he roared in a high voice. Mole? Who are you calling a mole? Do you have any proof? Forcibly taking my property and slandering me. I've had enough. Barbara, do you all see this? The New Nobles Alliance now. Does it even have any value in existing anymore? As for Barbara, she leisurely crossed her arms and said with a smile to Dali, the truth is already obvious. Don't bring shame upon yourself and insult our intelligence any further. The others in the Merchant Guild also shouted in unison, stop pretending. Dali, you are the traitor. Why were you able to buy the mining area from the old nobles first? I knew there was something wrong with you early on. At this point, Dali remained stubborn. Fine, since everyone suspects me, then I will withdraw from the New Nobles Alliance. You all better watch out. Don't let Lam and an Ani rob you of all your assets. Goodbye, you fools. As soon as he finished speaking, Lamon spoke in a malicious tone. President Dali, you cannot leave yet without Her Highness the Ninth Princess's permission. I don't know what the New Nobles Alliance's custom is for dealing with traitors, but But what if Her Highness, on a whim, decides she wants to burn you alive? Dali was stunned. He was speechless, stammering. Stop joking. Even Her Highness the Ninth Princess cannot arbitrarily use private execution on someone with a noble status like me. Oh, so that's how it is, I see. Lamon replied smugly. If a noble goes missing in a remote mining area, it doesn't count as a private execution, right? Barbara also played along with Lamon's script, pretending to shed sympathetic tears. It's not strange for accidents to happen in such a remote suburban area. Poor President Dali, suffering a mental blow from a failed business deal, wandered into the forest and disappeared without a sound. Poor Dali. Their act made Dali's face turn pale, and he asked in panic, "Are you guys serious?" At this moment, Her Highness the Ninth Princess, standing beside him, spoke with a cold expression. "Dali, you may go now. In consideration of your past merits and contributions, I will spare your life this time. The next time we meet, we will be enemies." Without any hesitation, he immediately turned tail and fled, saying as he went, "Thank you for your Highness's mercy. I will take my leave now." Seeing this, Lamon laughed contemptuously. "You let him run. Your Highness the Ninth Princess, Dali owns 30,000 acres of mining land. Once he joins the old noble's company, we will be at an even greater disadvantage." But Her Highness the Ninth Princess still argued seriously. If Dali dies, with or without evidence, Duke Lenka can use it to make a big issue out of it. I don't want to create more difficulties for your and Ani's future mine acquisitions. Besides, don't underestimate the Duke. He is a formidable enemy. He won't truly trust a traitor and will surely take precautions. If Dali dies, his mining area will most likely fall into the Duke's hands. Lamon could only shrug in agreement in the end. You're the boss. You decide. Dali is gone. It's time to get back to the main topic, the division of the company's shares. First, the Ninth Princess, Chris, holds 30% of the shares. The total mining area occupied by the new nobles is 170,000 acres, which includes the 110,000 acres of mining area that Ani just acquired from an old noble. According to the area-based division ratio, the remaining 41% of the shares belong to Ani. The 5 new nobles led by Barbara hold a total of only 70,000 acres of mining land, with 29% of the shares belonging to these 5 nobles. Night fell at the Duke's residence. At this time, Dali appeared here, loudly reporting to the Duke, "My lord, that brat Lamb, and has betrayed us. My identity has been exposed." Lenka stood before him and replied coldly, "Dali, why are you so panicked over such a small matter? Your identity was bound to be exposed sooner or later. I never expected you to hide it forever. The most important thing is that the mining area is still in your hands. We haven't lost anything, right?" Even so, he still frowned in annoyance. "I really can't stand it. Lamb and took advantage of your trust, buying 100,000 acres of mining area in one go, while even I only have 30,000 acres. As soon as he finished, Lenka grinned widely and continued, "Those 100,000 acres of mining area were originally intended to be ceded to the new nobles anyway. I just handed these mines over to the Ninth Princess in advance." Sounding out Lamb and's attitude was even more valuable. He stepped forward and patted Dali's shoulder comfortingly. "Lamon is indeed a master swindler. Even I was deceived. You don't need to blame yourself too much. President Dali has suffered a blow today. Go home and rest." Dali also bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, your grace the Duke." After Dali left, Lenka turned to ask Thalara, "Are you still upset?" But his only reply was Thalara's motionless silence. She was sitting on a chair. Lenka smiled and asked again, "Coming to see me this late, is there something you want to say? You are my fiancé. There's no need to be so formal." At this, Thalara finally pressed her lips together and spoke slowly. "Your Grace, I ask that you cancel the engagement between us." As soon as the words were out, Lenka's expression changed instantly. His face darkened as he coldly asked for the reason. She lowered her head and replied, "Your Grace, recruiting Lamb was my responsibility. I failed to do my job well. I couldn't determine his true intentions." Hearing this, he laughed and explained, "You just heard the conversation between me and Ali, didn't you? Lamon's attitude is indeed unpredictable. This is not your responsibility." But Thalara remained insistent. "No, before this, I already had some inkling." Her face darkened, fear evident in her expression as she said, "Not long ago, the Minister of Magic, Gerard, wanted to make Lamon the scapegoat for the Magic-kin slave trade and asked me to help frame him. We all underestimated Lamb, and beneath that harmless exterior is a terrifying magical power. As a result, Gerard is dead, and Lam and carve a magic seal on me. As long as Lam and uses magic to control the seal, I will turn into a puppet. Hearing this, Lenka continued with a blank expression. This is something you should have told me sooner. Dalara gritted her teeth and replied. At first, I thought Lamon was forced into the conflict between the new and old nobles, that he hated the ninth princess and could be used to destroy the new noble alliance. But Lamon is nothing like I imagined. She turned her face away, avoiding Duke Lenka's gaze, and continued, No, Your Grace. It was because I was too naive, thinking I could hide other things, hide the magic. Just give me a little more time, and I will definitely find a way to remove the seal and deal with this thorn in my side, named Lam. And as soon as she finished speaking, Duke Lenka spoke. Dalara, look at me. Dalara kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, and said in shame, Your Grace, before things get any worse, please call off our engagement and relieve me of my position as the general manager of the Old Nobles Mining Company. Suddenly, Duke Lenka knelt on one knee, gently taking Thalara's hands in his, and said softly, Dalara, you must have had a hard time bearing such great pressure these past few days. I will not call off the engagement, nor will I relieve you of your duties. Although Dalara, blushing, retorted, But to take over the mines, Lam will surely use me. But Duke Lenka's expression remained unchanged, saying, Leave the matter of the magic seal to me. I will find a way to remove it from you. You are my fiancé, and I believe in your abilities and loyalty. It is also my fault that my fiancé is in trouble and cannot trust me. His actions made Dalara both blush and panic, asking in confusion, Your Grace, aren't you going to ask what he did to me after Lam and controlled me? Am I still pure? Duke Lenka showed no hint of blame, replying gently, No matter what happened, I will not blame you. It's not your fault. You are the victim. If it's something important that you feel I need to know, you will tell me, won't you? Dalara replied, moved, Yes, Your Grace. A moment later, outside, that hand was immediately wiped clean with a handkerchief. Duke Lenka held out his hand, looked at it coldly, and said, The scent of her perfume is disgusting, just like her, unbearably common. Just a light touch, and it lingers on and on. Valentine, walking behind Duke Lenka, spoke up. If you find her so repulsive, you could just call off the engagement. It wouldn't harm you in any way. Duke Lenka replied, The existence of this fiancé, Dalara, is an excellent cover for our relationship. Duke Lenka smiled sinisterly. Those old nobles are all a bunch of conservative traditionalists, but for now, I still need their support. Just be patient a little longer, just a little more time. Sooner or later, the day will come when we can stand together openly. But Valentine argued, at the very least, you could switch to a cleaner fiancé. I've already warned you, Lam and is very dangerous. Until the magic seal is removed, Dalara belongs to Lam and she shouldn't be by your side. The two talked as they walked. The mines on Thalara's family territory spanned 100,000 acres. Pacifying Dalara and securing her family's mining assets was of utmost importance. As soon as Duke Lenka finished speaking, Valentine asked, Countess Finisa has 150,000 acres of mining land in her hands. Lenka, why don't you marry Finisa? He replied, Lady Finisa? That black widow who devours people whole. I wouldn't dare provoke her. To be honest, I can't imagine her handing over her mines to Her Highness the Ninth Princess. I don't think Lam could do it either. However, Lam is indeed an unpredictable factor, so I'll have to make an exception this once. Valentine, I'm leaving it to you. If you can't capture Lam alive, then kill him. The next day, in the office, Duke Lenka stood with his hands in his pockets. He turned his head slightly, asking in surprise, What did you say? Lam is missing? At this moment, the ninth princess's expression was terrifying. She gritted her teeth and accused Duke Lenka. Stop pretending to be innocent. Did you kidnap Lam or have you already killed him? Even so, Duke Lenka just shrugged calmly and replied, Your Highness, Ninth Princess Chris, this is truly a baseless and ridiculous accusation. Why would I do that? The Ninth Princess argued. Lam ruined your plans, found a traitor hidden among the new nobles, and even got a step ahead in acquiring a large number of mines. Aren't those reasons enough? Her face darkened as she said, Lenka, do you think I don't understand you? You appear gentle and modest on the outside, but in reality, you hold a grudge longer than anyone. You'd strike directly at Lam, the one who broke your last line of defense. Duke Lenka let out a sneer and replied, The crux of this struggle, after all, is that Lamon's status isn't even equal to that of the lowest ranking noble. Even if I did kill Lam, what could your highness possibly do? The ninth princess stated decisively. So you've admitted your guilt, but he still denied it. No, this is just a hypothesis. What if Lamb felt he had no future by your highness's side and decided to run away on his own? This sentence completely shattered the ninth princess's patience. She let out a shout, slammed the door, and left. Immediately after, the door opened and Valentine walked in. He spoke, asking Duke Lenka what just happened. For Her Highness the Ninth Princess to be that angry, it's truly a rare sight. Duke Lenka smirked and replied, just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Valentine, your efficiency is even faster than I expected. I'm very pleased. Valentine continued with a blank expression. Stop beating around the bush. I don't understand. Get straight to the point. Duke Lenka recounted. I'm talking about lamb and, of course. Let me guess, did you bring back a living lamb in or a lifeless corpse? Mentioning Lamb, and Valentine immediately reported, I was planning to kill Lamb today, but it's as if he vanished into thin air. He's gone. I couldn't find any trace of him. The places Lamb frequents are all under close surveillance now. As soon as there's any news, I will report to you immediately. This news made Duke Lenka exclaim in surprise. What? It wasn't you? Did he guess I was going to make a move and escape on his own? At the same time, at another palace, inside was a pitch-black cell with iron bars on all four sides. From a large wooden barrel in the cell, a shabbily dressed girl slowly sat up. The girl dazedly cried out from within, my head hurts so much. What on earth is going on? The girl looked around the cell in a daze, guessing in confusion. A dungeon? Could it be that I've been captured? At this moment, Phineas's figure slowly emerged from the darkness of the dungeon. She spoke. Is your body feeling better? Those kidnappers were too rough. They hit you hard on the head, almost taking your life. Seeing her, the girl stammered. You are Lady Phoenissa? Hearing this, Phoenissa asked, a little surprised, oh, you know me? The girl smiled and replied, I once saw you from afar during a ceremony. You are like a beautiful, noble rose. Thank you so much for saving me from the kidnappers. What? At this point, Phoenissa suddenly gave a meaningful smile. It seems you've misunderstood. The one who ordered your kidnapping was me. Learning the truth, the girl immediately showed a look of horror, screaming, why? What have I done wrong to be treated like this? Phoenissa suddenly laughed sinisterly, simultaneously summoning her power. She replied, you've done nothing wrong, nor do you have any grudge with me. The reason you were chosen is simply because I need the blood of a virgin. Next, a circle formed by blood-red rays of light surrounded the girl, causing her to scream in tears. What do you want to do to me? I beg you, please spare me. No matter how the girl begged and struggled, Phoenissa remained intrigued, saying smugly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Although your fate of death cannot be changed, I will let you feel the ultimate pleasure. Just slowly enjoy it. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in front of the girl. She covered her face with her hands, screaming frantically, no, don't. A moment later, deep red blood had stained the ground. The girl's body was drained of its life force, leaving only a dry skeleton lying in a pool of blood. As for Phoenissa, she coldly turned and left, saying, the wrinkles on my hand haven't completely disappeared. As expected, without using the blood of a demon maiden, the effect is still too weak. Then she turned her head back and called out, Enqui, when can the demon slave trade route be reopened? He bowed and replied, in 3 months. This answer made Phoenissa extremely dissatisfied. Her face darkened, and she glared angrily. Too slow. In 3 months, I'll have wrinkles on my face. Enqui continued fearfully, Lady Phoenissa, you're making things difficult for me. The church has been conducting very strict inspections lately. Not to mention the church's hound is still lurking on your territory. After that, she snorted and asked, that hound, the day I arranged to meet her is today, isn't it? He continued, she is waiting in the main hall. Should I send her away? Phoenissa smiled sinisterly. No need. Let's go meet her for a bit. Arriving at the drawing room. At this moment, Hylon was standing in the room, smiling warmly and saying, Lady Phoenissa, thank you for your invitation. But as a noble, your sense of time still needs some improvement. Phoenissa stood opposite her, retorting, invitation? You think this was an invitation? Hylon immediately retorted, no, this is a warning, Lady Phoenissa. Please be careful with your words. You are threatening an inquisitor of the Holy Dragon Church. Phoenissa smirked and said, I have always respected the Holy Dragon Church, and I donate a considerable sum to the church every year. But your recent actions have seriously affected the stability of my territory. Phoenissa's eyes were wide open as she smiled and spoke to Hylon. She replied, I am only following the church's orders, hunting down the criminals involved in the demon slave trade. Phoenissa immediately stepped forward, her contemptuous gaze threatening. If it were just a routine investigation, I wouldn't say much. But you people have resorted to threats, torture to extract confessions, and killing innocent people. Inquisitor Hylon, you are the church's hound, using any dirty trick to achieve your goals. She continued arrogantly. I never would have thought that someone adopted by Saint Noah of the Heroes Party, like you, could turn into such an inhuman murderer. Could it be that Noah's integrity and kindness couldn't reform you? Or is Noah's true nature actually? Before she could finish, Highland's expression changed instantly. She gave a ferocious smile and said, "Shut up. Say one more word about my father, and I will kill you." Seeing her reaction, Phoenicia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed sinisterly, finally showing your true colors. Are you, Hound Hylon? If you dare to continue acting so brazenly on my territory, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Take a guess. How much effort will the Holy Dragon Church put into protecting one Inquisitor? The scene shifts outside. Hylon walked in front, followed by a person in a cloak, their face hidden. That person said harshly, "That woman, daring to insult the church and the God of Light. Your Excellency, Inquisitor, don't we already have evidence that she kidnaps young women? Why not arrest her first?" But Hylon replied, "It's useless. Even if she openly killed an innocent commoner, she could still get away with it. Only when we find evidence that she is the mastermind behind the demon slave trade, bringing demons into the royal capital, can we completely take down Phoenicia." Hearing this, the cloaked person continued, "Damn it, there are too few clues. The ones we've caught so far are just small fry. They know nothing at all." At this point, Hylon smiled meaningfully and said, "For now, we can only wait." The cloaked person asked again, "Just by waiting, will the clues come to us?" She replied, "It seems you don't pay much attention to the news. Lamb and the person in charge of the new Noble Alliance's mining area has presided over the acquisition of 11 mines from the old nobility faction." Hearing this, the other person wondered again, "Lamon? Could he also be connected to Lady Phoenicia?" Hylon explained, "Do you remember? Back then in the burned-down house at the auction, only a few remains of demon slaves were left, and moreover, the time of death was a long time ago. A demon slave auction must have been held that night. Therefore, it's certain that someone took the living demon slaves, and some of the demon slave remains away." The cloaked person agreed, saying, "That's right. Not long after that day, Lamb forced the old nobles to restart the mine transactions, and a leverage he used was the remains of the demon race. Lamb certainly knows the inside story of the demon slave trade. He might have even killed the Minister of Magic, Gerard. But Lamb belongs to the Ninth Princess, and the Ninth Princess is very close to the church, making it extremely difficult to interrogate Lamb. And Hylon then turned, pointed at the cloaked person, and remarked, "Your information is indeed slow." The person was shocked. "What? If that's the case, is the only lead gone then?" She revealed a sinister expression and replied, "No. Lamon's goal is to acquire the mines. He holds evidence of the demon slave trade and even has a living demon slave with him. Lamb will naturally target Lady Phoenicia next, the one who seems the most difficult to deal with. After we use Lamb and to destroy Lady Phoenicia, Lamb will become the next prey." In a palace corridor, Na AI and Alara were approaching from opposite directions. Na AI spoke up. "Department head? No, I should say the future Duchess. Aren't you very busy right now? Why do you have time to ask to see me?" Alara frowned and asked, "Has Lamb given you any orders recently or told you where he was going?" Hearing this question, Na AI replied, a bit bewildered. "Ever since I was promoted to be the Ninth Princess's secretary, Lamb has barely said a few words to me. You're asking me where he went. How would I know? Lamb, is he really missing?" The Lara continued, "No one can find a trace of him, not even the Ninth Princess or the Duke. The only thing we can be sure of is that since we, the two slaves marked with the seal, are still alive and well, Lamb must also be alive." Na AI shrugged, opining, "It's good that he's missing. With Lamb in strength, as long as he doesn't get involved in the conflict between the new and old nobles, his life certainly won't be in danger. Worrying about him all this time has made me unable to sleep well or even enjoy my afternoon tea." Hearing this, the Lara angrily shouted, "Fool! Do you think we're safe just because he disappeared? For all we know, he could be secretly plotting something." Despite this, Na AI shot the Lara a cold glance and replied, "So what? I've thought it through these past few days. Whatever Lamon does, I can't change it. At worst, we die together. Instead of worrying about a miserable future, I'd rather buy a few more beautiful clothes and expensive handbags." Seeing that she couldn't change her mind, The Lara could only sigh, her face darkening. Enough. Are you giving up on winning back your freedom from Lamb, and so quickly? Not AI sneered. Future Duchess, I'm not like you. I'm just a fallen noble with no value, not very bright, without powerful magic, and certainly not burdened by a family legacy. After the Minister of Magic, Gerard, died, I no longer have any use value to Lamb, and I'm free now. But the Lara warned, oh, you really think it's that simple? Because Lamb left, Aolidi's checkups are now unattended. This time bomb is now your responsibility. At this point, Not AI had already turned to leave. She waved her hand and said, you're talking about the host of the S-Class magical beast, right? If you want the Ministry of Magic to be blown to smithereens, that's not a bad choice. In short, this job has nothing to do with me anymore. I'll have to trouble you with the magic checkups. Seeing her actions, Thalara's brows furrowed in anger. This Not AI. After giving up on everything, her attitude has become even more arrogant. Suddenly, the seal on her abdomen appeared. The Lara also grimaced in pain, groaning it's coming. I can't take it anymore. The seal continuously absorbed dark energy. Startling the Lara, she was astonished, even without any ill will towards Lamb, and just probing for important information related to him will trigger the seal's effect. In that case, the duration of the seal's activation. The seal's effect on her body grew stronger. The Lara frowned in pain, stammering. The activation will last for 90 seconds. Just like the previous test, the seal itself lacks intelligence. I've obtained valuable information again. The pain grew more intense, causing her to convulse in agony, her legs trembling as she tried to lean against the wall. The intensity of the punishment has also decreased significantly. This level of pain is still bearable. Almost there, I'm about to figure out the control limits of the mental seal. 3. Thalara's face was contorted by the seal. As long as I can escape the seal's mechanism, I can. Damn it, it's starting again. She clutched her stomach and said, can the seal even read subconscious emotions? I'm done for. If the seal is triggered again right after activating, the punishment's intensity will increase sharply and the duration will be longer. The intense pain caused her to fall to the ground, writhing and screaming. The scene changes to another room. Aolid looked worried and asked, Department Head the Lara, you look like you're in a lot of pain. The Lara, looking exhausted, frowned and replied, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Aolid, I have some bad news for you. Please remain calm. Lamb is missing. As soon as she finished speaking, Aolid's face fell, and she shouted in bewilderment. How can that be? I saw Lamb yesterday, and everything was normal. Seeing the girl's reaction, the Lara quickly comforted her. Please don't get agitated. Lamb is fine. We can confirm Lamb's life signs. He's still alive. We will do everything in our power to find Lamb. After 20 minutes of patient persuasion, Aolid finally calmed down, at least on the surface. Even so, the Lara still looked at Aolid with a worried expression, thinking to herself, her emotions have finally stabilized. This girl is more dangerous than an S-Class magical beast. The Lara wearily thought that even the Duke is extremely wary of her. In short, she absolutely cannot be allowed to lose control here. Then, Aolid pressed her lips together and asked, Department Head the Lara, I'm fine now. You're here to conduct my magic checkup in Lamb's place, right? I've taken up a lot of your time. You don't need to worry about me. Please begin your work. The Lara replied wearily, thank you for your understanding. The checkup will be over quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, the checkup magic circle appeared, analyzing data, 80%. A moment later, the Lara breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, it's going smoothly. Suddenly, the seal on her abdomen appeared again, and dark energy began to spread. That stream of power carried runes with it, which unexpectedly floated around the room. Thalara's face turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out as she thought, I'm done for. I shouldn't have celebrated so soon. This situation is 100% out of control. She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, I'm dead for sure, dead for sure. Suddenly, Aolid leaned in close to Thalara's face and said with a terrifying expression, Department Head the Lara, it's over. As soon as she finished speaking, the Lara screamed in terror. My life will not end like this. At this moment, Aolid gently repeated, the magic checkup is over. She finally reacted. It's over? The Lara rubbed her head, her expression confused and dazed, thinking to herself, the data is all normal. Could it be that what just happened was an illusion? The scene shifts to a small village. A person in a black cloak appeared. It was Lamb and Lei and I. He spoke up and asked, "How much longer can a magic transmitted through the seal be maintained?" Lei and I, walking beside him, replied, "When the Lara was conducting the magic checkup, she secretly used the magic on the seal to influence the test results. But even with this method, it can only be maintained for 14 days at most." Hearing this, Lamb continued with a blank expression. To seize Finis's mind, that amount of time should be enough. As long as we return before the seal's magic is depleted, Ao Li D's identity as a commoner will not be exposed. Lei and I spoke again. Compared to Ao Li D, I think you should be more worried about your former superior. In just a few short days, the Lara has endured the pain and conducted hundreds of tests with the seal. Even I have to admire her. Faced with this situation, not only did you ignore it, but you also deliberately weakened the seal's binding. "What exactly are you planning?" He replied, "For someone with a will as strong as the department head, relying solely on the passive binding of the seal, it's impossible to make her submit completely. If I use the seal to force her, turning her into an obedient servant, her personality would completely collapse and she would become useless. That would be too cruel." As soon as he finished, Lei and I gave a meaningful smile and replied, "I see. You give her hope first, only to kick her down into hell. Even the Demon King is more merciful than you." Lei and I chuckled and continued, "That way, at least her mind is guaranteed to remain intact, right? More importantly, her rebellious nature now has an outlet." Hearing this, Lei and I giggled and clapped in approval. "You're becoming more and more like a true villain. But aren't you going to do something about that little kitten? She's about to beat someone to death." Lamman's face darkened, and he coldly uttered 2 words, "No need." She knows her limits. At this moment, Xiao Maozi was pummeling a man, cursing as she hit him. "Just die." Even though the man's face was bruised and battered, and he kept apologizing, Xiao Maozi still grabbed him by the collar, roaring furiously, "What good is apologizing? Can it bring my sister back? Didn't I tell you? Let me figure out a way to handle the debt. Why did you still go gambling?" The man replied, "They were pressing too hard for the debt. I just thought, maybe I could win the money back myself." Xiao Maozi yelled in his face, "Win it back? You have the nerve to say win it back? Don't you know how many times you've lost at the casino? Our family is ruined, and Mom died from her illness. Now, to pay off the debt, you even sold my sister." The man, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and nose, managed to reply, "Not yet. The debt isn't fully paid. They said they have to include you to cover the debt." Hearing this, Xiao Maozi became even more frantic, questioning him relentlessly. "What? You sold me too?" In a small alley, 3 men were walking. One of them said loudly, "Boss, we really hit the jackpot today. I didn't expect that old gambling addict's daughter to sell for such a high price." The boss, with a cunning smile, said, "Lately, the attrition rate for women at the Paradise Garden is very high, so the prices have naturally gone up. It's a pity we didn't take the chance to sell the old man's other, younger daughter as well. What a huge loss." After hearing this, a subordinate asked in confusion, "Isn't his younger daughter not even 13 yet? She also has signs of demonization on her. Can she still fetch a good price?" The boss replied smugly, "Well, you know, some rich old men have exactly this kind of taste." Another subordinate also said with a cunning smile, "Boss, how about we go and pressure the old man tomorrow? Break his legs, make him suffer a bit. Even if that little girl has run away, she surely wouldn't have the heart to abandon her father, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the boss smirked in agreement. "Makes sense. We'll give it a try tomorrow." Huh. At the same time, a surge of dark power appeared out of thin air, rushing at him from behind. Magic chains materialized from nowhere and tightened around the necks of all 3 men, causing them to scream in panic. "What is this? This damn collar. It won't come off. Who is it? Who dares to mess with us?" One of them, terrified, glared and turned his head back, and his head was immediately blown apart by the magical power. Lamman appeared in his black cloak, controlling the magic chains, and said, "Don't turn your heads, or else his fate will be yours." Seeing that they couldn't resist, the boss, his face pale with fear, asked, "Sir Mage, when did we ever offend a great figure like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Maozi ran over, shouting, "Where's my sister? Give her back to me." This made the boss repeat blankly, "Your sister?" Xiao Maozi stepped closer, roaring at him in fury, luring my father into a gambling addiction, loan sharking, taking my sister away. Wasn't that all of you? Hearing this, the gang leader finally understood, clicked his tongue, and said, so that's what this is about. On the other side, Lamon chuckled softly and spoke, my little kitten and I have a deal. The condition is to get her sister out of the slums and give her a comfortable life. In truth, I have no grudge against you, nor do I have any prejudice against what you do. As long as you tell my little kitten where her sister is, not only will I not cause you any trouble, but I will also give you a sum of money as compensation. The gang leader, drenched in sweat, replied, that person, I sold her to Paradise through a middleman nicknamed Gray Rat. However, after Paradise takes in new people, they're likely passed through many hands, so I really don't know where she is now. Upon receiving this answer, Lamb and retracted chains. He tossed him a bag of money, then turned to leave, saying, all right, as per our agreement, you can go. This is your reward. 2 brown money bags landed neatly in the gang leader's hands. He hastily forced a smile. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. As soon as he finished speaking, Lamon smirked and added, oh, by the way, my apologies. In an instant, the gang leader's head was also blown up by his magic. In the dark corner of a house, bright moonlight crept in. A moment later, Xiao Maozi said with her head lowered, my father was once an adventurer, carrying the glory of protecting the human kingdom, participating in the war between the human and demon races. But after the war ended, this era no longer needed so many adventurers. Some chose to become bandits. Others delved into shady professions. My father didn't have the guts for that, so he became a magic crystal miner. She kept a distance and continued her story. Not long after, my father was severely injured, unable to even do normal work. The family's savings dwindled day by day. Actually, my father isn't a bad person by nature. It was all because he was lured by those hooligans into gambling and borrowing from loan sharks. As for him, he didn't turn around, only replying perfunctorily, how pitiful. Xiao Maozi clasped her hands together, her face a mixture of sorrow and pleading, and said to Lamon, our previous condition was to get my sister out of the slums, but now the situation has changed. I know this might be an unreasonable request. Before she could finish, Lamon cut in, then don't say it. Xiao Maozi was stunned and uttered, huh? Lamon said coldly, if you know it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it to others. Isn't this a common courtesy everyone understands? Your sob story only works on Winnie. It's useless on me. Although Winnie is a good person, she can't solve your troubles, which is why you came to me, right? I'm not a good person who goes around handing out kindness. I only accept equal exchanges. Hearing this, Xiao Maozi said agitatedly, the location of the secret meeting that appeared in Finis's territory. Isn't the value of this information enough? This information could very well help you seize Finis's mind and help the 9th princess win the throne. Lamon turned around, his face expressionless, and replied, all you know is the location. Who the participants of the secret meeting are, what they're doing when the next meeting is, you probably don't know any of that, do you? I also have other backup plans. I only agreed to this deal with you to ensure safety. What I agreed to was only to arrange a job and a future for your sister, cure your father's gambling addiction, and resolve the debt troubles so that your kind sister would no longer be implicated. That is the price for your secret. I think I've been fair enough. Saving someone is a different price. Xiao Maozi felt helpless, but still tried to plead with him. Are you going to cancel the deal? Don't you want to know the location of the secret meeting anymore? With your ability and cunning, isn't saving my sister a simple matter? Lamon glanced at her and said, you want me to charge straight into Paradise to save someone? That place is a filthy, chaotic den, gathering the private soldiers of depraved nobles, degenerate adventurers, and desperate criminals. Even without considering the danger, an outsider like me, with no connection to Paradise, causing trouble there, could very well expose my identity. Don't forget, I'm hiding my true identity precisely to seize Finis's mind. This deal with you, for me, I can take it or leave it. Xiao Maozi didn't give up. With tears in her eyes, she clasped her hands before him and begged, Lamon, please save my sister. I'm willing to do anything you tell me to. At this, Lamon stood before her and said, the one who can save your sister is not me, but you yourself. This made her exclaim in bewilderment. What? He continued, I have come up with a plan, but you must enter Paradise yourself, and you will very likely face life-threatening danger, or a fate even more tragic than death. At the same time, you must also become my pawn and follow my plan completely. Are you willing? Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Maozi placed a hand on her chest, straightened her back, and replied, I am willing. Finally, he extended his hand towards her, promising, then, the deal is made. The scene changes to another place. Early in the morning, by a precarious cliff, a group of people were walking on a path. One person was panting, sweating like rain, groaning. How much longer do we have to walk? I can't go on much longer. A few people behind also sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. I can't take it anymore either. Making us walk for so long under this scorching sun. What is this all for? My stomach hurts from all the walking. You're not planning to make us walk all the way to paradise, are you? But Suemo was still in high spirits, laughing as he said, is this all the stamina you have? Is this the attitude of someone who wants to make big money? How ridiculous. If you don't know how to persevere, you won't be able to seize an opportunity even if it's right in front of you. You can leave anytime you want. I'll refund the travel fee you paid earlier in full. As soon as he finished, one of the panting men replied, it's not that I want to give up, but come on, we all paid money. And in the end, there isn't even a horse carriage. Isn't this too much? Suemo pointed at Xiao Maozi standing beside him and sneered. She's a frail girl, and she's still persevering, while you big men are complaining about being tired. What a bunch of useless bums. I won't lie to you anymore. Do you really think you can get to paradise by horse carriage? We're using a magic circle. The station is just up ahead, not far. We're almost there. This left them utterly astonished, exclaiming, a magic circle? That's too extravagant. I heard a single teleportation costs a lot of money. Suemo maintained his professional smile, patting the man on the shoulder and saying, that's why I said, what can your little travel fee do? Do you really think I'm after that little bit of money from you? It was just to see your sincerity. For newcomers entering paradise for the first time, getting to use a magic circle at a cheap price is already a great privilege. The man stammered in reply, sorry, it was my misunderstanding, big brother. Then, Suemo waved his hand, grinned widely, and continued, it's all right. I was also very anxious the first time I came here. After all, coming to such a faraway place, you always need some time to adapt. Later, when you guys have made money, using a magic circle will be as easy as buying a piece of firewood. Even so, the young man was still uneasy and pressed on. Big brother, you're not tricking me, are you? I thought the salary would only be a few times higher than back home. I never expected to be able to afford using a magic circle. Suemo replied with a blank expression. We're from the same hometown. Why would I trick you? Paradise was established not long ago, so there are still many opportunities. Unlike in the Tholan Kingdom, where all the money-making jobs have been monopolized by those detestable nobles and merchants. Working for others really doesn't earn much, but if you're sharp, you can easily make a large sum. Wait until you get there, get familiar with the place for a few months first, and I'll take you to do some business. Xiao Maozi couldn't listen anymore. She put her hands on her hips and said coldly, are you guys done talking? If you're done, then let's keep moving. I need to get to paradise quickly. Seeing her reaction, Suemo found it very interesting and said with a laugh, what's the hurry, little girl? All right, we're going now. Everyone, let's move out. Just past the road ahead, and we're almost there. The others immediately perked up again. They laughed loudly and shouted in unison, all right, let's go. Suddenly, they felt their whole bodies filled with energy, no longer tired at all. I really admire you for having a fellow countryman to help. Don't forget about us when you've made money. The young man pointed to himself and replied, all right, it's fate that we met. We'll get rich together in the future. Big brother, why did you suddenly stop walking? At this moment, Suemo was turning back. He stammered in reply, it's nothing. I was just reconfirming the direction. Let's keep going. He said that on the surface, but inwardly he was sneering. I almost burst out laughing. A bunch of idiots. I wonder if you lot can even survive for 3 months. They arrive before a suspension bridge spanning a deep chasm. The scene changes to another place. Yinling shouted, what? You want to requisition goods for me again? And Kui turned away, covering his face, and said, please be understanding. This is a request from Lady Finisa. The high-quality goods she wants, only you can provide. Yinling waved her hand impatiently. Then you should also be understanding of my difficulties. 10 days ago, I just offered up 30 virgins of outstanding appearance. Why are you coming to me for more people now? I haven't even had time to restock on my end. How am I supposed to do business like this? These words made Kui very displeased. He frowned and replied, stop making a scene. You're not unaware that Lady Finisa values her appearance more than her own life. If we can't promptly supply the high-quality goods she wants, the entire business of paradise will be affected. Her face grew darker as she spoke, grinding her teeth. Even if she uses virgin blood to maintain her appearance, this consumption rate is way too fast. 30 people in 10 days, That's 1,000 deaths a year. 1,000 high-quality virgins. What do you expect me to conjure them from now? But Kui insisted to Lady Finisa, human virgins are just second-rate substitutes for demon slaves. So when using this kind of product, she is very picky and wasteful. This is just a temporary phenomenon. She is already urging us to restore the demon slave trade route. As soon as he finished, Yin Ling roared at him. Restore the demon slave trade route? Is she insane? The church is investigating the demon slave case right now, forcing us to face the danger at this time. Does she want to drag us all down with her? Faced with her reaction, Kui immediately warned her, raising a hand to shush her and advising, don't shout so loudly. I will find a way to delay the restart of the demon slave trade route. Paradise is already built. Before long, we won't have to be at the beck and call of that old hag anymore. Hearing this, she laughed triumphantly and continued, that's more like it. I've had enough of her. However, Kui added coldly, for now, endure a while longer. The virgins supplied to Lady Finisa, make sure there's no shortage. The next 6 life gambles will be handed over to you to manage. All profits will be used to compensate for your losses. Any problem with that? Yin Ling replied, no problem. Then he said, very well, then we should head back. A magic circle appeared and teleported them away. The scene returns to Sumo's group. They had reached the suspension bridge. Someone spoke up. It's been a long wait. The teleportation circle is ready. Call the people over. So Sumo looked towards the other side of the suspension bridge and said, it's finally done. You guys, stop lying on the ground. Cross the bridge and enter the teleportation circle, and you'll be at paradise. The men following him heard this news and immediately cried out in surprise. That's great. We can finally set off. Another person was a bit confused and hesitantly asked, Big brother, the 2 people who just passed by, Sumo, while adjusting his tie, explained, those 2 are both bosses of paradise. I'll introduce you to them later when there's a chance. It's getting late. Let's go through the teleportation circle first. The other person happily replied several times, yes, yes. Then, as the others slowly stepped onto the suspension bridge, Sumo turned and waved, saying, you guys cross the bridge first. I'll have a quick word with the gatekeeper and be right over. The young man smiled and replied, okay, we'll wait for you on the other side. They had stepped onto the bridge. Sumo remained behind, waving and shouting loudly. Everyone be careful. Watch your step. We're about to go make big money. Don't fall down. The man behind him clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, they're long gone. What are you still acting for? Only then did Sumo reveal a cunning smile and say, if you're going to act, you have to see it through. That's my professional spirit. Besides, business has been tough lately. The teleportation array's location is getting more and more remote. Transportation is inconvenient, and the number of piglets we can trick has dropped significantly. This time the array is on the other side of the shore. What about next time? Are you planning to set it up all the way at the border of the demon clan? The other person said, all right, stop complaining. You think I like working on a cliff? It's all orders from above. I can't do anything about it. Although the journey is tough. Haven't we raised the price for you? You're not losing out. Sumo replied irritably. I wouldn't dare complain. It's just that the soles of my shoes are worn out, so I grumbled a bit. So the payment this time? The other person held up a money pouch and continued. It's already prepared for you. 8 piglets, a total of 40,000 Akka. Hearing this, Sumo grinned from ear to ear and said, this price isn't right. This confused the other person, who retorted, didn't we already agree on the price? Are you trying to raise the price at the last minute? This is no way to do business. Sumo said directly, 1 piglet for 5,000 Akka. That's the price we agreed on. No problem. But the little girl with beast-like features I brought this time, how could she be worth only 5,000 Akka? The price of women in paradise has been rising constantly lately. You can't let me take a loss, can you? This made the other person hesitate. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, the price was set beforehand. You didn't say you were bringing a little girl back then. Sumo jokingly pressed on. Plans can't keep up with changes. Besides, bringing a little girl, isn't that also sharing your burdens? In the end, the other person frowned and compromised. Fine, what you said makes sense. The buyer this time is Iron Hand Vina of Sun Villa. He's usually quite amiable and easy to talk to. You guys can just go talk to him directly. The conversation ended. Sumo pointed toward the other side of the valley, about to say, so, the teleportation fee this time? The other person just shrugged, turned, and left, saying, I'll waive that for you two. He replied, much thanks. The scene changes to a dark room, the floor stained with blood. A person was being held down by 2 men and beaten relentlessly. A bald man holding a wooden club stomped hard on the person kneeling on the ground, clutching their head. Even though the person's head was already bleeding, they kept clutching it, crying and screaming, stop hitting me. I really didn't know that kid was planning to run. Spare me. Even so, he was still kicked in the stomach by the two men, coughing up fresh blood. On the ground, another person was lying there, coughing incessantly. In Team Leader Kim's hand, he was also holding a person covered in blood. He roared angrily. You think saying I don't know absolves you of all responsibility? There hasn't been an escape attempt at Sun Villa for 6 whole months. If Lai Man had successfully escaped, our entire team's salary for this month would have been docked. Luckily, I caught him and brought him back. Team Leader Kim's face darkened as he threatened. Aiding an escape, according to Sun Villa's rules, means 15 days in the water prison. All of you, take a good look at this bastard's fate, and don't be the next fool. Everyone responded in unison, yes. At this moment, several people standing in line saw the bloody beating before them and cried out in fear. I really don't get it. Lai Man was making a ton of easy money here. Why did he have to run? Not only did he run, but he also dragged others down with him. A purple-haired person next to them widened their eyes and asked blankly, Lai Man, how'll he be punished? The towering Team Leader Kim strode over, stood before him, and asked in return, What? You're that curious about Lai Man's fate? This scared the soul out of him, and he hurriedly stammered a reply. No, I didn't mean that. He showed a terrified expression, gritting his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat as he denied it. I absolutely have no other thoughts. Suddenly, someone appeared on the upper floor and announced, Team Leader, new people have arrived. Hearing this, Team Leader Kim turned his head slightly, grunted, and replied, Got it. I'll let you off this time. Do your job well, and don't get any funny ideas. The purple-haired person hurriedly replied, Yes. A moment later, the people brought by Suemo walked in. They discussed among themselves as they walked. Where's this place? It's not like what we were told. Where's your fellow countryman? Go ask him if we come to the wrong place. As soon as they saw a person beaten half to death, they immediately screamed in terror. More! Murder! What the hell is this place? I want to go back. But Team Leader Kim threatened. Want to go back? No problem. Just pay back all the money you owe, and you're free to leave. This made Su Mo's fellow countrymen scream in horror. What did you say? Since when do we owe you money? Then, Team Leader Kim gave a sinister smile. It seems you still don't understand the situation. You've been sold 5,000 Naka per person, plus transit fees, teleportation array usage fees, air usage fees, toilet usage fees, floor wear and tear fees, relationship fees, a total of 40,000 Naka. Just hand over 40,000 Naka, and you can go home. As soon as he finished speaking, the others screamed and scattered. Who's going to give you money? Let's run. This way. There are fewer guards over here. Only Xiao Maozi remained standing in place. Seeing this, Team Leader Kim walked up to the little girl, crossed his arms, and looked down at her, saying, How interesting, little girl. Why didn't you run with them? Or are you too scared to run? She answered calmly, You've already stationed people everywhere anyway. Even if I ran, I'd just be caught and get an extra beating for my trouble. Team Leader Kim immediately reached out and grabbed Xiao Maozi's slender neck. He threatened, It seems you know what we do for a living, and you still walked in willingly. Do you really want to come here and get rich? However, she lowered her head, her face darkened, and she replied with one sentence, No, I came to kill you. As she finished speaking, she used her strength to push Team Leader Kim to the ground. At the same time, in another house, a subordinate ran in shouting a report. Brother Vina, it's bad. Team Leader Kim is about to be beaten to death by the new piglet. At this moment, Vina was sitting on the sofa, smoking. He frowned and asked his subordinate, Seems there's a tough one among the new piglets? Is the opponent big and tall? That subordinate replied, No, it's a little girl with cat ears. This answer made Vina laugh out loud with contempt. Isn't that the feisty little cat that guy was just talking about? Suemo, sitting beside him, said with a smile, A fierce personality isn't necessarily a bad thing. Look at how this little cat can fight. Her body must be very healthy. She'll definitely be great to use. Venus said nonchalantly, All right, I get what you mean. More money, right? No problem. I'll go inspect the goods first later. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Team Leader Kim has been taken down. Don't you know to call for more hands to catch the cat? However, that subordinate stammered. Brother Vina, she didn't run. That cat has a magic crystal bomb strapped to her, enough to blow up the entire Sun Villa. She said she wants to see you. Vina's eyes widened as he shouted in astonishment. A magic crystal bomb? And it can blow this entire Sun Villa to Kingdom Come? What nonsense are you spouting? This kind of controlled military-grade item only appears on the Demon Clan battlefield. How could it possibly show up here? Did that little girl scare you, stupid? His subordinate replied fearfully, stammering, Brother Vina, We've already used the new magic power detector you bought to confirm it. It's a genuine magic crystal bomb. At this moment, Suemo tried to flee but was grabbed by the head by Vina. He coldly asked Suemo, "When did I ever offend you? Bringing a magic crystal bomb to Sun Villa, and you still dare to ask me for money?" Suemo hurriedly begged, "I'm sorry, I really didn't know anything. I don't want the payment for this time. I beg you to spare me." But Vina was still radiating killing intent. He replied, "That won't do. I never owe anyone money." After saying that, he roared, "Payment! I'll give you your payment," while grabbing Sumo's head and smashing it hard onto the ground, killing him. Vina, one hand covered in blood, finally let out a breath of relief and said, "That feels much better." Then he adjusted his lapels, turned, and left, leaving Sumo's body lying in a pool of blood in the middle of the room. He ordered, "All right, you clean up the room. I'm going to meet that troublemaking cat for a bit." That subordinate fearfully led the way, stammering a reply, "Yes." The scene changes to a room in the basement. At this moment, Xiao Maozi was kneeling on one knee in a waiting posture before Team Leader Kim's body. Just then, several subordinates were panicking, whispering amongst themselves. Team Leader Kim was just screaming in pain a moment ago. Now he's completely still. Could he have been beaten to death? If you're so concerned about him, go check for yourself. I don't want that crazy girl to do something rash and detonate it, sending us all to Kingdom Come. Suddenly, Vina appeared, shouting loudly, "A bunch of useless trash. A single little girl has scared you all witless?" Seeing him appear, a subordinate pointed ahead and reported, "Boss, you're here. Be careful, that crazy girl is holding the remote detonator for the magic crystal bomb." Venus smirked and began. "So this is the little cat, a common little girl you could find anywhere in the slums, yet she managed to get her hands on a military-grade bomb. Truly an eye-opener." In front of him, Xiao Maozi, holding the bomb, shouted with fierce momentum, "You're Vina? Stay right there. Don't come any closer. The bomb is strapped to my body. I can't tell you where exactly. If you dare take another step, I'll detonate it." Hearing this, Vina used his towering figure and killing intent to stand coldly before her. He put both hands in his pockets and said, "Fine, I'll stand here. Little cat, state your demands." She replied, "There's a middleman named Gray Rat who sold my sister to you 2 days ago. 15 years old, with cat ears like me. Do you remember?" Vina's face darkened, and he replied through gritted teeth, "There was indeed such a matter. Kylo, you go bring her sister over." Receiving the order, Kylo just stammered in panic, "Boss," but before he could finish, Vina roared in anger, "Shut up. Are you questioning my orders?" Kylo trembled with fear and quickly said, "No, I'll go bring that woman over right away." Then, Vina looked ahead smugly and asked her, "Well, little cat, am I sincere enough? Do you have any other demands?" Xiao Maozi frowned and replied, "That's all. My only goal is to rescue my sister." This made Vina burst out laughing. He pointed to himself and said, "Just to save your family, you'd go this far? Little cat, you're quite a talent. Interested in working for me? The salary will definitely satisfy you." She replied without hesitation, "Not interested." As she finished speaking, Vina reached his hand forward, summoned his power, and roared, "What a pity. Then you can go die." His action made Xiao Maozi's face change, and she said in a panic, "Wait, didn't we already have an agreement?" But he still lunged towards her, his eyes wide as he said, "Go on, press it. Send this place and your sister to Kingdom Come." He unleashed the move charge. Streams of blue electricity shot towards Xiao Maozi, making her scream in pain. She shrieked wildly in the powerful electric current. Immediately after, the magic crystal bomb in her hand fell to the ground, and a large foot stomped on it directly, crushing it. After dealing with the magic crystal bomb, Vina rubbed his hands smugly and said, "The activation device of a magic crystal bomb will be damaged if a strong electric current passes through it. Military-grade stuff isn't that reliable, little cat. You've got a lot of personality, but that's still not enough." Xiao Maozi was completely subdued, kneeling on the ground in pain. She said through gritted teeth, just a little more, and I would have pressed it." Vina smirked and said, "But you hesitated. Knowing your sister was also in Sun Villa, you wavered. Therefore, you lost your chance to turn the tables." Then, he continued to swing a punch towards Xiao Maozi, saying at the same time, "Farewell, little cat." In that hair's breadth moment, Xiao Maozi suddenly uttered a phrase, "Cali Town." This made Vina's movement freeze, and he silently widened his eyes. He was preparing to continue his attack on Xiao Maozi, but she added another sentence, "Daehan Manor, 11, Nathan Street." This time, Vina stopped coldly and asked, "Kid, where did you get this address?" At this moment, Xiao Maozi was drenched in sweat. She tensed up, furrowed her brow, and said with a smirk, "Now it's your turn to choose, Vina. To save your family, what price are you willing to pay?" The scene shifts to the Dolan Kingdom, Cali Town, Daehan Manor, 11, Nathan Street. At this time, two men were walking down hallway. The gray-haired man asked with an amused laugh, "I've seen you holding your waist all morning. Are you okay? Did Bala hit you again?" The brown-haired man, clutching his stomach, grimaced in pain. "What else? That kid Bala. He's only 11, but he's already so strong. Truly worthy of being Boss Vina's son." The gray-haired man sighed and said, "Who told you to tease him last night, telling him Boss Vina was coming home today? The boss hasn't been back for half a year. The kid asked to go to paradise to find his dad every day. Of course he'd be angry after you tricked him like that. Kids this age don't know their own strength. You should be glad you only got off with a minor injury." The brown-haired man with dark circles under his eyes turned his head slightly and asked, "Sounds like you've been beaten up quite a bit yourself. If I'd known, I wouldn't have asked to return to the country. It's freer in paradise. Coming back here, I even have to help the boss babysit. It's sheer torture. I'm so jealous of you. You're going back to paradise next week, right?" Speaking of which, the gray-haired man replied with a smug smile, "That's right. What's new in paradise these past 2 months? Tell me about it." The brown-haired man thought for a moment and listed, same old. Smuggling forbidden drugs, supplies, online scams, loan sharking, gambling, organ trafficking. Oh wait, there's a new item. Have you heard about the old and new nobles fighting over the magic crystal mine recently? The gray-haired man scratched his head and replied, "A mine? That's business for the big shot nobles. What's it got to do with us?" Hearing this reply, the brown-haired man laughed and added, "This is where you don't get it. The boss took the opportunity to buy a piece of land abroad, then spread a fake rumor that a magic crystal mine was discovered there. He's preparing to sell shares and find partners for excavation. Quite a few fools have taken the bait and brought their money. Then, of course, we take the money and the people become our pigs, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." This made the gray-haired man click his tongue a few times, then praise enthusiastically, "That's our boss, his mind is so sharp." After that, the two started walking down the hallway again, continuing their conversation as they went. "But this gig won't last long. When I get back, I can probably still get a taste, make some small change. Whatever I can get, I'll take. I'm not greedy." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling the brown-haired man. He spoke up and asked, "Who could be visiting this late?" The gray-haired man immediately clapped him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Don't be so tense. This isn't paradise. It's not that dangerous here. It's business knocking on our door." The brown-haired man was skeptical. "Business in the country?" The other man smirked and answered, "The pigs who are tricked and going to paradise also have their own families and friends. They try every way to rescue those poor pigs. At this point, a lawyer will advise them to find someone with connections inside paradise, pay a sum of money, and maybe they can get their family member back." Hearing this, the brown-haired man asked in some surprise, "Isn't it a rule in paradise to never accept money to release any pig?" The gray-haired man laughed and replied, "Are you stupid? You just need to say you only know businessmen in paradise. Isn't that right? We take the money, do our best to help you pull some strings. But as for the result, that's not something we can decide, right? Hurry up and open the door. Don't keep the client waiting. You can watch and learn from the side later." As he finished speaking, the door was opened. Lin appeared at the door and began to speak. "Hello, I was referred here by Lawyer Karin. He said you could help me." The gray-haired man greeted him enthusiastically. Come in. I've already spoken with the lawyer. We will definitely do our best to help you find your family member." The connection mirror showed a black screen. At this moment, Vina turned to the subordinate holding the mirror and roared angrily, "What's wrong? Why hasn't the magic mirror connected yet?" So scared that the subordinate stammered, "I'm sorry, there might be a problem with the line again. The connection in paradise has been unstable lately." Vina threatened impatiently, "Useless fool. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If the magic mirror still isn't connected, I'll kill you." Vina turned to Xiao Maozi and said angrily, "And you cat, if my family is harmed in the slightest, I'll show you what real torture is." Despite this, she replied calmly, "Is that so? I'd actually love to see just how formidable this torture you speak of is. Too bad you don't have a guts." This remark made Vina frown. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "A bluff. That's right, you're just making empty threats. If you really had my family as hostages, you wouldn't need to use a magic crystal bomb. One small mistake, and you'd be blown to bits along with them." On Xiao Maozi's side, she chuckled softly and said, "I have my reasons too. If you don't believe me, you can make your move on me right now. Death or torture, it's all up to you. How about it? Want to make a bet?" Don't you people love to gamble? Her words left Vina speechless with anger. At this moment, a subordinate holding a mirror hurriedly shouted, "Boss, the magic mirror is connected." Vina immediately snatched the mirror, saying, "Quick, give me the magic mirror." Holding the mirror, he repeatedly called by LA's name. "Where are you?" An image gradually appeared on the communication mirror. A person in a black cloak appeared on the screen. It was Lin In. He spoke, "Kalai, I think." A continuous sound was heard. "Not this one, not this one." The mirror then showed an image of his two subordinates and his son, all tied up, but Venus said, "Not them either." Hearing this, Lin In understood. Next to him was a girl, also bound and gagged. He laughed smugly. "Oh, I think you're talking about this girl, aren't you?" Miss Kalai seems to have something to say. "Come on, look at the camera." As soon as he finished speaking, Kalai could only sob in her throat, unable to cry out loud. Lin In smiled slyly. He taunted, "I get it. It seems she's saying don't worry about me. Kill him. What a brave girl." This remark made Kalai panic, and she hurriedly shook her head frantically. At this moment, on Vina's end, he gripped the mirror tightly and said angrily, "Enough. Just say it. You've captured my wife and child. What do you want?" Lin In replied coldly, "You're asking the wrong person. The one who decides the life and death of your family isn't me, but her." "That's right, the little cat girl next to you." Being called out, Xiao Maozi pointed at herself in confusion. "And so, Vina had to compromise. I understand. Little cat girl, let's talk somewhere else." After that, they left the basement and went up to a room on an upper floor. Vina was now kowtowing on the ground, begging, "I'm sincerely sorry." He whimpered, "My brothers were there just now, so I had to act a bit arrogant in front of you to save face. Please forgive me." Meanwhile, Xiao Maozi sat in a chair opposite Vina and spoke, "Skip the pleasantries. Bring my sister here." Vina had to confess, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. Your sister isn't here. Before, I only sent my subordinate to pretend to look for her to make you lower your guard. You didn't know about this." Xiao Maozi, her face emotionless, waved her hand and said, "Is that so? Then it seems you're useless to me." As soon as she finished, Vina panicked, his face pale as he shouted, "Wait, I did buy your sister from Grey Rat. You must know about this, but I've already sold your sister to someone else." No, to be more precise, she was taken away by Yunling, snake concubine Yunling. Lately, she's been forcibly acquiring beautiful virgins. Xiao Maozi said, "Then it's simple. You buy her back from that Yunling, and your family can be safely reunited." Hearing this, Venus still refused fearfully. "I can't do it. Yunling, that woman is one of the founders of paradise. Anything that falls into her hands is never let go. Please spare my wife and child. They are innocent. I'll give you whatever you want, money or anything else." With this goal unachievable, Xiao Maozi stood up again and ordered, "Then hand over your son Villa to me." This shocked him, and he blurted out, "What did you say?" She explained, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in your business. Since you're a useless man who can't get my sister back, then lend me your identity as the master of Sun Villa. Once I get my sister back, you and your Sun Villa will be free. You can accept such terms, can't you?" In the end, the man accepted, hastily replying, "No problem. From now on, you are the new mistress of Iron Hand Vina." The negotiation ended. Xiao Maozi waved her hand. "All right, get up and get out. I want to rest alone now." Vina hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, mistress. Please rest well. If you have any requests, just command me." As he turned to leave, an idea suddenly struck Xiao Maozi, and she asked, "That's right, I just remembered something. I'm very curious. If I had insisted on taking your son Villa just now, would you have abandoned your family?" His face turned pale, and he stammered in reply, "How could I? My family is the most important thing." After saying that, he closed the door and left. Now, only Xiao Maozi was left standing silently in the room. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Maozi knelt beside the constantly flashing communication mirror, coughing nonstop. At the same time, Lin In appeared in the mirror. He pulled down his hood, asking with a look of disgust, "Little cat girl, are you all right?" At this moment, Xiao Maozi's face was pale. She struggled to reply. If Vina had left a moment later, I think I would have thrown up. Lin In explained, "That feeling is called fear." But she cut him off and scolded, "Shut up. It's just because my lightning magic is injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't be afraid of these scumbags." Hearing these words, he laughed with great interest, rubbing his chin in praise. "Your performance exceeded my expectations. Your presence completely overwhelmed Iron Hand Vina. I originally thought that in front of him, you wouldn't even be able to speak." Xiao Maozi frowned and replied, "It was nothing special. I was just imitating how you tease President Ali." On Lin In's side, he smirked and replied, "Is that so? Although you're a good student, according to our agreement, you've lost. If you had managed to persuade Vina on your own, using only the magic crystal bomb. Then, for the time being, besides rescuing your sister, you wouldn't have to do anything else. But this time, it was because I kidnapped Vina's family that he bowed his head to you and provided clues about your sister. Therefore, you still have to help me with a small matter. Xiao Maozi held the mirror and said, a deal's a deal. The thing you want me to do, it's to help the ninth princess and when New York sees the old noble's mine, isn't it? What's the next plan? When are we rescuing my sister? On the other side, Lin In gave a sinister smile. He radiated magic power and asked, before that, let me confirm with you one last time. Are you sure you don't want to accept my magic power? The situations you'll face later will be even more dangerous than today. With my magic power, you can at least guarantee your survival. As soon as he finished, Xiao Maozi, with tears welling in her eyes, shouted into the mirror, you once said the price for accepting your magic power is that I would become your slave. I listened to you. That's why I didn't accept it. Don't pretend to understand me. You have no idea what it feels like to fight alone in the enemy's den to protect your family. No matter how dangerous it gets, I will face it myself. But her reaction made Lin laugh. He said, little cat girl, you now have the right for me to remember your name. This remark made Xiao Maozi blush, and she softly said her name, Xiao Maozi. My name is Xiao Maozi. The scene shifts to where Lin and dealt with the lone sharks who were Xiao Maozi's family's creditors. At this moment, in front of two corpses, the figure of Hai Lan appeared. Following her was a man, trembling all over. He stammered, Lord Priestess, what kind of joke are you playing? My daughter, Xiao Maozi, could never kill anyone, even if they were lone shark thugs. Hai Lan then said gently, think carefully. The last time you saw your daughter, there was someone else with her, wasn't there? Xiao Maozi's father, his face bruised and swollen. He gritted his teeth and accused. Yes, a man in a cloak. He did it. It must have been him. Hearing this, Hai Lan added, that man's name is Lin In, a ruthless madman who kills without batting an eye. We are hunting him. Your daughter was likely used by him as a tool to carry out some insane plan. Can you tell me where they went? He remembered something and immediately replied. Xiao Maozi said she was going to save my eldest daughter. They must have gone to paradise. Lord Priestess, I beg you, you must save them. Save my daughters. Hai Lan maintained that saintly smile and said, thank you for the information. But unfortunately, that man named Lin In seems to be colluding with the demon tribe. Once the truth is clarified, your daughter, Xiao Maozi, will be executed. Although I cannot save your daughter's body, her soul will surely be saved. Early in the morning, in a corner of a garden. At this moment, Yin Ling was sitting there leisurely. She chuckled and asked, Vina wants to see me? The servant beside her immediately replied, Vina's son Villa changed to a new master yesterday, a seemingly weak little girl with cat ear beastification traits. It is she who wants to see you. Hearing this, Yin Ling felt curious about this little girl. Then she laughed contemptuously. Although Vina is an arrogant guy, it can't be denied that he has some ability. Yet he was taken down by a little brat. How ridiculous. The servant beside her added, her name is Xiao Maozi. Should I arrange a meeting for her? Yun Ling smiled meaningfully and replied, although I'm very interested in her, right now, I have to prepare for the first life-staking horse race. Arrange the meeting for 2 days after the horse race opens. Don't disappoint me, little cat. If you don't have enough guts, then Sun Villa should have fallen into my hands. Cut to a residential area. A pleading voice was heard. Please spare me. A bound man was kneeling on the ground. He said, trembling, regarding our new master, Xiao Maozi, I've already told you everything I know. Hai Lan, standing before him, replied, you are truly very lucky to still be alive after a soul reading. At the same time, your soul shows that you are not lying. Thank you very much for your cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, he trembled and clasped his hands, saying, then, but Hai Lan immediately cast a spell. She smiled sinisterly and threatened. Unfortunately, we are on a top-secret mission. To avoid leaking information, I cannot let you leave alive. Therefore, I need you to cooperate one more time and just die quietly. Don't worry, your soul will be saved. In an instant, a loud noise echoed from the street corner. A moment later, Hai Lan walked out from that corner. The subordinate following her, standing outside, spoke up. That girl named Xiao Maozi took control of Sun Villa by kidnapping Vina's family. And Xiao Maozi, wanting to find her sister, is preparing to contact the snake concubine Yunling. The useful information obtained from that piece of trash is too little. Lord Hylon, should I capture a few more Sun Villa employees for interrogation? She smirked and replied, no need. If too many employees go missing, it will make Lin insuspicious. Besides, I've already learned the information I wanted. Hearing this, her subordinate was astonished and blurted out, what? As expected of Lord Hylon, you've analyzed Lin and's purpose based on just this little bit of information? Hylon replied, Lin inspirpisa. On this point, I actually don't have a single clue. The other person went, huh, and she continued seriously. Obviously, Lin could have used the simplest method, using the demon tribe slaves as a bargaining chip to trade with Countess Phi Ni Saw for the mine he wants. But he didn't do that. Perhaps he pities those demon tribe slaves, or perhaps he has a more evil plan for them. But whatever the reason, he has now chosen a more troublesome and complicated option. Even if we could analyze Lin's purpose, it would be useless. In Paradise, we can't find any trace of the demon tribe slaves. But Highland's subordinate wondered, then how are we supposed to find the demon tribe, slaves hidden by Lin In? She answered very simply, we just need to make Lin In give up his current plan, forcing him to use the demon tribe slaves to trade with Countess Phi Ni Saw. Hearing this, he scratched his head, looking confused, and said, Lord Hylon, are you joking? If we could control Lin In's thoughts, wouldn't it be better to just make him hand over the demon tribe slaves? Hylon chuckled and replied, Paradise was established with the backing of Countess Phi Ni Saw. Lin In's purpose is probably to find someone in Paradise, possibly to use as a condition for something to exchange for the mine with the Countess. What we need to do is make this condition disappear. But her subordinate frowned, thinking as he spoke, there's so many people in Paradise. How are we supposed to find them? Wait, Xiao Maozi wants to contact the snake concubine Yunling to find her sister. But there's no way Lin In would help a girl completely unrelated to him for no reason. Lin In's target must be Yunling. At this, Hylon finally let out a sigh of relief and said, congratulations, you've finally learned to think. Although your combat ability is very strong, you don't like to use your brain. The church had you follow me precisely so I could train you, so you can succeed my position. He exclaimed in surprise. Succeed your position? Lord Hylon, are you getting a promotion? This reaction made her reply helplessly, I suppose so. But I haven't received a direct order yet. Perhaps the church has other arrangements for me. To be honest, training you to use your brain is just too painful. I'd rather not get promoted. These words left her subordinate stunned, denying, I'm not that stupid, am I? At least I correctly guessed that Lin In's target is Yunling. Then, Hylon turned and explained, considering Lin In has always been cautious, Yunling is probably just a decoy. After all, this target is too obvious. To be honest, judging Lin In's true target is extremely difficult. First, Lin In killed the Minister of Magic. He must have obtained a lot of important information from him. This is an information advantage. Next, Lin In is using Xiao Maozi as a tool to carry out his plan, while he himself hides behind the scenes, using this method to gain the advantage of concealment. Based on these two advantages, Lin In is like a player holding a strong trump card at the chessboard, and he also has an assistant to help him divert attention. If we keep chasing Lin In's line of thought and actions, we will only fall into a passive position. Second, Hylon smiled sinisterly and decided, instead, why not just flip the entire chessboard and turn all of Paradise into a dead zone? At this, the subordinate's face darkened, and he asked in confusion, a dead zone? Is it necessary to go this far? A lot of people will die. But Hylon just smiled and said, so what? Once Paradise becomes a dead zone, Phi Ni Saw's subordinates will die, and Lin In's tool, Xiao Maozi, will also die. Only then can we sabotage Lin In's plan and force him to show himself. Then we will have the chance to regain the initiative, find Lin In's weakness, and investigate the trail of the demon tribe slaves. Her subordinate frowned thoughtfully. Isn't that too cruel? Although Paradise harbors evil, there are also many pitiful people who were tricked into coming here. She replied as she walked ahead. Pitiful people? They are merely potential criminals blinded by their desires. The demon tribe infiltrating the royal capital, plus a dangerous figure like Lin In, could very well cause great destruction to the church, to the entire human world. To protect more people from suffering, a small sacrifice is necessary. At the same time, in the hallway of a house, warm sunlight shone through the window. Vina was holding a communication mirror, smiling as he said, I finally got through. At this moment, Lin En's image appeared in the mirror. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Maozi? Oh, it's Vina. I have nothing to say to you goodbye. Before he could finish, Vina cried out, Wait, please wait a moment. I want to say a few words to you. How much did she pay you to help her kidnap my family? I'm willing to pay double. No, triple. 10 times. But Lin En said coldly, Please don't insult me with money. Even robbers have professional ethics, you know? This answer made Vina's face turn pale. He still tried to plead, No, I'm not using this price to ask you to release my wife and children. This is just a hardship fee for troubling you to take care of my family for a while. I'm willing to pay 10 times the price just to see them once. Is that okay? Hearing this, Lin En fell silent, thinking, seeing this. Vina thought cunningly to himself, Good, he's hesitating. As long as I use enough money to bribe him, sooner or later I can ransom my family back. At that time, whether it's the cat or the person, they all must die. After a moment, Lin En replied to Vina, Although I'd also like to make some money, I can only refuse. Right now, I can't let you see your family. As soon as he finished speaking, Vina shouted in horror, What? Could it be that you've already killed them? I will definitely make you pay with your life. Lin En calmly explained, I just moved them to a safe place. After all, I can't be their nanny 24 hours a day. As it happens, I have to go out for a trip. Don't worry, I've prepared enough food for them for a week. I think I left the food outside the door. He joked further, but it's fine. Human vitality is very tenacious. They can survive for a week without food and water. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days. What did you say? The signal isn't very good. I can't hear you clearly. So I'll hang up first. Let's talk again in a few days. At this moment, Lei New York was sitting on a nearby rock. She held up 2 fingers and said, Lin En, taking out your bad mood on others isn't good. He replied, Lei New York, as you requested, we are now close enough to paradise. Has your feeling become clearer? Lei New York immediately smiled and replied, Clear, extremely clear. A spatial disturbance has appeared in paradise. It's transforming into a dead zone. That's right. Do you know what a dead zone is? Lin En took off his hood and said, The human world and the demon world are not on the same continent, but are separated by the sea of despair, which ships cannot cross. But due to spatial disturbances, the human world and the demon world will occasionally intersect, forming a temporary passage, which is a dead zone. The area where a dead zone appears will have powerful demonic creatures, destroying everything around them. The main job of the priests of the White Dragon Church is to quell spatial disturbances and eliminate randomly appearing dead zones. And the job of the Ministry of Magic is to assist in cleaning up the escaped demonic creatures. At this point, Lei New York stood up and said, A very standard answer, but it's outdated. Lin En asked, What do you mean? Lei New York said, More than 20 years ago, the White Dragon Church mastered the technique to actively create dead zones. Under the command of the White Dragon, they could even forcibly enhance the energy of a dead zone, causing it to expand into a black abyss, forcibly starting a war between humans and the demon tribe. The White Dragon's crazed actions shattered the balance of the world. Lin En, I remember now. The reason I went to Salian, your hometown, was to investigate clues related to the White Dragon Church creating dead zones. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin En grabbed her head with both hands, frowning as he yelled, Lei New York, explain it to me clearly. What do you mean you went to Salian to investigate dead zone clues? Who were you planning to meet in Salian? Something this important, you should have told me for the very beginning. Her head grabbed. Lei New York struggled angrily and shouted, It hurts. It hurts so much. Let go. I only just remembered this myself. After the battle with the White Dragon Danatus, my body was severely damaged, and even my memories became fragmented. I was planning to meet. Who was I going to meet? I can't remember this part of my memory. I only know the reason Danatus fought me in the city was very likely also to destroy the clues related to the dead zones. Lin En's face darkened as he said, The White Dragon Church mastered the technique to create dead zones. It's hard to believe. To hide the clues, they destroyed Salian, killed my parents. Lei New York, you're not lying, are you? The more he spoke, the angrier she got. Lei New York forcefully swung her arm to push him away, saying, Let go. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. She chuckled and said, The dead zone about to appear in paradise is not naturally formed. The White Dragon Church can create dead zones. See for yourself. In a row of dark prison cells, only the faint light from the ceiling provided illumination. Suddenly, someone spoke, Captain Nirka. From outside, 2 men walked in. They called out as they walked. Captain New York Ka, where are you? Save us. New York Ka, in her jade rabbit costume, trembled, covering her mouth tightly, trying not to make a sound. The man wearing a mask and a red vest said in a low voice, Captain New York Ka. He paused for a moment, then continued, why don't you answer us? As soon as he finished, the two men with strange appearances repeated incessantly, why didn't you save us? Why did you abandon us? The man in the red vest even reached out his hand, as if to grab her. He mumbled, are you afraid of us? New York Ka was cornered against the wall by the two men. Her face was pale, utterly terrified. Her hand still clamped over her mouth, not daring to make a sound. The man in the black vest let out a cold laugh. Found you, Captain New York Ka. But seeing them getting closer, New York Ka said fearfully, her fears seemed to have reached its peak, and she screamed, don't. New York Ka hugged herself tightly and slipped between the two men. She ran, screaming, don't follow me. New York Ka ran along the dark corridor. She was surrounded by a human-shaped, slimy black mud. The mud transformed into strange, horned girls, their skin dripping like melting ice cream. They surrounded New York Ka, saying in gloomy voices, you killed my friend. You killed my family. They shouted in unison, die. D. The remaining girls also cornered the trembling, frightened New York Ka. That girl approached, muttering, pay with your life, pay with your life, pay with your life. But New York Ka could only scream and beg, please, spare me. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. She thought to herself, the light is getting closer and brighter. As if seeing hope, New York Ka thought, it's the exit. This is great. Go. New York Ka rushed forward. As she ran, she told herself, I can finally get out of here. But she hadn't run far when New York Ka was suddenly blocked by a man in a white vest. His face was covered by disjointed blue puzzle pieces. He asked her in a low voice, where are you going? As he spoke, he reached out his hand to grab her. Tonight's game isn't over yet. New York Ka let out a scream and shot up. Her face was ashen, as if she had just experienced something terrifying. She trembled all over, muttering to herself, again, I dreamed of that day again. The face I couldn't see clearly, the demon in the Ministry of Magic's uniform. As if to calm herself, she took a deep breath, encouraging herself. Phew, there's nothing to be afraid of. The nightmare is over. It's time to start a new life. Outside a room decorated with wood, clusters of pure white flowers were blooming in profusion. In the room, two people were sitting at a tea table discussing something. The man wearing sunglasses asked New York Ka, how is your new project progressing? New York Ka, sitting opposite, replied, I have some leads. It should start generating profit in about 2 months. Hearing this, the man said, it's good that it's going smoothly. As the business manager of Paradise, I have a responsibility to remind you. According to Paradise's regulations, newly established businesses have a 3-month startup period for newcomers and can use the trading area for free. He continued, but after 3 months, the usage fee will be calculated based on the number of employees in the company, charging 2,000 Naka per employee, which is not cheap at all. Your company already has 6 employees. If you continue to hire before the project officially becomes profitable, it could create a significant financial burden. New York Ka listened to the man's analysis and replied with a gentle smile. I am very confident in this new project. The greater the risk, the higher the reward, right? Seeing her confidence, the man also smiled. Then I won't advise you any further. As per your request, I have brought a new employee, a young man who came to Paradise on his own, who is waiting outside the door. New York Ka smiled gratefully. Thank you for your concern, sir. The man stood up and walked towards the door. He turned back and said, one last thing. Let me give you a piece of advice. Your management style is too loose. The number of employees for each establishment is registered. If one runs away, the fine is 50,000 Naka. New York Ka heard his advice and replied with a confident smile. I've always believed that only in a free environment can employees' potential be realized. Relying on torture and punishment to control employees is not my style. Hearing this, the man turned away, pushed up his glasses, and said, well then, I hope your conscientious enterprise lasts a little while. Elsewhere, someone was raising a beer mug high, splashing alcohol everywhere. In front of Lin Un was a group of young men happily clinking glasses with each other. The purple-haired young man greeted him enthusiastically. Come on, welcome the new friend. Lin In a black cloak, accepted the beer mug and said with a smile, hello, seniors, my name is Lin In. Seeing that everyone had gotten acquainted, New York Ka stood up and patted Lin In on the shoulder. She turned to instruct Chow Dan. Tomorrow, you take Lin In for a walk around the area to get familiar with the work environment. Okay. Chow Dan grinned broadly and replied excitedly, "No problem, boss." After speaking, he turned to Lin In. "Lin In, come on, sit over here. Let me tell you, you've come to the right place." Lin In sat down and asked with a gentle smile, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Seeing him start a conversation, Chow Dan said excitedly, "You'll find out tomorrow. In paradise, most of the companies are predatory. They don't treat their employees like humans. Boss New York Ka is both beautiful and kind, a rare good boss." Another young man chimed in. "What's that worth? What are we here for?" "To make money." He continued, "The boss has a sharp mind. She's come up with a new scam. Tomorrow, let Chow Dan tell you about it. In 2 months, we'll be rich." Seeing everyone flattering her like this, New York Ka had to raise her glass. All right, no more talk tonight. Let's just drink." Everyone else chimed in. "Whoever talks about work has to pay a fine." One of them punished himself first. "Come on, fill it up. I'll punish myself with 2 drinks." Then came the sound of everyone shouting and clinking glasses. Cheers. Amidst the noise, there were also shouts. "Hey, you're drinking too fast. Wait for me." Chow Dan leaned close to the newcomer, Lin In, and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. I heard that Miss New York Ka used to be an adventurer. She killed a lot of the demon race." Lin In was impressed. "Wow, that's amazing." Hearing them talk about her, New York Ka thought to herself, "Although it was very difficult, I finally got through that tragic night and started a new life. But the deaths of my comrades can't just be forgotten." Thinking of something, she pursed her lips and frowned. "My magic power has been destroyed, so from now on, I must continuously accumulate wealth and power, and one day, I will get revenge on that demon from the Ministry of Magic." After eating and drinking their fill, the group went to their respective beds and fell into a deep sleep. In the dormitory, only the sound of snoring, sometimes low, sometimes high, remained. Lei New York picked up her wine glass and said to Lin In with a smile, "Humans are such lightweights. They get drunk after just a little. I remember back in the day, I could drink the wine of half a mountain in one go." Hearing her say that, Lin In also replied, "Lei New York, are there any changes in the flow of space-time?" She smiled and said, "In about 2 to 3 days, paradise will turn into a dead zone." After a pause, she continued, "But what I'm more interested in is the purpose. The White Dragon Church creating a dead zone to clean up the trash in their way. Doesn't seem like something a church would do." Lin In smiled gently. "That's not important. I came here only to confirm whether the White Dragon Church has the ability to create a dead zone, and the White Dragon's true purpose for destroying my homeland." Lane New York, hearing his thoughts, stood up and asked in return, "Is that so? Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? Paradise being transformed into a dead zone might just be a trap set by the White Dragon Church to capture you." Lin In's expression turned serious. He said, "I've thought about that. If the church knows I'm the host of the Red Dragon, I'm afraid I'll be wanted nationwide." He continued thoughtfully, excluding this worst-case scenario. The point of conflict between the church and me might be related to the demon race slaves I set free. But that possibility is also very low. If they were to create a dead zone to slaughter paradise just to investigate the whereabouts of demon race slaves, even within the church, such a method is too extreme. Seeing him in deep thought, Lane New York walked over and put her arm around his shoulder. "So you just charge into paradise with no worries? That's not like your usual cautious self." He thought for a moment, then replied, "No. If there really is some madman in the church who would stop at nothing to capture me, then I have all the more reason to come to paradise to find him or his identity and then deal with him." Lin In continued, "A frenzied way of doing things, coupled with the identity as a cleric, if left unchecked, this madman will become the greatest threat." Suddenly, he turned to Lane New York and asked, "Besides the flow of space-time, are there any other special factors required for the birth of a dead zone?" Seeing him ask, Lane New York answered confidently, "Every time a dead zone is born, the flow of space-time diffuses from the center outwards. And the center of the dead zone is the most high-profile event location. Even if it's a dead zone created by someone from the White Dragon Church, it must follow this rule." Lin In let out a cold laugh. "The most high-profile event, scheduled for 2 or 3 days from now, the only option is Snake Concubine Yun Ling's life or death horse race. That cleric will definitely appear there." Lane New York smiled and replied, "Oh ho ho. I'm actually quite interested in that event. A playground that fully displays the dark, depraved side of humanity." She added, "I heard the admission tickets are very expensive and the number of people is limited. I originally thought that with your personality, I wouldn't get a chance to see the match in person. It seems I'll be able to broaden my horizons this time." Lin In smiled confidently. "Xiao Maozi is in control of the Sun Villa. she has the qualifications to get tickets. But if we contact Xiao Maozi, it's very likely we'll be discovered by that mad cleric in the church. So we can only think of another way. Isn't there still a way to get in without a ticket? On the winding mountain path, the group of young men who had been drinking with Lin in earlier were still walking in a half-dazed state. Suddenly, Chao Dan opened his eyes, saw the scene before him, and shouted in alarm, What is this? Weren't I drunk in bed? What the hell is this? Could I be sleepwalking? Another young man, whose leg was bound by purple threads, replied, No, it's not sleepwalking. My body is out of control. As if realizing something, he said in horror, My legs are walking on their own? How can this be? All three of them had the same purple threads on them. Linen, walking in front, suddenly said, Seniors, are you sober now? The scenery is beautiful tonight. Let's go on a little outing. Suddenly, from a distance, the continuous sound of an alarm echoed. The two men standing guard both heard it. The man with his hair covering one, I was startled and asked, This alarm, did some pig run? The other man replied lazily, That's right, the alarm shows 6 pigs. In the middle of the night, can't they let us rest a bit? The one-eyed man said excitedly, To run is such a good thing on my first day on the job. My luck isn't bad. Looks like I've snagged another bonus. The other man immediately threw cold water on him. Humph. The alarm is coming from the west. The patrol team in that area is full of old foxes. Catching a few pigs is as easy as drinking water. The bonus won't reach us. Before he could finish his sentence, the alarm grew louder, even drowning out his voice. He shot up, rubbed the back of his neck, and muttered in disbelief. This alarm? I'm not hearing things, am I? The one-eyed man asked doubtfully, What does this alarm mean? The other man gave a greedy smile. These pigs have broken through the encirclement. Our chance has come. The sound of footsteps echoed. The group controlled by Lin and was wailing. I can't take it anymore. Chowden also spoke up. I can't walk anymore. Another person also moaned. Please let us go. Lin In looked at them crying out in misery, turned his head, and comforted them with a smile. Don't give up, just a little more. We're about to leave paradise. Hearing him say that, Chao Dan angrily questioned this newcomer. What grudge do you have against us? Why are you tormenting us like this? Lin In placed a hand on his chest, looked at them with a gentle smile. What are you talking about? I came to help you. I know you were all tricked and sold into paradise as piglets. He looked at them with a sympathetic expression, unable to see your family and friends, forced to be henchmen for scoundrels, using illegal means to scam ordinary people. You must be suffering greatly inside, right? I've come to take you away from paradise, back to your hometowns. Chao Dan roared angrily. Is there something wrong with your head? Did I ask for your help? I don't want to go back. Working hard all day for a meager salary, only to be looked down on by my parents. As he said this, he raised a fist. I came to paradise to make money. Only here do I have a chance to change my destiny, to become a rich man. Another person in the group also spoke up. A guilty conscience? What a joke, I don't have such thoughts. Those who get scammed are just stupid, unable to protect their own assets. He said sarcastically, even if we didn't scam them, their money would be taken away anyway, becoming taxes for useless nobles or profits for crooked merchants. Instead of falling into the hands of those people, isn't it more meaningful for this money to fall into our hands? Seeing how stubborn they were, Lin In sneered. So that's what you all think. I misunderstood. But this is going to be tricky. He taunted, You've already escaped. Can you even go back to paradise now? I hear that runaway piglets are punished very severely. At this moment, they were like ants in Lin In's hands. Chao Dan loudly refuted Lin In. We didn't escape. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin In's face. It was you. You used magic to control our bodies. Seeing him yelling, Lin In mocked contemptuously. So, a kind-hearted mage traveled thousands of miles to paradise to help the piglets in your merchant group escape this dark hell. So he controlled the piglets' bodies and broke through paradise's defense lines one after another. But then the piglets woke up and protested to the mage. And in the end, the mage agreed to the piglets' request to let them return to the paradise they longed for. He asked them mockingly, So, is that how you plan to explain tonight's escape to the thugs in paradise? One of them's face fell, and he mumbled, This, saying that definitely won't work. They'll never believe it. Chao Dan, his face pale, continued, I'm afraid only extreme torture awaits us. Lin In suddenly looked behind them and announced with a smile, It seems someone's catching up, probably the patrol guards. Lin In vanished before their eyes in an instant. He left only one sentence. Gentlemen, if you want to stay in paradise, then let's part ways here. Seeing Lin In disappear, the group shouted, "Hey, wait, don't go." Chowden also yelled, "We're not staying anymore. We want to leave paradise." But only a few wisps of purple smoke remained. Seeing this, they roared in anger. Damn it, that guy just disappeared like that. Chow Dan anxiously asked everyone, "What do we do now?" Before he could finish his sentence, the gatekeeper from before appeared. He stroked his chin, a blade of grass held between his teeth, and sneered, "You little piglets, so you're hiding here." Hearing the voice, everyone immediately looked up. Their faces all turned pale, too scared to speak. Two guards holding weapons advanced towards them. The man with bangs covering one, I began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 piglets are here. The other man sneered. To think these useless bums could break through the western defense line. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Chow Dan hurriedly explained, "We drank too much tonight and were planning to go out for a barbecue and accidentally crossed the border." He raised his hands as he spoke, trying to stop the two from getting closer. The guards up ahead spotted us. We got scared and ran out. We were wrong. The two men opposite him watched him babble incoherently. The man with bangs covering one, I lowered his head and said to the one in front, "He says it's a misunderstanding." The other man gave a cold laugh. "If they weren't runaway piglets, we wouldn't get a bounty. Are you planning to make this trip for nothing?" Hearing this, the man with the eye-covering hair raised the dagger in his hand to his face, the sharp, cold glint from the blade reflecting off it, making his smile even more crazed. "Then it's not a misunderstanding anymore. A piglet dares to lie to me." Chow Dan, seeing they had no intention of letting him go, mumbled with a pale face, "Damn it. Looks like we can't go back." He yelled at everyone, "Split up and run. There are only 2 guards and 6 of us. At least 4 can escape." Everyone immediately scattered and ran. Chow Dan hadn't run far before the man with the eye-covering hair caught up to him. He said with a smile, "No, not a single one of you will escape." On the other side, the other man was stepping on someone. He laughed and instructed, "Be careful, don't kill them. The bounty is higher for live ones." The man with the eye-covering hair smirked. "You don't have to tell me." Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly attacked. One of Chow Dan's companions sent him flying with a punch. That person's body was wrapped in purple threads. The man who was sent flying immediately got up, one side of his face already swollen. He yelled, "Kylet, there's a hidden master among these piglets. Don't be careless." But he was met with only dead silence. He turned his head to look back, his face pale as he asked, "Kylet, how could?" The man named Kylet was lying face down on the ground, his face battered, his teeth and lips a mangled mess. Before he could react, the person from before rushed forward, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the ground. The person cried and apologized while hitting him. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's not me. I can't control myself." The purple threads were wrapped tightly around his body. He squeezed his eyes shut, his fist raised high, his mouth endlessly apologizing. "Please forgive me." After that, there was only darkness, and no one knew what happened next. The next morning, New York Ka walked irritably towards their dormitory. She cursed as she walked. "This is unbelievable. It's almost 10 o'clock, and there's not a single soul in the office." She pushed the door open and said with a gentle smile, "Time to get up. You lazy worm should get up and work." But all that greeted her was an empty room. Looking around, she couldn't see anyone. New York Ka scratched her ear in frustration. "What's going on? There's no one here either. Have I been too good to them lately?" Suddenly, Lin In walked in and greeted her. "Boss, good morning. Did you rest well last night?" New York Ka breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Finally, a living person." She probed, "Where did those drunkards go?" Lin In feigned innocence and replied, "I'm not too sure about that. When I woke up this morning, the seniors were already gone from the dormitory." He pretended to recall, then continued, "Yesterday, Chow Dan asked me to go with him for a tour of paradise today to get familiar with the work environment, so I was waiting for him in the dormitory. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses appeared, interrupting their conversation. He frowned and announced, "I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for him." He paused for a moment, frowning as he turned to New York Ka. "New York Ka, your 6 employees all escaped last night." New York Ka was stunned and stammered. "Yes, escaped? How is that possible? You must be mistaken. I treat them very well, and they trust me a lot. It's impossible." The man with the glasses completely ignored her words and sneered. "Not only did your employees escape, but they also injured several patrol officers on their way out. Someone on the patrol team recognized them." Lin In suddenly stepped forward and gently comforted New York Ka. "Boss New York Ka, don't be heartbroken over those ungrateful people. I will stay by your side and support you. New Year Ka replied in a panic. No, that's not the important issue. The man with the glasses looked at New Year Ka mockingly. I already reminded you. The fine for one escaped employee is 50,000 Naka. So 6 employees is 300,000 Naka. Hearing this enormous sum, New Year Ka cried out, her face pale. 300,000 Naka? I don't have that much cash on hand right now. She pleaded, please give me 2 months. I'll definitely pay it all back. Seeing that she said she didn't have it, the man with the glasses' expression immediately changed. No money? Then I can't help you. According to the rules, New Year Ka, you and this remaining employee of yours will participate in a life or death horse race tomorrow. A beautiful palace was surrounded by greenery, with a white bridge in front spanning a river, connecting to a dense forest. On the bridge, 2 people were discussing something. Vina repeatedly warned, you must be careful. Snake concubine Yunling is temperamental. Among the managers of paradise, her personality is the most brutal and bloodthirsty. Especially, absolutely do not mention the scales on her face. Hearing him drone on in her ear, Xiao Maozi cut him off impatiently. All right, it's not like I haven't met her before. Is there need to be so scared? Hearing her reply, his face immediately changed, and he roared, isn't it because you angered the snake concubine? Why did you hide it from me and stop supplying goods to the snake concubine? Don't you feel guilty at all? Didn't we already agree? We must maintain a cooperative relationship of mutual trust. Xiao Maozi looked as if she had heard something ridiculous and burst out laughing. Mutual trust? Did you think I didn't know you were secretly contacting my subordinate, trying to name a price for him to release your wife and son? She paused for a moment, sarcastically, as an apology gift. Would you like to receive your son's finger or your wife's ear? Seeing her threat, he lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and admitted his fault. It's my fault. I was too worried about them. I guarantee it will absolutely not happen again. But I don't understand. Your purpose in coming to paradise is for treatment. Angering the snake concubine is of no benefit to you at all. Even the slightest misstep could get us both killed. But Xiao Maozi didn't listen at all. She replied contemptuously, I don't need to explain my actions to you. I will bear all responsibility alone. It won't involve you. If you're still scared, then pray. Pray for our good luck. The white palace glittered under the sun, nestled in the forest. Xiao Maozi's cat ears twitched constantly. Yin Ling sized her up and remarked, beastification traits. Little cat, you used to make a living in the mining district, didn't you? Even if you wear beautiful, clean clothes, you can't hide the smell of the mines on you. Xiao Maozi said nothing and asked in return, what about you? No matter how you try to cover it with makeup, you can't hide the snake scales on your face. Do you hate your past that much? Hearing Xiao Maozi say this, Venus screamed internally. It's over, it's over. Didn't I say to absolutely not mention this? Yin Ling smiled. Little cat, you've misunderstood. I admire you very much. Charging into paradise alone and taking Venus Sun Villa. You come from a poor background, yet you have extraordinary courage and ability. Very good. But immediately after, her expression changed, and she questioned in a low voice. But why did you stop supplying goods to me? Are you forcing me to kill you? Xiao Maozi was not afraid at all. She retorted, supplying goods? Why don't you be more specific? The goods you want are virgins of superior appearance, but I'm not satisfied with the price you're offering. I don't want to do business with you. Are you going to force a sale? Yin Ling gave a cold laugh. Tomorrow, the first life or death horse race hosted by me will officially begin. This is the most important event in paradise. Yet I'm taking my precious time to meet you first. I want to give you one last chance to restore the supply of goods and receive my friendship. The sale's money and my friendship, which is more valuable. Xiao Maozi touched her face, pretending to think. From what I know, you've acquired a large quantity of surface goods, wanting to monopolize this business. But this shipment vanished without a trace within paradise, creating no value whatsoever. Tell me, what are you planning to do? Seeing Xiao Maozi provoke Yunling, Vina was scared out of his wits. Xiao Maozi, don't say any more. How can this matter? Seeing this, Yunling burst into loud laughter. In all of paradise, you're the first person who dares to ask me this question to my face. Yunling paused for a moment, then asked, so, are you mentally prepared? Once you know the truth, there will be no escape for you. Boss Vina, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and tremblingly tried to stop them. Why? Wait, Lady Yunling, please allow me to excuse myself for a moment. Yunling sat on the table, crossed her legs, and sneered contemptuously. "Useless man, get lost, Vina." She turned to Xiao Maozi, asking again, "Little kitten, do you still want to hear more?" Xiao Maozi wasn't scared at all and invited Yunling to speak. "Please go on." Yunling burst out laughing. "I've never met anyone as interesting as you." Yunling praised. "I was right about you. You're much stronger than that useless Vina. Do you know Lady Finisa? This entire paradise was actually built with the backing of Lady Finisa." Xiao Maozi frowned and questioned. "So Lady Finisa is purchasing virgins? What is her purpose?" Yunling scowled and said, "It's not purchasing, it's plundering. The very existence of paradise rests on her whim. Whatever she wants, we can only offer it up. As for her purpose, she wouldn't tell us. We only know the attrition rate of that shipment is very high." Xiao Maozi's face fell, and she asked frantically, "What does a very high attrition rate mean?" Yunling said grimly, "It could be being abused to death, being given as gifts to others, or becoming sacrifices for evil rituals. Those girls will all die a miserable death in the end." Xiao Maozi fell silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Yunling looked at her and taunted, "Little kitten, are you scared now? I've satisfied your curiosity. Now it's your turn to repay me." With that said, she extended her hand towards Xiao Maozi. "After tomorrow's life or death betting game ends, bring the goods from Sun Villa here. Then, you'll be the one to escort this shipment to Finis's mansion." Xiao Maozi immediately asked, "Can I meet Lady Finisa in person? Are you really entrusting such an important job to me?" Yunling then explained to her, "Only after completing this mission will you have the chance to be accepted and become a manager of paradise. A shared secret, doing evil together, that's the key to an alliance." By the tea table, overlooking the dense forest and the bridge crossing the river, a teacup was set down. Yunling sat at the tea table, and the man standing behind her began to speak. "Miss Yunling, Xiao Maozi, the new master of Sun Villa, has she accepted your offer?" She smiled and replied. She accepted without hesitation. "Very courageous, worthy of being the woman I've had my eye on. Have you investigated what I needed?" The man continued to report his findings. That Xiao Maozi has an older sister who was taken to pay off a debt due to usury. She was transferred from paradise and eventually sent to Lady Finis's mansion. The 3 loan sharks have been confirmed dead, and Xiao Maozi's gambling-addicted father has also disappeared. Hearing him say this, Yunling lifted her teacup and took a sip. "So it's because of Xiao Maozi's sister. You've worked hard. Your investigation results are very useful to me." The man didn't understand her meaning and had to ask again, "Should we eliminate her?" Yunling let out a cold laugh. "Absolutely not. I've long been sick of having to see that woman Finisa. Having someone do my work for me, I couldn't be happier." The man asked worriedly, "But Xiao Maozi will definitely use the opportunity of escorting the goods to investigate her sister's whereabouts in the lady's mansion. Something big is bound to happen then." Yunling was unconcerned. She said calmly, "That's exactly what I want." Yunling frowned, her expression showing clear disgust. "We've been doing that woman's dirty work for long enough. Paradise is our reward. The kingdom of freedom she promised to leave us. But that old hag has the audacity to continue defiling our paradise." Hearing Yunling say this, the man's face lit up with joy. He asked excitedly, "Has the time come to rise up against Lady Finisa?" Yunling slammed the table and stood up. Turning to the man, she said sternly, "That's right, Xiao Maozi's hatred is our opportunity to take revenge on that woman." The man was so happy he shed tears. He choked out, "Miss Yunling." The man continued, "We can finally reclaim our freedom." But before he could rejoice, suddenly, a hand grabbed his head. A large man who had just appeared slammed his head hard onto the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Yunling's eyes widened, watching the scene unfold before her, unable to react in time. Suddenly, a person in a white dress approached her. Adjudicator Hailan appeared before her. She clapped her hands, smiled, and said, "Using Xiao Maozi as bait to make Paradise launch a rebellion against Lady Finisa, and through the rebellion, negotiate with the lady to seize the mine in her hands. Is this Lenin's plan?" She praised. "What a good idea." Yunling, her face splattered with blood, trembled as she turned her head to ask, "You people are?" Hailan spread her arms and introduced herself. "You can tell by the clothes. We are clerics of the White Dragon Church. The man who had just killed now respectfully clasped his hands and stepped back behind her, his hands still covered in fresh blood. Yin Ling said, trembling, "The church has allowed paradise to operate normally. You shouldn't just barge in." Hylon paid no mind to Yin Ling's threat. She raised her hand, and countless blue chains appeared behind her. She smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, you're not wrong. No matter how heinous your crimes, we can only turn a blind eye. But if it involves the demon clan, we will have the legal right to kill." The chains immediately flew out, binding Yunling's hands tightly. Another one also bound her legs. Yunling's entire body was now locked in iron chains. She shouted, "Nonsense! There are absolutely no demons in paradise." Hylon sneered. "Linen, have you ever heard this name? He is a dangerous man, suspected of colluding with the demon clan." Yunling trembled and roared, "Let me go. I have no idea what you're talking about." But Hylon leaned close to Yunling's face. She said with a sarcastic smile, "I'd love to believe you, the fallen Yunling. Let's have a little chat." In the gloomy dungeon, there was only the faint light of torches. The red-haired woman was escorted inside, her arms held tightly by a man. She shouted, "Let me go. What do you want? Isn't this an underground casino?" The large man with blue hair replied contemptuously, "This is the main prison. Welcome, Special Envoy of the Imperial Capital Police Department, Mo Ahue." Hearing the other person call her name, Mo Ahue's face turned pale, and she questioned, "What? How do you know?" The man laughed scornfully. "You still don't get it, you idiot. Before you infiltrated paradise, your identity was already exposed, just like another special envoy who was sold out." Hearing this, Mo Ahue guessed who had betrayed her. She painfully uttered a name, Monica. The man revealed a lecherous expression and licked his lips. "Monica, yes, that's the name." No matter how intense the torture methods used, she refused to submit. He recalled for a moment, then continued. Before she was taken away, she always tried to suppress her miserable screams. A toy as resilient as that. It's the first time I've ever seen one. It was so satisfying. Mo Ahue angrily punched the man. She roared, "You scum." The man who was hit, instead of getting angry, held his cheek and laughed despicably. So strong. The two men behind him also laughed lewdly. He smacked his lips. Seems like the dose wasn't enough. Mo Ahoya's face was flushed, sweat pouring down like rain. She questioned, "Dose?" The man saw her unusual expression and laughed lewdly. "Stop pretending. You've realized it, haven't you? Your body is starting to get hot. Go limp and lose all its strength. On your way here, we secretly drugged you." Seeing him admit it, Mo Ahue growled angrily, "You despicable bastard." Being cursed by her, the man immediately flew into a rage and rushed forward to slap her. He roared, "What did you say? I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all." After hitting her, he looked at her with a cold smile. "Special Envoy of the Police Department, is this all you've got?" Mo Ahue was knocked to the ground. She coughed a few times, then said sternly, "The king, the police department will not spare you." Seeing she couldn't get up, the man mocked, "Mo Ahue, you infiltrated paradise to investigate the life or death betting game. Let me tell you some good news. Tomorrow, the new round of the life or death betting game will begin. The chief of the kingdom's police department will attend as a special guest, and you will become a contestant in the life or death betting game." Seeing no reaction from her, the man grunted contemptuously. "Passed out? Looks like the drug works well." He turned to the two men behind him and said, "You too, take her to the cell. She's a very important special feature for tomorrow. Don't do anything you shouldn't." The two subordinates immediately complied. "Got it, boss." Behind the heavily barred iron door in the corridor, two men carried Mo Ahe, talking as they walked. "She's the last contestant. This time's life or death betting game has 49 participants. It's really something to look forward to." The red-haired man also replied, "There are no outsiders here, just the two of us. Be honest." The man with squinted eyes glanced at him, asking suspiciously, "Be honest about what?" The red-haired man licked his lips, looked at the unconscious Mo Ahue, and laughed lewdly. "Look at this face, this body. This special envoy is truly top-grade stuff. Don't you want to have a go? As long as we don't leave any obvious external injuries." The squinty-eyed man turned back and scolded, "Don't mess around. This woman is a special feature that the big shot upstairs specifically requested. Don't do anything, understand? I don't want to get fired. No, if it's serious, We might even lose our lives. The red-haired man pouted, fine, fine, fine. Such a top-grade item, only to die without a complete corpse tomorrow. What a waste. The squinty-eyed man hesitated for a moment. Maybe she can survive. The red-haired man scoffed. Haha, are you confident? The difficulty of this life-or-death betting game has increased a lot, and the number of participants has also expanded to 49. The ones who can survive, at most, will only be 1 or 2. On the other side of the iron bars, New Ka had heard their entire conversation. Her face was pale. New Ka gripped the iron bars, her whole body slumping, thinking to herself, 49 contestants, only 1 survivor. I'm doomed. This is an unprecedented level of hellish difficulty. My magical power was destroyed on that nightmarish night. The only way to survive now is... New Ka turned to Lin In, who was sitting in the corner, and called out, Lin In. He responded with a hum. She asked, trembling, tomorrow we'll be forced to participate in the life-or-death betting game. How much do you know about this insane game? Lin In gave a faint smile. Turning criminals into props for betting, a life-or-death game with a slim chance of survival. At the same time, this is also Paradise's largest public event. I heard the rules of the life-or-death horse race are different each time. New Ka also chimed in, that's right. In previous life-or-death horse races, only 1 lucky person out of 10 survived. But this time it's different. Tomorrow's race will be even more dangerous. She said excitedly, this is the first life-or-death horse race organized by Snake concubine Yunling. She wants the competition to be more famous than before, to stir up the audience's enthusiasm, and at the same time, prove her own abilities. The number of participants has increased to 49, and the game's difficulty has also increased. New Ka sat down dejectedly. It's all my fault. You came to Paradise with dreams of making money, yet you were forced to participate in such a dangerous game. I don't know how to apologize to you anymore. Hearing her apology, Lin comforted her. It's not your fault. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. New Ka's cheeks flushed, her eyes welling with tears. She said in a gentle voice, no matter what, I want to make it up to you. I want you to survive this game. We have a special advantage. The participants of the life-or-death horse race don't know or trust each other. But we're different. As long as we cooperate, Lin In let out a soft laugh. We will definitely survive until the end. I won't let you die. Hearing his assurance, New Ka smiled. She calculated inwardly. This is great. Luckily, Lin In is a simple-minded fool. This way, I've got myself a useful tool. Lin In suddenly took off his hood, chuckled, and said, New Ka, I really admire you. As an adventurer, losing your magic-wielding comrades, and on top of that, losing your job of kidnapping demon tribe slaves, that must have been a huge blow to you, right? Seeing that he had exposed her background, New Ka's face turned pale, and she stammered, Lin In, what are you talking about? How do you know about the demon tribe slaves? I've never told anyone. Lin In sneered, coming to Paradise alone, rebuilding your career from scratch. That takes a lot of courage. Now your company is bankrupt, your hopes are shattered, and you've become a criminal, forced to participate in this life-or-death race. He looked at New Ka with a contemptuous gaze, his entire body enveloped in a purple aura. He continued, even so, you weren't crushed by your tragic fate. You're still thinking of ways to escape. New Ka, you truly are a rare talent. Looking at the immense magical power surrounding him, she trembled. This magical power. I can't be mistaken. Seeing that she had recognized him, Lin In taunted. You recognize me now? As he spoke, he released an even stronger surge of magical power. New Ka collapsed to the ground, screaming, help, help, is anyone there? Help me. Lin In looked at her with the contempt one would have for a mouse, and said, I've placed a silencing spell on this cell. No matter how loud you scream, no one will hear you. New Ka's face was ashen. She questioned, what do you want? Why won't you let me go? He chuckled softly. That night, you escaped from the encirclement of the demon tribe slaves, didn't you? So, what about the 2 comrades you left behind? Or should I say, you used them as stepping stones and bait to escape? New Ka, crying and gritting her teeth, said no, it wasn't like that. I didn't do that. Lin In said flatly. Did you think that tragic night was enough to wash away your sins? You wanted to go to a new place to start a new life, forget everything, and pretend like nothing ever happened. New Ka cried while beating her chest. Yes, I've done many wrong things. But didn't you say That if you just crippled my magical power, you would spare me? Lin frowned. Don't talk nonsense. I always keep my promises. Back then, I said that if I crippled your magical power, I wouldn't kill you. But honestly, you and I have no deep-seated hatred. After that night, I had no intention of looking for you again. Hearing this, New York Ka shot up and asked, then why did you come here? To destroy my company, to destroy my life's work. If you wanted to join the life or death horse race, you could have just signed up yourself, couldn't you? Hearing her questions, Lin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you want to know? Great, finally someone is willing to listen to my troubles. He recounted excitedly. Did you know? I never planned on coming to paradise. A single cat would have been enough to turn this place upside down. Lin continued cheerfully. Then I could use paradise as leverage to trade for the mining area with Lady Finisa. Then I could help the 9th princess ascend the throne and begin my revenge. He reached his hand towards her, saying angrily, but my plan was ruined. The church's priests have been investigating the whereabouts of the demon tribe slaves, treating me as the prime suspect. Just to track down a few kidnapped slaves, they're even willing to destroy paradise. Looking at her tear-streaked face, he continued, turn paradise into a dead land. They want to kill everyone here, take away my chess piece, and force me to hand over clues about the demon tribe slaves. New York Ka's face was pale as she begged, wait, please don't say any more. But Lin ignored her. Ha ha ha. Do you know what's even more ridiculous? The church, in order to hide the fact that they possess the technology to create dead lands, kill my parents, and destroy my homeland. New York Ka clutched her head in pain, muttering, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any of it. I don't know anything. I'll forget everything you said. Please spare me. Don't drag me into this. Lin turned around and said in a low voice, so I need a backup plan to divert the church's attention. Then I thought of you, but your willpower is even more tenacious than Headmaster Thylanus. As he spoke, the magical power around him surged. Only by pushing you to a dead end can I use the mental seal. Now let's begin. A magic circle began to appear outside the cell. New York Ka collapsed on the ground, allowed a painful cry arc. She provoked, go on, is that all you've got? Lin sneered, your endurance is quite impressive. Then let's add a little more pain. New York Ka remained defiant. Gasp, it's useless. Her face was pale, but she forced herself to say, you think the time I spent escaping from the auction was for nothing? To get revenge on you, to resist your magical power, to adapt to the pain. I put myself through special training. He laughed contemptuously. Impressive. Your spirit is broken, yet you can still resist my magical power. If I increase the pain, I'm afraid it will make you brain dead, and that's not my intention. So, next is reward time. She asked doubtfully. Reward? He raised his hand, gathered his magical power, and said to her, if you've trained yourself to endure pain, what about pleasure? New York Ka sat slumped on the ground and let out a cry. She sneered. Pleasure? Is that another name for a new kind of torture? Do you really think making me feel pleasure will make me submit? Lin said nothing, his palm facing down. Pink droplets of magical power began to fall to the ground, forming a puddle around New York Ka. She tried to suppress the pain and sneered, numb and itchy. Is this your definition of pleasure? How shallow. This level can't possibly make me feel pleasure. Seeing her trembling in pain, Lin said, no. This is to heal the injuries you just sustained. New York Ka said angrily, you're that kind? He sneered contemptuously. Did you know? After experiencing pain, both the body and mind become especially sensitive to external stimuli. Pleasure after pain becomes more precious, and it's easier to get lost in. The real pleasure begins now. After speaking, the pink magical power began to envelop New York Ka, making her scream, What is this? Where did this water come from? He laughed and explained, this is a pure magic spring materialized from my magical power. Every legendary level mage can comprehend their own domain. The magic spring is the embryonic form of my domain. New York Ka struggled in the magic spring, screaming, it's slimy, so gross. Let me go. Lin watched her enveloped within the magic spring and said calmly, I've limited the size of the magic spring to a 3-meter radius. I won't restrict your movements. You can leave on your own. New York Ka's face darkened, and she frowned. I don't believe you. You've definitely set some kind of trap. He chuckled lightly. The magic spring will awaken the deepest desires in your heart, making you indulge in the pleasure of having those desires fulfilled. The longer you stay in the magic spring, the harder it will be to leave. If you can leave the magic spring, I will grant you your freedom. New York Ka frowned, forcing out the words, I guarantee it. A little bit of desire can't possibly stop me. Her legs trembled in the magic spring. New York Ka's face flushed red, and a lustful look appeared in her eyes. She moaned. New Year Ka seemed to be immersed in bliss, with only one thought in her mind. This feeling is too much, so pleasant. Every cell in my body is trembling. Seeing her in this state, Lin En lowered his hand. All right, restoring normal settings. The magic spring began to recede. New Year Ka bent over, panting as she questioned, "What did you do? The pleasure has been halved. Don't you want me to indulge in pleasure, to be swallowed by the magic spring? Why? Why did you deliberately lower the difficulty for me? Are you looking down on me?" Lin En looked at New Year Ka with a smile. "If you resist my magical power, the pleasure you receive will only be half of the normal amount." New Year Ka yelled, "You think I'll fall for that? You just want to trick me into accepting your magical power." He made a suggestion. "I'm not advising you to do that. All pleasure comes at a price. Each time you indulge in pleasure, you will lose a part of your past memories, a part of yourself. You can also continue to resist my magical power and leave the magic spring." New Year Ka bit her lip and cursed. "You despicable bastard. You think I'd willingly accept your magical power just to pursue pleasure? Dream on." Lin En chuckled lightly. "You've misunderstood. Only by understanding the rules can you better help me test the effectiveness of the magic spring." New Year Ka burst out laughing. "Let me tell you the truth. Your new magic has no effect on me. It's too weak." Her legs were soaked in the magic spring, causing her to let out a few involuntary moans. Gulp, gasp. Her gaze gradually became hazy, and only one thought remained in her mind. This strange feeling keeps coming. "I want more." New Year Ka panted, thinking, "If I only lose some unimportant memories." New Year Ka began to recall the past, remembering her two comrades. The older one cursed. "That officer, he clearly did it himself, yet he blamed it on us." The younger one chimed in. "The war is over. It's one thing for the army not to want to support us adventurers, but to use such dirty tricks." New Year Ka looked at the two of them, apologizing profusely. "I'm the one who got you two involved. Now our adventurer licenses have all been revoked." But the younger one laughed heartily and comforted her. "What's there to apologize for? Are we going to starve to death if we're not adventurers?" The other one also said, "New Year Ka, we'll find another way out." New Year Ka gritted her teeth and said cruelly, I won't give in. I want revenge." Strange, their names. I can't remember them anymore. Seeing her like this, Lin En said, "This is already the fourth time you've lost your memory. Please speed it up, or it will be very dangerous." After hearing this, New Year Ka trembled and asked, "What? It's already the fourth time?" She bit her lip, trembling. I can't lose to desire anymore. I have to endure. Otherwise, all my important memories will disappear." The magic spring began to surge. She seemed to be immersed in a state of ecstasy. It was just too wonderful. She hugged herself tightly, her whole body submerged in the magic spring, letting out moans. Just indulging in pleasure is enough. No need to think about anything. No need to worry about anything. At that moment, only a single thought remained in New Year Ka's mind. I can achieve happiness just like this. He laughed mockingly. New Year Ka, do you still remember who you are? Her eyes widened, and she repeated blankly, New Year Ka? Is New Year Ka my name? Lin En reintroduced her. Have you forgotten everything? New Year Ka, your true identity is a female officer of the Demon King's army. She asked blankly. New Year Ka is a human. Lin En smiled gently. Your human appearance is just a disguise. The Demon King was sealed by the hero's sword, and the demon realm fell into chaos. To restore the demon realm, you came to the human capital alone. To find a way to break the seal, you disguised yourself as the captain of a slave hunting team, capturing your own kind and selling them as slaves to human merchants, thereby gaining trust and getting close to Lady Phanisa. After that, and so on and so forth. He stood before her and ordered, All right, now you recount it yourself. New Year Ka smiled cheerfully and said, I, New Year Ka, female officer of the Demon King's army, swear to bring back the great demon realm at any cost. Suddenly, Lady New York appeared in a corner of the cell. She shouted, This is too weird. Lin En has brainwashed a human into a loyal female officer of the Demon King's army. This isn't a mental seal for my memories. As if discovering something, Lady New York pointed at Lin En and shouted, Wait, memories. Could it be that you secretly used the mental seal to change my memories? Seeing that she had found out, Lin En burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, how could that be? The difference in our magical power levels is too great. No matter how many times I tried, the mental seal would just fail. Seeing him laugh like that, she shouted angrily. So you did try? It must have been while I was sleeping, right? Lin En patted his chest and swore, Please believe me. Even though I know you're actually a useless old hag, your current appearance is still that of a little girl. My conscience won't allow me to use a mental seal on you. Lady New York angrily raised a threatening fist. old hag. Isn't what you're saying even more outrageous? Fine, I'll trust you for now. She continued. Linen, why did you fabricate such an absurd false memory for New Year Ka? Have you become the demon king and unified the demon realm? Lin In said nonchalantly. I only gave New Year Ka belief, or more accurately, a mission. Someone with a belief will be more dedicated, unleashing 120% of their potential to complete their work. That's all. To make New Year Ka, who specialized in capturing demon tribe slaves and harming the innocent, become the protector of the demon tribe, sheltering demon tribe slaves. This is my punishment for her. Speaking of which, he smiled gently at Lei New York. Do you really think that a pure-blooded human like New York Ka alone can make the demon realm great again? Impossible, right? The scene shifts to outside the stands of paradise. The sky was clear blue, without a wisp of a cloud, without a breeze. The sound of hawking echoed endlessly. Only 10 minutes left until the opening ceremony of the human life horse racing. Please place your bets quickly. Hearing this, the crowd nearby began to pull out their money to place bets. Number 6, 5,000 Naka. Number 6, 80,000 Naka. However, amidst that bustling atmosphere, another black-haired man was a little confused and asked, Number 6, why isn't the contestant's information displayed for number 6? If I happen to pick a useless bum, wouldn't that be a guaranteed loss? Hearing this, an old man nearby chuckled and explained gently, Haha, this human life horse racing has a special hidden number betting method. All hidden numbers have double the odds. He continued smugly. Let me give you some inside information. Among the hidden numbers, there's even a special investigator from the police department and also a former champion of the human life horse racing. The real championship contenders are all hidden among the secret numbers. Hearing this enticing explanation, the black-haired man couldn't hide his excitement and joined in. Really? And there are double odds too. I'll bet on number 6, number 9, number 18, number 46, 5,000 Naka each. But just then, Venus suddenly appeared from a distance, shouting fiercely, Get out of the way. Seeing this, the crowd turned pale with fright, stammering incoherently. Contestant Vina, my deepest apologies for blocking your way. Vina then easily cleared a path for Xiao Maozi, who was beside him. Soon after, he complained to Xiao Maozi with some emotion. I give up. There are people placing bets everywhere. Even the audience entrance is packed. Hearing this, Xiao Maozi was a little surprised and pressed. Are the spectators always this enthusiastic for every competition? Faced with this question, Vina confidently and casually replied, Of course not. After all, this time, the human life horse racing has 49 contestants, the largest number ever. At the same time, this is also the first time Snake concubine Yinling is hosting the competition, so the audience has high expectations. Speaking of Yinling, she invited you for a meeting again today. Xiao Maozi seemed a bit guilty, frowning as she replied irritably. Are you curious about what the snake concubine I talked about? As if his thoughts had been read, Vina's expression changed, and he stammered hastily to explain. No. I wouldn't dare to eavesdrop. I just wanted to say the snake concubine rarely holds someone in such high regard. With the snake concubine's favor under your management, the business of Sun Villa will surely prosper more and more. All right, Xiao Maozi was sick of hearing these words. She shook her head in disgust and reminded him, Cut it out. No need to probe me. I have no interest whatsoever in this pile of scrap metal of yours. After speaking, she quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to urge. The competition is about to start. Hurry up. The camera pans to a special nearby stand, where a conspiratorial conversation is taking place. The chief of the police department asked provocatively with a cold smile. The competition is about to start. Why isn't Yinling here yet? The owner of Paradise immediately bowed and nodded, hastily replying, This is Yinling's first time hosting the human life horse racing. Perhaps she is still preparing for the competition. Hearing this, the chief suddenly became a little displeased, frowning and pouting. Oh, really? Why do I get the feeling she's avoiding me? Faced with this rather unpleasant truth, the quick-witted owner of Paradise immediately found an excuse to explain. A misunderstanding. It's absolutely a misunderstanding. You are an honored guest. It is her honor to meet you. But the cunning chief was not so easily dealt with. Hearing this, he retorted, In that case, was it also a misunderstanding when Yunling threw a glass of wine on me the last time we met? It's all my fault for not teaching my subordinates well, letting them disrupt Paradise's business. These words immediately threw the owner of Paradise into a panic, and he hurriedly replied, Don't absolutely don't say that. That was the personal action of those two investigators. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Fortunately, you informed us in advance, allowing us to prevent the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, the arrogant chief immediately became smug, spreading his arms wide and saying loudly, "So, I wasn't wrong, was I? How rude, how rude." The owner of Paradise quickly bowed his head and continued respectfully, "You are the chief of the Imperial Capital's police department. How could you possibly be wrong?" The one who is wrong is of course Yin Ling tonight. I will have her apologize to you. I guarantee she will satisfy you. The chief, of course, was also very clear-headed. He didn't hesitate to provoke. I don't like to force people. The owner of Paradise had anticipated this, and he replied without hesitation, "Of course, Yin Ling will apologize to you voluntarily. It's a deal." The chief clicked his tongue in praise, nodding with a smile. "Good, good, good. Those two disobedient subordinates of mine, how are they now?" The owner of Paradise replied with great confidence and smugness. "Investigator Monica has been played to death by the prison guards. As for Investigator Mo Ahue, as per your request, she is about to participate in the human life horse racing. We will use some tricks during the competition to ensure she dies in the most painful way possible." Hearing this, the chief was momentarily displeased and reminded him, "It seems you don't understand. The human life horse racing is a competition, and a competition should be fair." Hearing these words, the owner of Paradise immediately felt a pang of guilt. He turned pale with fear and carefully probed, "Did I do something wrong?" However, facing his anxiety, the chief suddenly broke into a sinister smile and said, "I want to see Mo Ahue using any means necessary to survive in the competition. A Mo Ahue who betrays her own righteous beliefs for the sake of her life. That ugly sight will excite me greatly." Soon, the scene shifts to an arena brilliant with fireworks. The referee cheerfully greeted, "Welcome, everyone, to the human life horse racing. The first qualifying round is about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant sandbox suddenly fell to the ground from out of nowhere. Seeing it, the referee laughed smugly without stopping. On the other side, contrary to his cheerful attitude, everyone in the stands reacted fiercely. "A sandbox? A sandbox? What are you joking about? Where's the competition? Where are the contestants? We paid for tickets to get in." But the referee remained very calm and reassured them, "Calm down, the good part is about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, that strange sandbox immediately emitted a dazzling blue light. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but be horrified, their eyes wide with shock. The sandbox disappeared. One of them couldn't hide their astonishment and shouted, "This isn't a sandbox. This is a transparent room." Very quickly, the scene shifts to inside that room. Martin then groggily woke up, moaning. He looked around and said dazedly, "My head hurts so much." Seeing this, Mo Ahue, from a distance, quickly approached and asked, "You're awake?" Seeing her, Martin asked in a bit of a panic, "Where is this?" Mo Ahue immediately explained patiently, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the arena for the human life horse racing. We must have all been brought into this room while we were unconscious. The contestants here, including you, total 7 people. At the same time, Lin In, from a distance, took the initiative to greet them. Good morning." Hearing this, someone nearby replied irritably, a bit annoyed, "What are you looking at? Do we know each other?" On the other side, a young man on the floor was terrified, screaming nonstop, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Faced with this situation, Martin was a bit helpless and gave a forced laugh. "Ha ha ha. What a bunch of characters. Didn't they say there were 49 contestants in total? Why are there only 7 people here?" Seeing this, the kind Mo Ahue took the initiative to answer, "It's not clear for now." But before they could discuss for long, a strange smoke silently appeared from out of nowhere. Martin saw this and cried out in alarm. Smoke. Purple smoke is rising from the 4 corners of the room. Seeing this scene, the referee couldn't help but feel smug and said, "Wrong. This is poison gas." He taunted with interest, "I almost forgot they can't hear me. Sound from the outside cannot penetrate this room. The contestants can't see the outside scene at all. They will think they are in a sealed room." The referee smugly emphasized, "In the preliminary round, the 49 contestants are divided into 7 groups of 7. Each group will be locked separately in 7 rooms containing all sorts of dangerous mechanisms. They must find a way to cooperate to escape the perilous secret room." Thinking of this, he burst out laughing in satisfaction. Perhaps after countless sacrifices, the 7 survivors who escaped the secret room will become close comrades. But it seems things don't end there. the referee asserted decisively. But after that, the official match truly begins. Deception, cooperation, betrayal. With a strange smile, he emphasized excitedly, humanity gradually withers away until only the final winner remains. This is the real human life horse racing. A cloud of purple smoke instantly enveloped the quiet space. Seeing this, the blond young man cried out in horror. Could this really be poison gas? Beside him, a scruffy-bearded old man replied in fear. It's definitely poison gas. It's going to poison us to death in here. We have to get out. However, seeing this, Mo Ahue became serious and loudly warned, don't act rashly. Carelessly touching anything in this room could trigger an even greater danger. I am Mo Ahue, a special investigator from the city's police department. I will do my best to get everyone out of here safely. Hearing her, the bearded old man was somewhat skeptical. An investigator in a place like this? Don't try to fool me. I don't want to suffocate to death in this room with you. With that said, he furiously raised his hand and slammed it against the doorframe. Suddenly, a flash of electricity sparked, shining brightly for a moment. The bearded old man was instantly electrocuted to death. He collapsed to the ground, motionless, his face ashen, looking incredibly tragic. The people around who saw this were scared to death, screaming their lungs out. Damn it! He just touched the door and was electrocuted to death. The blond young man, already anxious, was now even more of a nervous wreck. We definitely can't get out through the walls. We're dead for sure. However, just as they were panicking, a voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. Good morning. Employees of the Lumine Company. The blond young man was scared out of his wits and hurriedly asked, Who's talking? Hearing this, Martin replied, the voice seems to be coming from behind the wall. As soon as he finished, that strange voice rang out again. 7 days ago, your colleague Anlet died naked at the company. You didn't even have time to mourn for Anlet. Not wanting to delay the company's work, you wrapped Anlet's body in a cloth and threw it into the river. Faced with this vague account, Moahue was a bit suspicious and questioned. Anlet? Lumine Company? What is all this nonsense? Seeing this, Lin In chuckled softly and reminded, listen carefully, this is probably the background identity arranged for us. The strange voice continued solemnly. Anlet died of unknown causes, while you all successfully completed the company's major business deal and received a handsome bonus. But things didn't stop there. Perhaps Anlet's vengeful spirit has been causing trouble, summoning you to the scene of her death. Upon hearing this, Martin couldn't help but ask in astonishment, a vengeful spirit? What does Anlet want us to do? The strange voice explained sinisterly, Anlet's murderer is hiding among you. Execute the culprit within 1 hour. Complete the mission, and you can leave this room safely. As soon as the words were spoken, the blonde-haired young man couldn't hide his fear, screaming repeatedly, there must be some mistake. I don't know any Anlet. Please let me out. But the situation was already crystal clear. Martin calmly squatted down to examine the body of the bearded old man, then said dejectedly, the one who knows Anlet isn't you, but your identity. Seeing this, an old man with dark circles under his eyes, standing nearby, curiously stammered, hey, what are you doing with that corpse? Martin replied coldly, looking for something. As expected, he had this on him. This is his ID card. The director of Lumine Company, who always coveted Anlet's beauty and wanted to force her to be his mistress. You all probably have similar cards, corresponding to the identities of Lumine Company employees. By the way, my identity is the driver for Lumine Company. Hearing this, Mo Ahue added, my identity is a salesperson for Lumine Company, the same position as Anlet. This ID card also notes that I was always jealous of Anlet, believing she relied on selling her body to get high sales. Hearing this introduction, that foolish old man with dark circles could no longer keep his composure, shouting guiltily and decisively, it's her. It's definitely her. We just need to kill this woman, and we can leave this room full of poison gas. This left Mo Ahue somewhat stunned, unable to react for a moment. Seeing this, Lin In, standing beside them, continued to provoke. Seeing how agitated you are, your ID card must be filled with motives for murder, right? This statement immediately made the old man with dark circles both guilty and furious. Hastily retorting, you haven't seen my card. On what basis are you saying that? Lin In immediately and calmly introduced himself with confidence. The accountant of Lamine Company. Amlet accidentally discovered I had been cooking the books and embezzling public funds, so I was very worried Amlet would tell the boss. This is the content on my ID card. If I'm not mistaken, all of our ID cards contain suspicion of murdering Amlet. The blonde-haired young man's head spun upon hearing this, and he went mad, clutching his head and screaming in pain. All of us are suspects? Are they trying to force us to slaughter each other? If we don't find the killer within the time limit, we'll also be killed by the poison gas. We're doomed. Hearing this, Martin remained unfazed, calmly explaining, the essence of human life horse racing is a competition to entertain an audience. A game for gamblers to place bets on. This startled the blonde-haired young man, who blurted out, "Huh." Martin said sinisterly, considering the audience's attitude, the organizers won't deliberately push us into a dead end with no escape. There are definitely clues hidden in the room to find the killer. Instead of crying and complaining, why don't you enjoy this game with me? At the same time, in the stands outside, a crowd was waiting tensely. One of them couldn't hide his excitement, shouting with satisfaction, "Excellent, excellent. Someone died right at the start. Now, this is satisfying." Hearing this, an old man beside him also chimed in brutishly. This game is much more interesting than the previous human life horse racing events. The killer is right there among those 7, and they have to find the culprit through clues in the room. The real killer certainly won't just sit and wait to die. They'll probably hide clues or create fake ones. This isn't just a preliminary round anymore. I'm already looking forward to the showdown. In this tense situation, a man with bangs sitting nearby couldn't help but interject jealously. "You lucky guy, you're smiling so brightly. Is it because you bet on number 6? He emphasized seriously, "Number 6. Martin, the winner of 3 consecutive seasons of human life horse racing. I heard he actively participates in human life horse racing purely for the thrill. I can't believe Yinling invited him back to compete. That silver-haired old man is just too lucky." The old man laughed a savage, triumphant laugh. "Ah ha ha ha. I'm starting to pray for the contestants in the first preliminary group. To encounter this evil madman in the first round, they're doomed." The scene shifts to a more high-class viewing area nearby. The police chief was already seated here, clapping his hands with interest and praise. Interesting, truly interesting. Yinling must have put a lot of thought into designing this game. If the danger level of this game were reduced, it would surely become famous throughout the royal capital. Hearing this, the owner of Paradise, as if soothed, eagerly and proactively suggested, "If you wish, sir, I will have Yinling cooperate with you to create the secret rooms. We will fully cooperate to help you promote this game in the royal capital." The police chief, however, looked disdainful and sneered. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I have my eye on this little bit of money of yours?" The owner of Paradise, hearing this, felt a little guilty and hastily replied in a panic, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have presumed your thoughts, sir." The police chief raised an eyebrow and smirked, reminding him, "Don't be so tense. I was just joking. Tomorrow, my butler will discuss this game with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before everyone's astonished eyes. Yinling had appeared, a mysterious and strange smile playing on her lips. The owner of Paradise saw this and asked blankly, "Yinling, you're here? Do you know we've been waiting for you for a long time? What are you still standing there for? Get over here and apologize to the police chief." Contrary to his attitude, the police chief seemed extremely interested, hastily standing up. "Yinling, I've been waiting for you for a long time." But Yinling was very strange today. She glared at him with an unfriendly gaze. In a flash, an earth-shattering force quickly crushed the police chief. His limbs shattered, scattering across the ground. Yinling, seeing this, frowned with some disgust and said sarcastically, "Oh my, there's a hand left." The owner of Paradise, seeing the scene, was utterly horrified and screamed, "Yinling, what the hell are you doing?" Yinling replied with a cold laugh. "As you can see, taking out the trash." The owner of Paradise roared in horror, "You're insane. No matter how much you hate him, he's the police chief of the royal capital. How could you kill him?" The girl chuckled with satisfaction, explaining, "All this time, I've always had to do things I didn't want to. I don't want to endure it anymore." Hearing this, the owner of Paradise flew into a rage, yelling furiously, "We were about to succeed. Paradise was going to become our kingdom, controlled by no one, where we could do anything we wanted." Yinling asked contemptuously, "Is that so?" The stubborn old man insisted decisively, "Of course it's true, but you've ruined it all. You killed this man, ruined the competition I worked so hard to organize, and ruined our paradise." But Yinling didn't seem to care at all. she said indifferently, radiating a murderous aura. It's meaningless now. I have found my own paradise. Soon, the entire paradise was enveloped in a sinister killing intent flashed and then vanished. The scene returned to the room where the competition was taking place. Martin calmly picked up the piece of paper hidden in the chest and read it aloud. When Anlet appears, you must absolutely not look at her, nor communicate in any form. There is only this one piece of paper in the chest. Hearing this, the old man with dark circles beside him couldn't hide his suspicion and roared angrily. What kind of joke is this? We solved 4 riddles to get the key, and all it gives us is this useless clue? Did you secretly hide important information, trying to get us killed? But before he could finish speaking, the space was plunged into pitch darkness. The old man with dark circles cried out in panic. Why did the lights go out? What's happening now? Immediately after, a terrifying figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The blonde-haired boy was scared out of his wits, pointing repeatedly. Look, it's Anlet. She opened her mouth wide, letting out a hair-raising, piercing scream. She moved stealthily, gliding around the room in a bizarre manner. It's the smell of the living. This sight made the blonde-haired boy unable to hide his fear any longer, screaming in terror. Monster, don't come over here. This scream attracted Anlet's attention, and she immediately bared her teeth and lunged forward. In that instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Martin's reminder now echoed in everyone's minds. When Anlet appears, you must absolutely not look at her, nor speak. As expected, everyone obediently followed, and the room became unusually quiet. And so, Anlet continued to glide around the room, softly calling out the names of Duna, Dooley Ta, and Sister Sailor. She angrily criticized the night I died. All of you just stood by and watched. Anlet cried aggrievedly, reminding them to hide your dirty secrets. She emphasized disgustingly, every one of you is guilty. Anlet let out a cold, savage, and provocative laugh. Do you think not looking at me will keep you safe? Her face darkened, and she declared in a stern voice, this rule won't protect you forever. Anlet flew into a rage, growling through gritted teeth. Next time, I will rip out all of your hearts and livers. This was followed by a savage, ear-piercing scream. Immediately after, she disappeared. Seeing this, Martin breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, that monster is gone. The old man with dark circles was also quite scared, panting as he said, Phew, that nearly scared me to death. Wait a minute, why were all of you closing your eyes? Lin, standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. It seems that monster is really gone. Everyone can open their eyes. The old man with dark circles heard this and cursed furiously. You dare to open your eyes? You two fools. Both of you are treacherous. I'll kill you first. Faced with these words, Martin was not afraid at all, just giving a disdainful, cold laugh. Kill us. Do you think you can leave this secret room with that brain of yours? Emo Ahue couldn't take it anymore and shouted helplessly, Stop arguing. That monster, or rather, Anlet's ghost, could reappear at any moment. Before that, we must use this time to get out of this room. Just then, Lin suddenly spoke up. I found a clue. That monster left a shawl on the table. This item is probably a new clue. Seeing this, New York Ka also added loudly. The poor guy killed by the monster left this small box on him. Witnessing the situation, a sliver of suspicion arose in Martin's heart. These two are very dangerous. They seem to have known each other before. He had a piece of the clue. Feeling worried, if they make it to the next round, they'll become an obstacle to my victory. Luckily, I've hidden a rule. Acting now should be enough to take care of one of them. But before he could think much further, the space suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone immediately fell into chaos. An earthquake? Is that ghost coming back? But Martin had already reacted, thinking decisively, no, it's not the ghost. The hidden rule must have taken effect, but it shouldn't have this kind of reaction. Emo Ahue, standing nearby, also couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The space was distorted in an instant. Immediately after, it shattered in a flash, followed by a loud explosion. The old man with dark circles stared blankly at the scene before him. The room is gone. This is the Deadly Horse racing track. Martin also couldn't believe it, his eyes wide as he exclaimed in astonishment. How strange. We clearly haven't finished solving the puzzle, but we've already left the secret room. These spectators don't look right. Oh no, this situation is a real dilemma. A dark magical force appeared from nowhere, quickly enveloping the entire spectator stand. The people here cried out endlessly in pain. Help me. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. They let out resentful cries. Ugh. Argak. Seeing this, Lin felt a bit of pity. How tragic. But Martin, unable to be as calm as him, screamed in terror. We're doomed. That black mist is here. The crowd was immediately controlled by the black mist, muttering uncontrollably, kill you, kill you, kill you, I'll kill, don't kill, 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 kill. In contrast to them, New York cop burst into excited laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. More. Lin observed the situation, seriously assessing. So it can make a large number of people lose their minds and be controlled by killing intent. Loy New York suddenly appeared, her expression grave as she stated decisively, this is a death zone. Seeing this, Lin then added, the White Dragon Church has mastered the technique to actively create a death zone. The key is that thing floating in midair, gathering magical power. She has been turned into a magic crystal that could explode at any moment. Indeed, Yunling had lost all reason, floating in midair. Loy New York observed intently, a look of astonishment on her face. Forcibly linking the minds of everyone within range through the black mist, it can directly transform a human into a creature similar to a magical beast, then turn her into the core of the death zone. So that's it. This is the secret the White Dragon Church must hide at all costs. Lin was immediately a little displeased and questioned Loy New York. I remember you confidently assured me that the death zone transformation technique required the user to be on site. So where is the White Dragon Church's priest now? This made Loy New York a bit awkward. She scratched her head, forcing a laugh to brush it off. Ha ha ha. Well, perhaps the White Dragon Church has upgraded their technique. Hearing this, Lin's expression immediately changed. He frowned in annoyance. What a surprise. My previous plan was designed based on the White Dragon Church's priest appearing on site at this deadly racetrack. These words were a bit grating to Loy New York, who said helplessly, all right, stop lamenting. Your plan has failed. We should run. If the death zone fully forms, even your life will be in danger. We can catch the church's priest next time. But Lin was not one to give up. He frowned resentfully. Next time? When is the next time they'll create a death zone? I don't want to wait anymore. Seeing this, a discouraged Loy New York said loudly, Lin, I admit you're a smart person, but you can't win all the time. Don't throw both our lives away because of a moment of stubbornness. Just accept defeat gracefully. What can you even do now? Lin's expression was serious. He stated decisively, my mental seal ability can turn an enemy who is mentally broken and cornered into my slave. He stared intently at Yunling, who was floating in midair, adding firmly, Snake concubine Yunling is being transformed into a magical beast. Doesn't that fit the condition perfectly? Lin's face darkened. He waved his hand and shouted softly, get down here. In an instant, an immense force appeared, slamming Yunling violently to the ground. Loy New York's face turned pale with horror. She hurriedly shouted to stop Lin. Stop? Don't go near that thing. You'll be corrupted too. But Lin paid no mind, calmly observing the situation, saying, this black mist seems to be truly angry now. Streams of black mist continuously rushed towards him, surrounding him. Lin was not afraid at all, casually waving his hand to release his magical power. Immediately after, the streams of black mist were torn apart and repelled by his magic. Loy New York, standing beside him, was a bit confused and seriously pressed Lin. What are you thinking? The priest isn't here. What's the point of using the mental seal on Yunling? Lin frowned and answered decisively, I'm taking a gamble. Although Yunling's mind has been corrupted and she's become the core of the death zone, the priest's goal is not yet complete. Before this place completely turns into a death zone, the White Dragon Church's priest is very likely still in paradise. With that said, he didn't hesitate and immediately waved his hand to cast a spell. This astonished Loy New York immensely, and she questioned loudly, is it worth it? Using the mental seal on the core of a death zone, you could very well be assimilated by the death zone yourself. But this time, Lin was determined, and Loy New York couldn't sway him. He shouted calmly, asking Loy New York for help. Help me, Lin explained in a low voice. When I'm using the mental seal, I can't be distracted by using other spells. I need you to control my magical power to fight against the black mist. Seeing this, Loy New York roared in anger. You don't listen to advice at all. I'm not helping you. At the same time, on the other side, Lin had already seized the initiative. The black mist attack has stopped, but something unexpected suddenly happened. The black egg in front of them suddenly hatched into a swarm of writhing black snakes. Yun Ling appeared like a goddess, radiating a murderous aura. Lin In smiled smugly and asked, "Awake already? So soon?" But Loy New York on the side stepped back in alarm, her expression full of vigilance. No, she's not fully awake yet, because it's sensed a threat. The core of the death zone has upgraded its defenses. Indeed, Yin Ling on this side quickly made a move. She pointed forward, and immediately a swarm of black snakes charged forward. Damn it, Loy New York frowned worriedly. This is bad. Your magical power is locked. It's too late to run now. Within the range of the death zone, you'll never escape its pursuit. The situation was becoming increasingly critical, the swarm of venomous snakes closing in relentlessly. Seeing this, Lin In instead seemed interested and stated decisively, "Perfect timing. I wasn't planning on running anyway." At this point, Loy New York had no other choice, and could only complain in frustration. So annoying. "I'll take this gamble with you. From now on, I'll control your magical power. You just focus on using your mental seal. This is the last chance." Having decided, Lin In nodded gratefully. Immediately after, Loy New York had already prepared a huge surge of magical power. She raised an eyebrow smugly and reminded him, "Those snakes are magical beasts formed from high-concentration black mist. Their venom is extremely potent. There are too many of them. I can't guarantee I can block them all. Be careful not to get yourself killed." But Lin didn't seem to care at all, still charging forward resolutely. He quickly reached Yun Ling's defensive perimeter. She was seething with killing intent, endlessly muttering death threats. "Kill, kill, kill." The corner of Lin Un's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. "You want to assimilate me?" But he quickly composed himself, stating confidently, "Will you assimilate me, or will I corrupt you first? Let's find out." The scene shifts to outside the arena. The view had now become desolate and extremely bleak. Everyone here was relentlessly attacking and tearing at each other. "Let go. Are you crazy? Please don't kill me." The old priest looked down from above, seeing this scene, his expression heavy. This death zone transformation is very successful, and it has also tested the new technique of the corruption core. The death zone has even spread to the areas surrounding paradise, and people have also begun to slaughter each other. The failures are endlessly killing one another. Hearing this, Hylon replied calmly, "Everything is going smoothly, but you don't seem very happy." The vice priest bowed his head, admitting worriedly, "Is the church being too hasty in researching these techniques related to the death zone? To develop these new techniques, just how many people had to die in the end?" Seeing this, Hylon immediately cut him off. "Don't overthink it. This is to end the once-a-century endless abyss. If we can stop the endless abyss, we will save tens of thousands of people." The vice priest bowed his head helplessly, showing his acceptance. "I know this is the right thing to do, even though paradise is full of sinners who deserve to die. But this is still the first time I've personally caused such a large number of casualties." Hylon comforted him indifferently. "You'll get used to it. We should go. The death zone is about to finish its transformation. We are no longer needed here." Hearing this, the old vice priest hurriedly nodded in agreement. But an unexpected incident occurred. Hylon slammed into an invisible wall. The old vice priest was too horrified to speak. "Lord Hylon, what happened? Are you alright?" At this moment, Hylon couldn't hide her surprise at this strange event either. An air wall. Seeing this, the old priest relentlessly attacked the wall with all his might, but to no avail. Hylon had to reassure him, "Stop trying. You can't break it. This isn't ordinary magic. It's the death zone itself preventing us from leaving." Hearing this, the old man frowned and asked, "Lord Hylon, you are a legendary level. Can it be that even you can't leave?" Hylon nodded in acknowledgement. "How interesting. There's a problem with the core of the death zone." She explained seriously, "We only transformed it into an ordinary death zone, carrying out indiscriminate slaughter. But now, paradise has turned into the most dangerous type of rule-based death zone. With the slightest carelessness, even I will die here." Indeed, in another place, a killing aura quickly enveloped the space. Yun Ling said with immense joy, "Paradise, this is the paradise I wanted." Lin looked at her appearance and stated smugly, "The mental seal is complete." When I connected my mind with Yin Ling, I could sense the two priests of the White Dragon Church at the edge of paradise. After hearing this, Loy New York pointed excitedly, placing a mental seal on the core of a death zone. Only you could think of such a perverted method. "What'd you do to her?" Lin explained with a serious face. "The nature of the death zone is too strong. I couldn't adjust it too much." He gave a cunning and smug smile, then stated decisively, "I could only do my best to guide Yin Ling to our side. The real human life horse race is only just beginning. The scene of a magnificent yet cozy room suddenly appeared. A beautiful woman slowly walked out, leading a young Yunling by the hand. She called out gently, "Yunling, come here quickly." Yunling's father also appeared right after, opening his arms wide. "Yunling, my dear daughter, come here and let your father see you." Yunling was stunned, then cried out with joy, "Father? Is it really you, father? You're back." The little girl rushed into the man's arms, speechless with happiness. Why did it take you so long to come back? "Father, I miss you so much." The man looked down in pain and apologized. "I also didn't expect the war to last this long." Looking at her scarred father before her, Yunling couldn't help but ask with heartache, "Father, the wound on your face." Hearing this, the man was startled and subconsciously covered the scar, explaining, This did scare you? 3 months ago, I encountered a demon clan general." This is from his blade. "But I was the one who won in the end." Yunling's mother, seeing this, was at a loss for words. "A demon clan general? Weren't you in charge of logistics? Why would you fight a demon clan general?" The man explained, "I'm the second son of a noble. Only if I achieve meritorious deeds can Yunling inherit the title of Baron." Hearing this, the mother became a little agitated and said with a tremble, "So you still have to go to the battlefield next? If something were to happen to you, what would Yunling and I do? I just want our family to be safe and sound." Yunling's father smiled and replied without hesitation, "Not at all. The war is about to end. There's nothing left for me to do. The merit of killing the demon clan general is enough to secure a noble status for Yunling. From now on, I will stay by you and our daughter's side, and we'll never be apart again." Such a beautiful scene emerged in Yunling's memory, until Lin Un's familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Deceiving yourself? Is it fun?" Faced with this statement, a young Yunling, dazed and stunned, asked back, Who are you? You shouldn't be here." Lin En, without hesitation, calmly replied, "Is this the truth you don't want to face?" Yunling was still a little confused. The truth? The moment she finished speaking, an argument broke out before the little girl's astonished eyes. Yunling's mother roared angrily, "You took out a high-interest loan? And from Lady Finisa? Are you insane?" Seeing this, her father, both helpless and frantic, explained, "To join the war, I had to hire adventurers as my mercenaries. I needed money, a lot of money. Did you want me to bow my head and borrow money from those merchants?" Yunling's mother shouted furiously, "That would still be better than borrowing from Lady Finisa. She's a madwoman who devours people whole." Hearing this, Yunling's father, also helpless, decisively dismissed it. "I have nothing more to say to you. A foolish woman like you simply doesn't understand what a noble's dignity is." Faced with this chaotic scene, Yunling, not knowing what to do, rushed to intervene. "Father, mother, please stop fighting. Yunling is scared." The argument immediately reached its peak. Yunling's mother shouted angrily in admission, "Yes, I don't understand a noble's dignity, but I understand you. Do you know why, besides Lady Finisa, no other noble was willing to lend you money? Because you are a good-for-nothing, a useless man with no ability." Her father, having been hit where it hurt, couldn't stop himself from swinging a slap. "Shut up." Unfortunately, it was Yunling who was hit, her whole body sent flying. The little girl cried out miserably, "No, don't fight anymore." Seeing this, her mother immediately sobered up, screaming in a daze, "Yunling." Yunling's father hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't mean to, but what was done was done." Yunling's mother was furious. She quickly rushed forward, grabbing the collar of this foolish, heartless man. "Stop pretending. You only think about yourself. You don't care about me and Yunling at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't have racked up so much debt." Her father once again weakly but stubbornly insisted, "I just didn't want to be looked down upon by others. But my love for Yunling is real." Yunling burst into desperate sobs. "Sobi, sobi, sobi." Seeing the scene, Lennon couldn't help but say smugly, "Remember now?" Yunling, in pain, resolutely denied it. "No, this isn't the truth." Mother isn't like that. But the truth was laid bare before her. Lin indirectly provoked. "Is that so? Then let's watch some more stimulating memories." He fast-forwarded time to 1 month later. Very quickly, the scene changed instantly. A group of soldiers stormed into Yunling's house, shouting angrily, "Baron Daly owes a debt and must pay. It's the law of heaven and earth. Are you trying to default?" Seeing this, he begged obsequiously, "Please, sirs, let me see Lady Finisa. I will definitely pay. I just need more time." But the other man didn't care. His face darkened as he said decisively, "You only joined one battle, and all the mercenaries you recruited are dead. How do you expect me to believe you? 5 million Naka. What will you use to pay? Only this house is worth anything." "Oh, right, and your wife and daughter, they'd probably fetch a good price too." With that said, he directly grabbed Yinling's mother, boasting smugly, "I've got this broad." She immediately shouted anxiously, "Yinling, run!" Yinling, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer, crying out loudly, "Mother!" The vicious soldier kicked Yinling's mother away, directly threatening, "You two, watch them carefully, don't let them escape. The rest of you, follow me to take inventory of the property in this house." The soldiers immediately bowed and answered in unison. In an instant, a purple light quickly enveloped the entire room, and the space immediately shattered. Lin En calmly asked, "You're awake?" Yinling cried in pain amidst the cruel reality. "Why did you wake me up? I just wanted to have a beautiful dream until the very end." Seeing this, Lin En, without hesitation, asked bluntly and forcefully, "Yinling, do you have no lingering attachments left?" Yinling replied contemptuously, "You want to save me?" After hearing this, Linen couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "No, you're as good as dead. Your final outcome has only two possibilities. 1. Be assimilated by the Deadlands, losing your sense of self. 2. Be purified by the church, and you'll be destroyed along with the Deadlands." After hearing this, Yinling roared angrily, "Are you toying with me?" But Lin En was completely unfazed, continuing to provoke. "Angry? A very good emotion. But the object of your anger probably isn't me, is it?" Hearing this, Yinling suddenly felt a pang of guilt, asking, "If not you, then who is it?" Lin En calmly replied, "Countess Finisa, the mastermind who destroyed your family, causing you to have a tragic childhood. Not only that, she also wants to destroy the paradise you created. Don't you hate her?" Yinling vaguely recalled that painful memory, seething with killing intent as she ground out the familiar name through her teeth, Finisa. Seeing this, Lin En skillfully seized the opportunity to add, "I won't save you, much less pity you. Before you die, I will squeeze out every last drop of your value. But I guarantee I will destroy Lady Finisa." With the deal set, Yinling quickly agreed to this transaction. The scene shifts to a desolate area nearby. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "What the hell? Where's this? I remember this was the southern border of paradise. So strange." New York Ka scratched her head blankly, unable to help but wonder. "A second ago, we were at the racecourse participating in the human life horse race. What on earth happened? I can't remember anything at all." At the same time, Xiao Maozi was also shocked to discover the black skeletons. A brown-haired man heard this and said, "Everyone look, those black skeletons seem to be heading towards us." No. The moment he finished speaking, a fierce argument broke out in the crowd. "Hey, it's scary enough here. Can you stop talking nonsense? Those black skeletons really are moving towards us, and very fast." A strange voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome, players, to the death horse race. Rule number 1, whoever touches the black bones will die." This statement left New York Ka astonished. Where's that voice coming from? The strange voice continued to announce, "Rule number 2, the black bones will gradually shrink inwards towards paradise. Rule number 3, when only one survivor remains in the safe zone, the game ends." This made Xiao Maozi a little confused, and she immediately frowned in displeasure. A black fog quickly enveloped the spectator stands. Seeing this, Lin En nodded in approval. "Let's go. Now I somewhat understand why the White Dragon Church tries to create and control Deadlands." He added gently, "I only borrowed a portion of Yunling's authority and was able to teleport all the spectators from the race course and even pinpoint the teleportation location. With such immense magical power and advanced magic techniques, the potential of a Deadland is truly hard to imagine." Hearing this, Loy New York was a bit surprised. She widened her eyes and asked back, "Oh, you want to control a Deadland too?" Lin En immediately refuted it bluntly. "How could that be? The birth of a Deadland would cause countless humans or demons to die. I would never do something so cruel." Hearing that, Loy New York seemed unconvinced and provoked. "I recall you just forced several 100,000 people to participate in a game, making them race under the pursuit of the Black Bones, slaughtering each other until only one remains. You're already acting quite like a demon king." Hearing this, Lin En chuckled a bit smugly and explained, "You've misunderstood. The audience of the Death Horse race has always loved exciting games like this, full of betrayal and slaughter. Now I'm giving them a chance to experience it for themselves. They'll surely have to thank me for it." The scene immediately shifts to a dilapidated, ruined area. A group of people are fleeing in a constant panic. Pant, can't run anymore. No, we can't stop. The Black Bones will catch up to us. Seeing this, Nuyurka took the initiative to reassure them. What's there to panic about? We've already run very far. The Black Bones won't catch up for a while. We need water, food, and weapons. One of them heard this and proactively invited. Lord Nuyurka is right. If we keep running like this, we'll die of exhaustion first. My company is just ahead. Everyone please follow me. Water, food, weapons, I have them all at my place. But Xiao Maozi seemed to have realized something. Her face darkened as she said bluntly, "It's very dangerous to keep going forward." Hearing this, the white-haired old man asked suspiciously, "Are you doubting me?" The black-haired man standing nearby heard this and added doubtfully, "What's so unusual about doubting you? We all heard the rules of the game. Only one person gets to survive. Who knows if you're planning to use this opportunity to kill us all?" Faced with this baseless accusation, the cowardly white-haired old man started cursing loudly. "Idiot! It's not like we're the only 5 people in all of paradise. To survive, we first have to help each other." Faced with this situation, Xiao Maozi suddenly spoke up seriously. "Hasn't anyone noticed? This place is too quiet. You can't even hear the sound of insects." Nuyurka realized this too and admitted, "That's right. Even if everyone has fled, it shouldn't be this quiet. It's truly strange." Just as she finished speaking, a strange man appeared out of nowhere. He walked dazedly toward the crowd. The white-haired old man saw him and couldn't help but jump, scolding, "Humph, you scared me. Bonnie, are you looking for a beating again? Instead of working at this hour, you're out here loafing around." But Bonnie looked very strange this time. He said listlessly, "I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to trick people anymore." Hearing this, the white-haired old man flew into a rage and immediately started hitting him. "Bonnie, you don't want to work? Is that it? You don't want to trick people? Is that it?" The old man showed no mercy, beating Bonnie repeatedly. "If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who do. If you dare talk nonsense to me again, this old man will drown you in the lake." But Bonnie looked truly strange this time. He suddenly became much stronger, tightly gripping the white-haired old man's hand. Bonnie growled, seething with killing intent. "I don't want to work." Immediately after, he quickly transformed into a giant demonic creature. Bonnie roared in anger, "I don't want to trick people." At this point, the white-haired old man finally felt fear. He hurriedly begged, I get it. I won't force you to work anymore. I beg you to spare me." But Bonnie had already turned into a demonic creature. He directly grabbed the white-haired old man's head, letting out a low growl. The white-haired old man was terrified beyond belief and screamed his lungs out. "Help me!" A spray of blood instantly shot out. The white-haired old man died on the spot. Nuyurka, seeing this, was so horrified she couldn't believe her eyes, asking in shock, "How is this possible? Could I be seeing things? A human turning into a demonic creature?" Immediately, a horde of demonic creatures gradually appeared before their eyes. "Gurgur!" The crowd screamed in terror. "We're done for. The exit is blocked." They cried out one after another. "Run. This is a deadland. Paradise has turned into a deadland. We're doomed." Nuyurka saw this and shouted, "Shut up. We have to find a way out quickly. The streets here are too chaotic." At the most critical moment, Xiao Maozi suddenly spoke up. "The right side is also a dead end. Everyone run, don't get caught." Just as she finished speaking, an unlucky guy was caught from behind. Seeing this, the man in the hat hurriedly grabbed onto Nuyurka, begging for help. "Help me, I can't run anymore." Faced with this situation, Nuyurka reacted extremely fiercely. She forcefully pushed the other person away, not forgetting to shout, "Don't pull me. Do you want me to die with you?" The brown-haired man was momentarily left behind in despair. He screamed in terror, "No," but in the end, he couldn't escape death either. Soon, the group had run a great distance. Xiao Maozi was so tired, she was out of breath. Pant. It's safe for now. No demonic creatures are chasing us." At this moment, Venus suddenly spoke up and asked Xiao Maozi, "Was what you said before true? That as long as you achieve your goal, you'll release my wife and son?" This made Xiao Maozi a little confused, and she glared. "What? Why are you bringing this up now? Even if Yunling is still alive, paradise has turned into this hellish state, so your deal with Countess Finisa can't continue anymore. I can only think of another way." Venus sighed helplessly. "I understand. I'm of no more use to you, am I?" Hearing this, Xiao Maozi wavered slightly, then shouted loudly, "Vina, snap out of it. Right now, we just need to focus on how to get out of here." However, Vina couldn't hold it in any longer. He approached the little girl and said resentfully, "Get out? This place is full of demonic creatures, and the streets are very narrow. Because of the recent commotion, the demonic creatures have all gathered near the main gate at the entrance. Xiao Maozi still held on to her belief in survival, and she replied without hesitation. Then we'll wait here for the demonic creatures to disperse and then figure out a way to escape. But reality is always crueler than words. Vina frowned in anger, growling, "Before that happens, we'll be caught by the Black Bones, devoured by the Black Bones." Hearing this, Xiao Maozi reacted fiercely. "This won't work. That won't work. Have you given up? Fine. Then you can just stay here and wait to die alone. I'll find a way out myself." Hearing that, Vina immediately bowed, proactively and decisively asserting, "No, let me lure the demonic creatures away, draw their attention. You escape by another route. This is the only way to survive." Hearing this, Xiao Maozi couldn't believe her ears for a moment. "You really want to sacrifice yourself to save me?" Vina admitted frankly, "If you can escape this deadland, please keep your promise and release my wife and son. It's a deal." Xiao Maozi's heart softened a little, and she immediately agreed firmly. I promise you." Just like that, everything was quickly arranged. Vina commanded in a solemn, loud voice, "I've been here before. I know the layout of this street. I will go along the main road to the left. At the same time, you run in the opposite direction, which is the path leading to the exit of this area." He reminded her seriously, "Be careful. Try not to let the demonic creature spot you." Vina decisively built up her trust. "When I reach my destination, I will make a loud noise to attract the demonic creature's attention, and you take that opportunity to leave this area." However, something unexpected happened. Xiao Maozi discovered in horror that the path ahead was a dead end. It was Xiao Maozi's path to death. On the other side, at the same time, Vina was already holding a large rock in his hand. He forcefully threw the rock, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Goodbye, little cat." In an instant, the rock whizzed through the air and struck the bell up ahead. A loud clang immediately rang out. Xiao Maozi was stunned by the situation before her. In a flash, the horde of demonic creatures quickly noticed and surrounded the little girl. Soon, the horde of demonic creatures roared and charged forward, preparing to devour Xiao Maozi. The little girl looked at the scene before her, thinking helplessly to herself, "It's over." Sure enough, the savage horde of demonic creatures instantly lunged at Xiao Maozi's small figure. Vina watched from a distance, unable to help but laugh smugly. Such a gullible fool, serves her right to be bait. However, something strange suddenly happened. A series of loud, unexplained explosions rang out. The old priest suddenly appeared, instantly decimating the horde of demonic creatures. Their corpses flew into the air, then rained down to the ground like trash. Vina saw this scene, terrified out of his wits, and was rendered speechless. The demonic creature's corpses, what happened? Unbeknownst to him, Hyland had appeared behind him. She said softly, "I hate traitors who betray their comrades the most." Hearing this, Vina shouted with some anger, "Mind your own business, you." But he suddenly froze, realizing in terror. "Wait, these clothes a priest of the church? That's great. You're here to save us, right?" Those words were truly laughable. Hyland bluntly and coldly refuted him. "No, I have no such intention." With that said, she quickly used magic to lift Vina into the air, causing him to scream in fear without a sound. Seeing this, Hyland couldn't help but find it amusing and chuckled. "The landing spot is just perfect." As soon as she finished speaking, Vina was immediately thrown into the middle of the pile of demonic creatures. He was scared out of his wits, screaming incessantly, "Help! Save me!" Seeing their prey, the demonic creatures' eyes lit up, extremely excited. Soon, Vina was surrounded by them and torn to shreds. All that was known afterward was a large pool of blood soaking the ground. Vina had been mercilessly eliminated. On the other side, Hyland was solicitously asking Xiao Maozi, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Xiao Maozi was sitting on the ground, trembling and unable to speak. "I'm fine. Thank you both for saving me." Seeing this, Hyland hurried forward to comfort her, holding out a hand. "Helping those in distress is our job. A little girl like you, why did you show up here?" But before Xiao Maozi could answer, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin materialized with a confident smile, speaking up first. "Xiao Maozi, that's great. I've finally found you." However, when he saw the group, Linen's attitude immediately changed, and he shouted loudly, "Hey, what have you done to my comrade?" Hearing this, Hyland was somewhat incredulous and retorted, "Comrade?" She flew into a rage, speaking bluntly without restraint. "A little girl is your comrade, and you brought her to this dangerous paradise. Just another piece of trash who deserves to die." But Linen was no pushover either. His killing intent was palpable, ready for a fight. So, Merciful Your Excellency the priest, do you want to stop me? Or do you want to take the little girl hostage? Seeing this, Hylan also suggested without hesitation a fight. Fortunately, Xiao Maozi ran out in time to intervene. Wait, they just saved me. They're not bad people. The little girl frantically bowed her head, hastily explaining, Besides, I wasn't forced to come here. I came to paradise for an important reason. You two have no reason to fight. Don't fight anymore." Faced with Xiao Maozi's adorable actions, Hylan was a little surprised and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Sorry, it was my misunderstanding." Lin also took the opportunity to add, "I'm the one who should apologize. Thank you for saving my comrade. Is there anything I can do for you?" Hylan immediately replied, frankly without hesitation, "No need to be polite. The more dangerous it gets, the more we should help each other. The Black Bones are about to catch up. We must leave here quickly." Hearing this, Lin nodded smugly in agreement. You're right." But as soon as the words were out, the two of them suddenly lunged at each other. A series of consecutive moves were unleashed. Xiao Maozi was dumbfounded seeing this. "Hey, what are you two doing?" On the other side, Hylan's expression had changed at some point. She frowned, her voice a low growl of accusation. The 9th Princess's Mad Dog is actually a legendary level mage. Lin, you've hidden it well. Lin was no amateur either. He was ready to retort. "The church's hunting dog, Inquisitor Hylan. I've heard of you for a long time." Seeing this, Hylan nodded in satisfaction. What an honor for a famous person in the royal capital to know my name. The deadline for the mine merger and sale is approaching. Could it be that you've seen the situation clearly and abandoned Her Highness the 9th Princess to flee alone? Hearing these words, Lin was a little displeased, reprimanding in a stern voice. "The church's hunting dogs have always been in charge of the dirtiest missions, using brutal and bloody methods to deal with the church's enemies. I won't ask your purpose for coming to paradise, and I hope you won't interfere with my work." After hearing this, Hylan smirked smugly and pressed. "So you're saying you want to leave?" Lin bowed his head, nodding in reply, probing. "Wasn't what just happened enough? I don't mind settling the score right now." Then he coldly turned and walked away, leaving Hylan standing there stunned. What's with the silence? Not confident you'll win? Seeing Hylan didn't answer, Lin cursed in annoyance. How boring. "I'm leaving then. Xiao Maozi, follow me." But unexpectedly, Hylan suddenly spoke up. "Finisa, I came to paradise to eliminate Countess Finisa." Hearing this, Lin's expression immediately changed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you trying to say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend?" According to the law of this deadland, only one person can leave paradise alive. Everyone is an enemy. Hylan calmly continued, "You want Finis's mine, and I want to seize her title. We have a basis for cooperation. More importantly, if we cooperate, we can cleanse this deadland." "This is absurd." Lin asked in disbelief. "Cleanse the deadland? You mean the laws of the deadland will also be broken?" Hylan nodded without hesitation. "That's right. If we can cleanse the deadland, we won't have to slaughter each other." Then she smiled brightly and introduced, "It was so hard to train a qualified deputy. It would be too much of a waste if he died here. Lin, surely you don't want to kill your own comrade with your own hands, do you?" Faced with this incredibly advantageous offer, Lin smirked smugly. "Not a bad offer. But how much of what you say is true?" Hylan replied enthusiastically, "You don't trust me?" "That's right." Lin admitted frankly, "We're the same kind of people, aren't we?" Hearing this, Hylan had no choice but to accept helplessly. "It's fine if you don't completely trust me. Priests have the ability to cleanse deadlands. On this point, you surely have no objections, right? If we can cleanse this deadland, we won't need to slaughter each other anymore. Cooperating with us has no downside. Unless you're 100% confident you can kill me." Lin immediately stated up front without hesitation, "If my mission objective conflicts with yours, I can betray you at any time." After hearing this, Hylan also replied nonchalantly, "Same here. I'll do the same. It's a deal." The two quickly reached an agreement. Well then, happy cooperation. A group of people, including the Paradise Boss, were hastily fleeing. One of them said, out of breath, we made out. Hearing this, the old man immediately reminded them sternly, "Stay alert. Ahead is the center of the Black Bones." A shifty-faced guy immediately interjected worriedly, "Boss, are there even more dangerous demonic creatures ahead?" Not just that. The Paradise Boss frowned and replied in annoyance, Demonic creatures. Compared to demonic creatures, humans are even more dangerous. Just like us, survivors who have overcome countless difficulties to get here. A grand scene gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. A demon spirit was sitting majestically on a giant pile of corpses. At the same time, Mo Ahue, standing below, couldn't help but be surprised to see the filthy group gradually approaching. "You bunch of trash, you're still alive." Hearing this, the Paradise boss immediately spoke maliciously in a provocative tone. To survive, the righteous female investigator is joining forces with a murderous maniac. Faced with this baseless accusation, Martin immediately retorted, "Join forces? Don't be ridiculous. She just tried to kill me. I have a proposal. How about we kill this bitch together?" But the Paradise boss wasn't stupid. He frowned, replying thoughtfully, "Let me consider it. I don't trust you. It's better to kill you first." Hearing this, Martin's heart seemed to break, and he spoke heart-wrenching words. "I don't like you either. But the death horse race you organized is very much to my taste, old man. If you're the last survivor, please be sure to apply this rare experience to the next race." Hearing this, the Paradise boss momentarily believed it to be true. He smugly and proactively agreed, "All right, I promise you. Next, can you obediently go and die now?" As soon as the old man's words ended, Martin landed lightly on the ground, then bluntly declared, "That's not for sure." However, immediately after, before either side could react, a massive stomping sound echoed from an unknown source, startling everyone. Martin was stunned by the sudden sight before him. This is a demon I've never seen before. At this point, the boss of Paradise also felt fear. He helplessly pleaded, "You homicidal maniac, and you, female investigator, let's call a temporary truce. If we don't deal with this demon, we'll all die." Hearing this, Martin exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Isn't it just one demon? Is there a need to be so scared?" But reality was always crueler than imagined. The scene before them immediately made Mo Ahue scream in terror. Not just one. We're surrounded. Very quickly, a horde of giant demons had tightly surrounded them. The boss of Paradise's face paled at the sight, rendered speechless. This is a six-armed demon statue. I've seen records of them in books. Their abilities are incredibly bizarre. However, something unimaginable suddenly happened. The horde of demons, for some unknown reason, shattered in unison. Hyland suddenly appeared, looking relaxed. Without any effort, she spoke to Lin in a provocative tone. "Don't be lazy." Hearing this, Lin In was a little displeased, but still replied politely, I know, don't rush me." Immediately after, with just a wave of his hand, he easily took down a giant demon. Seeing this, Hyland, looking a bit smug, excitedly proposed, "Come on. Let's decide a winner based on the number of demons killed. The loser has to tell the other a secret." Faced with this challenging proposal, Lin In found it very interesting, smirking as he replied, "Sounds good. If I win, don't you dare go back on your word." As soon as the words were out, the two of them immediately plunged into a frantic battle. The boss of Paradise watched from nearby in disbelief. The six-armed demon statues. How can they be destroyed so easily? In the blink of an eye, the horde of demons was swiftly annihilated. Hyland smugly announced her score, 16. Seeing this, Lin In calmly clapped his hands and added, "I also got 16. Hearing this, Hyland said with a hint of regret, "It's a draw again." Lin saw this and played along. What a pity. But Hyland reacted quickly, immediately teasing Lin In. "Could it be that you did it on purpose?" Lin In replied very calmly, "Of course not." On the other side, the boss of Paradise still hadn't recovered from the shock. He was utterly terrified, thinking to himself, strong as monsters. His heart filled with doubt. He frowned. A priest of the Holy Dragon Church, a participant in the life and death horse race. Why are these two here in Paradise? No, I can't think about it anymore. Death. I don't want to die. At the same time, Martin couldn't hide the panic in his heart, fearfully deciding to himself, I can't beat them. Absolutely can't beat them. Even if we all charged at once, it would only lead to death. Damn it, what should I do? As if sensing the chaos, Lennon couldn't help but sneer, speaking up, everyone can be saved. This statement immediately made Martin exclaim in surprise. Isn't the rule here that only one person can leave paradise? Seeing this, Hyland explained directly, we're going to cleanse the Deadland and break the rules of the game. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed, buzzing with discussion. This is great. We can survive. Praise the Holy Dragon Church. On the other side, at the same time, the vice priest finally caught up, bringing Xiao Maozi with him. Seeing him, Hyland scolded with some impatience. You're too slow. Why did you only just arrive? Hearing this, the vice priest felt a bit wronged, replying sadly, Isn't it because you and Lin In moved too fast and you keep taking detours? I had no idea which way to follow. More importantly, I also had to take care of this little kitten. Do you have any idea how hard it is to travel through a deadland with a little girl who can't fight? Hyland was also getting annoyed listening and continued, All right, stop complaining. Everyone's here now. We should head to the central area of the deadland. Lin In. Hearing Hyland call him, he was momentarily distracted and didn't respond. This immediately confused Hyland, who pressed, Lin In, what are you looking at? Lin In then asked, The survivors in paradise, are these few the only ones here? Hyland sneered. It's safe to say the encirclement in the Blackbone area is small enough. You're a legendary level mage. You should be able to sense how many people are here. That's true. After hearing this, Lin In nodded in agreement. Fair enough. I was just lamenting how terrifying this deadland is. Let's go. That horse racing track that uses human lives as stakes is the center of the deadland. Very quickly, the group moved to the central area of the deadland. Hyland took the lead, saying, Everyone, please be patient for a little while longer. It'll be very dangerous to proceed further. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone responded loudly in unison. Yes, priest, we're counting on you. Afterwards, Hyland and Lin In quickly ventured deeper into this mysterious area. Recalling what just happened, Lin In chuckled, praising, Everyone really trusts you, Hyland. Cleansing the deadland, what are your chances of success? Hearing this, she answered frankly, 30%. Hearing this, Lin In immediately lost interest. That low? Hyland frowned helplessly and explained, Initially, we were all teleported to the edge of the deadland, and our locations were completely random. But when your teammate, Xiao Maozi, was betrayed and surrounded by demons, I happened to be right nearby. Moreover, right after I saved Xiao Maozi, you appeared immediately. Don't you find that too coincidental? Factoring this in, the success rate is only 30%. Hearing this, Lin In became a little interested, pressing, You think our meeting was deliberately arranged by me? Wow, that really hurts. And here I was being so frank with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyland suddenly laughed provocatively. Frank? As it happens, I also wanted to ask you, the person you're looking for, have you found them yet? Lin In seemed to have been hit where it hurts. Hastily retorting, When did I ever say I was looking for someone? Hyland calmly replied, The demon slaves. You came to paradise to find someone related to the demon slave trade. Faced with this baseless accusation, Lin In couldn't help but laugh, remarking, What an interesting speculation. Hyland, emboldened, continued, You came to paradise to find Countess Finis's weakness in order to trade for the mining area with her, right? I could also be here for something else. She immediately closed in, emphasizing paradise has turned into a deadland. It has no value anymore. In this situation, you keep taking detours, and you even just confirmed if there were any other living people here. The man in the hat from before is the founder of paradise. He showed no interest in him at all. This statement left Lin In a bit confused, and he asked back, What does that prove? Hyland replied confidently, It proves that the leverage you want to use against Countess Finisa has little to do with paradise itself. The person you're looking for might even be just an ordinary, insignificant figure. She smiled nonchalantly, stressing, This is just my speculation. On the night the Minister of Magic, Gerard, died, that batch of demon slaves was moved beforehand by someone, and that person is hiding in paradise. Lin In, looking a bit smug, laughed and said, The demon slaves were moved beforehand. The culprit is hiding in paradise. A very interesting deduction. Compared to being a priest, you're better suited to writing detective novels. Hearing this, Hyland replied without hesitation, The church is also tracking that batch of demon slaves. But this doesn't mean we are enemies. The church wants the demon slaves. You want the mining area. We have no conflict of interest. Faced with these words, Lin In found it a bit amusing and provoked her directly. Are you worried I'll stab you in the back? After hearing this, Hyland calmly replied, Cleansing the deadland is a complex task that cannot be interfered with by external factors. Lin In immediately burst out laughing, saying in a chiding tone, Such pointless worries. Assuming the person you mentioned really exists, I will definitely cooperate with you fully to cleanse the deadland. Only by breaking the rules of the deadland can I lure that person out. But Hyland was no pushover either. She retorted bluntly. It's good that you could be so reasonable. That way we can trust each other and cooperate frankly. Just as she finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred. Very quickly, Yunling materialized in the dense fog, roaring angrily. The rules are not complete. Expel, expel, expel. Seeing this, Hylan asked helplessly, is that the only line you know how to repeat? As soon as the words were out, she immediately shot forward, intending to end the fight with Yunling quickly. At this critical moment, Yunling became unusually excited, laughing maniacally and repeatedly screaming, "Kill, kill, kill." Very quickly, Yunling fell into a forbidden spell trap and was immediately restrained. Yunling struggled in a daze of confusion and anger. Seeing this, Lin En, standing nearby, couldn't hide his excitement, saying smugly, "Capture successful, easier than I thought." Hearing this, Hylan's expression didn't change as she calmly replied, "The next part is up to you. Your magic is enveloping her, so I can't proceed with the cleansing. While you're suppressing her, can you expose a part of her body? A promise is a promise." Without hesitation, Lin En immediately got into position. "I understand. Is this much okay?" In an instant, Yunling's scorching skin was exposed, surprising even herself. Hylan frowned, then nodded in approval. "No problem. During the cleansing process, you must do your best to suppress her resistance, including the black snakes she controls." Faced with this simple request, Lin En answered without hesitation, "Understood. Any other requests?" Hylan added seriously, "That's all. I'm about to begin. Please step aside a bit." Very quickly, she moved forward with confidence and dignity, looking at Yunling before her. A trace of doubt arose in Hylan's heart. A black snake suddenly appeared from nowhere. Hylan discovered in shock. The black snake in Lin En's hair has betrayed him. Yet at this moment, Lin En was strangely calm, suspiciously so, which made Hylan feel a bit awkward. She thought to herself, "There's nothing unusual about Lin En. He's also wary of me." The appearance of the black snake was probably outside his expectations as well. Squinting at Yunling again, Hylan seemed to realize something. No, that's not right. It's probably Yunling herself who broke free from Lin En's control. But before she could think further, New York Ha had appeared behind Hylan at some point, saying provocatively, "Over here." Then, she smugly launched an attack. "You two become hostages to pain." Very quickly, a series of attacks were unleashed, momentarily shaking the surroundings. Lin En couldn't dodge in time. He struggled up in pain, asking with a worried gaze, "Are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hylan immediately appeared from behind the fog, replying, "We were tricked by her. It looked terrifying, but it turned out to be a mental attack. I could feel a phantom pain, as if my body was torn in half." "That's right." Lin En's face darkened as he frowned and admitted, "My right arm feels like it's been chopped off. I've lost all sensation." How sinister. Seeing this, New York Ka, standing nearby, laughed smugly. "Luckily, you two were wary of each other, which allowed me to launch a successful sneak attack. Thanks for that. Why couldn't you two have waited until paradise was completely destroyed before coming to cleanse the Deadland? Then I wouldn't have had to kill you." Faced with these words, Hylan was a little angry, demanding furiously, "You were hiding in Yunling's body from the very beginning, and you possess such bizarre magic. Who on earth are you?" Hearing this, New York Ka was not at all afraid, replying nonchalantly, "You might as well ask Lin in that question. He chased me all the way to paradise, being pursued so relentlessly, my eyes are getting a little teary." Lin En, having been called out for no reason, immediately roared in anger. "The captain of a demon slave-hunting team can't possibly have such powerful magic and bizarre spells. You're hiding another identity." Of course she is, but New York Ka wasn't stupid. She directly denied it playfully. "It's a secret. A woman has to maintain a little mystery to attract men to pursue her." This immediately infuriated Hylan. Her expression changed, and she shouted, "Demon race. Even if you hide it well, you have the aura of the demon race on you. Is that so?" New York Ka didn't deny it, vaguely admitting, "Priest, you have a really sharp nose, just like a dog's." But this was a bit hard to understand. Lin En, curious, pressed on, "Demon race? You treat your own kind as commodities, selling them to Countess Finisa?" Seeing this, New York Ka looked a little smug, replying with a sneer, "I'm not as cruel as you say. Within the demon race, there are different clans. Do you think a succubus and a Caroline would consider each other kin? Sacrificing a little conscience to make money. Isn't that perfectly normal? Things having come to this, there was truly no other way." Hylan could no longer hold back and directly probed in a loud voice, "What exactly are you deliberately hiding? You seem very eager for paradise to be destroyed." Lin En, standing beside her, saw this and added, besides the slave trade, the demon race and Countess Finisa have other collaborations. Or, in other words, you people are using Countess Finisa to achieve some goal. As if she had figured something out, Hyland smiled smugly and continued, there's some important evidence hidden in Paradise. Even if Paradise didn't turn into a deadland, the demon race was already planning to destroy it. These words immediately hit a sore spot for New York Ka. She guiltily and hastily evaded. Talking to smart people is truly dangerous. A moment of carelessness and you'll leak important information. Then, she embraced Yunling and provocatively declared, Yunling, your seal has been released. Smash these two for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunling immediately radiated killing intent, her mouth ceaselessly muttering a deadly chant. Rule violation. Kill, kill, kill. Faced with this dilemma, Lin Un's expression immediately changed. He seriously took the initiative to ask Hyland, how's your wound recovery? Without wavering, she replied, it's fine. It won't affect my fighting. Seeing this, New York Ka, standing opposite them, looked interested and teased relentlessly. So now it's 2 against 2. Very fair. However, before she could be happy for long, a fist suddenly came out of nowhere, and the vice priest immediately sent her flying 1,000 meters away. He smugly asserted, no, it's 3 against 2. New York Ka was immediately sent flying pathetically. Covered in dust, she roared, her face red with anger. A sneak attack again. You despicable priests. But Hyland was unfazed, smiling brightly as she replied with contempt. When fighting your demon race, there's never been a need for honor. At the same time, Lin In, standing beside her, couldn't help but ask, I'm very curious. What other information can we get out of her? As soon as he spoke, Hyland smugly replied reassuringly, don't worry when it comes to interrogating criminals. I'm an expert. Faced with this brutal battle scene, Xiao Maozi couldn't help but feel worried and uneasy, her heart filled with concern. It wasn't until the sounds gradually faded that Xiao Maozi could relax a little. The sounds died down. It seemed the victor had been decided. Indeed, over on the other side, Yinling had been easily pinned to the ground. She was beaten and covered in injuries, unable to stop herself from groaning in pain. Seeing this, the priest frowned contemptuously and snorted. You want to resist with just that pathetic bit of magic power? Lady Hyland, please begin the cleansing. But Hyland calmly replied, no rush. Lin In, are you done on your end? Soon. Lin In had easily subdued New York Ka. He smirked smugly and replied, of course. This made New York Ka curse with hatred. Human, you think this is enough to bind me? Hearing this, without a moment's hesitation, Lin In acted immediately. New York Ka was brutally attacked and screamed in terror. Stop. Human, I'll definitely kill you. Seeing this, Lin In didn't hide his amusement, saying provocatively, see, she can't struggle anymore. Everything seems to be settled. Hyland looked on and praised, not bad. Wait for me to finish the cleansing, then we can interrogate her slowly. However, something absurd suddenly happened. An explosion of unknown origin instantly shook the ground. Seeing this, Lin In couldn't believe it. An explosion? What a mess. Could it be reinforcements from the demon race? But the reality was even worse. When he saw they were surrounded by demonic creatures, he shouted in horror, no, it's not the demon race. It's demonic creatures. Hearing this, Hyland also said in astonishment, all the demonic creatures created from the Deadland are converging here. In an instant, the walls were attacked by the horde of demonic creatures and instantly turned to dust. Those caught by the demonic creatures screamed endlessly in fear. Help. Boss, don't leave me behind. But there was only one outcome for them, death. On the other side, the boss of Paradise was also fleeing for his life in a panic. Damn it, the demonic creatures are all chasing us. Hearing this, Martin couldn't help but get furious, cursing through gritted teeth. That useless priest. Hasn't he finished cleansing the Deadland yet? At the most critical moment, the boss of Paradise had a sudden realization and thought of a plan. Run up. Let's find a place to hide first. I know a safe place. However, before he could even turn around, a demonic creature quickly caught up and grabbed him in an instant. Looking at the horde of demonic creatures swarming towards them, Martin shouted helplessly, this way is blocked. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting in fear. The path ahead is also completely blocked. Just how many demonic creatures are here? At this moment, the situation had become extremely critical. The horde of demonic creatures had finally reached Lin In and Hyland's area. Looking at them, Lin In shook his head in disgust. Let's not waste any more time. I'll deal with these demonic creatures. You go cleanse the core of the Deadland. And be quick about it. But Hyland couldn't just agree with peace of mind. She bluntly retorted, no, To ensure safety, we clear out the demonic creatures first. Hearing this, Lin En was a bit discouraged and pressed. You don't trust me that much? Worried I'll team up with the demonic creatures against you? Hylan immediately replied calmly. This is a necessary precaution. Seeing this, Lin En found it a bit amusing and reminded her with a sneer. But your vice priest is suppressing the Deadlands core. It looks like he's struggling. Is he going to be okay? Hylan's face darkened and replied coldly, no need to worry. He can hold on. However, a wave of killing intent suddenly erupted from nowhere, startling Hylan. Her heart tightened, and she let out an involuntary Unbeknownst to them, the vice priest had been restrained by a giant black serpent. He struggled painfully. Ugh, impossible. My magic power is almost depleted. How can she still resist? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin En immediately took action. He asked loudly, Hylan, what's the situation? Hylan frowned, replying with concern. He's still alive, just heavily injured, and can't move for the time being. This immediately drove Lin En crazy. He shouted angrily, Are you an idiot? I'm asking about the state of the Deadlands core. At the same time, underground, an extremely bizarre phenomenon suddenly occurred. Yunling was continuously absorbing a massive, unknown source of magic power. Faced with this scene, Hylan grew suspicious and said, The Deadlands core itself is not abnormal, but her magic power is constantly increasing, and it's very chaotic. Wait, Lin En, stop, don't kill anymore. Those demonic creatures are deliberately coming close to us to be killed by us. This is too absurd. Lin En was horrified when he heard this, and immediately asked back, Are you kidding me? Hylan's face immediately turned serious, and she lowered her voice to explain directly. After the demonic creatures die, their power is transferred to the Deadlands core. Lin En, use a defensive spell. You can only use defensive spells to stop them. With that said, Lin En quickly deployed a magic spell. He said in frustration, So many demonic creatures, and I can't kill them, and I have to defend against all their attacks. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Hurry up and wake your vice priest. Tell him to coordinate with you to cleanse the Deadland. I can't hold out for long. Hearing this, Hylan also replied with a troubled expression, To cleanse the Deadland, I alone am enough. It will just consume more magic power. At these words, Lin En was a bit surprised and asked provocatively, You alone are enough? So you really were on guard against me before? Hylan immediately replied calmly, Weren't you the same? Just do your job well. Don't let the demonic creatures get near me and the Deadlands core. But something unexpected suddenly happened. Lin En's expression changed, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it. These words made Hylan frown unhappily. What are you talking about? If the cleansing fails, none of us will get out of here alive. Lin En immediately explained seriously, We don't need to defend anymore. All the demonic creatures have stopped attacking. The situation is not good. Indeed, the demonic creatures had, at some point, stopped moving. Lin En asked in confusion. They're not fighting anymore? But at this moment, everything spun out of control in an instant. One after another, the demonic creatures began to attack themselves, frantically punching their own chests. Soon, the number of demonic creatures dropped sharply and uncontrollably. Lin En was stunned by the scene before him. The demonic creatures are committing suicide. Seeing this, Hylan's expression also changed, and she continued in horror. They'd rather commit suicide to offer up their power? They're insane. These demonic creatures are all insane. Very quickly, the horde of demonic creatures had all committed suicide in an instant. A stream of magic power quickly poured out accordingly, instantly enveloping Lin En's defensive barrier tightly. It pressed in relentlessly, causing him to expend great effort and lose a large amount of magic power. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Lin En couldn't help but shout in horror, It's no good. My defensive shield can't hold on any longer. Seeing this, Hylan asked with a hint of contempt, Already? Those words immediately struck a nerve with Lin En. He frowned instantly and retorted, Easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how much magic power is concentrated outside this shield? Seeing he had reached his limit, Hylan knew to stop. I won't tease you anymore. Holding out for a minute is already very impressive. Very quickly, not long after, Yunling's physical body was disintegrated by the magic power. and she gradually faded into nothingness. Looking at the dazzling light before her, Hylan couldn't help but rejoice, stating decisively, "The cleansing ritual is complete." In an instant, the surroundings lit up brightly, and not a single trace of the demonic creatures could be found. Next, a powerful and oppressive wave of energy quickly spread out in all directions. Standing nearby, Lin In watched this scene with some surprise and said, "It's over." Seeing this, Hylan also replied with great confidence, "The rules of the Deadland have been destroyed by the light of the Holy Dragon. No darkness will exist here anymore." However, a huge turn of events suddenly occurred. New York Ka, who had escaped at some unknown point, suddenly attacked Hylan from behind, shouting smugly, "Darkness has descended." With that, she easily finished off the magic-depleted Lin In an instant. A spray of fresh blood instantly shot out, dyeing the wall red. Hylan was momentarily stunned by the scene before her, unable to react. Seeing this, New York Ka was extremely smug and said excitedly, "Miss Priest, now it's just you left." Hearing this, Hylan couldn't help but be horrified, questioning in a stern voice, "You're from the demon race. How did you get out? Did the seal lose its effect?" As expected, New York Ka smirked smugly. Without any restraint, she mocked bluntly, "Relying on just this tattered magic circle, it was fundamentally impossible to seal me. I was just pretending to be bound, waiting for the moment the Deadland's cleansing was complete. That would be when you were at your most careless." Hearing this patient confession, Hylan couldn't help but praise her. "You really are patient. How does it feel to watch your own kind disappear with your own eyes?" Hearing this, New York Ka's expression immediately darkened. Then she replied confidently, "My kind? Yinling and I are not the same kind. I am of the demon clan. She is a human, and a human who has committed many evil deeds at that. To be able to use her death to eliminate a troublesome opponent is making good use of waste." But these words infuriated Hylan. She angrily retorted, "Lin In is a troublesome opponent. So what about me? Are you looking down on me?" Without a moment's hesitation, New York Ka confidently affirmed, "Of course. After cleansing the Deadland by yourself, how much magical power do you have left?" As she finished speaking, she immediately launched an attack on Hylan, startling her and forcing her to retreat hastily. But New York Ka had no intention of stopping. She quickly unleashed a series of consecutive attacks, intending to leave Hylan covered in wounds. "See, your magical power has become this weak." The actual situation was incredibly ironic. Hylan's magical power was gradually depleting, leaving her with no choice but to fall into a passive position, struggling to defend herself. Seeing this, New York Ka laughed loudly in triumph. "Ha ha ha, where's that imposing aura you had just now? Don't even have the strength to speak anymore?" With that, she suddenly launched a surprise attack. Hylan couldn't react in time and was quickly seized, crying out in pain, Ugh. But seeing this, New York Ka only sneered triumphantly, tauntingly pulling harder. "Got you. Don't worry, I won't let you die too painfully." As she finished speaking, she quickly channeled her magical power, causing Hylan to cry out in alarm, urgently asking, "What did you do to me?" But New York Ka was extremely confident, casually replying, "My ability is to bring suffering to others, and the pinnacle of suffering is pleasure. Consider it an act of great mercy from me. I will let you die in ultimate bliss." Hearing this, Hylan, on the contrary, couldn't help but smile cheerfully. She tightened the rope, saying smugly, "You coward, you finally dared to get close to me." In a flash, Hylan suddenly lunged forward, one hand clamping tightly around New York Ka's neck, causing her to widen her eyes in terror. New York Ka stared in disbelief, her whole body trembling with extreme fear. Seeing this, Hylan's eyes widened triumphantly, and she declared loudly, "Now, it's my turn to have you caught." Hearing this, New York Ka was somewhat panicked, asking in shock, Isn't your magical power depleted?" But contrary to New York Ka's trembling, Hylan was extremely calm, continuing nonchalantly, "Soul sacrifice. Your demon clan must be quite familiar with it. Burning one's own soul in exchange for a final burst of power." Hearing these words, New York Ka momentarily lost control of her emotions, not hesitating to curse loudly. "You're insane. Are you planning to self-destruct?" Hylan smiled brightly, confidently admitting, "You guessed right." At this moment, New York Ka was truly terrified. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she struggled desperately, trying to flee in a panic. Let go! Let go!" Seeing this, Hylan didn't hesitate, charging forward with murderous intent, quickly giving chase. "Don't even think about running. Die with me." little demon. But New York Ka was not one to give up. She swung her arm to throw Hylan off, roaring furiously. Get lost. If you want to die, die by yourself. Don't drag me with you. As she finished speaking, she quickly turned and hastily departed. In a flash, New York Ka had vanished from paradise. Immediately after, the platform erupted in a blinding light that spread outwards, accompanied by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion. At this moment, on the vast platform, only Hylan was left standing dazed amidst the rubble. She trembled all over, too exhausted to speak. Phew, finally tricked her. Seeing how scared she was, she probably won't come back, right? Hylan muttered to herself, resolving, next time, I have to seriously learn soul sacrifice. As she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground. An hour later, the foolish New York Ka returned. She roared furiously. I was tricked. She's still alive, so it obviously wasn't a soul sacrifice. New York Ka was uncontrollably angry, cursing, you scared the life out of me, making me run so far. Wait a minute, you're not still pretending to be unconscious, are you? With this suspicion, New York Ka prepared to strike without hesitation, asking urgently, hey, I'm really going to do it, you know? I'm really about to strike. If you don't get up, I'll kill you. However, the situation had now changed. Lin In, who had recovered from his injuries at some unknown point, walked over from a distance, reminding her in a low voice, that's enough, no need to test her. She's probably really unconscious this time. You acted very well, leave the rest to me. New York Ka turned away, her voice echoing, for the glory of the demon clan. She faced the wall, repeating, for the glory of the demon clan. In her world, everything seemed to become hazy, unable to distinguish reality. Loy New York, seeing New York Ka in this state, crossed her arms and lamented. Her brain is about to have problems. Lin In agreed with her assessment, saying doubtfully, this is probably a side effect of the brainwashing. Loy New York smirked and replied with a smile, no, it's because during the fight, you got carried away and transferred half of your demonic power to her. It's not a good thing for a human body to contain the demonic power of the demon clan. Losing control, exploding, self-destructing, and dying, honestly, I don't know what will happen either. Lin In lowered his eyes to Hylan lying at his feet and replied to Loy New York. Hylan is a legendary level priestess. Making her let her guard down is no easy feat. Even if I had to bet New York Ka's life, I have no regrets. At this moment, he held out his hand, and a purple magic circle appeared. Then, Lin In bent down, reaching his hand toward Hylan. Purple demonic power fluctuated violently around him, slowly drawing out the green spiritual energy from Hylan's body. Now, it's finally time for me to reap my harvest. The two spiritual forces collided, creating violent fluctuations. Loy New York's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, Lin In, stop. This is Dan New York 2's magical power. Hearing this, Lin In, his face full of anger, repeated, Dan New York 2? You mean the White Dragon? Loy New York squatted down, gently placing her hand on Hylan, sensing the fluctuating magical power, and replied, that's right, I can't be mistaken. This is that bitch's power. Dan New York 2 has left a mark on her. If you use a spiritual imprint on her, Dan New York 2 will be able to track your soul. Lin In immediately bent down, pleading, I'm leaving it to you. Since you're both deities, you must have a way to deceive the White Dragon's mark, right? Loy New York had a speechless expression. Do you have any idea that the divine authorities I hold are ruin and destruction? I only have one sure way. Lin In showed his disappointment. You really are useless. Loy New York was shocked and hurriedly explained, you don't understand. It's already not easy for Dan New York 2 to maintain such a complex mark, let alone the fact that I can only dispel ordinary marks. Lin In's face darkened. In other words, this priestess is extremely important to the White Dragon. Loy New York reached out, scratching her head in a bit of a dilemma. If she's not the Pope, then she's the candidate for the next term. You can't use a spiritual imprint on her, the success rate is low, and you might expose your identity. Then Loy New York suggested, kill her. Lin In smiled nonchalantly. No, I have a better way. At night, in a magnificent palace, a palace staff member urged, hurry up, no slacking. Is the second floor cleaned up yet? Two people carrying an injured person replied. The second floor has been completely checked, but there are only human corpses. No traces of any demonic creatures have been found. The other person heard this and hesitantly advised, no demonic creatures found? This is the center of the Deadland. Be careful not to get ambushed. At this moment, Hylan frowned slightly and woke up. She said softly, it's so noisy. The person heard the sound and called out loudly, Lady Hylan, this is great. You're finally awake. Hylan slowly sat up, shielding her eyes with her hand, and asked softly, is it dark already? What's the situation in paradise? Hearing her question, the person quickly replied, "It's very strange. There are several hundred corpses in the entire Deadland, and thousands of people are missing. But we haven't found any trace of demonic creatures." Hyland calmly replied, "No need to worry. I have cleansed the Deadland. The demonic creatures have also disappeared. Where is my adjutant? Where is he?" The person stammered. "When we arrived, he was no longer breathing." "Lady Hyland, wait, what are you planning to do? Your body hasn't recovered. Please rest well." Hyland turned and walked away, her voice echoing from behind. "I want to go for a walk. Don't follow me." He replied respectfully, "Yes." She slowly walked outside. Suddenly, Hyland spoke up. "Linen, stop hiding. I know you're here." Linen appeared behind her. Hyland glanced at him, and he said with a smile, "Hyland, your body recovers really fast. I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow morning." Hyland turned her head slightly, not answering, but asking in return, "Aren't your injuries more severe than mine?" Linen smiled and replied nonchalantly, "To be precise, almost died. But I have special life-preserving methods. Why do you still suspect me?" Hyland was not afraid at all, smiling. "If you had ill intentions, I would have been dead long ago. What I'm curious about is, why didn't you kill me?" Lin shrugged. "That was indeed an option I considered, but you being alive is more valuable to me." Hyland was puzzled. Because of that demon and Lady Finisa? Linen looked at her and said slowly, "I no longer have any bargaining chips to deal with Lady Finisa. Paradise has turned into a Deadland. The slave-hunting Captain New York Ka, no, I should say New York Ka, that demon clan officer has also escaped. Finisa's territory still has traces of demonic creatures, but my leads are very few. If I rely only on myself, I'm afraid I won't make it in time to buy the mine." Hyland seemed to understand, asking him, "So, you want me to help you?" Lin stood opposite her, answering honestly, "That's right. I only need Finisa and the mine. The demon clan is yours to deal with." The two shook hands and formed a partnership. Hyland made a promise. In a magnificent and splendid castle manor, the lights were brightly lit. Inside, corpses lay in disarray, with bloodstains splattered about. A girl was covered in a cold sweat, pleading softly, "Ugh, stop. I beg you." Finisa channeled demonic power in her hands to bind the girl, her expression emotionless as she refused to stop, constantly muttering, "Not enough, still not enough." A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. The effect of human blood is getting weaker and weaker. "I need the blood of demon slaves." She frowned, gritting her teeth as she pushed the girl to the ground, and asked, saying, "How difficult would it be to transport the demon clan's private blood supply to our territory?" Saiyan stood to the side, one hand behind his back, advising, "Lady Finisa, if you do that, the blood will lose its potency due to the long-distance transport." He then suggested, "It's still best to directly consume the demon slaves." Finisa ran a hand through her hair, replying to him, "You think I don't want to? The church's surveillance is very strict. I can't restart the smuggling route." Saiyan, "You figure something out." Saiyan replied firmly, "According to our agreement, you are in charge of the trade routes in the human kingdom. As loyal partners, we have done our best. You shouldn't make things difficult for us." She frowned unhappily and snapped, "Loyal partners? You have the nerve to say that. I suspect there's a problem with the magic you taught me. Why do you only need a little bit of blood to maintain your youth?" Saiyan was not flustered at all, saying calmly, "Your talent for bloodline magic has surpassed most of my clansmen. But you are still human after all. Your constitution is different, so the effects are naturally different too." Finisa turned to leave, not forgetting to threaten, "I don't want to hear your excuses. If you can't help me, our deal ends here." The door slammed shut. Saiyan watched her leave the room, gritting his teeth. "I'm about to lose my patience." Her attitude is getting more and more arrogant. A bat flew in the air, saying softly, "Because she's getting desperate." Saiyan clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Unlit, do you have any new information?" Unlit materialized, reporting the information gathered. "Today, Paradise has become a Deadland. Finis's supply chain has been destroyed. Without demon clan slaves, and without enough human virgins, she's about to turn into an old woman." En's gaze darkened. Looking at Unlit, he asked, "Paradise becoming a Deadland. This signal is very strange. We should leave." Unlit didn't think there was danger, saying, "No, this is an opportunity. Finisa doesn't trust us, and now she has no way out. We can use her to seize the Sword of the Brave and undo the Demon King seal. On Tresme." This is the chance for the Blood Clan's revival. Outside the manor, there were a few graves. Someone was slowly approaching. His footsteps were heavy, he was panting, and he was clutching something to his chest. A bat perched on a tombstone, flapped its wings, and asked the man, "The sword of the brave, did you get it?" Below was the man, exhausted to the point of collapse. He raised one swollen side of his face, one eye shut tight, and replied joyfully, "Yes, Lord say, and listened to the man and ordered, 'Open it. Let me see.'" He reached out his hand, slowly touching the sword. After the cloth was pulled back, underneath was an exquisitely carved sword, glittering under the night sky. And Lit looked at the sword on the ground and remarked, "How interesting. As a member of the White Dragon Church, why did you betray the church?" Upon hearing this, he hastily replied, "The church has long been corrupt. I received nothing. My whole life, I could only be trampled under their feet. No matter how hard I tried, they only mock my appearance. In the church, I would never get justice in this lifetime." And Lit smiled with satisfaction, then cunningly asked the man, "A very convincing reason, but you're just a low-level priest. How could you obtain the sword of the brave and bring it out of the church?" A flicker of panic crossed the man's face as he replied, "The White Dragon has been missing recently. Even the church leaders haven't received its divine oracle. The internal situation is chaotic and security is lax. More importantly, the relationship between the church and the generations of braves has not been harmonious. So the guarding of the sword of the brave is also very negligent. That's why I was able to make a move." Saiyan stepped forward and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "You're being too modest. To obtain the sword of the brave, the effort you put in was more than I imagined." He flinched and replied, "It wasn't that difficult, sir. None of the priests in the church paid any attention to me. They didn't care what I did." And Lit picked up the sword and glanced at it calmly. "Although it looks like the sword of the brave, I can't feel its power." He quickly spoke up, "This sword of the brave is dormant. It will only awaken at the right time." Hearing this, the corners of Enlit's mouth curved into a bewitching smile. "You mean only a brave can awaken this sword? A sword with no power is of no value to us." The man hurriedly said, No. Besides a brave, there's another way to awaken it. I once read in ancient texts about the origin of the sword of the brave. 1,000 years ago, before the city of Saran was built, more than 10 heroes with magical bloodlines rose up against the demon clan. They were the true nobles, and the sword of the brave was the weapon they created to deal with the demon clan. An image of the first generation of braves appeared, one of them raising a sword high. The man's voice continued to echo. "To awaken it, you need the blood of 1,000-year-old nobles. Soaking it in the blood of 30 such people can awaken the sword of the brave." Saiyan turned, looked at the statue before him, and praised him inwardly. "You are truly knowledgeable, admirable. The fools in the church didn't realize they had missed out on such a talent." The man scratched his head, laughing shyly. "I don't have any special talent. I just like to read." Saiyan turned around, magical power gathering in his hand, and gently channeled it into Mon Rin's body. "Mon Rin, you have proven your worth. Now it's my turn to fulfill my promise. I will perform the baptism for you, turning you into one of the Blood Clan." Mon Rin replied respectfully, Thank you, Lord Saiyan. It is my honor to become one of the Blood Clan." From behind, Unlit thrust a sword through Mon Rin. He fell in pain, then stopped breathing, lying face down on the ground. Seeing this, Saiyan frowned and yelled at Unlit. Unlit casually looked at his corpse and replied to Saiyan, "I'm helping you." If he became one of the Blood Clan, not only you, but our entire race would become a laughingstock. Saiyan didn't argue, only replying. He was a rare talent. Unlit glanced at him nonchalantly. "We have the sword of the brave, and we know how to awaken it. He's useless now. I also don't recall you ever saying you would turn a priest into a fledgling." Saiyan looked at her. "In any case, this goes against tradition. I was planning to wait until he had made some achievements before recommending him to the young lady." Unlit paid it little mind. "Going against tradition, you still think you're right, daring to hide it from me. Saiyan, are you in such a hurry to claim the credit?" Saiyan looked at her calmly. "The young lady is of Lord Dracula's bloodline. All credit and glory belong to you, Lady Unlit." Unlit replied cheerfully, "Of course the credit is mine. After Paradise was destroyed, I was the one who insisted on staying, which is how we were able to obtain the Sword of the Brave for the Blood Clan." Satan agreed. "The young lady is right." She placed both hands on the sword stuck in the ground and ordered cheerfully, "Since I've contributed so much, I'll leave the task of awakening the Sword of the Brave to you. Saiyan, don't disappoint me." Saiyan sat down, looking at Mon Rin's corpse. "Don't worry about the blood of those nobles. I already have a way to handle that magic." The next morning, at the manor, Xiao Maozi raised her head. we're here. This is the place. Lin In followed behind, looking up at the graveyard. This is the secret base you mentioned? Xiao Maozi walked ahead and replied, that's right. While walking in the forest, I happened to discover a murderous fire ritual. I was so scared I ran away without getting a good look. Xiao Maozi looked at him with a serious expression and explained, this place used to be Finis's territory, but it's been abandoned for many years. This secret location is our deal. If your plan was ruined along with Paradise, then my bargaining chip should be worth more now, right? Lin In smiled and replied, I promise you, as long as we find valuable information here, I will sneak in and find your sister. Xiao Maozi replied, unhappily, hey, what counts as valuable information? Are you planning to go back on your word? The two stood before the manor gate, Xiao Maozi glaring at him with her fur bristled. Lin In casually teased her, just kidding, I've already discovered important information. Lin In reached out a hand enveloped in purple magic and touched the large gate. The gate before them immediately opened, and a source of magical power continuously emanated from around him. Xiao Maozi was astonished. What is this? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Lin In also turned his head to look. The sunlight you saw earlier was just an illusion created by magic. This area only has darkness and is filled with the aura of the demon clan. Lin In turned and walked in first. Let's go in. Xiao Maozi was still looking up at the sky, then followed him inside. She reached out and touched a long bench inside. Is there something special about this church? Lin In stood before the cross in the church and answered her. This church has also been altered by magic. He reached out and touched the cross, looking up at it. Is this how the passage is opened? Whatever, I'll try it myself. The magical power in the air began to fluctuate, and the church became completely different from how it was initially. The two stood and observed. Xiao Maozi covered her nose with her hand. What the hell is this? Ugh, the smell of blood is so strong. Lin In lowered his eyes and replied, it's a security measure. If we didn't use the demon clan's magic to break it, barging in would have triggered an alarm. At the same time, there's a blood toxin lingering at the entrance, so there must be a special type of demon clan that is immune. They're really cautious. He transferred spiritual power to Xiao Maozi and asked her softly, Kitten, how do you feel now? Her eyes widened as she said, much better. Are we really going in now? It looks so dangerous. Lin In sneered. We're already here. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take a look? Although it's hard to tell, the alarm system here has been breached before. It seems we're not the only ones who came here. At this moment, the passage was lit with bright torches. Inside the passage, two girls were walking and talking. The other girl seemed very worried and asked, Lai, should we keep going? Or should we go back and gather our teammates? Before she could finish, Lai quickly replied, there's no time. The Sword of the Brave is here. I have to get it. Lai controlled a demonic creature and ordered it. Tell me, where is the Sword of the Brave? The controlled creature heard her question and replied, the Sword of the Brave. The Sword of the Brave is placed in the basement. Lai continued to probe. What's the guard situation like? The demonic creature's eyes sparkled with heart shapes, as it had been charmed. That is Lady in Lit's resting chamber. No one is allowed in the basement. Besides the Sword of the Brave, there is only Lady in Lit's coffin. She is a legendary level blood clan member. That's all I know. Pink hearts sparkled around Lai as she said cunningly, all right, you can go. Continue with your work. After you leave, forget this conversation and everything related to me. Yes. The demonic creature ran off happily. Yes. Lai watched it leave with satisfaction. The other girl was a little scared and continued to persuade her. Lai, let's prepare thoroughly and come back next time. Lai looked at her and replied nonchalantly, if you're scared, just go hide. I won't blame you. The other girl said hastily, I didn't mean that. We can do it next time. Lai lowered her head and replied sadly, if we don't act today, the Sword of the Brave might be moved elsewhere and it will be very difficult for us to track it down again. I have to get the Sword of the Brave and achieve a great feat. Only then can I save Mima. The other girl followed behind Lai, saying, but a legendary level blood clan member. That's not an opponent we can handle. Lai walked ahead, reassuring her. Trust me, it's not that dangerous. During the day, true vampires are all asleep. We'll only encounter ordinary blood thralls. Importantly, the Sword of the Brave is the key to contacting the Demon King. Those ambitious vampires who knows what they plan to do with it. In the basement, which was also where the Sword of the Brave and in Lit's coffin were placed, the two enter the room. The other girl wondered, is the sword of the brave just left carelessly on the ground like this? Placed in such an obvious spot, isn't it very easy to steal? Lili looked in that direction and explained calmly, there's a very discreet magical trap on the pedestal. An outsider touching it will trigger an alarm and wake the vampire. She approached step by step, telling the other girl, you just stay put. Then she widened her eyes and wondered, is the switch for the magic trap here? Lili reached out and touched a nearby pillar. I just need to destroy this switch. Suddenly, the flame on that pillar flared violently. Lili cried out in horror. Damn it, it's a chain trap. The second pedestal on the left, quickly destroy that magic switch. The girl rushed over, shouting, got it. Her hand touched the second pillar's base. Magical power radiated out, enveloping the pillar's base. The flame of another pillar also flared up. Lili panicked. Damn it, a triple-layered chain trap. No, there might be even more. The girl quickly comforted her. Lili, calm down. Where's the next magic switch? I'll go destroy it. Lili stood before the first pillar and told her, no, don't leave your current position. If we move, the alarm will be triggered. But if we don't destroy the new magic switch, it will wake the vampire. The girl asked worriedly, so what do we do now? Lili lowered her head in dejection. I don't know. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. I thought I had changed a lot, but I'm no different from before. The only thing I can do is pray to the Demon King. A voice suddenly rang out. Move aside. Lili thought in astonishment. Lord Demon King? It's the magic of the Lord Demon King. Lin In approached the pedestal and shouted, rewind. The magic in his hand fluctuated violently. The pedestal quickly returned to its original state. That stream of magic struck the center of the pedestals, swirling around the room. Lin In tilted his head slightly and glanced over. Repairs complete. It's finally restored to its original state. The chain trap should be gone without a trace. How did you girls get in here? He turned his head to look, but Lili had vanished at some point, making him exclaim in surprise. Lili was hiding behind a pedestal, her face flushed, hugging her arms. She pursed her lips, thinking shyly, why is Lord Demon King here? Oh no, after coming into contact with the Lord's magic, my body is starting to have a strange reaction. No, I absolutely cannot lose my composure. The other girl approached him and said, I remember you, the one who saved my people at the slave auction. Is your purpose also the sword of the brave? Lin In looked at her and retorted, no, I only just discovered the existence of the sword of the brave myself. The girl was surprised. Is that so? What a coincidence. We had just found a clue about it when you appeared. Lili poked her head out from behind the pedestal and shouted, you can't. In short, you can't be disrespectful to the Lord. Lin In and the other girl both turned to look at her. The girl replied, Lili, this is about the sword of the brave. Lili retorted, not backing down. No matter what, you must respect the Lord, just as you would treat the Lord Demon King. The girl looked at Lili in surprise. Huh? Can you explain that more clearly? Or you could come out from behind that pillar and talk to him. Lili shrank back behind the pedestal, remaining silent. The girl looked at Lili nonchalantly. You see, she's hiding again. Lin In looked at the girl and asked softly, I remember giving you girls a sum of money to return to the demon realm. Why didn't you go? The girl lowered her head slightly and stammered. Go back. Go back to what? We don't have homes anymore. Our village was destroyed. Even if we went back, as demons who were once trafficked by humans, we would be ostracized. You saved us once. We want to repay you. Don't get me wrong, sleeping with the Lord for a night is fine, but the sword of the brave is another matter. Lili poked her head out again at this moment, her face red as she shouted, if he wants the sword of the brave, then just give it to him, but sleeping with him is not allowed. Lin In glanced at Lili and asked the other girl, are you the one taking care of all the escaped demon slaves now? The girl answered honestly, no, it's Lili who takes care of everyone. Although she's acting a bit strange right now, she's her spiritual pillar. The girl placed one hand on her chest and gestured with the other to explain, we've now disguised ourselves as humans, working in all sorts of professions. If the Lord needs information, you can contact us. As for the sword of the brave, that's for Lili to decide. If the Lord wants the sword of the brave, it will be yours. Lin In reached up to scratch his cheek. The sword of the brave is indeed useful to me, but for now, let's just leave it here. The other girl tilted her head and looked at him. That sleeping vampire. Even these magic traps couldn't stop you. Isn't this a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity? Lin In approached the coffin and said softly, the traps outside can be easily dealt with, but if the sword of the brave is touched, the vampire will be awakened. With that, Lin In observed the situation and analyzed. Not only that, there's a legendary level vampire next to the wine cellar. Once a fight breaks out, it will alert the church. Hearing this, the girl quickly said, "You've come up with a new plan again, just like at the auction." Lin gave a devilish smile. "I have a plan, and if you girls lend a hand, it won't be a problem. Let's throw a grand feast for Finisa, the vampires, and the church." The other girl and Lin moved out of the room. Lin wondered, "The blood of 30 nobles can awaken the sword of the brave?" She held up 3 fingers as she explained. 1,000 years ago, more than 10 nobles with magical bloodlines created the Sword of the Brave. It requires the blood of their descendants, 30 different types of magical bloodlines. Hearing this, Lin immediately asked, "How do you know?" She replied nonchalantly, "This is the research result of the priest who betrayed the church. He stole the sword and gave it to the vampires, and we found his research notes in his house." Lin tilted his head. "Magical bloodlines of nobles. I've never heard of it. 100-year-old family is already rare, let alone 1,000 years. Their descendants have likely been mostly lost finding these people." Before he could finish, the girl spoke up. "My lord can use our strength. We will help investigate the whereabouts of these noble descendants." Lin refused. "No, after you go back, just stay quiet for now. Don't take any unnecessary actions. This is very dangerous. Investigating nobles could expose your identities." Loy New York quickly rushed forward and replied, "We are not afraid of danger, as long as we can awaken the sword of the brave and break the Demon King's seal." Lin looked at her and calmly replied, "I didn't save your lives just for you to throw them away. To find the noble descendants, I have a better place to go. When I need help, I will contact you." "Yes." Lin called out softly, "New York Ka." She landed in front of him from out of nowhere and replied, "What are your instructions, my lord? From now on, you will follow them, protect them, and also help me relay messages." New York Ka smiled and accepted the order. "Yes." Lai was startled when she saw New York Ka. "Wait a minute. Isn't she one of the bad guys from the slave trading group that captured me?" New York Ka tilted her head and explained with a smile, "I am an officer of the Demon King's army. To carry out my mission, I concealed my identity and infiltrated the human kingdom, creating a false identity. For the harm I once caused you, I am deeply sorry." Lai shouted back angrily at New York Ka, "I don't believe you. You must have used some trick to deceive Lord Lin in." New York Ka quickly grabbed Lai Li's face, pulling the girl close to her, magic radiating outwards. "Can't you even recognize the magic of the demon race?" Lai struggled to reply, let me go." The other girl glanced at the helpless New York Ka, next to a constantly aggressive and murderous Lai, then spoke up, "Is this considered surveillance? The Lord doesn't trust us." Lin didn't deny it, admitting it's protection, but also surveillance. "You girls know too much information. I have to ensure the plan isn't sabotaged." The girl approached and pulled Lai. "I understand. Then we'll temporarily accept the Lord's good intentions. Lai, we should go back." New York Ka just watched, saying nothing. Xiao Maozi finally stepped forward and asked him softly, "Lin, are you perhaps a demon too?" As Xiao Maozi came to his side, Lin replied, "Is that important?" Xiao Maozi snorted coldly. "As long as I can save my sister, making a deal with a devil is nothing." Lin smiled. "Don't worry, I will keep my promise." The next morning, at a harbor, a stream of spiritual power struck a young man, knocking him to the ground. Another person saw this and trembled. "Damn it, there's no way out. Why won't these lunatics from the church let us go?" The man from the church gave a wicked smile and said, "To be honest, I find it ridiculous too, because you helped Finisa traffic people. It is ridiculous having an inquisitor do this. This is clearly a job for the magistrate." With that, he threw a fireball at the other person, and a voice rang out, "This must be the last stronghold. It's finally over." The brown-haired guy saw him and trembled with fear, backing away repeatedly, begging, Spare me. I was only in charge of guarding. I already helped you find the imprisoned girls." "No." Xiao Maozi gritted her teeth, furiously lunging forward to grab the guy's collar. "Liar. There must be other strongholds." The guy's face turned pale with fear, and he replied, "There really aren't any more." Lin, standing behind Xiao Maozi, spoke up, "Your sister isn't here either." Xiao Maozi was frantic, in disbelief. "No, they must have another hideout." Lin said, "He's telling the truth. Your sister has most likely..." Before he could finish, Xiao Maozi cut him off with a terrified expression. "No, my sister must still be alive. I'll force him to tell me the next stronghold." Lin said no more, replying, All right, this trafficker is yours. Interrogate him however you want. The brown-haired guy screamed in fear. Wait. The Lord Priest promised me that if I found all the strongholds, he would let me go. You can't go back on your word. Lin turned to leave indifferently, leaving only one sentence behind. I'm not a priest. Hylon watched Lin walk out and spoke up. Lin, you asked the priests and the church to attack the traffickers in Phineas's territory. Was it really just to find that little cat's sister? Lin glanced at her and replied calmly, of course not. It was to get a hold on Lady Phoenicia. Hylon replied, proving that she kidnapped and murdered commoners won't harm her position. Lin sneered, but this can make Lady Phoenicia lower her guard. Hylon looked at him, her gaze serious. I see. I came to Phineas's territory to search for demon slaves. If I did nothing, she would find it strange. But if I start attacking the traffickers to gain merit, Phoenicia would be reassured instead. Lin looked down at Hylon. That's right, because that proves you haven't found any evidence of demons. Hylon looked up at him, puzzled. So you found it? That quickly? Lin's expression was grave. Phoenicia can maintain her youth by using the blood of innocent young girls, a magic she learned from the demon race. Hylon crossed her arms and looked away as she replied, I guessed as much. It must be Blood Clan magic. But we need proof. Phoenicia is powerful, and Duke Ryan is also her ally. To attack Phoenicia, we need permission from the church, the nobility, and the royal family. Lin wasn't worried at all, gesturing with his hand. The proof will present itself. Because the traffickers' dens have been destroyed, Phoenicia is now in a bind. Hylon didn't understand and repeated, a bind? Lin narrowed his eyes and replied, to maintain her youth, the blood of young demon girls is the most effective. That's why Phoenicia always used the blood of demon slaves. The auction disappeared, and the supply of demon slaves was cut off. Hylon continued, not only that, with Paradise and the trafficking groups destroyed, I will order the priest to patrol in the name of cracking down on human trafficking during this time, making it harder for her to lure ordinary young girls. Lin smiled and replied, so she only has one option left, noble young ladies. Hylon was shocked. Nobles? She'd have to be crazy to target nobles. This is completely different from murdering commoners. Lin replied, if I'm not mistaken, she will target the lesser nobility. At the same time, she will receive covert help. Hylon blurted out, the Blood Clan? Lin looked at her and replied, correct. According to my information, the Blood Clan is preparing to use the blood of nobles to conduct some kind of ritual, so they will proactively use Phoenicia. Hylon was astonished. As long as we can sabotage their actions, the proof of Phoenicia collaborating with the Blood Clan, as well as the proof of Phoenicia murdering nobles, will all be in hand. Lin continued, the royal family and the nobility will no longer side with Phoenicia, and Ryan will just stand by and watch to avoid being implicated. He gave a bewitching smile. That will be the day of Phineas's downfall. Night fell upon a magnificent castle. Inside, Sayan and Phoenicia were still talking. My lady, what has happened? The priests are patrolling your territory day and night. Have they discovered something? Phoenicia gave a calculating smile. Quite the opposite. The priests wanted to find proof that I was trafficking demon slaves, but they found nothing. To hide their incompetence, they resorted to arresting a few petty criminals in the territory to claim credit. Sayan looked at her expressionlessly. I see. I was overthinking it. My lady, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Phoenicia called him back coldly. Wait, there's one more very important matter. Due to the church's crackdown, there are no more traffickers in my territory, and the supply of human girls has also been cut off. I need another way to maintain my appearance. Sayan stood before her, with his hands clasped behind his back. My lady, I've told you before, for your blood magic, young demon girls are more effective. Why don't you wait a little longer? Once the church lessens its search efforts, I will restore the slave transport line. No, Phineas's face darkened. I can't wait another minute, another hour. I don't want to wear this old face. If you people can't help me, then all of our previous cooperation will be canceled. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Sayan frowned. Are you threatening me? Phoenicia shot up as well. No, this is a notification. You people must help me. Sayan's face was now dark with anger. I've had enough. Besides virgins, there is indeed another way for you to restore your beauty, and that is the blood of human nobles. Do you dare to use it? She immediately became eager, asking with a tense expression, quick, tell me what to do. Not only angry. A few traces of fear flickered across Sayan's face. Hey, are you crazy? I said the blood of nobles. Harming nobles and kidnapping commoner girls are not the same thing. The risk is too great. Phoenicia completely ignored him, saying impatiently, tell me what to do. As for the risk, I will assess it myself. Sayan had no choice but to give in. He held up 3 fingers. You need 30 human nobles who carry law blood. Phoenicia asked, what is law blood? Saiyan replied with a blank expression. 1,000 years ago, the nobles who founded the human kingdom had to mix their blood together to initiate the ritual. The ritual must be maintained for at least 1 night, but can preserve your appearance for at least a year. Phoenicia placed her index finger on her lips, bowing her head in thought. Law blood nobles. I've never heard of them. Their descendants must have fallen from grace. They might just be minor nobles now, or even commoners. He frowned and added, but we need to gather 30 people. The number is too large. It will easily arouse suspicion. Phoenicia looked at him. Are you sure we only need to draw blood and not kill them? He replied, yes. Phoenicia finally smiled. Then it's easy. A matchmaking party will be enough. Saiyan placed his right hand on his left chest, bowing in a salute. My lady, I find this to be a foolish endeavor. Finding those noble descendants is a very difficult matter. Phoenicia paid him no mind, turning and walking away. No more words are needed. My mind is made up. Phoenicia said with a cold face, finding people? Don't underestimate my connections. Leave the matter of finding people to me. You just need to prepare the ritual and materials. He respectfully placed his hand on his chest. Yes, my lady Phoenicia. Saiyan silently watched her retreating back, and in an instant, his expression changed. He smiled cunningly, thinking to himself, you fool, I should be thanking you. The false blood to break the seal of the sword of the brave is almost within my grasp. By then, you'll be of no use anymore. Elsewhere, I and a middle-aged man with brown hair were also in a small house, standing facing each other. The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? You want to resign from the Ministry of Magic? Do you know how much money we spend to get you a position in the Ministry of Magic? How many connections we called in? She frowned agitatedly and retorted, money. Father, all you know is money. Everyone at the Ministry of Magic bullies me every day. You have no idea how I feel. After hearing this, the middle-aged man clutched his head. Isn't that because you were the one with the problem who went and reported the former Minister of Magic, Gerard? Now you're labeled a snitch. You brought it upon yourself. Her face darkened with anger. Wasn't what I did also to restore our family's honor? It seemed like a good opportunity at the time, so I proactively assisted Lin in to oust the Minister of Magic. Who would have thought that Her Highness the Ninth Princess would see I was no longer useful and completely ignore me, and Lin In also vanished without a trace. The middle-aged man spread his hands in confusion to explain. Her Highness the Ninth Princess isn't like that, is she? I heard she is very just. Why don't you go talk to the Ninth Princess and see? Nah, I said coldly. It's all fake. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment. Nah, I showed clear dissatisfaction. Father, you should stop listening to those rumors outside. All that talk about Her Highness the Ninth Princess being intelligent and capable, fair in rewards and punishments, it's all a lie. In reality, it's not like that at all. She's just someone who looks down on others. He stepped forward and took AI's shoulders. So that's how it is, my good daughter. You've suffered. All right then, just go and resign in a few days. At this point, he paused, his face full of worry. Wait, no matter what, can't you just do a good job at the Ministry of Magic? In this position, as long as you don't make any mistakes, they can't fire you. With such a stable job, you can find a good man to marry, and life will be better. With that said, she took a white envelope from her bosom, her face full of excitement. I don't want to. There's a good opportunity now. Father, look at this. He asked, what is this? Nah, I held the envelope, her eyes sparkling with joy. An invitation from Lady Phoenicia, inviting me to her territory for 5 days. The middle-aged man was so shocked his jaw dropped. Lady Phoenicia? A high noble like her sent an invitation to you? I smiled until her eyes crinkled. I didn't understand at first either. After asking around, I found out it's because Lady Phoenicia wants to expand the magic crystal mine on her territory and is looking for some capable talents. But she doesn't want to get involved with lowly merchants and nouveau riche nobles, so she invited former nobles who have fallen from grace. After hearing this, the muscles on the middle-aged man's face relaxed, and he stepped forward, saying, our ancestors were once illustrious high nobles. In terms of status, you could be considered a descendant of a prestigious family. Developing the magic crystal mine is also a major future direction for the kingdom, so it's a good thing for you to participate. I smiled and replied. Right. And besides, the profits in the magic crystal mining industry are much higher than at the Ministry of Magic. In an instant, he became worried again, but the matter of you reporting the Minister of Magic and joining the Ninth Princess's side, won't the lady find out? I casually turned away. That matter is a secret. Those who know about it are not allowed to speak of it or they will be punished by the church. If the church doesn't protect whistleblowers, who would dare to report anything in the future? The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, clasping his hands together. That's good then. You should accept the lady's invitation, but you must make sure you secure the new job before you resign from the Ministry of Magic. Understand? She replied perfunctorily. I know. Then she held out 5 fingers towards her father. Father, do you have some money? Give me some first. He raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, why are you asking for money again? Didn't I just give you some at the beginning of the month? Don't blame me for saying this, but you've been spending too much money lately. You spend your salary as soon as you get it. Nah, I laughed without a care. Father, didn't you say I'm a descendant of a prestigious family? But our family doesn't have the appearance of a noble family now, does it? If I want to find a good man to marry, he should at least be a noble who can inherit a title. I also need to have the appearance of a noble lady. Buying a few things and spending a little money is normal. She looked up, her eyes shining brightly. Didn't Lady Finisa invite me for 5 days? I heard the lady will be hosting a matchmaking banquet, so I need to prepare some beautiful clothes. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. I don't have much money lately either. Don't you have an old evening gown? Not AI's expression immediately turned ugly. Father, do you remember Taylana? The middle-aged man scratched his head in confusion. You once said that department head of yours has no ability, climbed up through connections, and was always strict with you because she was jealous of your beauty. She was so angry she started gesturing wildly, stomping her feet. Yes, it's that bitch. To suck up to the powerful. I heard she borrowed a lot of money. The more nah I spoke, the angrier she got, her features almost contorted. But now she's the fiancée of His Grace the Duke. Now she points her finger at me every day. I can't swallow this anger. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. The middle-aged man forced a smile and stepped closer to comfort her. Don't be angry anymore, my child. You're much better than her. Here is this month's money. Don't tell your mother. Nah, I beamed like a blooming flower. I knew you were the best, father. I'll find you a viscount. No, account for a son-in-law. You'll see. Outside the village, it was already dark, but a few windows were still lit. Inquisitor Hylon, with her hands behind her back, said to Linen, 60 noble descendants have arrived at Finis's manor, expected to stay for 5 days. But contrary to our speculation, they're all descendants of fallen nobles. He replied, I'm not omniscient and omnipotent, after all. It's normal to guess wrong. Does it affect the plan? She said with a cold face. If it were the deaths of 60 nobles, it would cause a worldwide shock. But these people have lost their titles and are not considered actual nobles. Even if they all die, Finisa just needs to spend money to bribe her own territory's officials to get away with it. Lin seriously countered. No, in the worst-case scenario, no one will die. 60 people, with a little blood taken from each, is enough to perform the ritual. Hylon smiled in agreement. Makes sense. If your method is used to draw the blood, the victims won't even feel anything. The only chance is to catch them in the act while they are performing the ritual. Only by confirming that Finisa is colluding with the Blood Clan can we convict her. Lin smiled smugly. The difficulty has increased. Finisa invited them to stay for 5 days, and every day, every hour is a possibility for the ritual to be performed. Hylon gestured with her hand, but we only have one chance. Failure will make Lady Finisa vigilant. Linen, aren't you worried? He held up his index finger and said, if we fail, you and the church will only lose face. But if I don't get Lady Finis's mind, Her Highness the Ninth Princess will lose the throne. She crossed her arms and said with a sharp gaze, you mean you can afford to fail even less than I can? He replied, of course. You want to capture the lady. If you miss this time, there's always a next time. But the time Her Highness the Ninth Princess has given me is running out. Pausing for a moment, he looked at her and continued, don't worry, I will find out the exact time of the ritual. Hylon lowered her head and stared into space. I hope so. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. It was a person in a blue and white robe. He said in a panic, Inquisitor Hylon, an emergency. She calmly turned her head. What is it? The person said anxiously. A servant of the lady just came to the church to report. She said Lady Finisa plans to hold an evil ritual to harm nobles, and the time is tonight. Her eyes widened in slight surprise. Such a coincidence? Lin, no wonder you were so confident. So you had already prepared for this. Lin smirked with a calm expression. Oh? How would I know where that informant is now? The other person had a shocked expression, frowning as he covered his nose and said, she's dead. After she said 3 sentences her body immediately rotted away. Therefore, we cannot confirm the authenticity of this report. Hylon calmly looked at Lennon. Is it possible this is a trap set by Phoenicia? He replied seriously. Before the ritual is complete, Phoenicia will definitely do her best to avoid the church's attention. The method of making the body rot is identical to the Blood Clans. I feel that a conflict has arisen between the Blood Clan and Phoenicia, so the Blood Clan wants to borrow the church's power to achieve their goal. Hylon crossed her arms. What a humiliation to be used by the Blood Clan. If we act tonight, we will be indirectly helping the Blood Clan. Lin In said with a cold face. If we do nothing and wait for the ritual to end, I will lose my chance. Hylon, what do you think? At this moment, inside the magnificent castle, torches blazed brightly. It was unclear what had happened inside, but on the floor of the grand hall, people were lying scattered and unconscious. Two girls, one in a blue dress and one in a red dress, were fortunately still conscious. Both were in extreme panic. Help. What is this? They've all collapsed. There's poison in the smoke. The two rushed to the door, pushing with all their might. What's happening? Lady Phoenicia is crazy. She wants to kill us. Let me out. Let me out. Na was still conscious at this moment, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Why did it turn out like this? She was wearing an exquisitely tailored white dress, surrounded by a red poisonous gas. I just want to change jobs and find a man. Why am I being punished like this? Have I run into a ghost? Am I going to die here? The red mist swirled, filling the entire room. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. The sacrifices were already lying scattered on the ground. A woman in green shoes walked in. The newcomers were none other than Duchess Phoenicia and Saiyan. She clasped her hands decisively and said, "You requested 30 descendants with magical bloodlines. I have found 60. According to our agreement, not a single one of them is allowed to die." Saiyan looked around and replied, "Rest assured, I'm only taking a little blood." He cast a spell, retracting that strange red gas. After the ritual is over, they will only feel a little weak. The mist of delirium will erase their memories. No one will suspect a thing. Phoenicia smiled happily. Let's begin the ritual. I've been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, a man in a vest rushed in from outside in a panic. Dolly has run away. My lady, Dolly is nowhere to be found in the manor. Phoenicia's expression changed. She shouted angrily, "What? You said Dolly. How dare she?" The man spread his hands and explained, "I've asked the maids. She's been gone for an hour. Based on the tracks left behind, it seems she headed towards a church." Anne's eyes widened. He turned and asked, "Who is this Dolly you're talking about?" Phoenicia frowned angrily. "She is the servant I trust the most, my most loyal one. Does she know about the ritual? She would never betray me." The other man quickly interjected, "These past few days, Dolly has been acting strangely. She's been on edge. Biola told me. It seems she heard that this ritual was to deal with nobles, so she got scared." Phoenicia angrily pointed at the people on the ground. "Nobles? This trash can't even be considered nobles." Saiyan gritted his teeth anxiously. "My lady, now is not the time to complain. The church's priests could arrive at any moment. We must prepare for the worst." Phoenicia turned away, her expression unreadable. Only her trembling back was visible. "No, to help me, Dolly has done many bad things. Reporting to the church is no different from suicide for her." Saiyan angrily clenched his fists and shouted, "Snap out of it. Failing to control your own servant is your fault. This mistake has harmed not only you, but our blood clan as well." Phoenicia turned back, her face pale. "Are you blaming me?" He replied, "Of course, Lady Phoenicia, to have you cooperate with us. We have treated you with utmost sincerity. If you still can't come to your senses, I can leave right now." Phoenicia flew into a rage, screaming, "Fine, you disgusting creatures of the night, get out of my sight." With that said, Saiyan immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "As you wish, my lady. I hope you can keep your title and avoid the church's punishment." Only then did Phoenicia's face turn deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. "Wait, I was momentarily confused just now. Saiyan, how do we hide from the church?" His expression was not pleased. His gaze sharp. "Let me think." He walked over to the ritual props. Getting rid of the ritual-related props is easy. The difficult part is these unconscious people. I've used the mist of delirium. This spell will leave my magical energy on them. Therefore, they cannot stay at your place. Phoenicia walked to Saiyan's side. "How long will it take for the magical traces to disappear?" He replied, "At least a day." He looked into the distance and said, "Is there any safe place on your territory? I can take them away and bring them back after the magic has dissipated. As long as there are no forbidden items in your house and no casualties casualties. The church can't do anything to you. Finisa frowned solemnly, thinking, the safe secret strongholds have all been cleared out. There's only one place left, near the diplomatic cemetery, the castle where your blood clan is temporarily staying. Sayan glanced at her, his expression changing. Huh? Are you kidding me? If the church pursues us there, our blood clan won't be able to escape. Finisa angrily tried to explain. If I get caught, you'll have a hard time escaping implication. Help me this once. Consider it a favor I owe you. Sayan's eyes lit up again, a cunning smile playing on his lips. All right, remember, the next time we make a request, it will be a very difficult one. The cemetery was gloomy and dark, the silent, empty space creating a strange and terrifying atmosphere. The women lay scattered on the cold ground, completely motionless. Unlit burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that foolish hag Finisa. Not only did she bring us the materials we need for the ritual, but she also has to thank you for it. Ha 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 ha. The man beside him spoke up. The two coachmen who transported the goods have fled westward. Unlit continued confidently. Don't worry, the blood thralls have already eaten them. Say on, Thelma. How did you do it? Sayan, expressionless, replied coldly. This is nothing to brag about. Unlit continued. Don't be so stingy. I still have to report to father. Rest assured, I'll give you half the credit this time. Sayan said, I hypnotized a female slave and ordered her to go to the church to report Finisa. Another hypnotized male servant. At the exact moment I released all of the mist of delirium, entered the banquet hall to report to Lady Finisa. He added, that was the best timing. Any later, and Finisa would have started the ritual and discovered I had deceived her. The blood of noble descendants actually has no special effect in maintaining one's appearance. If that male servant had arrived too early, I wouldn't have had time to release the mist of delirium to get the blood clan's magic on the guests. Unlit gradually understood, replying, so that's how it was. The church's priests are about to conduct a search, and those guests tainted with the blood clan's magic are a ticking time bomb for her. As long as you offered to help and take in these guests, Finisa would surely be more than willing. Sayan replied, no, I did nothing. I just turned and left. Unlit asked, then why did she still hand over the 60 noble descendants to you? Sayan continued to answer, Finisa is a smart woman. If I were too proactive in demanding the people from her, she would suspect my motives. I had to make her understand that she was the one who urgently needed my help, not the other way around. Then I just needed to give a little hint, and she would think it over herself and conclude that handing the people over to me was the right choice. But Unlit said in a provocative tone, TSK, you really are a schemer. If one day your status surpasses mine, wouldn't I be in great danger? Sayan replied, that's impossible. For the blood clan, bloodline is absolute. Unlit turned away arrogantly. It's good that you know that. Sayan, carry these 60 portions of material. We should go awaken the sword brave. Sayan calmly replied, yes. A magnificent and splendid mansion. A group of people walked in, shouting loudly, church business, make way. A servant in the residence cried out in terror. What do you want to do? This is Lady Finissa's castle. Not even the church's priests can barge in uninvited. Finisa, wearing a gorgeous dress, confidently walked down the steps and said, no need to stop them, let them in. Hylon, who was in the lead, said, Lady Finisa, long time no see. Finisa replied sarcastically, you hounds of the church, what's the matter? Hylon answered, Lady Finisa, we receive a report that you are colluding with the blood clan, plotting to use 60 noble descendants as sacrifices to perform an evil ritual. Finisa replied, this is a serious slander. I would never cooperate with the enemies of humanity. Hylon asked, true or false? We'll find out after a search. If it proves you are innocent, I will apologize to you. Finisa said sternly, barging into a noble's private residence without concrete evidence. An apology is not enough. Hylon said, if the inspection proves your innocence, I will accept the church's punishment of demotion. Finisa replied, if you're going to say that, I can only agree. Please hurry up. I have a habit of going to bed early. During the search, the crowd made quite a bit of noise. Finisa said smugly, so noisy. The furnishings in my house are all exquisite high-end items. They can't withstand such a rough search. The bill for the damages in my rooms will be sent to the church tomorrow after the inspection is complete. Hylon replied, as Elvis. Linen, any results? Linen answered, I've searched. The 60 guests are not in this building. Hylon replied, disappointed, so they were hidden beforehand? Finisa asked, I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, Linen, I know you were the 9th princess's secretary. I heard you defected. I didn't expect you to become a dog for the church. Linen replied, Lady Finisa, You've misunderstood. At this moment, I am also serving Her Highness, the ninth princess. Finisa. Oh, so you're after the mine on my territory. It seems you're very confident. Hylon reminded her. Lady Finisa, don't change the subject. Explain. The 60 noble descendants invited to your home. Why have they all disappeared? Finisa replied. I have prepared some special entertainment for them. But what does that have to do with you? I didn't harm them, nor did I do anything strange to them. In a few days, they'll be frolicking on the streets again. Lin En replied. So that's how it is. Your guests have been taken away by the Blood Clan. Finisa added, this is unbearable. Without any evidence, all you can do is spout nonsense. A brilliant red light flashed. Hylon exclaimed in surprise. The Blood Clan's magic. Lin En said slowly, southwest. Finisa panicked. Damn it, what the hell are Say-In and his people up to? Has the Blood Clan betrayed me? Red chains wrapped around a girl's body. She cried out in surprise. This is the Blood Clan's magic. The girl behind her spoke up. Last time in the Blood Clan's castle, Master deliberately stored some magic in a trap. The other girl asked with a soft laugh. You prepared it back then? For us to disguise ourselves as the Blood Clan and lead the priests. The rabbit-eared girl turned, waved her hand, and said, although I'd prefer to handle it myself, watching the priests and the Blood Clan slaughter each other should be more interesting. All right, give me the magic crystal. I have to go to the Blood Clan's castle. Xiao Maozi hurriedly chased after her, stammering, but the vampires could also take those noble descendants somewhere else. The other person heard this and replied, Master originally had another plan to determine the Blood Clan's direction, but later gave it up. The other girl heard this and asked in surprise, huh? Why? The rabbit-eared girl calmly explained. Master said he has a foolish colleague who also accepted Finis's invitation and is among those 60 people. She continued, coincidentally, that girl also has Master's mark on her. So no matter where that bunch of Blood Clan runs, they can't escape Master's pursuit. In a quiet, dark night, the moonlight shone down on the gloomy castle wall. A series of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Two strange figures were carrying a girl. The girl struggled to open her eyes.